Welcome to the Buzz Live. I am your host, Rachel, and joining me around the table today are the two people who always have their fingers on the pulse of the industry, our commentator, Bianca, and our reporter, Dee.
Happy to be here, Rachel. And let me tell you, today we have a situation where the family reality is so much more intense than anything.
And in our second topic, we are following the absolute chaos between hip-hop power couple Remy Ma and Papoose, where Claressa's name suddenly got dragged right into the center of cheating accusations, phone calls, and leaked direct messages from a former best friend.
Grab your drinks, everyone, because the family dynamic alone is mind-blowing, and the marital argument is a whole other level of mess.
Let us start right with Claressa Shields and these stunning statements made by her cousin Shalita. Dee, walk us through what was revealed in this interview.
Well, Rachel, Shalita did not hold a single thing back. She explained that when she was 17 years old, her father took her to meet his side.
Claressa Shields. Her cousin, Shalita, just sat down for an interview and dropped some explosive revelations about Claressa's childhood in Flint, Michigan, a hidden older brother, and a life-changing sacrifice that was completely omitted from Claressa's public
side of the family for the first time, which was when she met Claressa, who was only 6 or 7 years old at the time. Shalita claims that little Claressa confided in her about childhood abuse, something Claressa had reportedly told other adults about, but those adults took no action.
And that is where the ultimate sacrifice happened, right, Dee? Because walking away from a massive opportunity like that is a life-altering choice.
Exactly, Bianca. Shalita claims she actually had a full athletic scholarship offer from legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt. But after hearing what 6-year-old Claressa was dealing with, Shalita says she picked up the phone, called Coach Summitt directly, turned down the scholarship, and moved straight into the mother's house in Flint to protect the kids.
That is a heavy claim, Dee, and Shalita says her name was never once included in Claressa's public origin story, despite claiming that she essentially raised Claressa, her sister Brianna, and her brother Peanut.
Look, Rachel, if someone gives up a full ride to play for a legendary college program just to step in and protect you as a child, and then you build a public image and do not even give them a footnote, that is going to leave deep wounds. You can hear the years of built-up hurt in those statements.
Right. And Shalita brought up another detail that took everyone by surprise. She stated that Claressa has an older brother named Artist, who was already a teenager back then. Shalita noted that even though Artist and Claressa are close, he is virtually invisible in the public story of a star who documents her life daily on social media.
That definitely raised eyebrows because most people had no idea Artist even existed. Bianca, how do you see this interview from a career and family perspective?
Rachel, when people feel completely erased from a story they sacrifice everything for, eventually they are going to speak up. Shalita described growing up on the north side of Flint in extreme poverty, claiming the mother prioritized the boys over the girls. When a person grows up feeling like an afterthought in their own family, they spend their whole adult life aggressively proving to the world that they matter.
And it is crucial to connect this to what Claressa herself has shared in the past. Claressa has never pretended her childhood was easy. She previously spoke in a documentary interview about being a survivor of abuse at age 5, living with her grandmother until she was 10, and having a very difficult relationship with her mother from age 9 to around 15 or 16.
That is right, Rachel. Claressa explained back then that she carried immense anger, but avoided talking about it publicly for years because she did not want to upset her mother or put blame on her. It was only after encouragement from others that she finally had that hard conversation with her mom to heal their bond before her biographical movie was made.
And let us not forget how big that movie project is.
Exactly, Bianca. That film, titled The Fire Inside, stars Ryan Destiny, was written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and opens on Christmas Day. Universal Studios actually reached out to Claressa when she was 20 years old, right after her victory at the 2016 Rio Games.
So you see the layers here. She went from poverty in Flint to becoming an Olympic champion with a major Hollywood motion picture. But the family history is still so deeply fractured. Tell us, audience, do you think family matters like this should stay behind closed doors? Or do relatives have the right to set the record straight? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
Now, let us shift to our second topic. because Claressa's name is also right in the middle of a wild social media fallout between rappers Remy Ma and Papoose.
Oh, this split got explosive in the middle of the night, Rachel. Allegations were flying left and right.
Remy Ma and Papoose have been married since 2016, but their marriage appears to be headed straight for divorce after Remy posted several alleged text message screenshots online accusing Papoose of having an affair with Claressa Shields.
D. Explain what those leaked texts actually alleged.
Remy claimed that Papoose fell asleep on the phone while talking to Claressa, right inside the house that Remy owns, and says he refuses to leave. Remy also claimed that when she picked up the phone and Claressa heard her voice, the boxer got scared and hung up immediately.
Calling out a world champion fighter for hanging up the phone is wild. But Claressa did not just take that lying down, did she, Dee?
Not at all, Bianca. Claressa responded publicly, calling Remy jealous of Papoose and claiming that Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own. Meanwhile, additional leaked messages alleged that Claressa was in complete panic mode, worried that this relationship scandal would completely derail the rollout for her upcoming movie.
What a massive mess right before a feature film release. And Papoose put out his own statement as well, correct?
Yes, Rachel. Papoose broke his silence by calling Remy a narcissist and accusing her of repeated infidelity, specifically naming battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose stated that he has repeatedly requested a divorce and has tried to remain quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, accusing Remy of chasing clout online.
Look, when a couple that has been together for 17 years starts accusing each other of secret affairs, hidden video threats, and financial control on public timelines, you know the foundation was cracked way before this phone call happened.
And as if that was not enough fuel on the fire, there is another piece to this puzzle involving Claressa's former best friend, Nigeria. D. What happened with those leaked direct messages?
This is where the story takes another turn, Rachel. Leaked DMs between Claressa and her ex-best friend Nigeria surfaced online, showing that their entire friendship dissolved over one simple question. Nigeria reportedly asked Claressa point-blank, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?"
A single question and total destruction.
Exactly, Bianca. According to the screenshots, Claressa allegedly branded Nigeria an opposition, told her to stop texting her, and sent intense messages calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with a threat saying, "I am going to show you."
That is an extreme reaction to a question from a close friend.
Rachel, nobody sets their own house on fire over a question unless the answer terrifies them. When someone completely detonates a friendship over one sentence, it shows pure panic.
But Nigeria did not back down, Bianca. She responded directly in the messages, telling Claressa that while she might not have her kind of money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit cannot be broken.
This situation is spiraling further by the minute, especially with leaked conversations about how Papoose and Remy Ma got dragged into this whole tangled web in the first place.
Right, Rachel. The messages that dropped online showed Remy Ma confronting the situation head-on. She alleged that Papoose actually fell asleep on the phone with Claressa Shields while inside the very house Remy owns, and that he allegedly refuses to leave. And according to Remy, the moment Claressa heard her voice on the line, the world champion boxer panicked and hung right up.
Oh, hanging up the second the wife answers? That is not champion behavior, D. That is textbook panic. If there was nothing inappropriate happening, you say hello like a normal person. You do not drop the phone like it is on fire.
Well, Claressa did not stay quiet for long, Bianca. She fired back online, claiming Remy was just jealous of Papoose and accusing Remy of secretly having 2 boyfriends. But Remy shut that down immediately, stating she has been completely loyal for 17 whole years and laughing off the idea of Papoose buying anyone gifts, saying she is the one with the money.
And it did not stop there, Dee. Remy also claimed Papoose has been trying to sabotage her behind the scenes, allegedly setting up situations to get her arrested, threatening to leak explicit videos, and claiming he ghost-wrote her song Imagine That.
17 years of marriage ending in social media chaos. It is messy, Rachel, but notice how Papoose responded. He comes out calling Remy a narcissist, claiming she cheated with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, and saying he has been begging for a divorce for months while looking after their 6-year-old daughter. Everyone is pointing fingers at everyone.
What catches my attention, Bianca, is how Claressa keeps getting pulled into these hip-hop dynamics. Have you noticed the pattern online lately?
Notice it? Rachel, it is painful to watch. One day she is visibly pressed about Lil' Kim at a promotional event, and the very next day she is online doing the Lil' Kim challenge. Then Cardi B praises Remy Ma at a concert, and Claressa gets irritated about it. But a few days later, where is Claressa? Right under Cardi B's post, acting like everything is fine. Pick a lane.
And that is exactly what people online are pointing out, Bianca. When Claressa posted that long message calling everyone around her fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies, people immediately labeled it projection. She is calling out behavior in others that she seems to be displaying herself.
It really makes you wonder if all of this pressure is connected to her career moment right now. Dee, those leaked messages specifically mentioned Claressa was in absolute panic mode over her upcoming feature film, The Fire Inside.
Exactly, Rachel. That movie stars Ryan Destiny and tells Claressa's life story, from growing up in Flint, Michigan, all the way to her Olympic gold medals. The film has been in development for years. She was only 20 years old when she negotiated that deal with major Hollywood producers to ensure her story was told accurately.
But that is the real question, is it not? How accurate is the official story versus what her own family is saying right now? Because while Hollywood is getting ready to release a feel-good biopic on Christmas Day, her own cousin Shalita just went on a lengthy interview and blew the whole family narrative wide open.
Tell us about that interview, Dee, because the details Shalita shared about their childhood in Flint are heavy.
Shalita did not hold back at all, Rachel. She revealed that when she was 17 years old, she met a 6-year-old Claressa for the first time. Claressa confided in her about serious childhood trauma she was enduring. Claressa had already told other adults in the family, but nobody did anything to protect her.
So Shalita took matters into her own hands. That is the part that blew my mind, Rachel. Shalita was a star high school athlete with a full scholarship waiting for her from legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt. And she called Pat Summitt on the phone and turned down that entire college scholarship just to move into Claressa's mother's house in Flint and protect a 6-year-old child.
That is an extraordinary sacrifice for a 17-year-old to make, Bianca, to give up your future, because the adults around a child are failing her.
It really is, Rachel. Shalita explained that growing up on the north side of Flint, they were living in extreme poverty. She alleged that Claressa's mother cared far more about her own personal habits and her sons than she did about the girls, Claressa and her sister Brianna. The young girls were basically an afterthought in their own home.
And that explains so much about Claressa today. When you grow up feeling invisible in your own family, you spend your entire adult life demanding the spotlight, demanding everyone acknowledge you as the greatest. That need for validation does not just come out of nowhere, it comes from childhood neglect.
If you are just tuning in, we are looking at how boxer Claressa Shields' past in Flint is suddenly colliding with her public drama today. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think public figures owe the world their unvarnished truth, or do they have the right to curate their own origin story?
That curation is real, Rachel, because Shalita brought up someone the public has literally never heard of, an older brother named Artist. Shalita revealed that Claressa has an older brother named Artist, who is actually close with the family, yet he is completely absent from Claressa's social media, her interviews, and her public narrative.
Why do you hide an entire brother from your public life, Dee? In a world where Claressa documents every single workout, every argument, and every achievement on her page, how does an entire older sibling remain invisible? It proves that the life she broadcasts online is carefully edited.
Shalita even commented on Claressa's friendships, stating that Claressa does not actually have a circle of true friends. She said the only real best friend Claressa has ever had is a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else coming around her is just using her for an opportunity until they get what they want.
Which brings us right back to the fallout with her ex-friend Nigeria and the public battle with Remy Ma. Claressa has always spoken candidly about her childhood trauma in past interviews, mentioning how she had to live with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and how it took her years to build a bridge back to her mother before making this movie.
Rebuilding a relationship with your mother is one thing, Rachel. but rewriting history to pretend other people did not save you is another. If Shalita gave up her entire college athletic career to protect you when you were 6, how does her name not appear anywhere in your official story?
Well, Claressa has always maintained that she told her story in the movie to help heal, not to make people feel sorry for her. She admitted that between ages 9 and 16 she harbored so much anger toward her mother, but they eventually had tough conversations to move forward.
But now, with cousin Shalita airing out the family dynamics and Nigeria leaking private messages showing intense conflict behind closed doors, the timing could not be worse, with a major studio motion picture hitting theaters.
Of course the timing is terrible. You cannot market yourself as an untouchable, unbothered hero on screen, while your real life online looks like a complete war zone.
And remember, Nigeria showed messages where Claressa allegedly threatened her directly, saying, "I am going to show you," after Nigeria asked a simple question about Papoose and Remy.
Bianca, do you think this feud with Remy Ma and the family accusations are going to completely overshadow the movie launch?
Overshadow it. Rachel, it already has. People are not talking about boxing technique or movie trailers right now. They are looking at screenshots of text messages.
And let us not forget how deeply the Remy Ma aspect runs. Shalita herself mentioned in that interview just how unnaturally focused Claressa seems to be on Remy Ma, to the point where people in Claressa's circle are allegedly warned not to even play Remy's music.
That is a level of tension that goes way beyond a standard celebrity disagreement, D. What do you think, audience? Is this a case of genuine obsession, or is Claressa just caught in the middle of a messy marital breakup between Papoose and Remy?
Oh, please! You do not get caught in the middle of a 17-year marriage by accident, Rachel. You get caught in the middle when you are answering late-night phone calls and hanging up the second the wife picks up.
And Papoose's claims make it even more complicated, because he insists he was just trying to move on with his life after Remy allegedly cheated with Easy the Block Captain. He claims he stayed quiet for the sake of their daughter, but Remy's public posts forced his hand.
It is a total breakdown of trust on all sides, and Claressa finding herself right in the center of it, while her cousin exposes her childhood history.
Exactly! And that cousin Shalita did not hold back for a single second. Rachel! She laid it all out, explaining that in their household, Claressa grew up feeling like a total afterthought compared to her brother's artist and Peanut.
And as Shalita pointed out, when you grow up as an afterthought in your own home, you spend your entire adult life loudly searching for validation.
That psychological breakdown gives so much context to how Claressa handles her inner circle, D.
It really does. Which brings us right to Nigeria and those exploded direct messages. Because while Shalita was exposing the past, Nigeria was dropping present-day receipts from a friendship that just got burned to the ground.
A whole friendship destroyed over one tiny question. One single sentence.
Break down those specific messages for us, D, because what was said in those private texts is wild.
Nigeria simply looked at her then best friend and asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was the entire trigger. According to the leaked screenshots, Claressa completely lost her temper on the spot. She immediately branded Nigeria an OP, which is short for opposition, an enemy, and demanded that she stop texting her phone.
Oh, please! You text someone first, and the moment they ask you a straightforward question about a situation you are involved in, you label them the enemy? That is not strength. That is pure panic.
And it got much harsher, Bianca. The messages attributed to Claressa went on to call Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable. And then came the explicit threat. "I must show you."
I must show you? That is what someone says when they are losing an argument so badly they have nothing left but intimidation. But Nigeria did not back down or shrink away for 1 second.
Not at all. Nigeria fired right back, telling her that while she might not have that kind of money, her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit is something that type could never break.
That clapback from Nigeria was pure ice. She stood her ground completely.
That is a very composed response under fire, but it really highlights the question, why does any mention of Papoose and Remy Ma cause such an immediate detonation?
Because cousin Shalita warned us about how Claressa treats her friendships. Rachel, Shalita said point blank that Claressa only has one genuine best friend named Victoria. and that anyone else claiming to be her best friend is just there for an opportunity.
And do not forget, those leaked texts also revealed that Claressa was in absolute panic mode over her upcoming biographical movie, The Fire Inside. That feature film is scheduled to hit theaters on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny as Claressa, chronicling her journey from Flint, Michigan, all the way to Olympic gold.
She invested so much of her life into that project, negotiating for an entire year when she was only 20 years old alongside top Hollywood screenwriters and directors.
And now, right before her major mainstream moment on Christmas Day, her personal life is completely engulfed in flames because of a messy love triangle with Papoose and Remy Ma.
Let us pause right there because our viewers are weighing in heavily on this dynamic.
Hi everyone, I am Marcus from Chicago, and I have been locked into this live show all morning. It really seems like Claressa is so deeply triggered by Remy Ma that anyone who even speaks Remy's name gets instantly cut off. Is this whole fight really about Papoose, or is there a much deeper obsession with Remy herself?
Marcus in Chicago is asking the exact question that everybody online is debating right now, D.
Marcus is spot on, because when you examine the timeline, the pattern of obsession goes far beyond Papoose. Look at how Claressa reacts whenever Remy Ma is involved in the broader culture. When Cardi B publicly praised Remy Ma during a concert, Claressa got visibly irritated by it. But then, shortly after, Claressa turns around and starts commenting under Cardi B's posts like nothing ever happened.
Make it make sense! Pick a lane! One day you are seething because another artist gives your rival a compliment, and the next day you are in that same artist's comment section acting like best friend.
It happened with Lil' Kim as well. Claressa was noticeably bothered by Lil' Kim at a promotional event, and then days later she is online doing the Lil' Kim challenge.
That is not a mood swing, Rachel. That is textbook obsession. You cannot claim to dislike someone and then turn around and copy their exact moves 48 hours later.
Shalita even stated that anyone connected to Claressa is not even allowed to support Remy Ma or listen to her music without it turning into a massive situation.
That level of control over your friends speaks directly back to what Shalita revealed about the family history Bianca. Let us revisit what Shalita said about the hidden older brother, Artist, because that caught everyone off guard.
That was an absolute shocker to the entire audience. In all the continuous live streams, all the social media posts, all the DMs, the older brother Artist was never mentioned a single time. Shalita confirmed that Artist is the oldest sibling. He was already a teenager when Shalita stepped in, and that he and Claressa are actually close.
But he is entirely invisible in her public narrative. Here is a woman who documents practically every hour of her life for millions of followers, yet her oldest brother is completely hidden from the story.
Shalita explained that growing up in severe poverty on the north side of Flint, their mother focused her care and attention primarily on the boys, Artist and Peanut, leaving the girls, Claressa and Brianna, as afterthoughts.
And that links directly to the historical abuse Claressa has spoken about in past interviews, D. Claressa lived with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 following that childhood trauma, and she openly admitted that from age 9 to 16, she loved her mother but did not like her.
Exactly. She carried intense anger for years, and even when preparing her documentary and feature film, she was hesitant to speak about it because she did not want to upset her mother or lay blame on her publicly.
Remember, Shalita gave up a full scholarship from Pat Summitt at 17 years old just to move into Claressa's mother's house and protect 6-year-old Claressa after Claressa spoke up. So when you look at the full picture, you see a child who was overlooked at home, suffered horrific trauma, had her cousin sacrifice her college dream to protect her, and then built a world-class boxing career out of sheer survival. Of course, she is fiercely defensive of her image, but that still does not justify dragging herself into a 17-year marriage.
Which brings us back to the core conflict between Papoose and Remy Ma.
Right, because Remy Ma released alleged text messages showing that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the house that Remy owns. Remy claimed that the moment she picked up the phone, Claressa got scared and hung up instantly. Papoose shot back, claiming Remy is a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, while Papoose stayed quiet to care for their 6-year-old daughter.
But if Papoose wants a divorce so badly, why is he still living in Remy's house, falling asleep on the phone with an Olympic boxer.
Remy also alleged that Papoose has been setting traps with side chicks to get her arrested and threatened to leak explicit videos.
The claims are escalating by the minute, Dee, and the public reaction is completely divided.
It is a toxic mess on all sides, Rachel. Everyone involved is trying to play victim while leaking private DMs to the timeline.
And according to those leaked texts from Nigeria, Claressa is terrified of how this whole situation will impact the release of her movie on Christmas Day.
Exactly, Dee. Imagine spending 8 years preparing for a Hollywood feature film about your life, starring Ryan Destiny, only for the entire press rollout to be eclipsed by late-night social media leaks.
That movie, The Fire Inside, has been in the works since 2016. Bianca, Universal Studios reached out right after she won gold in Rio, and Claressa spent a whole year negotiating that contract with a lawyer when she was only 20 years old.
And what makes this so painful for her team is that the movie was supposed to showcase her resilience, rising from extreme poverty in Flint, Michigan, all the way to global boxing royalty.
But now her cousin Shalita is pulling back the curtain on what really happened in Flint. And the story on screen isn't matching the story being told on the internet.
Walk us through those specific details Shalita dropped about the household, Dee, because this directly contradicts the inspirational narrative we have seen for years.
Shalita didn't hold anything back, Rachel. She revealed that when she was 17 years old, she met Claressa, who was only 6 or 7 at the time. Claressa told her that she was being mistreated and that she had already told other adults in the family who did absolutely nothing.
That is the most heartbreaking part of this entire disclosure. A 17-year-old high school senior had to step up because the grown-ups in that house turned a blind eye.
Shalita actually picked up the phone and called legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt to turn down a full college scholarship just so she could move into Claressa's mother's house and protect her.
Giving up a life-changing athletic opportunity at 17 to raise 3 children in Flint, that is a massive sacrifice, Bianca.
It is unimaginable. Shalita basically took over raising Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut because their mother was completely consumed by her own habits and focused strictly on basic survival, keeping a roof over their heads and food on the table.
And according to Shalita, there was a very clear dynamic of favoritism in that house. The mother cared far more about the boys, Artist and Peanut, than she did about the girls, Claressa and Brianna. The girls were essentially an afterthought in their own home.
What do you make of this dynamic, audience? Head over to our show page and tell us if you think Shalita is sharing family truth or airing personal grievances.
Look at how that childhood dynamic manifests now. When you spend your entire youth being treated like an afterthought by your own mother, you grow up with an insatiable hunger for public validation. That is why every single aspect of Claressa's life has to be broadcast and validated online.
But here is the massive plot hole Shalita exposed, Rachel. She pointed out that Claressa has an older brother named Artist who was already a teenager back then. They are close, yet he is completely invisible on her social media.
In a public life where every workout, victory, and argument is documented on social media, how does an entire older brother just vanish from the narrative, Dee?
Because invisible people in carefully curated public stories are kept invisible for a reason. Claressa controls her narrative down to the millimeter, but she couldn't control Shalita sitting down for an interview.
Shalita even mentioned that Claressa only has one true best friend, a woman named Victoria, and that anyone else claiming that title is just around for an opportunity.
Which brings us right back to Nigeria, Dee, because Nigeria was considered part of that inner circle until one simple question destroyed the entire relationship.
All Nigeria did was ask, "Is Pop still creeping back to Remy?" That single line caused Claressa to completely burn the friendship to the ground, block her, and run to the timeline announcing that everyone around her is fake and moving like enemies.
That is textbook psychological projection, Rachel. When you run online to write paragraphs about how everyone around you is untrustworthy and fake, you are just describing your own internal state. People who are actually surrounded by real snakes cut them off quietly. They don't throw a public press conference about it.
And the leaked text messages between them got extraordinarily nasty. Claressa allegedly called Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, mentally unstable, and warned her with the line, "I'ma show you."
"I'ma show you," is what people say when they have completely lost the factual argument and have nothing left to throw except empty threats.
How did Nigeria react when those insults started flying, Dee?
She didn't back down for a single second, Rachel. Nigeria clapped right back, telling Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
Boom! That is how you handle someone trying to flex financial status over personal character. But let's talk about the unspoken rules Claressa enforces on her circle, because this is where the obsession with Remy Ma becomes impossible to deny.
Shalita and the leaked DMs both confirmed that Claressa has an unwritten rulebook for her friends. If you are close to her, you are not allowed to support Remy Ma or even enjoy her music.
That is a very specific boundary to set over someone you claim you don't even know personally, Bianca.
It is unhinged behavior, Rachel. Real rivals ignore each other, block each other, and collect their paychecks. But Claressa is treating Remy Ma like a full-time, unpaid obsession.
Look at the contradictions in her online behavior. When Lil Kim showed up at that promotional event, Claressa was visibly bothered by her presence. Then, a short while later, Claressa is suddenly on social media doing the Lil Kim challenge.
And remember when Cardi B praised Remy Ma during a live concert performance? Claressa was outwardly irritated about a compliment paid to another artist. But then fast forward, and Claressa is leaving friendly comments right under Cardi B's posts like nothing ever happened.
Is this just volatile social media behavior, or is there a deeper pattern here, team? Drop your thoughts in the live chat right now.
It all ties back to the feud with Remy Ma and Papoose. Remember, Remy released screenshots showing Papoose texting Claressa and allegedly falling asleep on the phone with her while laying in the Bronx house that Remy owns.
A house Papoose refuses to leave, mind you, while he is claiming Remy cheated with a battle rapper and that he stayed quiet for 6 years to protect their 6-year-old daughter. He is falling asleep on long-distance calls with an Olympic champion.
And when Remy picked up that phone, according to her posts, Claressa got scary and hung up immediately. But then Claressa turns around and claims Remy is just jealous because Papoose gives her attention while Remy supposedly has 2 boyfriends.
But Dee, what about Papoose's claim that he was the one asking for a divorce all along while caring for their 6-year-old child?
Papoose insists he wanted a civilized divorce, but accused Remy of being a narcissist who wanted social media clout instead. Meanwhile, Remy claims Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos of her and claim he wrote her hit song Imagine That.
Look at how these two storylines intersect. On one side, you have Claressa trying to protect her legacy, her upcoming film The Fire Inside, and her champion image. On the other side, her cousin Shalita is exposing childhood trauma, the hidden brother artist, and the sacrifice of a Pat Summitt scholarship.
Shalita even detailed how Claressa was sexually assaulted at 5 years old, lived with her grandmother until she was 10, and carried so much resentment toward her mother that they didn't even mesh or get along from age 9 to 16.
She mentioned that she kept quiet about that trauma for years, specifically because she didn't want to hurt her mother's feelings, until someone close to her encouraged her to finally speak to her mom before the documentary came out.
And yet, despite all that painful history that made her the fighter she is, Claressa is letting her entire public narrative be dragged into a messy marital dispute between Remy Ma and Papoose.
Exactly, Bianca. And Nigeria's leaked texts proved that Claressa's main panic right now is how this affair scandal with Papoose will impact the Christmas Day premiere of her movie,
which is hilarious, because you cannot court dramatic celebrity headlines for months and then expect the public to turn off the drama when it is time to buy movie tickets.
But what if Papoose actually follows through on his threat regarding those alleged private tapes and songwriting credits against Remy?
That would blow this entire war into a whole new legal territory, Rachel, because Remy has already stated that she is the one with the financial power in that marriage, and that Papoose has been secretly trying to set traps with side chicks to get her arrested.
Setting traps to get your own wife arrested while lying in her house is next-level toxic, Rachel.
And according to those published posts, Papoose even threatened to publicly claim he wrote her hit lyrics for Imagine That and release explicit private videos.
That is pure desperation when you see your partner holding all the financial power in a 17-year relationship.
But let us look at how Claressa Shields got dragged right into the center of this hurricane, D. What did the actual text exchanges show about her reaction when Remy picked up that phone call?
The published message receipts show that as soon as Remy's voice came on the line while Papoose was asleep, Claressa hung up immediately. Remy called her out directly for getting scared, but Claressa fired right back on social media, claiming Remy was just jealous and accusing Remy of having 2 boyfriends of her own.
Oh, please! Hanging up the second the wife answers is not boss behavior. That is panic. And then running online to throw mud back?
Well, those same leaked messages showed Claressa was in complete panic mode about how all this messy publicity would affect her upcoming feature film, The Fire Inside.
Which makes complete sense, Rachel, because that movie is her ultimate crown jewel. Universal Studios bought her life story when she was only 20 years old, after she won her second Olympic gold medal. She spent an entire year negotiating that deal with her lawyer, with an Oscar-winning screenwriter like Barry Jenkins attached and Ryan Destiny playing her on screen.
But that is the massive double standard right there, D. She spent a year securing a Hollywood deal for a film directed by Rachel Morrison, scheduled for a huge Christmas Day release, yet she is acting out online like a reality star in an unhinged feud.
And what makes this so much more complex is that The Fire Inside is built entirely on her raw, painful origin story in Flint, Michigan. D, what did her cousin Shalita reveal about what really happened in that household during those early years?
Shalita dropped absolute bombshells, Rachel. She revealed that when she was 17 years old, she was offered a full basketball scholarship to play under Pat Summitt. But that exact same year, 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about terrible trauma and abuse she was suffering, which other adults in the family had ignored. So Shalita called Pat Summitt, declined the entire scholarship, and moved into the mother's house in Flint to protect Claressa and practically raise her, along with her siblings Peanut and Brianna.
Imagine giving up a full Division I scholarship under a legend like Pat Summitt at 17 years old to save your 6-year-old cousin, only for that cousin to completely erase you from her public story.
It really makes you pause, Bianca. Have you ever had to step up for family when nobody else would? Tell us in the comments if you think Shalita had every right to finally tell her side.
And Shalita did not hold back at all. She explained that the household dynamic was deeply fractured because their mother openly favored the boys, Peanut and her older son, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna.
And that older brother is the biggest mystery in this entire saga. His name is Artist. He was already a teenager back then. And Shalita says Claressa and Artist are actually close.
Yet in all these years of documentation, social media posts, and interviews about her life, the public has never heard the name Artist once.
Exactly, Rachel. Shalita specifically pointed out how strange it is that an older brother who is supposedly close to her is completely invisible in her public narrative.
Because invisible people in celebrity stories are kept invisible for a specific reason. Either they contradict the story, or they hold truths that do not fit the polished brand Hollywood is putting on movie screens this Christmas.
But when you look at that childhood, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after enduring trauma, feeling like an afterthought compared to her brothers, it explains so much about her adult psychology.
And that psychological need for validation is bleeding directly into how she handles every single female relationship in her life right now. Rachel, look at what happened with her ex-best friend Nigeria.
Oh, the Nigeria fallout is the ultimate proof. Nigeria asked one simple question: is Pap still creeping back to Remy? And boom, Claressa completely torched a lifelong friendship over 7 words.
Nigeria released the actual direct messages, and they were ruthless. Claressa called her an enemy, told her to stop texting her phone, called her broke, unattractive, delusional, and literally threatened her, saying she was going to show her.
When someone starts calling their own friend broke and ugly because of a simple question, that is not strength. That is someone completely unraveling because their secret got touched.
But Nigeria did not back down at all, Bianca. She clapped right back in those direct messages, telling Claressa that while she might not have Olympic money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit cannot be broken.
That clapback was absolute perfection. Nigeria stood her ground while Claressa showed everyone that any friend who does not blindly fall in line gets instantly labeled a backstabber or a snake.
Shalita even mentioned something about how Claressa treats her inner circle when it comes to other women in the industry, right?
Yes, Rachel. Shalita revealed that Claressa basically enforces an unwritten rule book for anyone around her. Nobody in her circle is even allowed to play Remy Ma's music, support her, or like her posts without it turning into a major personal conflict.
That is utterly unhinged behavior. You are a world champion athlete, and you are running an informal dictatorship among your friends over a woman you do not even know personally.
And the contradictions online are wild. Bianca, remember when Lil' Kim showed up at that promotional event and Claressa looked completely bothered, but then days later she is doing the Lil' Kim challenge on social media?
Or when Cardi B praised Remy Ma during a concert performance, and Claressa got visibly irritated online. But now suddenly she is leaving friendly comments under Cardi B's posts. You cannot be seething one day and copying the next without people noticing the obsession.
It all ties back to what psychologists call projection, Rachel. When Claressa goes online writing long paragraphs about how everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like an enemy, she is actually describing her own actions.
Exactly! People who are actually surrounded by real snakes just cut grass quietly and move on. They do not hold an online press conference every time a boundary is set.
But let us bring this back to the core issue with her upcoming movie. The Fire Inside is supposed to be about overcoming extreme odds in Flint, making peace with her mother after years of not getting along between 9 and 16, and celebrating her historic double gold medals.
Right, Rachel. Claressa herself admitted in past interviews that having those hard conversations with her mother before making the documentary was one of the toughest things she ever did because she harbored so much deep anger over being sent to live with her grandmother while her mother focused on other things.
And yet, despite all that deep emotional work to forgive her mom and build a Hollywood biopic, she turns around and leaves the cousin who actually sacrificed her entire career and college education completely out of the credit roll.
Shalita straight up said that the only true best friend Claressa ever had was named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just there for an opportunity until they get what they want.
And now, with Papoose publicly claiming he requested a divorce multiple times while accusing Remy of cheating with Easy the Block Captain, and Remy leaking private phone records involving Claressa while Papoose takes care of their 6-year-old daughter,
the whole structure is collapsing in real time. Papoose is out here playing the victim, Remy is walking people down in her comment sections, and Claressa is in full panic trying to keep her movie premiere clean.
How do you see this impacting the movie launch on Christmas Day, Dee? Is the studio stepping in behind the scenes?
Statements from reps have been silent on whether Universal Studios is intervening, but industry insiders know that a Christmas Day nationwide rollout cannot afford to have its lead subject embroiled in domestic split allegations, leaked direct messages, and family exposure videos.
You cannot sell an inspirational story about overcoming childhood trauma in Flint while your real-life family is online explaining how you abandoned the very cousin who saved you at 6 years old.
If you are watching right now, do you think Claressa can recover her public narrative before Christmas Day, or has the damage already been done? Drop your thoughts below.
And do not forget, Papoose still holds those alleged private recordings and songwriting disputes over Remy, while Remy claims she is the sole earner in that home and that Papoose was actively trying to get her arrested using side chicks.
If those private videos or lyric receipts actually hit the internet, it is not just Claressa's movie premiere that gets derailed. It will completely destroy whatever 17-year legacy Remy and Papoose built together.
But what happens if Shalita or Nigeria come out with even more receipts before the week is over?
Well, Nigeria already proved she has zero fear of Claressa's platform or threats, and Shalita explicitly said she sat down for that interview ready to leave nothing on the table after keeping these family secrets bottled up for decades.
Exactly, Dee. And when Shalita opened up about why she gave up that full basketball scholarship to play for Pat Summitt at 17, my jaw practically hit the floor.
Because for years, the public origin story of gold medalist Claressa Shields was all about her rising from extreme poverty on the north side of Flint. But Shalita revealed she was the 17-year-old cousin who actually stepped in when 6-year-old Claressa said adults were ignoring her cries for help.
Right, Rachel? Shalita claims she called up legendary coach Pat Summitt herself, declined that life-changing offer, and moved right into the family house because the mother allegedly cared far more about keeping a roof over the boys, Artist and Peanut, than protecting the girls.
And can we talk about Artist for a second? How is there an older teenage brother in Flint who is supposedly close to Claressa, but in all her endless social media lives, interviews, and posts, he is completely invisible?
That is the part that leaves everyone stunned, Bianca. If you are just joining our live coverage, we are breaking down the massive family dynamic unraveling around boxer Claressa Shields, from her cousin Shalita exposing childhood secrets to her former best friend Nigeria leaking private chats, all while rapper Remy Ma accuses her husband Papoose of having an affair with Claressa as their 17-year marriage falls apart.
And that deep emotional void from growing up in Flint is exactly what Shalita says drives Claressa's intense need for public validation today. When you spend your childhood as an afterthought in your own living room, you spend your adult life demanding the spotlight at all costs.
But Dee, look at how that unresolved tension spills straight into her adult friendships. Her ex-best friend Nigeria asked one simple question, just asking if Papoose was creeping back to his wife Remy Ma. And Claressa completely torched a lifelong friendship over a single sentence.
Those leaked direct messages were completely unhinged. Claressa allegedly branded Nigeria an enemy, mocked her status, called her delusional, and sent a direct threat saying she must show her, all because of one uncomfortable question about Papoose.
But Nigeria did not flinch for one single second. She fired back saying her bank account might not match an Olympic champion's, but her mindset is wealthy and her spirit cannot be broken. That is how you handle an explosive situation.
Hi everyone, my name is Marcus from Ohio, and I have been following Claressa since her first gold medal. I just cannot believe her own cousin and best friend are bringing all this up right before her big Universal Studios movie premiere on Christmas Day. Are we sure Shalita and Nigeria are not just jealous of her Hollywood success?
Marcus, honey, wake up! Calling it jealousy is just a lazy excuse when people come forward with step-by-step history and actual receipts on your screen.
Bianca is right, Marcus, because those direct messages were posted straight from Nigeria, and the timing lines up perfectly with the text screenshots Remy Ma shared of Papoose falling asleep on the phone while laying in the house. Remy owns.
And look at the surrounding behavior, Rachel. Shalita mentioned that Claressa is so deeply fixated on Remy Ma that nobody in Claressa's inner circle is even allowed to play Remy's music or show her support without a full fallout happening.
It is total contradiction energy. One day, Claressa gets irritated because Cardi B praises Remy Ma at a concert, and then the very next day, she is underneath Cardi's comment section acting like they are best friends.
Or jumping on the Lil' Kim social media trend right after looking visibly bothered by Lil' Kim at a promotional event. What do you make of those constant U-turns, Dee?
Well, Rachel, that is classic emotional projection. When you are pouring that much energy into a woman you have never even sat across from, every single public move you make becomes an unstable reaction to them.
Exactly! You do not burn down your own circle over a question unless the answer terrifies you. If Papoose was not on that phone line taking advice from Claressa while refusing to leave the marital home, why act so defensive?
And with her feature film, The Fire Inside, arriving on Christmas Day, chronicling her journey from Flint to global stardom, this family history from Shalita completely reshapes how audiences will view the backstory.
Absolutely, because while Claressa has spoken about rebuilding her relationship with her mother after living with her grandmother between ages 5 and 10, Shalita insists the person who actually sacrificed her entire career at 17 to protect her was left completely out of the narrative.
Completely left out! And if Shalita is coming forward now with details about hidden brothers like Artist and Peanut, what happens when the red carpet opens on Christmas Day and reporters start asking about
the exact story that Hollywood paid to put on the big screen. Because when Universal Studios approached Claressa when she was just 20 years old to make The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins and starring Ryan Destiny, the narrative was strictly about overcoming severe poverty in Flint and winning Olympic gold.
But now Shalita drops this absolute bombshell that she was the one who gave up a full basketball scholarship to Pat Summitt at 17 years old to move into that house on the north side of Flint. That is not some minor detail you leave out of a Hollywood biopic, Rachel. That is the entire emotional foundation of the household.
And the contrast between the public narrative and what Shalita reported is staggering. We already knew from past statements that Claressa spent ages 5 to 10 living with her grandmother after experiencing childhood abuse, and that she had a very distant relationship with her mother between ages 9 and 16 before trying to reconcile. But Shalita revealed that inside that household, the mother prioritized the boys, Artist and Peanut, leaving the girls as total afterthoughts.
Exactly! And that explains so much about the psychological pattern we see play out every single day online. When a child is raised as an afterthought in her own home, she spends her entire adult life demanding the spotlight and craving public validation so loudly. But notice how Shalita dropped the name of Artist, an older brother who was a teenager back then, who is close to Claressa, yet he is completely invisible in her public image.
Dee, what else did Shalita mention about the people Claressa actually keeps in her circle today? Because if family history is this guarded, what does that mean for her inner circle?
Well, Shalita was completely blunt. She stated that Claressa only has one real best friend, a woman named Victoria. She claimed everyone else claiming that title is simply there for an opportunity, just waiting for the moment they can gain something before walking away.
Which brings us straight to Nigeria, because Nigeria was right there in that inner circle until she asked one simple, obvious question. Is Pap still creeping back to Remy? And boom, the entire house went up in flames.
You do not burn down a whole friendship over a simple question unless the truth behind it terrifies you. When those DMs were leaked, we saw direct messages where Claressa allegedly called Nigeria an op, meaning opposition, told her to stop texting her phone, and threw severe personal insults at her.
The statements in those leaked text exchanges were incredibly harsh. The messages showed Nigeria being called broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with a direct threat saying, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not flinch for a single second. Rachel, she clapped right back with a response that had the entire internet talking. She told her, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break. That is how you handle someone trying to bully you with a bank account."
And D, the timing of these leaked text messages coincides directly with Remy Ma dropping those explosive screenshots of Papoose.
That is where the entire story exploded online. Remy Ma published screenshots alleging that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while inside the very house that Remy owns, and where Papoose is currently refusing to leave. Remy claimed that the moment Claressa heard her voice over the line, she hung up in a total panic.
Hung up scared! A world champion fighter hanging up the phone the second the wife speaks. And then Remy revealed that Papoose was allegedly taking advice from Claressa on how to navigate the split, while secretly trying to set traps to get Remy arrested.
Meanwhile, Papoose released his own statement calling Remy Ma a narcissist and alleging that she cheated repeatedly, specifically pointing to battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He claimed he requested a divorce multiple times and was just trying to keep things quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school.
But Remy pushed back hard on those claims, insisting she has been monogamous for 17 years and calling herself a one-boyfriend woman. She even laughed off rumors of Papoose buying gifts for anyone, pointing out that she is the one with the actual financial bag in that marriage.
Let us be real! If Papoose is asking for a divorce, why is he still sitting in Remy's house, taking advice on the phone from a female boxer, and allegedly threatening to leak explicit videos or claim he wrote her song? Imagine that. That is not moving on. That is deliberate sabotage.
If you are watching us live right now, jump into our show's chat. Do you think Papoose is genuinely trying to move on, or is this deliberate public chaos right before a major movie release?
It is definitely creating massive chaos around that release. In those leaked texts, it was explicitly alleged that Claressa was in full panic mode about how this public marital drama will affect The Fire Inside when it hits theaters on Christmas Day.
Of course she is panicking! You cannot sell an inspiring Hollywood story about triumphing over adversity when the public timeline is flooded with leaked DMs, accusations of hiding behind married men, and bizarre social media behavior.
And Bianca, that social media behavior is something you have been keeping a close eye on, especially regarding her unspoken rules about other female artists.
Oh, the rule book is completely unhinged, Rachel. Reports from people close to the situation suggest that no one in her circle is even allowed to support Remy Ma or play her music without it turning into a full production. But then look at the sheer contradiction. Claressa was visibly pressed when Lil Kim appeared at an event, and then turned right around and did the Lil Kim challenge online.
And it did not stop there. When Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa was openly irritated by the compliment. Yet recently, Claressa was spotted leaving friendly comments right under Cardi B's social media posts, like nothing ever happened.
It is textbook obsession. One day you are seething over a woman, the next day you are copying her allies or trying to police who your friends listen to. You cannot claim to be unbothered while running an unpaid full-time job monitoring another woman's life.
D. What are representatives saying regarding these leaked text messages and the severe accusations made by both sides?
Official representatives have remained quiet on several of the specific DM leaks, but the public exchange between Remy and Papoose has left zero room for denial that a full legal divorce is unfolding. Papoose maintains that his priority is protecting his 6-year-old daughter from the social media fallout, while Remy's posts assert that she is relieved and happy to finally be clear of the situation.
But let us bring this right back to Flint and that Christmas Day premiere. How do you market a movie about a young girl whose cousin sacrificed a Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 to protect her, when that same cousin is currently online revealing hidden family members like Artist and Peanut?
That is the core conflict. Shalita made it very clear that while the world knows about Claressa living with her grandmother between ages 5 and 10, nobody ever acknowledged that Shalita called Pat Summitt to turn down her own dream, moved into her cousin's house, and effectively helped raise Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa while the mother focused on the teenage brother, Artist.
Shalita described the home environment in northern Flint as severe poverty, where the daughters were treated as secondary to the sons. That family dynamic, according to Shalita, is what created this intense need for public validation and defensiveness in adulthood.
And when that defensiveness gets challenged by a simple question from a friend like Nigeria, asking if Pap is creeping back to his wife, the entire facade cracks. Nigeria stood her ground, called out the toxic behavior, and exposed the fact that behind the gold medals and Hollywood deals, there is a whole lot of panic.
If you are just tuning into our show, let us know on the chat. Do you think Shalita coming forward now is about setting the family record straight, or is it personal beef dressed up as receipts?
People online are completely divided. Some view Shalita's revelations as a necessary truth for a narrative that erased her sacrifice, while others question why these family details about Artist and the childhood home are surfacing right as the film promotion peaks.
Because truth does not care about movie promotional schedules, D. When you build a public persona on being undefeated and unbothered, but your ex-best friend has screenshots of you dropping threats like, "I must show you," and a rapper's wife has receipts of you hanging up scared on a late-night phone call.
The public is going to start asking what else is hidden under the rug. And with Papoose claiming he asked for a divorce multiple times, while Remy insists he fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside her own home.
Imagine sitting inside a house your own wife owns, falling asleep on the phone with an Olympic champion, and then when the wife picks up, the boxer panics and hangs up. You cannot make this up.
That is exactly what the leaked text screenshots show, Bianca. Remy posted the conversation where she claimed she caught Papoose red-handed while he was lying in her house, a house he allegedly refuses to leave. Remy says Claressa got scared and disconnected the second she heard Remy's voice on the line.
And then Claressa shoots back on social media calling Remy jealous and claiming Remy has 2 boyfriends. Meanwhile, Papoose releases a statement calling Remy a narcissist, alleging she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain and insisting he is the one who asked for a divorce multiple times.
All while Papoose claims he stayed quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school. But Remy also alleged that Papoose was plotting with side chicks to get her arrested, threatening to leak explicit videos and claiming he wrote her lyrics. What is the latest on those text leaks?
The screenshots show absolute chaos, Rachel. Remy claims she has been faithful for 17 years and that Papoose is just trying to sabotage her behind the scenes because she holds the bag. But what really ignited the conversation online was the breakdown between Claressa and her ex-best friend Nigeria.
Over one single question, D. Nigeria literally just asked, is Pap still creeping back to Remy? That was it. No insults, no yelling. And Claressa allegedly torched the entire friendship on the spot, called Nigeria an enemy, labeled her broke and delusional, and dropped that line. I must show you.
Which Nigeria shut down immediately with a clapback. People are quoting everywhere. My mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break. If you are watching us right now, jump into the chat and tell us, do you think Claressa's reaction was pure panic over her public image, or is there something deeper going on? Bianca, what do you make of that exchange?
It is pure panic, Rachel. You do not threaten your best friend and burn your own house down over a simple question, unless the answer frightens you to your core. When you start calling people enemies and posting paragraphs online about fake friends, you are just describing yourself in a mirror.
And the psychological pattern is so clear. Claressa reportedly set up these strict rules where nobody in her circle is allowed to support Remy or listen to her music. Yet Claressa turns around and does the Lil Kim challenge after being visibly pressed about Lil Kim at a promotional event, and she is leaving comments under Cardi B's posts even after getting irritated when Cardi praised Remy at a concert.
It is total contradiction. One day you are mad, the next day you are copying the trend. That is not just a mood swing, D. That is an obsession. She is spending full-time energy on a woman she has never even sat across from.
But where does that deep need for control and public validation come from, Bianca? If we look at what cousin Shalita revealed about their upbringing in Flint, Michigan, it puts everything into context. When Shalita was 17 years old, she turned down a full basketball scholarship from Pat Summitt to move in and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
That revelation shocked everyone, Rachel. Shalita explained that when she graduated high school at 17, she met 6-year-old Claressa, who told her about trauma she experienced that other adults in the family completely ignored. So Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, declined the scholarship, and moved straight into that house on the north side of Flint.
Think about what that means! A 17-year-old girl giving up her entire future and a Pat Summitt scholarship because the mother in that house cared more about her own habits and favored the boys, Artist and Peanut, over Claressa and her sister Brianna.
Shalita specifically stated that the girls were treated as afterthoughts in their own home, while the mother prioritized Artist and Peanut. Dee, what else did Shalita share about the family dynamic and this older brother Artist?
Well, Shalita mentioned that Artist is the oldest brother, and despite Claressa sharing almost every detail of her life on social media, Artist is completely invisible in her public narrative. Nobody even knew he existed until Shalita brought him up. Shalita also claimed that Claressa's only genuine friend is a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just using her for an opportunity.
And that explains the explosion with Nigeria. The second Nigeria asked about Papoose, Claressa saw it as an opportunity seeker stepping out of line. But let us be real. When you grow up being an afterthought in your own home, while the boys get all the attention, you spend your entire adult life demanding public validation.
That struggle for recognition is central to her upcoming film, The Fire Inside, produced with Universal Studios, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny. The movie, opening on Christmas Day, highlights her journey from poverty in Flint to becoming a 2-time Olympic champion after defeating Sweden's Anna Laurel. It even touches on her living with her grandmother between 5 and 10 and forgiving her mother.
Exactly, Rachel. Claressa explained in interviews that she negotiated that movie contract for a year when she was 20 years old with her lawyers. She talked about how hard it was to open up about her childhood trauma and her mother because she did not want to upset her mom. But Shalita's interview paints a whole different picture of who was actually protecting her back then.
Because Shalita's name is not mentioned once in that origin story. Imagine giving up a full Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 to raise a child, and then years later, a major Hollywood movie comes out about her life, and your sacrifice is completely erased. Of course Shalita is going to speak up.
If you are just tuning in, join the chat and weigh in. Do you think Shalita is coming forward now to set the record straight on family history? Or is this timed to cause maximum damage to the movie premiere? D, how is this impacting the movie buzz?
The leaked texts between Remy and Papoose revealed that Claressa was already in a massive panic over how this drama might affect the fire inside. When you have a Christmas Day release backed by major studio executives, the last thing anyone wants is the lead subject being dragged into a 17-year marriage breakdown.
But Claressa brought this on herself, Dee. You cannot play mediator or get involved with a married man like Papoose, get caught on a late-night phone call by Remy Ma, and then act surprised when the scandal hits the front page right before your movie drop.
And Papoose claiming he asked for a divorce multiple times does not erase the fact that Remy exposed those text messages showing Claressa panicked the second Remy picked up the phone. Bianca, do you think Claressa can clean this up before Christmas Day?
Clean it up, Rachel. The damage is done. When your ex-best friend Nigeria has screenshots of you dropping threats like, "I must show you," and your cousin is online exposing family secrets about your hidden brother artist and Pat Summitt, there is no public relations team on earth that can sweep this under the rug.
And Nigeria's response really stuck with people because she proved she was not intimidated. When someone threatens you with, "I must show you," and you respond that your mindset is wealthy and your spirit cannot be broken, you take away all their power.
That is why this dynamic is so explosive. On one side, you have Papoose accusing Remy of being a narcissist and cheating with Easy the Block Captain while he raises their 6-year-old daughter. And on the other side, you have Claressa trying to manage leaked DMs, family revelations, and a major film premiere all at once.
It all comes back to that need for control, Rachel. Whether it is telling her friends they cannot listen to Remy Ma's music, hiding her brother artists from the public, or losing her temper when Nigeria asks a simple question, Claressa is desperate to keep the official narrative intact.
But as Shalita pointed out, the truth always comes out eventually. Shalita carried that answer for years, why she gave up her scholarship, why she moved into that Flint house, and how the mother favored artist and peanut. And now that the floodgates are open, more people are questioning what else was left out of that Hollywood script.
And let us not forget the role Papoose plays in all of this. While Remy accuses him of taking her money, setting traps, and threatening to leak explicit videos, Papoose insists he is the victim who just wants a civilized divorce for his daughter's sake.
Civilized. Papoose falling asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the house Remy owns is the furthest thing from civilized. If he wanted a quiet divorce, he would not be exchanging late-night calls with a world champion boxer while his wife is in the next room.
And Remy made it clear she is not playing. She said she is a one-boyfriend woman, laughed off the idea of Papoose buying Claressa gifts because she holds the bag, and warned everyone that she is not the enemy you want to make.
Which brings us right back to the central question. With Remy walking Claressa down on social media, Papoose firing back accusations, and Shalita dropping bombs about Flint,
the entire foundation is crumbling, Rachel. Look at the timeline. Cousin Shalita revealed in that sit-down that she literally turned down a full scholarship from legendary coach Pat Summitt at 17 years old just to stay behind in Flint and protect a 6-year-old Claressa.
And Dee can confirm the details from those statements. Shalita explained that 6-year-old Claressa had tried telling other adults about being hurt, but nobody did anything until Shalita picked up the phone, canceled her college dreams, and moved right into that house on the north side of Flint.
That is an unbelievable sacrifice for a 17-year-old girl to make. And what makes the family dynamic so intense, Bianca, is what Shalita revealed about the household. The mother cared far more about the boys, Artist and Peanut, than she did about Claressa and Brianna.
Exactly! The girls were treated as an absolute afterthought in their own home, while their mother was just focused on keeping food on the table and dealing with her own habits. Artist was already a teenager back then, an older brother who exists completely invisible in Claressa's public narrative.
That is the revelation that caught everyone off guard. In all the online lives, all the social media posts, and all the blog chatter, this older brother artist has never been mentioned once, even though Shalita confirmed that he exists and that they are actually close.
When you grow up as an afterthought in your own family, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding that the world validate you, which gives so much context to how Claressa projects herself online today.
But demanding validation on the internet comes with a massive cost, Dee. Look at what happened with her ex-best friend, Nigeria. One single question destroyed that entire friendship in a matter of seconds.
All Nigeria asked was a simple question: is Pap still creeping back to Remy? That was literally it. No swearing, no yelling, and according to the leaked direct messages, Claressa completely torched the entire friendship right then and there.
She immediately branded her an enemy, told her to stop texting her phone, and then dropped those venomous messages calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable.
That is pure panic, Rachel. When you burn down your whole house over one simple question, it means the answer terrifies you to your core. You do not go on a tirade and threaten, "I must show you," unless you have completely lost control of the situation.
But Nigeria did not back down for a single second. Bianca, she fired right back with that incredible clapback, telling Claressa that while she might not have her kind of money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit can never be broken.
The public reaction to these leaked messages has been absolute chaos online. Let us bring in a message from someone watching the show right now.
Hi, my name is Marcus from Atlanta, and I have been cheering for Claressa since her very first gold medal. It breaks my heart to hear about her childhood in Flint, but watching her attack her friends and get mixed up with Remy Ma is so disappointing. Is there anyone in her inner circle who actually has her best interests at heart?
Marcus, that is the ultimate question. Because according to Shalita, the only true friend Claressa actually has in her life is a woman named Victoria. Everyone else in her circle is just there chasing an opportunity.
And you can see that isolation in how Claressa handles the people around her. D. Reports show she basically created an unofficial rulebook for her friends. If you support Remy Ma, or even enjoy her music, you are automatically treated like the opposition.
It is a total circus of contradictions. One day she is visibly irritated because Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, and the next day she is leaving nice comments under Cardi's posts like nothing ever happened. Or hopping on the Lil Kim trend after being visibly pressed around her at that promotional event.
It is a full-time obsession. She is pouring all this energy into a woman she has never even sat across from, while Remy Ma is out here posting leaked text screenshots showing Papoose sleeping on the phone with Claressa inside the house Remy owns.
And Remy made it crystal clear in her statements that she considers herself a monogamous, one-boyfriend woman who holds the bag, while accusing Papoose of plotting with side chicks to set traps and try to get her arrested.
Remy even claimed Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos and publicly claim he wrote her famous song lyrics, while Papoose fired back, calling Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain.
And amidst all this marital warfare, look at what is hanging in the balance for Claressa. We are talking about an Olympic champion who beat Sweden's Anna Laurel on her way to gold, who fought her way out of Flint poverty and negotiated a major Hollywood deal with Universal Studios when she was only 20 years old.
That feature film, The Fire Inside, starring Ryan Destiny, directed by Rachel Morrison and written by Barry Jenkins, is scheduled to open in theaters on Christmas Day. It covers her entire journey, including her childhood trauma, being assaulted at 5 years old, living with her grandmother until age 10, and the painful process of forgiving her mother.
She worked so hard with her team to handle those deeply personal topics with care so she would not hurt her mother. But now this massive public scandal is threatening to completely overshadow the biggest moment of her professional life.
Because instead of the headlines celebrating her historic boxing legacy and her Christmas movie release, the entire world is talking about leaked direct messages, late-night phone calls, and her family exposing deep secrets.
Remy even alleged in those leaked texts that Claressa was in total panic mode over how this affair drama would impact the movie premiere. And when you look at how Claressa ran online to claim everyone around her is fake and untrustworthy, psychologists literally call that textbook projection.
When you spend all day smelling rot on everyone else, Bianca, it usually means something is rotting right inside your own home. And with Papoose claiming he has requested a divorce multiple times just to protect his 6-year-old daughter, while Remy insists she holds the bag and walk Claressa down.
And walking her down is exactly what happened the moment those direct messages were posted for the whole world to see. You cannot claim you are a world champion who steps into the ring without fear, and then the second a wife answers her husband's phone at night, you hang up in a total panic.
That is precisely what the released screenshots show, Bianca. According to the claims made in those posts, Papoose allegedly fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the very house Remy owns and says he refuses to leave. When Remy picked up and spoke, Claressa allegedly hung up immediately. And when the confrontation continued online, Claressa shot back, telling Remy that she was just jealous of Papoose and claimed Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own.
Dee, what about those leaked text messages where Claressa was supposedly panicking over her career?
Yes, Rachel. The shared text messages allegedly reveal that Claressa was in absolute panic mode over how this entire situation would impact the Christmas Day premiere of her upcoming movie, The Fire Inside. She was terrified that this personal mess would drown out her professional accomplishment.
Because it is drowning it out! When you spend your time online calling everyone around you fake, untrustworthy, and snake-like, people are going to look at your own conduct. You post paragraphs pretending you are surrounded by enemies, but psychologists call that textbook projection. Whatever is rotting inside your own situation, you start smelling on everyone else.
And it gets even worse when you look at the fallout with her ex-best friend Nigeria. That entire multi-year friendship was completely torched over one single question. Nigeria simply asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. No insults, no yelling. And allegedly, Claressa exploded, branded Nigeria an op, which means opposition or enemy, and told her to stop texting her phone.
Dee, did the reporting show what else was said in those leaked direct messages between them?
The screenshots floating around show messages where Claressa allegedly took things to a very toxic level, calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, before ending it with a direct threat saying, "I must show you." But Nigeria did not back down for a single second. She fired back with a line that has everyone talking, telling Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
Now that is a classic clapback. Nigeria stood her ground, and it shows you the unwritten rule book Claressa allegedly forces on her circle. If you are in her life, you are not even allowed to play Remy's music or like her posts without it turning into a full crisis. It is pure obsession. One day, Claressa is visibly irritated when Lil Kim shows up at a promotion event. The next day, she is doing the Lil Kim challenge online. One day, she is annoyed because Cardi B praised Remy at a concert. And the next day, she is commenting under Cardi's posts like they are best friends. Pick a lane.
Drop your thoughts on our live board right now. Do you think Claressa's social media reactions are pure projection, or is she just reacting to the intense pressure of this public split? But Bianca, if we want to understand why Claressa has this intense need for public validation and why she reacts so aggressively when her inner circle questions her, we have to talk about what her cousin Shalita just revealed about her childhood back in Flint, Michigan.
That interview from Shalita was an absolute bombshell, Rachel. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she was offered a full scholarship to play basketball under the legendary coach, Pat Summitt. That is a life-changing opportunity. But that exact same year, 17-year-old Shalita met 6-year-old Claressa, who confided in her about deeply painful childhood abuse that she had tried telling other adults about, and those adults did nothing.
Exactly, Bianca. Shalita said she personally picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, declined that dream scholarship, and moved right into Claressa's mother's house in Flint to protect 6-year-old Claressa and help raise the children.
Dee, what did Shalita reveal about the home dynamic in Flint during those early years?
Shalita explained that they grew up in severe poverty on the north side of Flint. She claimed the mother was focused on keeping a roof over their heads and dealing with her own personal habits, but prioritized the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna. Shalita said the girls were essentially afterthoughts in their own home, which is why Shalita stepped up to raise Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa herself, while the oldest brother, Artist, was already a teenager.
And let us talk about Artist! Because until Shalita spoke out, the entire public thought Claressa only had her sister Brianna. Nobody in the public sphere even knew an older brother named Artist existed. He has been completely invisible in her public life, on her social media, and in her origin story, even though Shalita confirmed that Artist exists and that he and Claressa are actually close.
It really makes you pause, Bianca. When someone grows up feeling like an afterthought in their own household, they spend their entire adult life loudly demanding the world validate them.
Exactly! That is why she craves the spotlight so intensely. And Shalita did not stop there. She also claimed that out of everyone claiming to be Claressa's best friend, the only real friend she actually has is a woman named Victoria. Shalita said everyone else hanging around her is just there chasing an opportunity, and the second that opportunity is gone, they will disappear.
Dee, this background adds so much complexity to her upcoming film, The Fire Inside, doesn't it?
It truly does, Rachel. Remember, Universal Studios approached Claressa back when she was just 20 years old, right after she defended her Olympic gold medal against Sweden's Anna Laurel. She spent a whole year negotiating with a lawyer to make sure her story was protected before signing the contract. The movie, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins and directed by Rachel Morrison with Ryan Destiny playing Claressa, covers her incredible rise from Flint poverty to boxing history, but it also tackles her childhood trauma and her painful journey to forgive her mother.
Claressa spoke before about how she did not like her mother from the time she was 9 until she was 15 or 16, and how she lived with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after enduring childhood assault. She said she was terrified that putting her story in a movie would hurt her mother or make her mother feel blamed. She worked so hard to handle those private family wounds with care and grace.
And now, right as this massive feature film is scheduled to hit theaters on Christmas Day, her personal life is exploding in public. Instead of headlines highlighting her historic athletic feats and her Hollywood story, every blog and comment section is focused on leaked direct messages, marital disputes, and alleged late-night phone calls.
Tell us on our official show, hashtag, when The Fire Inside hits theaters on Christmas Day, will you be tuning in for her inspirational sports biography, or has this personal drama completely taken over the narrative for you?
How could it not take over, Rachel? Look at what Papoose and Remy Ma are putting out there. Papoose issued a public statement calling Remy a narcissist who repeatedly cheated on him, specifically naming battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose claims he has been quietly asking for a divorce multiple times just to protect their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school every day.
While Remy insists she has been completely faithful for 17 years, calling herself a one-boyfriend woman, Remy claims Papoose is just bitter because she holds the financial bag, and she accused him of plotting with his side chicks to set traps to get her arrested, while threatening to leak explicit videos and claim he wrote her famous song lyrics.
You have a husband claiming he wants a peaceful divorce for his 6-year-old daughter, a wife claiming she controls the money and calling out an Olympic champion, and Claressa in the middle panicking about her Christmas movie premiere.
And when you step back and look at all three of them, Bianca, nobody is coming out of this looking clean or victorious.
Absolutely not, Rachel. Because while Papoose is out here preaching about protecting his 6-year-old daughter from social media foolishness, he is also dropping public statements calling his wife of 17 years a manipulative narcissist. And Remy Ma is right back at him, accusing him of plotting with side chicks to get her arrested and threatening to leak explicit videos.
And let us not forget what started this whole explosion in the early morning hours, Bianca. The statement and screenshots published online showed Remy calling out Papoose for falling asleep on the phone with Claressa Shields right inside the home Remy owns and says he refuses to leave. According to what was published, Remy claimed Claressa got scared and hung up the moment she heard Remy's voice on that call.
But D, Claressa did not just stay quiet when those screenshots started circulating, did she? What did her side put out there?
She went right back at Remy, Rachel. Claressa claimed that Remy is just jealous of Papoose and alleged that Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own. Meanwhile, the reporting shows Claressa was secretly in panic mode behind the scenes because of how this public mess affects her big feature film release.
Panic mode is an understatement, D. Think about the timing. You have a multi-million-dollar Universal Studios movie, The Fire Inside, hitting theaters on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny as Claressa, depicting her rise from Flint to winning gold over Anna Laurel of Sweden in the Rio Games. And right when Hollywood is rolling out the red carpet, her name is dragged into late-night screenshots with Papoose.
It is the kind of publicity money cannot buy, Bianca, but certainly not the kind a studio wants for an inspirational Christmas release. But what strikes me as even deeper is how this whole situation with Remy Ma seems to trigger something so specific in Claressa. D, you were looking into what happened between Claressa and her former close friend Nigeria, right?
That was one of the most explosive leaks of the entire week, Rachel. The entire friendship between Claressa and Nigeria completely disintegrated over just one single question. Nigeria allegedly sent a direct message asking, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. One question.
And instead of laughing it off or ignoring it like a normal person, Rachel, Claressa allegedly torched the entire bridge. She called her own friend an enemy, told her to stop texting her phone, called her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, and capped it off with a threat, saying, "I am going to show you." Who reacts like that to a simple question unless the truth terrifies them?
That is classic projection, Bianca. When someone runs online to announce that everyone around them is fake and moving like backstabbers, psychologists will tell you they are often just describing their own reflection. But D, how did Nigeria respond when those toxic messages came her way?
Nigeria did not back down at all, Rachel. She delivered a clapback that went viral instantly. She told Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break." And then she dropped all those DMs for the world to see.
That line about a wealthy mindset was pure poetry, D. Because look at the rules Claressa was allegedly imposing on her circle. Cousin Shalita even brought up how deeply invested Claressa is in Remy Ma. It is like Claressa created an unofficial rule book for her friends. If you like Remy, if you listen to Remy's music, you are automatically the enemy.
Which is so contradictory, Bianca, considering how Claressa behaves on social media. One day she is visibly annoyed at a promotional event because Lil Kim shows up, and the next day she is online doing the Lil Kim challenge. One day she gets irritated because Cardi B praises Remy at a concert, and the next day she is leaving nice comments right under Cardi B's posts.
Exactly, Rachel! It is complete cognitive dissonance. But if you really want to understand why a world champion athlete behaves this way, you have to look at what Cousin Shalita exposed about her childhood back in Flint, Michigan. Because everything loops back to that early trauma.
That interview with Shalita shook everyone. Rachel, Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she was offered a full scholarship to play for legendary coach Pat Summitt. But right around that same time, 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about terrible trauma and abuse she was experiencing at home from someone close to the family.
And Shalita made a sacrifice that almost nobody in her position would make. D, what did she do next?
Shalita called Pat Summitt directly on the phone and said, "Thank you for the opportunity, but I have to decline the scholarship." She gave up her entire college basketball dream to move straight into Claressa's mother's house in Flint just to protect 6-year-old Claressa, because the other adults in the family were doing absolutely nothing about it.
Imagine giving up a full Pat Summitt scholarship at 17! And what makes it so heartbreaking, Rachel, is that in Claressa's official public origin story, Shalita's name is not mentioned even once. Shalita literally raised those kids, Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut, because their mother was focused on her own habits and prioritized the boys over the girls.
That detail about the family dynamics in Flint really explains a lot, Bianca. Shalita mentioned that the mother cared far more about the sons, Artist and Peanut, than she did about Claressa or Brianna. The girls were essentially an afterthought in their own home.
And speaking of artist, Rachel, that was another massive revelation from Shalita. Did anyone in the public even know Claressa had an older brother named Artist? He was already a teenager when Shalita moved in, and Shalita says Claressa and Artist are actually close. Yet in all the social media posts, all the documentaries, all the interviews, Artist is completely invisible.
Why is the older brother kept totally hidden from the public ID? A woman who posts every single second of her life on Instagram has a whole older brother nobody ever heard of. Invisible people in famous public stories are usually invisible for a reason, and nobody ever thought to ask why until Shalita spoke up.
When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own house, Bianca, you spend your entire adult life loudly craving public validation. That is why Claressa reacts so intensely to any perceived slight or rivalry online.
It also explains why her circle of friends is so fragile, Rachel. Shalita straight up said that Claressa only has one single true best friend in her whole life, a woman named Victoria. Shalita said everyone else around Claressa is just there for an opportunity, using her until they get what they want.
And we saw that exact dynamic play out with Nigeria, Rachel. The moment a real question was asked about Papoose and Remy, the friendship blew up, the DMs got leaked, and all the dirty laundry was aired out right before Christmas.
What do you at home think about Shalita giving up her scholarship to protect Claressa? Let us know in the comments down below. But D, looking at the business side of this, Universal Studios bought the rights to Claressa's life story back in 2016, right after she won her second Olympic gold medal. She spent a whole year negotiating that deal with a lawyer at just 20 years old.
And now that movie, The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, is opening across the country on Christmas Day. Claressa has talked about how hard it was to forgive her mother, how she was abused at 5 years old and had to live with her grandmother until she was 10, carrying all that anger inside her before finally opening up to her mom before the documentary came out.
But now, just 2 weeks before the nationwide premiere, this whole cheating drama with Papoose, Remy Ma, and Easy the Block Captain is threatening to overshadow the entire film. Rachel, Papoose is publicly claiming that Remy lied about being a one-boyfriend woman for 17 years and that he only stayed to protect their 6-year-old daughter.
Oh, please, Dee. Papoose is playing the peaceful family man now, but Remy claims he was plotting with his side chicks to set traps to get her arrested. And what about those explicit video threats Remy accused him of making?
Tell us in the chat, do you think Papoose and Remy Ma are really getting a divorce this time? Or is this just another explosive chapter in their 17-year history? Because while Remy claims she holds the financial bag and controls the money, Papoose insists he moved on and she is just chasing clout on social media.
Papoose moving on with an Olympic boxer who allegedly gets scared and hangs up the phone the second the wife answers. You cannot make this stuff up, Rachel.
And meanwhile, Easy the Block Captain's name is right in the middle of Papoose's claims, while Claressa is desperately trying to protect her Christmas movie release from getting swallowed whole by the drama.
But when you look at the DMs, the phone calls, and the allegations of secret side chicks and video leaks, it is clear this fallout between Remy Ma and Papoose is completely out of control. D.
Absolutely, Rachel. Remy posted those text screenshots showing Papoose allegedly texting Claressa Shields late at night, claiming Pap fell asleep on the phone while laying right in the very house Remy owns, and he refuses to leave.
And then Remy exposed that Claressa panicked, got scary, and hung up the exact second she heard Remy's voice on the line. On top of that, Remy claims Claressa started stressing over how all this scandalous promo affects her Christmas Day movie premiere.
If you are just joining us on the live stream right now, let us bring you up to speed. Hip-hop couple Remy Ma and Papoose have announced a very messy, very public split after 17 years together.
That is right, Rachel. Remy claims Papoose is plotting with secret side chicks, setting traps to get her arrested, and threatening to leak explicit videos while claiming he wrote her lyrics. But Papoose fired back, calling Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, while he stays quiet and takes care of their 6-year-old daughter.
Papoose claims he asked for a divorce numerous times, but Remy insists she holds the financial bag, owns the home, and is a one-boyfriend woman. And right in the middle of all this crossfire sits boxer Claressa Shields.
What did you discover about those leaked messages with her former friend Dee?
Rachel, Claressa's former best friend, Nigeria, just dropped bombshell DMs proving how tense things really are. All Nigeria did was ask one simple question: is Pap still creeping back to Remy? And that single sentence torched the entire friendship.
Because you do not set your own house on fire over a question unless the answer terrifies you. Claressa allegedly went totally toxic, calling Nigeria an op, telling her to stop texting her phone, calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable before threatening her with, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not flinch at all. She fired straight back, saying she might not have Claressa's money, but her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something Claressa could never break.
That is a legend-level clapback. And let us be real, Claressa's obsession with Remy Ma is wild. She literally handed her friends an unwritten rule book that Remy is the ultimate enemy. Yet she turns around and does the Lil' Kim challenge after getting pressed about Kim at a promo event, and she is commenting under Cardi B's posts after getting irritated when Cardi praised Remy at a concert.
Let us pause for a second and take a message coming in right now from our chat.
Hey livestream, I am Jasmine from Atlanta. I just started watching 20 minutes ago. I cannot believe Claressa Shields is getting dragged into all this social media drama when she is an Olympic gold medalist with a major movie coming out on Christmas. Is she completely destroying her own professional launch over a married man?
Jasmine, you are asking the exact question everyone in the industry is whispering right now. She is lighting her own momentum on fire.
And that brings us to the bigger picture here, Dee, because for anyone who is jumping on the live right now, Claressa Shields is preparing for her major Hollywood biographical film titled The Fire Inside, releasing from Universal Studios on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny.
Exactly, Rachel. The movie, directed by Rachel Morrison and written by Barry Jenkins, chronicles her incredible journey from growing up in Flint, Michigan, to her Olympic gold medal win against Sweden's Anna Laurel. It explores her childhood trauma, being sexually abused at 5 years old, living with her grandmother until age 10, and eventually forgiving her mother.
But cousin Shalita just sat down for an explosive interview and dropped family details that Universal Studios definitely left out of the movie script.
Walk us through those details, Dee. What did Shalita uncover about the family history in Flint?
Shalita revealed that when she was 17, she gave up a full athletic scholarship to play under legendary coach Pat Summitt just to stay behind in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa after Claressa confided in her about the abuse that other adults had completely ignored.
Think about that, Bianca! Giving up a Pat Summitt scholarship. Shalita basically stepped up and raised Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut because their mother cared far more about her own habits and keeping food on the table, prioritizing the boys over the girls.
And Shalita also exposed a family member that nobody in the public ever knew existed: Bianca.
The hidden older brother, Artist. Shalita revealed Artist was already a teenager when she moved in. And while Claressa and Artist are actually close, he is completely invisible on Claressa's social media, where she posts every single detail of her life.
Shalita did not stop there, Rachel. She explicitly stated that out of everyone surrounding Claressa, her only real, genuine friend is a woman named Victoria. She claimed everyone else in Claressa's circle is just using her for an opportunity and will abandon her the moment they get what they want.
Which explains why Claressa exploded at Nigeria over one simple question. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own home, you spend your entire adult life desperately seeking public validation and treating every single person like a threat.
Chat, we want to hear from you. Do you think Claressa's childhood trauma and family secrets are driving this obsessive social media behavior, or is she simply making bad choices in Papoose and Remy's divorce war?
That is the central question, Rachel, because understanding trauma explains someone's behavior, but it certainly does not excuse it.
Exactly, Bianca. And when you look at what Shalita brought to light, the psychological pattern becomes impossible to ignore.
It really does, Rachel. Shalita laid out a home life in Flint where Claressa's mother was focused on basic survival, her own habits, and clearly favored the two boys, Artist and Peanut, over Claressa and her sister Brianna.
And let us talk about Artist for a second. artist was already a teenager when 17-year-old Shalita gave up that full athletic scholarship from Pat Summit to move into that house in Flint. Shalita explicitly stated that Claressa and artist are actually close, yet he is completely non-existent on her social media platforms where she posts every single detail of her life.
D. Did Shalita offer any explanation as to why artist remains completely off the grid while Claressa broadcasts every moment of her life online?
She did not give an exact reason, Rachel, but she made a point to highlight how strange it is. She emphasized that invisible people in public narratives are usually hidden for a reason, even when they are close behind closed doors.
Because showing him reminds her of the dynamic where the boys got all the attention, D. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own living room, you spend your entire adult life building a public persona that desperately demands absolute spotlight, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And that brings us right back to how she treats the people in her circle today. Chat, jump in right now. Do you agree with Shalita that everyone in Claressa's life except Victoria is just using her for an opportunity?
Just look at what happened with Nigeria. Nigeria was considered a close friend. And the moment Nigeria asked one simple question about whether Papoose was creeping back to Remy, Claressa burned that entire bridge to ash on the spot.
The details from those leaked direct messages are wild, Bianca. According to the screenshots, when Nigeria asked that single question, Claressa exploded with hostility. She branded Nigeria an OP, meaning opposition or enemy, told her to stop texting, and blasted her with personal insults, calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable.
And there was an explicit threat included at the end of those messages as well, right, Dee?
Yes, Rachel. The text explicitly warned, "I must show you." But Nigeria did not flinch or shrink back at all. She fired straight back, telling Claressa that while she might not have that kind of money, her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit is something that type of person could never break.
That is a 10 out of 10 clapback from Nigeria. Because when someone loses an argument so badly that they resort to calling you broke and throwing threats, that is not power. Rachel, that is pure panic. Claressa realized that single question walked straight into the one locked room she is terrified to expose.
Bianca, why do you think Remy Ma's name causes such an immediate, explosive reaction across Claressa's whole life?
Because this is not just a sports rivalry or a rap dispute, Rachel. It is a full-time, unpaid obsession with overtime. Look at the rules she reportedly sets for her friends. Nobody connected to Claressa is even allowed to support Remy or enjoy her music without it turning into a whole crisis.
And the online contradictions keep piling up, Rachel. During a promotional event, Claressa was visibly irritated when Lil Kim showed up, but then right after, she is online hopping on the trend and doing the Lil Kim challenge.
Pick a lane, D. One day you are seething at someone, and the next day you are copying their moves online.
It happened with Cardi B as well. Bianca, when Cardi B publicly praised Remy Ma during a concert, Claressa got visibly annoyed by the compliment. Yet shortly after, Claressa is right under Cardi B's posts commenting like nothing ever happened.
It shows how deeply triggered she gets by anything involving Remy Ma. And D, that leads directly into the massive feud between Remy Ma and Papoose that broke wide open early Thursday morning.
That morning was completely explosive, Rachel. Remy posted alleged text message screenshots showing Papoose communicating with Claressa, claiming Papoose actually fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
And Remy alleged that the second she picked up the phone and Claressa heard her voice on the line, the world champion boxer got scary and hung up immediately. That is wild.
Remy also claimed that Papoose has been actively trying to sabotage her behind the scenes, attempting to set traps with side chicks to get her arrested, and threatening to leak explicit videos while claiming he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That.
What was Claressa's direct response to those heavy claims, Dee?
Claressa shot back on social media, telling Remy that she was just jealous of Papoose and claiming Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own. Meanwhile, Remy maintains that she has been a strict one-boyfriend woman for 17 years, adding that Papoose is a taker, not a giver, and reminding everyone that she is the one holding the bag financially.
But Papoose came right back with his own statement, Rachel! He called Remy a narcissist and accused her of cheating repeatedly.
Exactly, Bianca. Papoose claimed he has requested a divorce numerous times and that Remy chose to cheat repeatedly.
Papoose is genuinely trying to protect his 6-year-old daughter, or is Remy right that he is orchestrating traps behind the scenes?
Let us be completely honest, Rachel. Papoose bringing up their 6-year-old daughter going to school is a calculated move to claim the high
Repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose stated that while Remy is clout-chasing online, he has stayed quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day.
Audience, jump into the conversation. Do you think Papoose
ground, while both of them are airing out 17 years of marriage on social media?
And remember, Rachel, all of this public chaos is exploding right as Claressa is preparing for the nationwide release of her feature film, The Fire Inside, produced through her deal with Universal Studios and opening on Christmas Day.
That major deal was negotiated over an entire year, starting when she was just 20 years old, after she received that initial Hollywood email following her Olympic gold medal victory against Sweden's Anna Laurel at the Rio Games.
And that film digs directly into her childhood trauma in Flint, living with her grandmother between 5 and 10 years old after experiencing abuse, and the painful journey toward forgiving her mother.
Claressa mentioned in a past interview that she spent years staying silent about her upbringing because she did not want to upset her mother or make her feel blamed for things that happened so long ago.
But now that cousin Shalita has come forward, exposing how Shalita gave up her Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 to raise 6-year-old Claressa, revealing the hidden older brother artist, and explaining how the daughters were treated as afterthoughts. The public context surrounding this movie release has completely
By leaked DMs, phone arguments, and divorce accusations.
Exactly, Rachel! Instead of celebrating her gold medal trajectory or her major film release, the entire internet is analyzing her toxic arguments shifted.
Universal Studios hired Oscar-winning writer Barry Jenkins and director Rachel Morrison, with Ryan Destiny starring as Claressa, to build an inspiring narrative about overcoming odds. But instead of focusing on her world titles, the timeline is dominated
with Nigeria and her late-night phone calls with Papoose.
And those leaked direct messages even showed that Claressa was allegedly in total panic mode over how this massive public scandal might destroy the launch and promotion of The Fire Inside.
Bianca, can a high-stakes release like The Fire Inside survive this level of messy public scandal right before opening on Christmas Day?
Scandal gets attention, Rachel. But there is a massive difference between movie star buzz and a total circus. When your ex-best friend is leaking texts about your wealthy mindset clapbacks and a hip-hop legend is publicly accusing you of sleeping on the phone with her husband, Universal Studios executives are not smiling, they are scrambling.
It creates an incredible contrast, Rachel. On one side, you have the world-class athlete who fought her way out of Flint poverty and secured a massive Hollywood biography. On the other side, you have someone getting dragged into public fights, sending hostile texts, and enforcing strict rules about who her friends can listen to.
Which brings us right back to Shalita's claim about her circle, D. Shalita said Victoria is her only real friend and everyone else is just there to leech off her opportunity.
Exactly, Bianca. Shalita warned that as soon as those people extract what they want, or as soon as the ship starts taking on water, they will walk away without looking back.
And that shows that despite all the Olympic gold, all the millions, and a feature film opening on Christmas Day, Claressa is still battling the exact same issue she faced as a 6-year-old in Flint, trying to find genuine loyalty in a world where everyone around her is playing for themselves.
And that whole situation with her circle is so telling, Bianca. When you look at what Shalita revealed in that interview, she made it very clear that Victoria is literally the only person in Claressa's life who isn't there for an agenda.
Exactly, Dee. And isn't it tragic? You have an athlete who went all the way to the Olympics, beat Anna Laurel, brought home gold, signed a massive deal with Universal Studios when she was just 20 years old after negotiating for a whole year with her lawyer, and yet her inner circle is a revolving door of opportunistic people.
That contract led straight to her feature film, The Fire Inside, which opens in theaters on Christmas Day. But Dee, bring us back to what Shalita said about how that pattern started, because this goes back to the very house Claressa grew up in on the north side of Flint.
That is the heart of the matter, Rachel. Shalita explained that when she met Claressa, Claressa was only 6 or 7 years old. The family was living in severe poverty, and the mother was focused entirely on keeping food.
The girls were literally treated like an afterthought in their own home. Imagine being a little girl in Flint, going through immense hardship and feeling invisible to your own mother while your brothers get all the attention.
And Shalita dropped a huge detail there, didn't she, Dee?
On the table and her own habits. But beyond that, there was a clear dynamic of favoritism. The mother prioritized the sons, Artist and Peanut, over the daughters, Claressa and Brianna.
Because the public knows about Peanut, but almost nobody knew about the older brother, Artist.
That surprised everyone. Artist was already a teenager when Shalita came into the picture. Shalita said Artist is the oldest brother, that he and Claressa are actually close, but he is completely invisible in her public life. On social media, where Claressa documents practically every moment, Artist is never mentioned.
Invisible people in public stories are almost always invisible for a reason, Rachel. When someone posts their entire life online, but keeps a close family member completely off the screen, you have to ask why. And when you grow up as an afterthought, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding validation from the rest of the world.
Which explains so much about how she reacts on social media today. But let's not gloss over the sacrifice Shalita made back then. Dee, spell out what happened with that scholarship, because that detail left everyone stunned.
It really did. Shalita had secured a full scholarship to play for Pat Summitt, a legendary opportunity. But right around the time she graduated high school at 17, 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about terrible things that were happening to her. Things Claressa had already told other adults who did absolutely nothing. Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down the scholarship, and moved right into that house in Flint to protect Claressa and raise those kids.
Think about that level of sacrifice. A 17-year-old girl walking away from a life-changing college offer because the adults in that house refused to protect a 6-year-old child. And then years later, when the Hollywood movie gets made and the story gets told, Shalita's name isn't even in the origin story once. Not one single time.
That history puts so much into perspective. Tell us in the chat, do you think Claressa's current struggles stem directly from that childhood trauma, or is that no excuse for how she treats people today? Dee, how does that deep-seated need for validation connect to this whole messy fallout with her former best friend, Nigeria?
It connects directly, Rachel, because when you look at those leaked direct messages between Claressa and Nigeria, you see someone who reacts to a simple question with total nuclear panic.
It wasn't even a confrontation. Nigeria literally just asked one single question. Is Pap still creeping back to Remy? That was it. One sentence. And instead of laughing it off or answering normally, Claressa completely torched a lifelong friendship to ashes right there on the spot.
The messages Nigeria leaked show an absolute explosion. Claressa reportedly called Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable. She branded her an opposition, told her to stop texting her phone, and then dropped a direct threat, saying, "I must show you."
I must show you. That is not the response of someone who is secure, Dee. That is the reaction of someone who is terrified that the truth is leaking out. You don't set your own house on fire over a rumor unless the question walks right into the one room you've been hiding.
And Nigeria's response to that threat was incredible, wasn't it, Dee? She didn't back down for a single second.
Nigeria stood her ground completely. She sent back a clapback that had everyone talking, telling Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break." She completely flipped the narrative on its head.
That response broke Claressa's entire defense, because Claressa tries to use her wealth and her titles as a shield. but Nigeria reminded her that material success doesn't automatically buy peace or integrity.
It really highlights that pattern of projection we keep seeing. Bianca, you were pointing out how Claressa goes online to announce that everyone around her is fake and untrustworthy.
It is textbook projection, Rachel. When you run to social media to write long paragraphs about how everyone in your life is a snake and a backstabber, you aren't describing the people around you. You are narrating your own reflection in the mirror. Truly confident people who find themselves around bad friends just walk away quietly. They don't hold a public press conference about it every 2 weeks.
And it isn't just Nigeria, Rachel. Look at the strict, almost unhinged rules Claressa reportedly enforces regarding Remy Ma. Anyone in Claressa's circle is allegedly forbidden from supporting Remy, playing her music, or even mentioning her name without it turning into a massive issue.
It's an unofficial rule book. If you're my friend, Remy is your enemy. Who does that over someone they claim they don't even know personally? Rivals ignore each other, D. Rivals block each other and go win world titles. This isn't a rivalry. This is a full-time, unpaid job with overtime.
And the contradictions online just keep piling up. D, look at what happened with Lil Kim and Cardi B.
It's completely wild, Rachel. First, Claressa was visibly pressed and bothered when Lil Kim showed up at that promotional event. Then suddenly, she's online doing the Lil Kim challenge. Then, when Cardi B gave Remy Ma a public compliment at a concert, Claressa got annoyed about it. But now, she's sitting right under Cardi B's posts, acting like nothing ever happened.
Pick a lane! One day you're seething, the next day you're copying. That isn't just a mood swing, Rachel. Those are full-on symptoms of an obsession. Every single turn, every outburst loops right back to Remy Ma.
Which brings us straight into the middle of this explosive split between Remy Ma and Papoose. D, walk us through the actual text messages that Remy dropped, because this completely blew the lid off the entire situation.
Remy Ma woke up and chose total warfare, Rachel. She posted screenshots of text messages between Papoose and Claressa. According to Remy, Papoose actually fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while laying inside the house that Remy owns, a house she says Papoose refuses to leave.
And the moment Remy picked up the phone and spoke, what happened? The world champion boxer got scary and hung up immediately.
That's exactly what Remy claimed. She posted that Claressa got scared and hung up the phone as soon as she heard Remy's voice. Remy also shared another screenshot where she claimed Papoose took Claressa's advice, alleging that Papoose was actively trying to set traps with his side chicks to get Remy arrested, the woman he's been with for 17 years without her ever being unfaithful.
Claressa didn't stay quiet after those screenshots came out, did she, D?
Not at all, Rachel. Claressa shot back on social media, claiming Remy is just jealous of Papoose and alleging that Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own. But Remy shot that right down, insisting she has always been a one-boyfriend woman, adding that she's the one bringing in the money anyway, calling Papoose a taker, not a giver.
And let's not forget the financial side of this. Remy explicitly said, "I'm the one with the bag." She scoffed at the idea of Papoose buying expensive gifts for anyone else because she controls the finances.
But then Papoose released his own statement, D, and his version of events paints a completely different picture of their marriage.
Papoose came forward and labeled Remy a narcissist. He claimed that she has been cheating repeatedly, specifically alleging an affair with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose stated that he has requested a divorce numerous times, but that Remy prefers to chase clout on social media rather than handling it maturely.
He also brought up their 6-year-old daughter, didn't he, D?
Yes, Papoose emphasized that he remained quiet for a long time for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day, while he stays home taking care of her while Remy is out.
But wait a minute, D. Remy also alleged that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos of her and publicly claimed that he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That. So both sides are throwing massive, heavy accusations at each other.
Meanwhile, behind the scenes at Universal Studios, executives are watching this entire public explosion unfold right before Christmas Day, when The Fire Inside hits theaters. D, what are sources saying about the panic over this promotional nightmare?
Leaked texts suggest Claressa herself went into full panic mode over how this scandal might affect the film. This movie was supposed to focus on her triumph over adversity, her victory against Anna Laurel, and her rise from Flint. Instead, weeks before the Christmas Day release, her name is dominated by late-night phone calls, cheating claims, and leaked DMs.
It's the ultimate promotional nightmare. Universal Studios signed this deal years ago. Barry Jenkins wrote the script, Rachel Morrison directed it. Ryan Destiny is starring as Claressa. And instead of talking about inspiring sports stories, the entire internet is talking about Papoose falling asleep on the phone while laying in Remy's house.
What do you think at home? Is this public chaos going to hurt the box office numbers for The Fire Inside on Christmas Day? Or will the publicity actually bring more eyes to her story? Drop your thoughts in the chat. Bianca, when you weigh everything Shalita said against these leaked messages, it feels like Claressa's past and present are colliding all at once.
They are completely colliding, Rachel. You have the childhood trauma in Flint, the sacrifice Shalita made by turning down Pat Summitt, the hidden brother artist, the strict rules about who can listen to Remy Ma, and now getting caught right in the middle of a 17-year marriage, ending in allegations of explicit threats and secret phone calls.
And don't forget Nigeria's warning, Bianca. Nigeria made it clear that when you build a foundation on shifting ground and push away real friends who actually care about your spirit, eventually the truth catches up to you.
Exactly! Whether you're an Olympic legend or an everyday person, you cannot run from your past forever. And trying to control everyone around you through threats and rules is a full-time job that always ends in disaster.
And that brings us right back to the central question surrounding that late-night phone call between Papoose and Claressa. Equal sign, equal sign, equal sign. Did he really just fall asleep on the phone while staying inside a house that Remy owns? Or was that late-night call a calculated move that completely backfired the second Remy picked up?
That is the million-dollar question, Rachel. According to the screenshots and the statements floating around, Remy walked right in on that situation. She claims he fell asleep on the line with Claressa, and as soon as Remy grabbed that phone and spoke, Claressa hung up instantly. Then Remy went straight to social media, releasing text messages where she claims he was taking advice from Claressa and trying to set traps to get Remy arrested in the very house she owns, and that he reportedly refuses to leave.
Oh, please! Hanging up the moment you hear the wife's voice is not world champion behavior, Bianca. You cannot claim to be the baddest in the ring and then run scared when the actual spouse picks up the receiver. And let us talk about the nerve of staying in a home that belongs to your spouse while allegedly plotting behind her back. If those text messages are real, that entire household was a powder keg waiting for a match.
But then Papoose hit back with his own statement, D. He did not stay silent for long.
Not at all, Rachel. Papoose completely denied her version of events and called her a narcissist. He claims he has asked her for a divorce numerous times, but she would rather chase clout online than handle it like civilized adults. He says he kept quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day, and he accused her of cheating repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain while he stayed home taking care of their child.
Look at how fast a 17-year relationship unravels the second social media gets involved. He is accusing her of cheating. She is accusing him of financial control, explicit video threats, and trying to frame her with side chicks. It is a complete circus. But notice how every single road in this mess keeps leading back to Claressa Shields.
And that is where things get really heavy, Bianca. Because to understand why Claressa gets pulled into these intense, chaotic dynamics, you have to look at what her cousin Shalita just revealed about her upbringing on the north side of Flint.
D. Break down what Shalita actually said about that family dynamic, because those details were heartbreaking. It explains so much, Rachel. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, her father took her to meet that side of the family for the first time. That was when she met 6-year-old Claressa, who confided in her about terrible trauma she was enduring. Claressa had told other adults in the family, but nobody did anything. So 17-year-old Shalita literally called legendary coach Pat Summitt on the phone and declined a full basketball scholarship so she could move into that house in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
Do you realize the magnitude of that sacrifice, Rachel? Giving up a full ride from Pat Summitt, a golden ticket out of poverty, because the adults in that house were too checked out to protect a 6-year-old child. Shalita said the mother cared more about keeping a roof overhead and prioritizing the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna. The girls were complete afterthoughts in their own home.
And that psychological footprint is huge. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own house, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding validation from the world.
Hi everyone, I am Marcus from Atlanta. I have been following Claressa since her incredible Olympic victory over Anna Laurel, and I just cannot believe her own cousin is putting her childhood trauma on blast like this right when her big movie is about to come out. Isn't family supposed to protect you?
Marcus, bless your heart, but protection goes both ways. Shalita gave up her entire future at 17 to raise those kids when nobody else would. She carried that secret for decades while Claressa built a public brand that completely erased Shalita from her origin story.
But to Marcus's point about the movie, Claressa has actually spoken about this painful past before, hasn't she?
She has, Rachel. When Universal Studios approached her after the Rio Games to make her biopic, The Fire Inside, she admitted in a past interview that she had to have very tough conversations with her mother. She lived with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after experiencing sexual abuse, and she admitted that from age 9 to 15, she loved her mother but did not like her. It took working with screenwriters and industry heavyweights like Barry Jenkins to help her address that anger so they could tell her story accurately on screen.
So the trauma was already out there, but what Shalita did was pull back the curtain on the family favoritism and that hidden older brother, Artist. Everyone online keeps asking, why is Artist completely invisible in her public life when Shalita says they are close? Why document every second of your life on social media, but pretend your oldest brother does not exist?
And that brings us right to her inner circle, Bianca, because Shalita also claimed that Claressa does not actually have best friends. She said the only true friend Claressa has is a woman named Victoria, and everyone else is just around for an opportunity.
And we saw that exact dynamic explode with Nigeria D. Nigeria was supposed to be in her inner circle, and all it took to destroy that entire friendship was one single question. Is Pap still creeping back to Remy? That was it. One question, and Claressa reportedly torched the entire relationship to ashes.
That reaction was explosive, D. What did those leaked direct messages actually show?
It was absolute toxicity in the DMs, Rachel. Claressa allegedly branded her an OP, meaning opposition or enemy, threatened to block her, and called her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with, "I must show you." But Nigeria did not back down at all. Nigeria fired right back, telling her, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
That clapback from Nigeria was elite, Rachel. Because when someone starts throwing insults about your looks and your bank account over a simple question, that is not strength. That is pure panic. Claressa is running around creating unofficial rule books for her friends, telling them they cannot listen to Remy Ma's music or support her, while she herself goes online doing the Lil Kim challenge after being visibly annoyed by Lil Kim at a promotional event.
It is a total paradox, Bianca. One day she is irritated that Cardi B praised Remy at a concert, and the next day she is commenting under Cardi's posts like nothing happened. What do you think our viewers think about these contradictions? Drop your thoughts in the comments right now, because this psychological tug-of-war is wild.
And the timing could not be worse for Universal Studios, Rachel. The Fire Inside, starring Ryan Destiny and directed by Rachel Morrison, is set to open in theaters on Christmas Day. Executives were counting on a triumphant sports narrative about an Olympic legend overcoming poverty in Flint. And instead, the headlines are filled with allegations of late-night phone calls, marital sabotage, explicit video threats, and family feuds.
The studio executives must be holding their breath. You have Papoose claiming Remy is trying to frame him. Remy claiming Papoose is trying to get her arrested while setting traps with side chicks. And Claressa caught right in the middle while her cousin exposes the entire family dynamic.
And let us not forget the financial layer here, D. Remy explicitly stated in her posts that she is the one with the money in her marriage, calling Papoose a taker, while Papoose claims he is the one protecting their 6-year-old daughter from social media embarrassment.
Exactly, Rachel. Papoose claims he stayed quiet for a long time to protect their child's school life, but Remy alleges he threatened to publicly claim he wrote her lyrics and release private videos if she did not comply with his demands.
It is absolute warfare. And when you look at how Claressa fits into all of this, you realize that whether it is her family in Flint, her former friends like Nigeria, or this 17-year hip-hop marriage,
it all collides into one massive public explosion. And Dee, when you look at those direct messages between Claressa and her former friend Nigeria, it is mind-blowing how one single question completely dismantled that entire relationship.
It really did, Rachel. Nigeria simply asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. No insults, no confrontation, just one question, and according to the leaked screenshots, Claressa completely lost it. She immediately branded Nigeria an OP, meaning an enemy, told her to stop texting her phone, and then threatened to block her.
that is pure panic, plain and simple. When someone sets their entire house on fire over a simple question, it is because they cannot afford for the truth to come out. If the rumor was completely ridiculous, you laugh, you roll your eyes, and you move on. You do not go nuclear on your closest friend unless that question walks straight into a room you were desperately trying to keep locked.
Exactly, Bianca. And the insults in those leaked messages were so toxic. Claressa allegedly called Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending it with a threat saying, "I must show you." That does not sound like someone standing in a position of strength. That sounds like someone losing control of the narrative.
But Nigeria did not back down at all, Rachel. She fired right back with a clapback that went viral instantly, telling Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break." She stood her ground completely while exposing how deeply unraveled Claressa seemed over anything involving Remy Ma.
And that is the real core of this whole mess, Dee. Claressa is carrying around an absolute obsession with Remy Ma. Look at the behavior online. She imposes this unofficial rulebook on everyone in her circle, where liking Remy or listening to her music makes you the enemy. Then she turns around and does the Lil Kim challenge right after being visibly pressed about Lil Kim at that promotional event. Then she gets irritated when Cardi B praises Remy at a concert, but turns around and comments under Cardi's posts like nothing happened.
It is textbook projection and contradiction, Bianca. And psychologists actually point to that exact behavior. When someone runs online to announce that everyone around them is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like snakes, they are often projecting what is happening inside themselves. But when you look at Claressa's history, you start to understand where that desperate need for validation comes from.
That is where her cousin Shalita's interview brings so much context to the surface, Rachel. Shalita revealed that growing up on the north side of Flint in extreme poverty, their family dynamic was incredibly painful. Claressa's mother cared far more about keeping a roof over their heads, her own habits, and her sons, Artist and Peanut, than she did about Claressa and her sister Brianna. The girls were treated like an afterthought in their own home.
And that explains so much about adult behavior. When you spend your entire childhood feeling invisible and secondary in your own family, you grow up demanding the entire world look at you. You crave validation so loudly because you are trying to prove to everyone and to yourself that you are not an afterthought anymore.
Right, Bianca. And Shalita made a point of bringing up the hidden older brother, Artist. While everyone knows about Peanut, Brianna, and the rest, Artist was already a teenager when Shalita came into the picture. He is close to Claressa, yet he is completely invisible in the public story of a woman who documents almost every second of her life online. Why is the oldest brother kept entirely out of the spotlight?
Exactly, Rachel. Shalita pointed out that invisible people in public narratives are usually invisible for a reason. She also dismantled the idea of Claressa's inner circle, stating flatly that Claressa only has one true friend, a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else claiming to be a best friend is just there for opportunity.
Which makes the fallouts with people like Nigeria make total sense. But let us not lose sight of what Shalita sacrificed for Claressa when they were kids. At 17 years old, Shalita was offered a full scholarship by Pat Summitt, one of the absolute greatest basketball coaches in history. That was a ticket out, a dream opportunity. And Shalita called Pat Summitt on the phone and turned it down to stay in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
Because 6-year-old Claressa had confided in her about suffering severe sexual abuse, a trauma she had tried telling other adults about, but no one took action until Shalita stepped in and moved right into that house. That level of sacrifice at 17 years old is unimaginable, Dee.
It really is, Rachel. And what makes it so striking is that in Claressa's public origin story, Shalita's name is not mentioned once. Claressa has spoken about her past before, specifically leading up to her movie The Fire Inside, where she revealed that she was raped at 5 years old, stayed with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and harbored intense anger toward her mother for years. She even admitted that between 9 and 15, she loved her mom but did not like her, and avoided speaking about the abuse publicly for years because she did not want to upset her mother or place blame on her.
Imagine carrying all that trauma while building a legendary boxing career. She won Olympic gold over Sweden's Anna Laurel. She became a world champion, and now Universal Studios made a feature film about her life starring Ryan Destiny, directed by Rachel Morrison, written by Barry Jenkins, opening on Christmas Day. But right when this movie is supposed to celebrate her triumph over poverty and abuse in Flint, her private life is exploding in the most chaotic way possible.
To our viewers watching right now, do you think Claressa's social media behavior is a result of unhealed childhood trauma, or is she simply letting the high-stakes drama get the better of her? Drop your thoughts in the live chat because we want to hear how you see this situation.
And that drama is not just limited to her past or her friendships, Rachel. It is directly entangled with Remy Ma and Papoose's 17-year marriage. Remy went completely public with alleged text messages showing that Papoose fell asleep on a late-night phone call with Claressa Shields while inside the very house Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
And Remy did not hold back at all, Dee! She claimed that as soon as Claressa heard Remy's voice on that call, Claressa got scary and hung up immediately. Remy then posted follow-up text screenshots claiming Papoose took Claressa's advice and was actively plotting with side chicks to set traps and get Remy arrested. Remy called herself a one-boyfriend woman, laughed at the idea of Papoose buying gifts, and pointed out that she is the one with the bag because Papoose is a taker, not a giver.
But Papoose came back with his own fierce counter-allegations. Bianca, he released a statement calling Remy a narcissist who repeatedly cheated on him, specifically alleging an ongoing affair with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose claims he asked for a divorce numerous times and stayed quiet until now, solely to protect their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school, while Remy chooses to clout chase on social media.
Meanwhile, Remy also accused Papoose of threatening to publicly claim he wrote her lyrics for her track Imagine That, and threatening to leak explicit videos if she did not comply with his demands. It is a complete standoff between two people who have been together for nearly 2 decades, with Claressa right in the middle.
And let us be real, Claressa is reportedly in absolute panic mode behind the scenes because of how this affects her movie, The Fire Inside. When Universal Studios negotiated for a year to get her life story, when Barry Jenkins wrote the screenplay and Ryan Destiny stepped into her shoes, nobody at the studio anticipated that weeks before the Christmas Day premiere, their star athlete would be caught in the middle of a messy hip-hop divorce while her cousin exposes family secrets online.
Exactly, Bianca. If you are a studio executive at Universal Studios right now, you are looking at 2 completely different narratives colliding. On one hand, you have an inspirational biopic about an Olympic champion overcoming childhood trauma and poverty in Flint. On the other hand, you have leaked DMs, accusations of traps, explicit video threats, and late-night phone calls with married men.
And what makes it even crazier, Rachel, is how Claressa shot back at Remy online. Claressa called Remy jealous of Papoose and accused Remy of actually having 2 boyfriends of her own. So instead of staying quiet or letting her public relations team handle the situation ahead of her big movie release, Claressa stepped right into the ring with one of the most ruthless battle rappers in the industry.
That is because Claressa does not know how to back down, Dee, in the ring. That fight-or-flight energy made her a 2-time Olympic gold medalist and a world champion. But on social media, that exact same instinct makes you burn down your friendships with people like Nigeria and trade jabs with Remy Ma. while executives hold their breath.
For everyone tuning in live, where do you stand on this situation? Do you think Remy Ma exposed this to protect her platform? Or is Papoose right that she is playing the victim after moving on? Chat with us live right now, because this entire feud is redefining how celebrity splits play out in real time.
What is wild is that Remy explicitly stated she never stepped out on Papoose in 17 years, while Papoose insists he stayed silent for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter. But when you look at the allegations of setting traps to get someone arrested, threatening to release private videos, and arguing over who owns the house, this goes far beyond a typical breakup. It is an all-out war for public perception.
And Claressa being dragged into this is the ultimate wild card, Rachel. Remy claimed that Claressa was terrified once she was caught on that call, hanging up as soon as Remy spoke. But Claressa claims she was just giving Papoose advice. Which brings us right back to that question Nigeria asked. Why was Claressa so deeply involved in Papoose and Remy's marital issues in the first place?
Because as Nigeria proved with that leaked exchange, asking a single question about Papoose was enough to make Claressa cut ties, launch personal insults, and issue threats. When a simple question causes that level of explosion, it tells you that the topic itself is an absolute minefield.
And when you link that back to what cousin Shalita revealed, Rachel, it shows a pattern. Claressa's entire childhood was built on surviving trauma, being overlooked for her brother's artist and peanut, and relying on Shalita's protection after giving up her Pat Summitt scholarship. That need to control the narrative and surround herself with people who offer validation rather than tough questions has been there since Flint.
Look at how Shalita described it, Dee. Shalita said she carried those answers for years and just needed permission to release the truth. She brought up how the family ignored what happened to 6-year-old Claressa until Shalita personally stepped in. So when Shalita speaks on family dynamics, the hidden brother artist, or how friends are just using Claressa for opportunities, people listen because Shalita was the one who actually sacrificed her future for her.
And that is why the contrast between her movie The Fire Inside and her current social media war is so jarring, Bianca. The movie showcases her triumph, her journey from age 5, staying with her grandmother, to negotiating her Universal Studios deal at 20 with lawyers to protect her story. Yet today, she is entangled in direct message wars, toxic insults, and claims of being involved with a married man.
Outlets and online followers are watching every single move, Rachel. Remy is claiming victory and staying happy while calling Papoose mad. Papoose is standing by his claims of narcissism and infidelity with Easy the Block Captain. And Claressa is fighting on two fronts, against her former best friend Nigeria and against Remy Ma herself.
It is absolute chaos, Dee. You have Nigeria standing firm with her wealthy mindset response, refusing to let Claressa intimidate her, while Remy Ma uses her platform to post receipts and walk Claressa down on Instagram.
And as we examine how all of these pieces fit together, from the boxing ring to the streets of Flint, from Universal Studios boardrooms to late-night phone calls, one thing is completely clear: this story is far from over, and the fallout for everyone involved is just beginning.
Exactly, Rachel. And the immediate fallout is happening right in front of us because Nigeria's leaked messages showed us the exact moment this whole structure began to crumble.
That single question was all it took, Bianca. Nigeria literally just asked if Papoose was creeping back to Remy Ma, and boom! Claressa did not just answer, she reportedly torched the entire friendship on the spot, calling her former friend an opposition, broken, unattractive, and mentally unstable.
Look, Dee, you do not set your whole house on fire over a simple question you can easily laugh off. You burn the house down when the question walks straight into the one room you have been desperately trying to keep locked shut. If there was truly nothing to hide, why unleash threats and toxic insults?
And Nigeria did not flinch for one single second. She hit right back, saying that while she might not have that kind of boxing money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something that type could never break.
That clapback was absolute fire, Rachel. But while all this chaos was exploding, the public statement from Papoose painted an entirely different picture of what was going on behind closed doors. He claims he has requested a divorce numerous times, and that Remy is the one playing the victim on social media after allegedly cheating repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain.
Oh, please. Papoose claims he was staying quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school, while Remy Ma is screaming that he fell asleep on the phone with Claressa right inside the house that Remy owns and that he refuses to leave.
It is a total wall of conflicting stories. Bianca, on one side, you have Remy saying she has been a one-boyfriend woman for 17 years and accusing Papoose of plotting with side chicks to set traps for her and threatening to release explicit videos. On the other side, Papoose insists he is the primary caretaker of their 6-year-old, while Remy chases online clout.
And if you look under the surface of all these online wars, Bianca, cousin Shalita's latest revelations, explains so much about why Claressa reacts with this level of extreme panic whenever someone in her circle asks a basic question.
Shalita came to that interview with her whole chest and left absolutely nothing on the table. She revealed that when she was 17 years old, she met 6-year-old Claressa, who told her about the trauma she suffered at the hands of someone very close to the family. And when the other adults did nothing about it, 17-year-old Shalita picked up the phone, called legendary coach Pat Summitt, and turned down a full basketball scholarship just to move in and protect those kids.
That is an unimaginable sacrifice, Dee. Shalita basically took on the responsibility of raising Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa because, according to her, their mother cared more about keeping a roof and her own habits, prioritizing her sons, Artist and Peanut, over the girls.
That is right, Rachel. Shalita explicitly stated that the daughters were treated like an afterthought in their own home on the north side of Flint. And that brings up the hidden brother, Artist, who is close to Claressa, yet he is completely invisible in her public narrative.
Isn't that wild, Rachel? A woman who documents her entire life online, who negotiated her movie contract with Universal Studios at 20.
For years, everyone thought Claressa's public family story was complete, but Shalita dropped the bomb that there is an older brother named Artist, who was already a teenager back then.
Years old, to tell her life story, has an older brother named Artist that nobody in the public ever heard of. Invisible people in public stories are usually invisible for a reason, and nobody ever thought to ask why.
And that deep-rooted history of being an afterthought in her own home goes straight to the core of her adult behavior, Bianca. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own house, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding public validation. What do you think about this at home? Tell us in the comments if you believe childhood emotional wounds explain this constant need to prove oneself online.
That psychological drive explains the unofficial rulebook she forced on her friends, Rachel. Shalita pointed out that Claressa is so deeply, weirdly invested in Remy Ma that no one in her circle was even allowed to listen to Remy's music or support her without it becoming a massive situation.
And look at the circus of contradictions, Bianca. One day, Claressa gets visibly annoyed when Cardi B praises Remy Ma at a concert, or gets pressed when Lil Kim shows up at a promo event. Then suddenly, she is hopping on the Lil Kim challenge online and leaving comments under Cardi B's posts like nothing ever happened.
It is textbook obsession, D. One day you are seething, the next day you are copying. Real rivals ignore each other, block each other, and move on with their lives. They do not turn a woman they have never even sat across from into a full-time, unpaid job with overtime.
But when that single question about whether Papoose was creeping back to Remy was brought up by Nigeria, all that unaddressed frustration exploded into leaked messages and toxic insults.
And remember, Rachel, this is not just an online feud between friends anymore. Universal Studios is preparing to release The Fire Inside on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny as Claressa, showing her journey from poverty in Flint to her Olympic gold medal win over Sweden's Anna Laurel. Her team spent a year negotiating that contract to protect her legacy, and now her name is entangled in cheating claims, late-night phone calls, and accusations of being involved with a married man.
Remy Ma walked her down on social media, D. Remy posted alleged text screenshots showing Papoose texting Claressa and claimed Claressa got scary and kept hanging up the moment she heard Remy's voice on the line.
Meanwhile, Claressa shot back, calling Remy jealous of Papoose and accusing her of having 2 boyfriends. But according to those same leaked texts, Claressa was in absolute panic mode over how this mess would impact her movie release.
Which is completely understandable from an industry standpoint, Rachel. Papoose is out here calling Remy a narcissist who cheated with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, while Remy claims Papoose tried to set traps to get her arrested and is threatening to claim he wrote her lyrics.
But let us go back to what Shalita said about Claressa's inner circle, Rachel, because this ties the whole picture together. Shalita claimed that if Claressa has any real friend, the only real best friend she has is a woman named Victoria. She said every other person claiming to be her friend is just there for an opportunity, waiting for the moment they can use her to advance themselves.
That is a very lonely place to be, Bianca. If Victoria is truly her only loyal friend, it makes you understand why Claressa panics and lashes out the second anyone like Nigeria steps out of line. What do you all think? Is Claressa surrounding herself with opportunity friends, or is her past making her push everyone away? Let us know in the chat right now.
It creates a vicious cycle, Rachel. Growing up staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after enduring childhood abuse, feeling secondary to her brothers Artist and Peanut, and relying on her 17-year-old cousin Shalita to step in when adults failed. All of that built an immense amount of anger that she carried straight into her boxing career.
And even though she worked to rebuild her relationship with her mother before her documentary came out, those deep scars from Flint do not just disappear because you win Olympic gold against Anna Laurel or sign a major studio movie deal.
Exactly. And now, with Papoose claiming he finally moved on while Remy claims he is taking gifts meant for others and refusing to leave her house, Claressa is stuck right in the middle of a hip-hop marriage breakdown.
Remy Ma even laughed off the idea of Papoose buying gifts for anyone, calling him a taker rather than a giver, and bragging that she is the one with the bag in their marriage, telling everyone that she is very happy, and that is why Papoose is mad.
But Papoose says he is the one who repeatedly asked for a divorce while taking care of their 6-year-old daughter. He said Remy preferred clout chasing on social media over handling their marital breakdown like civilized adults.
The contrast is wild, Bianca. On one hand, you have Papoose talking about taking their 6-year-old daughter to school while accusing Remy of narcissism. On the other hand, Remy is alleging that Papoose was plotting with side chicks to destroy her platform.
And right in the eye of this storm is Claressa Shields, whose team is watching her movie release timeline shrink down to days, while direct messages, text screenshots, and family secrets flood every single timeline.
Look, Rachel, when your cousin goes on a show and reveals that you have a hidden older brother named Artist that nobody knew existed, and that she gave up her Pat Summitt scholarship to raise you because your mother favored the boys.
It completely reshapes the public narrative, Bianca. People thought The Fire Inside was just an inspiring sports biography about overcoming poverty on the north side of Flint, but now the real-life drama is eclipsing the silver screen.
And when you look at how Shalita described her role, literally calling Pat Summitt at 17 to say no thank you to a dream basketball career so she could protect a 6-year-old child, you see that the real story behind Claressa's rise is far more complex than any promotional campaign could ever capture.
But instead of focusing on that legacy, Claressa is online telling people they are moving like enemies and calling her former best friend an opposition over a simple question about Papoose.
Because as Nigeria proved with those leaked DMs, asking if Papoose was creeping back to Remy touched a nerve that Claressa could not handle.
And as Remy Ma continues to insist that she will never back down, pointing out that she owned the house Papoose refused to leave while he fell asleep on the phone with Claressa.
That is the ultimate humiliation, Dee. Imagine laying in a house your wife owns, falling asleep on the phone with another woman, and then getting caught when your wife picks up the line.
And according to those released messages, the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, she hung up immediately. Remy even claimed Papoose took Claressa's advice before those screenshots were published.
For anyone just joining us, let us recap why this whole story is blowing up right now. We are following the chaotic breakdown of hip-hop couple Remy Ma and Papoose after 17 years together. Remy shared text messages claiming Papoose had an affair with two-time Olympic boxing champion Claressa Shields, while Papoose insists Remy cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain and says he has been requesting a divorce for months.
And while Papoose says he kept quiet to protect their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day, Remy claims he was actually plotting with another woman to set traps and try to get her arrested.
Meanwhile, Claressa denies being involved in any affair, claiming Remy is just jealous because Papoose is a taker, while alleging Remy has two boyfriends of her own. But then Claressa's former best friend Nigeria leaked direct messages showing Claressa completely cutting her off over one simple question.
What do you make of those leaked text messages, Bianca? Because Nigeria literally just asked if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy, and Claressa instantly called her an enemy, told her to stop texting, and started throwing toxic insults.
That reaction screams pure panic, Rachel. When someone calls their friend broke and unstable over a single question, they are trying to hide something. But Nigeria stood her ground with that incredible response, telling Claressa that her mindset is wealthy even if she does not have champion boxing money.
Hi everyone, my name is Tasha from Chicago, and I have been watching all morning. I honestly feel so bad for Claressa, because it seems like every time she builds something huge like her movie coming out, people around her just try to tear her down and leak her private life.
Tasha from Chicago bringing a passionate perspective into the stream. What do you think, Dee? Is Claressa being targeted, or is she creating her own storm here?
Look, Tasha, it might seem like people are picking on her, but Claressa is the one who ran online claiming everyone around her is fake and moving like an enemy.
Exactly, Dee. And remember what Claressa's cousin Shalita said during her recent interview. Shalita point blank stated that Claressa's only true friend in this entire world is named Victoria, and that everyone else calling themselves her best friend is just using her for an opportunity.
That brings us right back to the heavy family revelations Shalita shared about Claressa's childhood in Flint, Michigan. For viewers who just tuned in, Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she personally called legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt to turn down a full scholarship so she could stay in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
That took immense courage, Rachel. Shalita explained that 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about abuse by someone close to the family after other adults did nothing. Shalita moved into the home to raise Claressa, her sister Brianna, and her brother Peanut, while their mother favored the boys over the girls.
And Shalita dropped another huge bombshell that left people shocked. Claressa has an older teenage brother named Artist who has been erased from her public life entirely.
Which is so fascinating, Bianca, because Claressa documents so much of her life, leading up to Universal Studios producing a feature film about her life story, The Fire Inside, opening on Christmas Day.
That movie covers her rise from an impoverished childhood on the north side of Flint, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after enduring trauma, all the way to winning Olympic gold against Sweden's Anna Laurel.
But now, with less than 2 weeks before this major release starring Ryan Destiny, executives are watching her get dragged into Remy and Papoose's explosive split, while her cousin lays out all the hidden family history on camera.
It makes you wonder how this affects the promotional rollout for the film D. On one side, everyone is talking about Claressa, but on the other side, the headlines are full of leaked messages, cheating accusations, and social media feuds.
Studio executives must be stressed, Rachel. Remy explicitly claimed Claressa was in full panic mode over how this affair scandal would impact The Fire Inside. You do not want your leading subject involved in explicit video threats and late-night phone call confrontations right before a major release.
But Claressa keeps adding fuel to the fire. She has strict rules where people around her cannot even play Remy Ma's music, yet she turns around and does the Lil' Kim challenge right after looking annoyed near Lil' Kim at an event.
What do you think about all these contradictions, audience? Jump into the chat and let us know. Bianca, why do you think she keeps making these U-turns on social media?
Because she craves public validation, Rachel. When Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa got irritated. but then she turned around and commented under Cardi's post like nothing happened.
And that loops right back to Papoose's statement accusing Remy of being a narcissist who cheated repeatedly, while Remy insists she has been a loyal one-man woman for 17 years and that Papoose is just mad because she holds the bag.
Remy claims she is the one with the money and that Papoose is a taker, not a giver. But Papoose insists he stayed quiet for a long time solely to protect their 6-year-old daughter who has to deal with all this at school.
Imagine a 6-year-old child stuck in the middle of leaked screenshots, claims about battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, and explicit video threats.
And that is the most heartbreaking part of Papoose's statement, Bianca, because he explicitly brought up their 6-year-old daughter who has to wake up every morning and go to school while all these wild screenshots are circulating online.
He really stressed that, Dee. Papoose claimed he wanted to handle this split like civilized adults and that he asked Remy Ma for a divorce numerous times, but she chose to take things to social media and play the victim after he finally moved on.
But let us not erase what started this entire sunrise explosion, Rachel. Remy woke up and chose complete chaos by dropping those alleged text messages showing Papoose texting with world champion boxer Claressa Shields.
Exactly. According to those posts published in the early morning hours, Remy alleged that Papoose actually fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the very home that Remy owns, and that Papoose allegedly refuses to leave.
And the best part of Remy's commentary was when she claimed that this world champion boxer turned around and got scared, hanging up the second she heard Remy's voice on the line.
Claressa put on her gloves and fired right back, though. Bianca. She accused Remy of being jealous of Papoose and alleged that Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own while pretending to be completely monogamous.
Right, but inside those very same leaked text exchanges, Remy alleged that Claressa was in total panic mode about how all this public drama might affect her upcoming movie, The Fire Inside, which is scheduled for release on Christmas Day.
And that panic makes complete sense when you look at the background. Dee brought us earlier about Claressa's cousin, Shalita. Shalita sat down for a massive interview and laid out family history that has never been spoken about publicly before.
Shalita did not hold back at all, Rachel. She came with her whole chest and revealed why Claressa's desperate search for public approval started long before any boxing ring or Hollywood contract.
The core revelation from Shalita is that back when she was 17 years old, she was offered a full basketball scholarship to play under legendary coach Pat Summitt. But that was the exact same year 17-year-old Shalita met 6-year-old Claressa.
And during that meeting, 6-year-old Claressa confided in Shalita about severe childhood trauma and mistreatment that she had already reported to other adults in the family, but those adults had done absolutely nothing about it.
Think about the sacrifice Shalita made. Dee. A 17-year-old girl picks up the phone, calls Pat Summitt, turns down a full ride that could have changed her entire destiny, and moves directly into Claressa's mother's home in Flint just to protect a 6-year-old child.
Shalita explained that growing up on the north side of Flint, Michigan meant living in deep poverty. She alleged that Claressa's mother was focused on keeping a roof over their heads and prioritizing her own habits, but above all, favoring the boys over the girls.
That detail about the family dynamic was so eye-opening, Bianca. Shalita stated that the mother cared far more about the sons, Artist and Peanut, than she did about the daughters, Claressa and Brianna, leaving the girls feeling like total afterthoughts in their own house.
And that is where the secret brother comes into the picture. How do you document your entire life on social media, post endless video streams, and yet nobody in the public ever knew Claressa had an older brother named Artist?
Artist was already a teenager when Shalita moved in, while Shalita basically raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa. Shalita noted that Artist and Claressa are actually close, but he has been kept completely invisible in her public narrative, while she shares everything else with millions of followers.
Shalita also addressed Claressa's inner circle, stating that out of everyone surrounding the boxer, her only genuine best friend is a woman named Victoria, while everyone else is simply hanging around for personal opportunities.
Which brings us right back to that incredible fallout with her former best friend Nigeria, Rachel. Imagine a friendship of years completely disintegrating into dust, all because of one single question.
That question was simply Nigeria asking Claressa if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma. Nigeria did not curse, she did not yell, she just asked, and according to the leaked DMs, Claressa allegedly torched the entire friendship on the spot.
What do you think about a friendship ending over one single question, audience? Jump into the live chat and tell us if you think that reaction was panic or protection.
It was pure panic, Rachel. You do not burn down your entire house over a question you can easily laugh off. You only detonate the friendship when the question walks straight into the one room you keep locked key under mattress.
In those leaked messages, the person alleged to be Claressa lashed out, calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with a direct threat saying, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not flinch for one single second. She fired back with a line that should be framed on a wall, telling Claressa that she might not have her kind of money, but her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something that type could never break.
That response was incredible, Bianca, but look at the psychological pattern. Claressa recently posted online claiming everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies, which experts often describe as classic projection.
Absolutely. When you run online to broadcast that everyone around you is a snake, you are just narrating your own reflection. And look at the rules she reportedly enforces on her friends. Nobody in her circle is even allowed to play Remy Ma's music or support her without it becoming an emergency.
And yet at the same time, Claressa is jumping on social media doing the Lil Kim challenge after previously looking pressed when Lil Kim appeared at a promotional event and commenting under Cardi B's posts right after getting annoyed that Cardi praised Remy at a concert.
The contradictions are endless, Dee, but the timing could not be worse for her Hollywood team. Universal Studios negotiated for over a year to secure the rights to her life story, culminating in the feature film The Fire Inside, starring Ryan Destiny and directed by Rachel Morrison.
That movie was supposed to focus on her historic athletic achievements, like winning Olympic gold against Sweden's Anna Laurel and overcoming her childhood hardships in Flint.
Exactly. Claressa previously shared how difficult her upbringing was, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and having to navigate a complicated relationship with her mother, whom she loved but did not like between ages 9 and 15 or 16.
She worked through that trauma, had those tough conversations with her mother, and allowed Barry Jenkins to write a script that handled her story with care, all leading up to a massive Christmas Day release in theaters across the country.
And now, instead of headlines talking about her gold medals and film premiere, the entire internet is watching her get named in a messy 17-year marriage split between two hip-hop veterans.
Papoose is claiming Remy cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, while Remy claims Papoose is setting traps with side chicks to get her arrested while she remains the sole provider holding the bag.
Remy even alleged that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos and claim he secretly wrote her famous song lyrics. Do you believe Papoose's claims or Remy's receipts, audience? Let us know in the chat right now.
Remy literally laughed off the idea of Papoose buying gifts for anyone, calling him a taker instead of a giver, and insisting she is a one-man woman who is happier than ever while Papoose is just bitter that she has all the money.
Meanwhile, Papoose maintains that he stayed silent for months purely to shield their 6-year-old daughter, but Remy's public allegations pushed him to finally speak out and demand that they handle their divorce like adults instead of clout chasing.
And right in the center of this storm sits Claressa Shields, whose cousin Shalita warned that growing up as an afterthought in Flint made Claressa spend her entire adult life aggressively seeking public validation.
And when you spend your adult life demanding validation from strangers on the internet, a single leaked text message from Remy Ma can bring your whole carefully built image crashing down around your head. Because when you spend your entire adult life demanding validation from strangers on the internet, a single leaked text message from Remy Ma can bring your whole carefully built image crashing down around your head. When cousin Shalita pulled back the curtain, she did not just comment on present-day drama, she exposed the rawest, most buried history in that Flint household.
Exactly, Bianca. And D, that interview with cousin Shalita hit like a bombshell because she laid out the exact reasons why she gave up a full basketball scholarship to play for legendary coach Pat Summitt when she was just 17 years old, all to stay behind in Michigan and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
That was such a pivotal moment in the interview, Rachel. Shalita explained that she was 17 years old, graduating high school, when her father introduced her to his side of the family. That was when she met 6-year-old Claressa, who confided in her about being mistreated by someone very close to the family. Claressa had already told other adults in her life, but absolutely nothing was done until Shalita stepped in, picked up the phone, said no thank you to Miss Summitt, and moved right into that house on the north side of Flint.
Can we just digest the massive sacrifice of a 17-year-old girl walking away from a Division I full ride with Pat Summitt to act as a shield for a 6-year-old relative? Shalita carried that secret for years, and now she is speaking out because Claressa's official origin story does not mention Shalita's name even once.
It really reframes everything we thought we knew about her upbringing, Dee. Beyond that sacrifice, Shalita described a home life filled with deep poverty, where the mother cared more about basic survival and her own habits, clearly favoring the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna.
That revelation about the older brother, Artist, completely shocked everyone watching. Rachel, Shalita pointed out that while Claressa documents practically every single detail of her daily life on social media, her older brother, Artist, has remained entirely invisible to the public. Artist was already a teenager when Shalita came into the home, while Shalita basically raised Peanut, Brianna, and 6-year-old Claressa herself.
When an athlete lives on social media 24/7 and has an older brother named Artist, who is totally erased from the public narrative, you know there are deeply guarded family secrets behind those closed doors. And Shalita did not stop there, Rachel. She flat out stated that out of everyone surrounding Claressa today, a woman named Victoria is her only genuine best friend, while everyone else is just around to leech off her opportunity.
Which explains why her friendship with former best friend Nigeria exploded into public view so fast, Bianca. The entire friendship disintegrated over one tiny question when Nigeria asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That single sentence caused Claressa to allegedly torch the entire relationship to ashes on the spot.
Because you do not burn your whole house down over a question, you can simply laugh off. You only detonate when a question walks right into the one room you have spent years keeping locked under key. If there was nothing to hide, you roll your eyes and move on. But going into total panic mode tells on yourself louder than any rumor ever could.
D, unpack those direct messages that Nigeria leaked, because the tone in those screenshots was remarkably aggressive for two people who were supposed to be close friends.
The leaked direct messages were brutal, Rachel. The messages allegedly coming from Claressa started by branding Nigeria as an enemy, telling her to stop texting, and then degenerated into severe insults calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable. It ended with a direct threat saying, "I must show you," which looks like someone losing an argument and resorting to pure panic.
But Nigeria did not flinch or shrink for a single second. She fired back with a savage clapback, telling Claressa that she might not have gold medal money, but her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something that type of money can never break.
Jump into our live comments right now, everyone. Do you think Nigeria crossed a boundary by asking about Papoose? Or was Claressa's extreme reaction proof that the question hit a nerve?
That question hit a nerve because it ties directly into the explosive split between Remy Ma and Papoose. Remy opened the floodgates by leaking alleged text screenshots showing Papoose texting Claressa and falling asleep on the phone with her inside the very home that Remy owns and that Papoose refuses to leave. Remy claimed the Olympic champion got scared and hung up the moment she heard Remy's voice on the line.
And then Remy exposed the whole marriage, accusing Papoose of plotting with side chicks to get her arrested after 17 years of marriage, where she claims she was completely faithful. Meanwhile, Papoose drops a statement calling Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, claiming he asked for a divorce multiple times and stayed quiet only to shield their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day.
The allegations on both sides are wild. D, with Remy claiming Papoose is threatening to leak explicit videos and claim he ghostwrote her lyrics for Imagine That, while Remy laughs off the idea that Papoose bought Claressa gifts, calling him a taker who does not have the money because Remy holds the bag.
And right in the epicenter of this back and forth, text screenshots indicate Claressa was in absolute panic mode over how this entire mess might impact her upcoming feature film, The Fire Inside, which is being released by Universal Studios on Christmas Day.
Think about the studio executives right now, Dee. You have Oscar-winning screenwriter Barry Jenkins writing the script, Ryan Destiny starring as Claressa, director Rachel Morrison helming her first feature, showcasing her gold medal win over Sweden's Anna Laurel, and instead of talking about inspiring sports drama, the whole press tour is overshadowed by late-night phone call confrontations with Papoose and leaked messages.
That pressure is huge, especially considering how much emotional weight Claressa put into this film. In previous statements, Claressa explained that after being abused at 5 years old and staying with her grandmother until age 10, she harbored so much anger that she did not get along with her mother between ages 9 and 16. She kept those childhood traumas private for years, specifically because she did not want to upset or blame her mother publicly.
Exactly, Rachel. It took long conversations with her inner team to convince her that sharing her childhood story was necessary for the movie, even though she stressed that she was not looking for people to cry or feel sorry for her. But now, with cousin Shalita exposing that the mother favored son's artist and peanut while leaving the daughters as afterthoughts, that carefully managed public narrative is completely coming unraveled.
It is psychological projection at its highest level, Rachel. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own living room, you spend your entire adult life demanding public validation from strangers. That is why she gets so unhinged online, creating unofficial rule books for her friends like Remy Ma is the enemy.
Dee, that social media behavior is so bizarre when you look at the contradictions with other major female figures in the hip-hop industry.
It really is, Rachel. Commentators pointed out that Claressa enforces strict rules against supporting Remy Ma, yet when Cardi B gave Remy public praise at a concert, Claressa was visibly irritated, only to later be seen leaving friendly comments under Cardi B's posts.
And what about the Lil' Kim situation, Dee? She looked visibly pressed around Lil' Kim during that promotional event and then turned right around and posted herself doing the Lil' Kim social media challenge online. 1 minute you are seething, the next minute you are copying. Rivals ignore each other and move on. But this constant back and forth behavior shows an absolute obsession where every single road loops back to Remy Ma.
Tell us on our live chat feed, do you think this online behavior is just natural celebrity drama, or is Claressa's obsession with public image actively destroying her personal friendships and film publicity?
It is definitely affecting the narrative around The Fire Inside, Rachel. Industry eyes are fixated on whether Universal Studios can keep the spotlight on her inspirational journey from Flint to Olympic gold, or if these allegations from Papoose, Remy Ma, Nigeria, and cousin Shalita will completely dominate the Christmas Day release.
Papoose insists he just wanted to handle their divorce like civilized adults away from social media clout, chasing for the sake of his 6-year-old daughter. But when Remy claims he tried to set traps to get her arrested and threatened her with videos, civil conversation went out the window hours ago.
And when you add cousin Shalita's revelations into the mix, exposing that someone close to the family abused 6-year-old Claressa, while other adults turned a blind eye until Shalita sacrificed her Pat Summitt scholarship, it shows that the anger Claressa carried for decades goes so much deeper than sports or social media fights.
Exactly, Rachel. Shalita made it clear that she brought these facts to light because she spent years carrying these heavy truths while watching Claressa build a public image that completely erased the people who actually protected her when she was a helpless child in Flint.
Which brings us right back to those leaked messages with Nigeria. When Nigeria asked that one simple question about whether Papoose was creeping back to Remy Ma, she touched the single wire that connects Claressa's past trauma, her hidden family secrets, and her current relationship drama all at once, causing a total explosion that completely incinerated a lifelong friendship in a matter of seconds. Rachel, the moment Nigeria typed out that single question asking if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma, Claressa did not just give a simple yes or no. She went nuclear and burned the entire bridge to ashes right then and there. When someone asks you a question that is completely false or absurd, you laugh it off, you ignore it, or you tell them they are out of line. You do not detonate your whole personal life, call your closest friend an op, and start hurling wild insults unless that question walks straight into the one room you have been desperately trying to keep locked away from the public eye.
That reaction spoke volumes, Bianca. When you look at the actual text exchange that Nigeria brought to light, Claressa instantly launched into toxic insults. She called her former best friend broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable. And then she capped it off with that line saying, "I must show you." That is not the language of someone standing firmly in her power. That is the language of absolute panic. When a world champion boxer with a massive Universal Studios film debuting on Christmas Day feels threatened by a single text message from her friend, it proves she knew how much damage those claims could do to her Hollywood crossover.
What gets me, Dee, is how Nigeria stood her ground. She did not shrink back or panic when those threats came flying at her. She fired right back with a clapback that is going viral everywhere right now, telling Claressa that while she might not have that kind of money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something Claressa's type could never break. Bianca, from a public image standpoint, Nigeria completely turned the tables on her in that exchange.
She completely exposed the dynamic, Rachel. Claressa tried to pull rank as the wealthy, famous superstar, putting a former friend in her place. And Nigeria basically told her that money cannot buy emotional maturity or character. And let us talk about the psychological projection happening online. Right after those direct messages were exposed, Claressa went on social media posting paragraphs about how everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like snake enemies. But people who are truly surrounded by bad energy quietly remove themselves. They do not hold a press conference online to announce it unless they are trying to convince themselves of their own narrative.
Exactly, Bianca. And that projection reaches a whole new level when you see how Claressa treats anyone in her circle who mentions Remy Ma. People close to the situation revealed that Claressa basically handed her inner circle an unofficial rulebook. You are not allowed to support Remy, you cannot enjoy her music, and you cannot even say her name without it becoming a huge problem. Yet look at Claressa's own actions. She is suddenly doing the Lil Kim challenge online, the exact same Lil Kim she was visibly annoyed about during that promotional event, and she is leaving friendly comments under Cardi B's posts, right after getting upset when Cardi praised Remy at a concert.
It is a complete maze of contradictions, Dee. You cannot demand that everyone around you treat Remy Ma like a declared enemy, while you are secretly watching and reacting to every single move connected to her circle. What do you think about this behavior, Bianca? Because to anyone watching from the outside, this looks less like a sports rivalry and more like an unhealthy obsession that is spilling over into her real-world relationships.
It is a total obsession, Rachel. But cousin Shalita threw even more light on this when she broke down the reality of Claressa's inner circle. Shalita bluntly stated that Claressa only has one genuine best friend in this world, and her name is Victoria. According to Shalita, everyone else who claims to be her best friend, including Nigeria, before this explosive fallout, is simply there for opportunity. The moment the opportunity dries up, they vanish, because the foundation was built on clout rather than real loyalty.
And when Shalita explained where that deep need for external validation comes from, she took us right back to the north side of Flint, Michigan. Growing up in severe poverty, Claressa and her sister Brianna were treated like complete afterthoughts in their own family home. Their mother was consumed with keeping food on the table, a roof over their heads, and her own personal habits, while openly favoring the male children, the brothers Artist and Peanut, over the daughters.
That detail about the hidden older brother Artist blew everyone away, Dee. Before Shalita sat down and laid all the facts out, nobody in the public domain even knew an older brother named Artist existed. He was already a teenager when Claressa was a little girl, and even though Shalita mentioned that Claressa and Artist are actually close, he has been kept totally invisible in the public story of an athlete who documents virtually every detail of her life for millions of followers.
Because invisible people in curated Hollywood public stories are kept invisible for a reason, Rachel. When you spend your childhood being the afterthought in your own household while the boys get all the attention, you grow up with a desperate hunger to prove to the entire world that you matter. You shout your accomplishments from the rooftops. You demand constant praise, and the second anyone questions you or brings up a sensitive topic, you lash out because admitting any vulnerability feels like going right back to being that forgotten child in Flint.
Those psychological scars and family dynamics are clearly resonating with the audience watching live right now. If you are watching at home, jump into our live chat and tell us your thoughts on how family history shapes these public feuds. We actually have a message directly from a viewer that just popped up on our broadcast monitor.
Hi, I'm Marcus from Atlanta, and I've been a huge fan of Claressa since her first Olympic gold medal. It breaks my heart hearing what cousin Shalita revealed about her childhood trauma in Flint. But Claressa really needs to step away from social media and protect her movie release before this entire situation ruins everything she worked so hard for.
Marcus from Atlanta is speaking pure common sense. But let us look at the full weight of what cousin Shalita actually sacrificed for her. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she had a full basketball scholarship lined up with legendary coach Pat Summitt. But when 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about the abuse she was experiencing from someone close to the family, and how other adults had completely ignored her cries for help, Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down that once-in-a-lifetime scholarship, and moved right into Claressa's mother's house to protect her.
That sacrifice was massive, Rachel. Shalita carried that heavy truth for decades while watching Claressa construct a public image that completely erased the cousin who gave up her own career to keep her safe. And when you trace Claressa's history, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, experiencing that deep rift where she loved her mother but did not like her from 9 to 15 or 16, it took years before she could even have an honest conversation with her mother about that trauma, encouraged by her partner Jason before her documentary ever saw the light of day.
And all of those raw childhood experiences form the backbone of The Fire Inside, the feature film produced by Universal Studios, with Oscar-winning screenwriter Barry Jenkins on the script and Rachel Morrison directing. Claressa fought tirelessly for that movie, spending a whole year negotiating her contract when she was just 20 years old with her lawyer, right after defending her Olympic gold medal against Sweden's Anna Laurel. That movie is set to open nationwide on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny, portraying her rise from Flint poverty to boxing glory. But right now, the studio executives must be watching this ongoing social media storm with absolute panic.
They must be sweating bullets in Hollywood, Because instead of a clean, inspirational promotional campaign about overcoming childhood hardship to win Olympic gold, every headline surrounding Claressa Shields is tied to a messy 17-year hip-hop marriage breakdown, leaked direct messages, and cheating claims.
Exactly, Bianca. The fallout between Remy Ma and Papoose completely exploded when Remy posted screenshots revealing that Papoose fell asleep on a late-night phone call with Claressa inside the very house Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave. Remy claimed Claressa got terrified and hung up the second she heard Remy's voice on the line, accusing Claressa of interfering in her marriage. Claressa shot back on social media, calling Remy jealous and claiming Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own, but Remy maintained she has been a one-boyfriend woman for 17 years while accusing Papoose of setting traps with side chicks to get her arrested.
And Papoose fired right back with his own public statement. He labeled Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, insisting he has asked for a divorce numerous times and only kept quiet until now to protect their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school every day. Meanwhile, Remy exposed that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos of her and claimed he wrote her famous track, Imagine That.
It is total scorched earth warfare between 2 people who have been married since 2016. Remy claims she holds the bag, and that Papoose is just bitter because she is happy, while Papoose claims he was the main parent raising their 6-year-old daughter while Remy stepped out on the marriage. And right in the epicenter of this radioactive celebrity divorce is Claressa Shields, trying to protect her Christmas Day movie release while being accused of being the catalyst for the whole split.
And that exact panic over the fire inside is what made Claressa completely snap on Nigeria in those leaked messages. Rachel, Nigeria asked one simple question about Papoose creeping back to Remy, and Claressa saw her entire Hollywood career, her Universal Studios deal, and her public reputation flashing before her eyes. The leaked texts show Claressa was in an absolute panic about her movie release, knowing that being branded a side chick in a high-profile divorce could destroy her mainstream appeal before the film even hits theaters.
Which brings us back to the ultimate question for our viewers tuning in right now. Can Claressa Shields somehow manage to pivot the conversation back to her Christmas Day movie premiere, or has this toxic storm of family revelations, leaked texts, and marriage drama created a scandal that
It's completely swallowing up her multi-million-dollar Hollywood moment before it even gets off the ground.
Exactly, Bianca. When you look at those direct messages that surfaced between Claressa and Nigeria, the level of absolute panic in Claressa's responses is impossible to ignore. Nigeria asked one simple, casual question about whether Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma, and Claressa did not just deflect, she launched a full personal attack.
She did not just attack her, D. She went straight for the lowest blows possible. She called her former best friend broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable before dropping that chilling line, "I must show you." That is not the response of someone who is innocent or unbothered. That is the reaction of someone who feels backed into a corner because a secret is slipping out.
And Nigeria did not back down for a single second. She fired back with what has to be the most cold-blooded line of this entire situation. She told Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
That response hit so hard because it completely shifted the power dynamic. Bianca, what does it say about Claressa that she immediately branded her own friend an op, which means opposition or enemy, the second that question was asked?
It shows a classic case of projection, Rachel. Claressa goes online writing long paragraphs about how everyone around her is fake, backstabbing, and moving like snake enemies, but she is the one setting the friendship on fire over a single text. Real, unbothered millionaires do not hold online press conferences about fake friends. They block and move on. But Claressa has created this unofficial rulebook for her entire circle where nobody is even allowed to listen to Remy Ma's music or support her without it turning into a major crisis.
And the sheer hypocrisy in her social media behavior is wild. Outlets and fans noticed how Claressa suddenly hopped on the Lil Kim challenge online, even though she was visibly pressed and irritated when Lil Kim showed up at that promotional boxing event. Then, when Cardi B publicly praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa was openly annoyed. But now Claressa is under Cardi B's posts acting like they are best friends.
Pick a lane! One day she is seething with irritation, the next day she is copying the trend or playing nice in the comment section. It is a full-time, unpaid job of obsession, and it all loops back to one name, Remy Ma.
But if you want to understand where this deep-seated need for public validation and defense comes from, D, we have to look back at the explosive interview given by her cousin Shalita. Because what Shalita revealed about Claressa's childhood in Flint, Michigan, changes how you view this entire psychological puzzle.
It really does, Rachel. Shalita sat down and laid out family history that had never been spoken out loud publicly. The most shocking revelation was that when Shalita was 17 years old, her father took her to meet his side of the family, and that was when she met 6-year-old Claressa. That was the exact year Shalita had a full basketball scholarship lined up with the legendary coach Pat Summitt.
Let us lay those facts out clearly so anyone joining us right now understands the gravity of this. Claressa was just 6 years old in Flint, Michigan, when she confided in Shalita about being abused by someone very close to the family. Claressa had tried telling other adults in her household, and those adults did absolutely nothing. So Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down a life-changing college scholarship, and moved right into that house to protect 6-year-old Claressa.
Think about that sacrifice, a 17-year-old giving up her own future with Pat Summitt because the adults in that Flint home turned a blind eye. D, what did Shalita say about the household dynamic between Claressa's mother and the children?
Shalita made it very clear that Claressa and her sister Brianna were treated as total afterthoughts in their own home. Their mother was struggling with poverty on the north side of Flint, keeping a roof and food on the table, and managing her own habits, but she blatantly favored the boys in the family, Artist and Peanut, over the girls.
And that is why Claressa craves validation so loudly as an adult. When you spend your entire childhood as an afterthought in your own living room, watching your mother favor your brothers, you spend the rest of your adult life aggressively trying to prove to the entire world that you matter.
Shalita also dropped a massive bombshell about the family tree that left everyone stunned. She revealed that Claressa has an older brother named Artist, who was already a teenager back then, raised alongside Peanut.
Wait, Dee, an older brother named Artist? In all the years Claressa has documented her life online, all the lives, all the blog posts, Artist has never been mentioned a single time.
Not once, Rachel. Shalita stated that Artist and Claressa are actually close, yet he remains completely invisible in her public story. And Shalita did not stop there. When asked about Claressa's inner circle, Shalita declared that Claressa only has one true best friend in this world, a woman named Victoria. Shalita claimed every other person claiming to be Claressa's friend is just there for opportunity, waiting to use her position until the opportunity runs out.
Which brings us right back to Nigeria leaking those DMs. Shalita predicted that exact dynamic. But what makes this situation so heartbreaking is that Claressa actually worked through so much of this trauma to get where she is today.
That is the tragic irony of this entire media storm, Bianca. Claressa was abused at age 5 and had to live with her grandmother from age 5 to 10. For years, during her teenage years, she loved her mother but did not like her, carrying so much buried anger. It was only when she was preparing for her documentary and movie that she finally had that difficult conversation with her mother to forgive her and rebuild their relationship.
And all of that resilience led to Universal Studios offering her a feature film deal when she was just 20 years old. Claressa was smart. She made sure she hired a lawyer before signing anything. Now, that film, The Fire Inside, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison and starring Ryan Destiny, is set for a massive Christmas Day release.
From winning Olympic gold against Anna Laurel of Sweden to having a Hollywood movie about surviving poverty in Flint, Claressa built an extraordinary legacy. But now, this entire Christmas Day launch is being held hostage by this radioactive divorce battle between Remy Ma and Papoose.
Let us remind everyone what Remy Ma and Papoose are slinging at each other right now. Remy released text screenshots alleging that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the very house Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
And Remy claims that Papoose was plotting with his side chicks to set traps to get Remy arrested. She also claimed Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos of her and publicly claim he ghost wrote her lyrics for the song Imagine That.
Meanwhile, Papoose fires back, calling Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, claiming he has begged for a divorce multiple times while being the main parent staying home to raise their 6-year-old daughter.
Viewers, jump into our chat right now and tell us, do you think Claressa's career can survive this scandal, or has the damage already been done?
Because right as Remy was walking Claressa down online, claiming Claressa got scared and hung up the phone the second Remy answered Papoose's call, Claressa shot right back, accusing Remy of being jealous and keeping 2 boyfriends of her own.
But while they are trading shots over who holds the bag and who owns the house, the executives behind The Fire Inside are sitting in panic mode. Because leaked texts allegedly show Claressa herself admitting she was terrified of how this exact scandal would impact her mainstream reputation.
And when you look back at what cousin Shalita said about Claressa needing to prove herself after being neglected as a child, seeing her crowning achievement, a Universal Studios movie threatened by a high-profile cheating allegation, is her absolute worst nightmare coming to life.
Exactly, Rachel. Shalita basically gave up her own dream with Pat Summitt at 17 so Claressa could survive Flint, and now at 29, Claressa is watching her Hollywood dream get tangled up in hip-hop marriage warfare.
And let us not forget, Papoose claims he was staying quiet solely for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day. But Remy opened the floodgates anyway, posting 3 separate waves of screenshots, insisting she has been completely faithful for 17 years while Papoose tries to sabotage her.
It is an absolute mess on every single level. But as we watch these leaked DMs between Claressa and Nigeria, and analyze Shalita's shocking claims about the hidden brother artist and the inner circle.
Rachel, there is another piece to these leaked messages that Nigeria just dropped regarding what Papoose allegedly told Claressa during those late-night phone calls. In those leaked messages, Papoose was allegedly taking advice directly from Claressa on how to handle things, all while sleeping on the phone with her inside the very house Remy owns, and that he allegedly refuses to leave. And according to Remy, the second she picked up the phone and Claressa heard her voice, the world champion boxer got terrified and hung up immediately.
A world champion inside the ring, but hanging up the phone the second Remy Ma says hello. Bianca cannot make this up. And Remy made it crystal clear that Papoose was allegedly taking advice from Claressa on how to navigate this whole situation. All while Remy claims he was plotting with side chicks to get her arrested after 17 years together.
The contrast is wild, D, because while Remy is posting these text receipts claiming she is the one holding the bag financially, Claressa is reportedly spiraling over how this impacts her reputation. And that brings us right back to that one tiny question from her ex-best friend Nigeria that started this entire digital firestorm.
That single sentence was, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. Nigeria asked one single question, and according to the leaked messages, Claressa completely torched a lifelong friendship on the spot.
Because when a question makes you set your own house on fire, it means the answer terrifies you. Nigeria dropped the receipts showing Claressa allegedly erupting with insults, calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, before telling her, "I must show you." That is not strength, that is pure panic.
But Nigeria did not back down for a single second, Bianca. She hit back with a line that has everyone talking, telling Claressa that while she might not have her kind of money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something Claressa's type could never break.
That response from Nigeria was unforgettable. Bianca, when you look at how Claressa reacted to Nigeria and how she acts online regarding Remy Ma, it really seems like a pattern of behavior that goes way deeper than a simple feud.
It is textbook projection, Rachel. Claressa goes online writing long paragraphs about how everyone around her is fake, backstabbing, and untrustworthy. But when you are constantly smelling rot on everyone else, maybe it is time to check your own reflection. She has basically created an unwritten rulebook for her inner circle where nobody is even allowed to listen to Remy's music or support her without it becoming a whole ordeal.
And look at the contradictions, Rachel. One day, Claressa is visibly irritated when Lil Kim shows up at a promo event, and the next day she is on social media doing the Lil Kim challenge. She gets upset when Cardi B praises Remy at a concert, but then turns around and leaves friendly comments under Cardi's posts like nothing ever happened.
It really shows an overwhelming need for validation, which brings us straight to what her cousin Shalita revealed about their upbringing in Flint, Michigan. Dee, what did Shalita share about the family dynamic that explains where all this comes from?
Shalita laid it all out without holding anything back, Rachel. She explained that growing up on the north side of Flint in extreme poverty, their mother cared far more about keeping a roof over their heads and her own personal habits, but specifically favored the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna. The daughters were essentially an afterthought in their own home.
And that is the root of the whole tree. When you spend your entire childhood being made to feel like an afterthought by your own mother, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding the world validate you. But Shalita did not stop there. She dropped a massive bombshell about an older brother that nobody in the public even knew existed.
Yes, an older brother named Artist. Shalita revealed that Artist is the eldest sibling, that he was already a teenager when she moved in, and that he and Claressa are actually close. Yet in all the live streams, interviews, and social media posts Claressa does, Artist has never been mentioned a single time.
It makes you wonder why someone who documents virtually every single detail of her life on social media keeps her eldest brother completely invisible. Viewers, we want to hear from you on this. Do you think Shalita coming forward with these raw family truths is genuine protection, or is this personal beef dressed up as receipts? Drop your thoughts right now.
And let us talk about Shalita's take on Claressa's inner circle, because this ties directly into the fallout with Nigeria. Shalita explicitly stated that Claressa only has one single true best friend in this world, a woman named Victoria. Everyone else who claims to be her best friend is just there for opportunity, using her until they get what they want.
Which makes Nigeria's leaked messages hit even harder. But the most heartbreaking revelation from Shalita was why she gave up her own dream. At 17 years old, Shalita called up legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt and declined a full-ride athletic scholarship just so she could stay behind in Flint and move into Claressa's house to protect her at 6 years old.
Imagine making a sacrifice of that magnitude at 17 years old. D. Shalita mentioned that 6-year-old Claressa had confided in her about suffering abuse from someone very close to the family, after other adults in her life did absolutely nothing about it.
Exactly, Rachel. Shalita said she could not just walk away to play college basketball knowing what 6-year-old Claressa was going through. She basically stepped up to raise Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa when no one else would. Claressa has spoken before about how she was abused at 5 years old and had to live with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, carrying immense anger toward her mother for years before finally reconciling with her.
And all of this deep trauma and family history is resurfacing at the absolute worst possible moment for her professional career. Universal Studios spent a whole year negotiating with Claressa when she was just 20 years old to secure her life story. They hired Oscar-winning screenwriter Barry Jenkins and director Rachel Morrison, with Ryan Destiny starring as Claressa, building up to this massive theatrical release of The Fire Inside on Christmas Day.
But now, instead of the headlines focusing on her triumphs in the ring, like her iconic Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel, or her journey from Flint to Hollywood, the movie is launch adjacent to an explosive hip-hop marriage breakup. D. What are the reports saying about how Claressa is handling the movie release amidst all these leaked texts?
According to the leaked text messages exposed by Remy, Claressa was in absolute panic mode over how this messy publicity would impact The Fire Inside. Remy stepped right into her comment section, calling her out for hanging up the phone and pointing out that while Claressa is supposed to be a world champion, she got scared the moment Remy spoke up.
Meanwhile, Papoose is out here firing back at Remy, calling her a narcissist who cheated repeatedly. He claims he requested a divorce numerous times and only stayed quiet on social media for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day. But Remy fired back, accusing Papoose of threatening to leak explicit videos and falsely claiming he wrote her hit song. Imagine that.
It is a total tangled web of accusations, from financial control to secret late-night phone calls and family secrets coming out from Flint. D, where do things stand right now with Papoose and Remy's legal situation regarding their 6-year-old daughter?
Papoose insists he has been the primary caregiver watching over their 6-year-old daughter while accusing Remy of pursuing battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. But Remy maintains she has been completely faithful for 17 years, insisting she is the one with the financial bag and accusing Papoose of setting traps with side chicks to sabotage her.
What a circus! You have got Papoose claiming he just wants a civilized divorce for his daughter. Remy claiming she is happy and that Papoose is just mad because she is moving on. And Claressa caught right in the crosshairs trying to protect a multi-million-dollar Hollywood movie launch.
In those leaked messages, Papoose was allegedly taking advice directly from Claressa on how to handle things, all while sleeping on the phone with her inside the very house Remy owns, and that he allegedly refuses to leave. And according to Remy, the second she picked up the phone and Claressa heard her voice,
tiny question from her ex-best friend Nigeria that started this entire digital firestorm.
That single sentence was, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it.
Nigeria dropped the receipt showing Claressa allegedly erupting with insults, calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, before telling her, "I must show you." That is not strength. That is pure passion.
Nigeria asked one single question, and according to the leaked messages, Claressa completely torched a lifelong friendship on the spot.
Because when a question makes you set your own house on fire, it means the answer terrifies you.
The world champion boxer got terrified and hung up immediately.
A world champion inside the ring, but hanging up the phone the second Remy Ma says hello. Bianca cannot make this up. And Remy made it crystal clear that Papoose was allegedly taking advice from Claressa on how to navigate this whole situation. All while Remy claims he was plotting with side chicks to get her arrested after 17 years together.
The contrast is wild, Dee, because while Remy is posting these text receipts claiming she is the one holding the bag financially, Claressa is reportedly spiraling over how this impacts her reputation. And that brings us right back to that one.
But Nigeria did not back down for a single second, Bianca. She hit back with a line that has everyone talking, telling Claressa that while she might not have her kind of money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something Claressa's type could never break.
That response from Nigeria was unforgettable. Bianca, when you look at how Claressa reacted to Nigeria and how she acts online regarding Remy Ma, it really seems like a pattern of behavior that goes way deeper than a simple feud.
It is textbook projection, Rachel. Claressa goes online writing long paragraphs about how everyone around her is fake, backstabbing, and untrustworthy. But when you are constantly smelling rot on everyone else, maybe it is time to check your own reflection. She has basically created an unwritten rulebook for her inner circle where nobody is even allowed to listen to Remy's music or support her without it becoming a whole ordeal.
And look at the contradictions, Rachel. One day, Claressa is visibly irritated when Lil Kim shows up at a promo event, and the next day she is on social media doing the Lil Kim challenge. She gets upset when Cardi B praises Remy at a concert, but then turns around and leaves friendly comments under Cardi's posts like nothing ever happened.
It really shows an overwhelming need for validation, which brings us straight to what her cousin Shalita revealed about their upbringing in Flint, Michigan. Dee, what did Shalita share about the family dynamic that explains where all this comes from?
Shalita laid it all out without holding anything back, Rachel. She explained that growing up on the north side of Flint in extreme poverty, their mother cared far more about keeping a roof over their heads and her own personal habits, but specifically favored the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna. The daughters were essentially an afterthought in their own home.
And that is the root of the whole tree. When you spend your entire childhood being made to feel like an afterthought by your own mother, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding the world validate you. But Shalita did not stop there. She dropped a massive bombshell about an older brother that nobody in the public even knew existed.
Yes, an older brother named Artist. Shalita revealed that Artist is the eldest sibling, that he was already a teenager when she moved in, and that he and Claressa are actually close. Yet in all the live streams, interviews, and social media posts Claressa does, Artist has never been mentioned a single time.
It makes you wonder why someone who documents virtually every single detail of her life on social media keeps her eldest brother completely invisible. Viewers, we want to hear from you on this. Do you think Shalita coming forward with these raw family truths is genuine protection, or is this personal beef dressed up as receipts? Drop your thoughts right now.
And let us talk about Shalita's take on Claressa's inner circle, because this ties directly into the fallout with Nigeria. Shalita explicitly stated that Claressa only has one single true best friend in this world, a woman named Victoria. Everyone else who claims to be her best friend is just there for opportunity, using her until they get what they want.
Which makes Nigeria's leaked messages hit even harder. But the most heartbreaking revelation from Shalita was why she gave up her own dream. At 17 years old, Shalita called up legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt and declined a full-ride athletic scholarship just so she could stay behind in Flint and move into Claressa's house to protect her at 6 years old.
Imagine making a sacrifice of that magnitude at 17 years old. Dee, Shalita mentioned that 6-year-old Claressa had confided in her about suffering abuse from someone very close to the family, after other adults in her life did absolutely nothing about it.
Exactly, Rachel. Shalita said she could not just walk away to play college basketball knowing what 6-year-old Claressa was going through. She basically stepped up to raise Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa when no one else would. Claressa has spoken before about how she was abused at 5 years old and had to live with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, carrying immense anger toward her mother for years before finally reconciling with her.
And all of this deep trauma and family history is resurfacing at the absolute worst possible moment for her professional career. Universal Studios spent a whole year negotiating with Claressa when she was just 20 years old to secure her life story. They hired Oscar-winning screenwriter Barry Jenkins and director Rachel Morrison, with Ryan Destiny starring as Claressa, building up to this massive theatrical release of The Fire Inside on Christmas Day.
But now, instead of the headlines focusing on her triumphs in the ring, like her iconic Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel, or her journey from Flint to Hollywood, the movie is launch adjacent to an explosive hip-hop marriage breakup. Dee, what are the reports saying about how Claressa is handling the movie release amidst all these leaked texts?
According to the leaked text messages exposed by Remy, Claressa was in absolute panic mode over how this messy publicity would impact The Fire Inside. Remy stepped right into her comment section, calling her out for hanging up the phone and pointing out that while Claressa is supposed to be a world champion, she got scared the moment Remy spoke up.
Meanwhile, Papoose is out here firing back at Remy, calling her a narcissist who cheated repeatedly. He claims he requested a divorce numerous times and only stayed quiet on social media for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day. But Remy fired back, accusing Papoose of threatening to leak explicit videos and falsely claiming he wrote her hit song. Imagine that.
It is a total tangled web of accusations, from financial control to secret late-night phone calls and family secrets coming out from Flint. Dee, where do things stand right now with Papoose and Remy's legal situation regarding their 6-year-old daughter?
Papoose insists he has been the primary caregiver watching over their 6-year-old daughter while accusing Remy of pursuing battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. But Remy maintains she has been completely faithful for 17 years, insisting she is the one with the financial bag and accusing Papoose of setting traps with side chicks to sabotage her.
What a circus! You have got Papoose claiming he just wants a civilized divorce for his daughter. Remy claiming she is happy and that Papoose is just mad because she is moving on. And Claressa caught right in the crosshairs trying to protect a multi-million-dollar Hollywood movie launch.
The contrast between Claressa's inspiring sports story in The Fire Inside and the raw, unedited reality being exposed by her cousin Shalita and her former friend Nigeria is astonishing. Bianca, do you think Claressa can separate her public image from all this family drama before Christmas Day?
Not a chance, Rachel! When your own blood cousin goes on record exposing hidden brothers, family favoritism, and the sacrifice of a Pat Summitt scholarship, that story takes on a life of its own. You cannot edit that out of the press tour.
And let us not forget that Nigeria's leaked messages proved that one simple question about Papoose creeping back to Remy was enough to make Claressa detonate her entire friendship. If one sentence can cause that much collateral damage, imagine what happens when
more receipts drop? That is the real question hanging over this entire situation, Bianca. If a single phone call sleeping in Remy's house caused 3 waves of leaked screenshots, what else is hiding in those direct messages?
Exactly, Rachel! Papoose claims he was staying quiet to protect his daughter, but once the floodgates open in hip-hop and boxing, nobody gets out dry. Remy is claiming financial dominance, Papoose is claiming unfaithfulness with Easy the Block Captain, and Claressa is stuck in the middle while her Hollywood premiere ticks down.
And let us not forget what Shalita said about Victoria being the only real friend Claressa has. If Nigeria was dropped the second she asked about Papoose, how long until the rest of the inner circle gets put on notice?
Viewers, jump into the live chat right now and tell us, do you think Claressa's team can salvage the press run for The Fire Inside before Christmas Day? Or has this whole Remy and Papoose scandal completely overshadowed her Olympic legacy? Dee, what is the latest coming from the reps on this?
Right now, reps on all sides are staying completely tight-lipped, but Nigeria's receipts are still circulating everywhere online. The phone call allegation, where Papoose allegedly fell asleep on the line with Claressa in the very house Remy owns, remains the biggest lightning rod in this whole breakup.
And that is what makes that whole phone situation so explosive, Dee. Imagine laying in a house owned by your wife of 8 years, married since 2016, and falling asleep on a call with a world champion boxer. Remy even alleged that Papoose was trying to set traps with his side chicks to get her arrested while threatening to leak explicit videos and claim he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That.
The level of hostility between those two after 17 years together is unbelievable, Bianca. But for anyone who just joined our live broadcast, let us catch you up on why this hip-hop divorce has completely collided with the sports world. Papoose claims he repeatedly asked Remy for a divorce and was staying quiet to protect their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school, while accusing Remy of unfaithfulness with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. But Remy blew the lid off everything by leaking text screenshots showing Papoose talking to Olympic gold medalist Claressa Shields.
And when Claressa's former best friend Nigeria simply asked if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy, Claressa completely torched their friendship. Nigeria then leaked direct messages where Claressa allegedly called her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, even warning she was going to show her. But Nigeria fired back with that now famous line, telling Claressa that while she might not have her money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit cannot be broken.
Talk about taking a sledgehammer to a friendship over a basic question. But look at how Claressa acts online, D. She goes on social media announcing that everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies. That is textbook projection. When you start smelling rot on everyone else, it is usually because it is rotting inside you.
But Bianca, if you want to understand why Claressa craves public validation so loudly today, you have to look at what her cousin Shalita exposed about their childhood in Flint, Michigan. Shalita revealed that back when she was 17, she personally called legendary coach Pat Summitt to decline a full college basketball scholarship just to stay in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
That is right, Rachel. Shalita explained that 6-year-old Claressa had told adults about being harmed by someone very close to the family, but those adults did nothing. So Shalita gave up her entire basketball future and moved straight into the house. Shalita also shared that the mother cared far more about keeping food on the table and her own habits, favoring the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna. The girls were literally afterthoughts in their own home, which explains why Claressa fights so hard for validation today.
Hi panel, I am Jordan from Ohio, and I have been watching all afternoon. It breaks my heart to hear what Shalita went through giving up her scholarship at 17. But isn't it unfair for family to air out all this childhood trauma right when Claressa is trying to celebrate her movie release?
Jordan, I hear you, but when you claim you built everything on your own and completely leave out the person who sacrificed her entire career at 17 to protect you, people are going to speak up. Shalita raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa when nobody else did. And Shalita even revealed that Claressa has an older brother named Artist, who is totally invisible in her public story, even though they are close.
Exactly, Bianca. And Shalita did not stop there. She stated plainly that out of everyone in Claressa's circle, a woman named Victoria is her only real friend. Shalita warned that everyone else claiming to be a best friend is just there for an opportunity, and the second that opportunity is gone, they vanish.
Which brings us right back to Claressa's contradictory behavior online, D. How do you go from being visibly pressed when Lil Kim showed up at a promo event to suddenly doing the Lil Kim challenge on social media days later?
It is total mood swings, Rachel. The exact same thing happened with Cardi B. When Cardi praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa got irritated. But then, a little while later, Claressa is right under Cardi's posts acting like nothing happened. She enforces an unwritten rule for her circle that supporting Remy is forbidden, yet she keeps constantly cycling back to Remy's orbit.
It is an unpaid full-time job at this point, Rachel. And all of this public chaos is exploding right as Universal Studios is preparing to launch her biographical film, The Fire Inside, on Christmas Day. Written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny. This movie covers her rise from Flint poverty to beating Anna Laurel of Sweden for Olympic gold. But Universal executives must be pulling their hair out watching their star get dragged into a messy love triangle with Papoose, Remy, and leaked DMs.
Viewers, jump in right now and tell us, do you think Universal Studios can keep the focus on the inspirational story of The Fire Inside, or is this whole scandal going to completely overshadow her Christmas Day premiere? Bianca, what do you think the studio strategy should be right now?
If I am in that studio meeting, Rachel, I am telling Claressa to put the phone down, stay out of Remy's comments, and stop giving people fuel right before her life story hits theaters nationwide.
Exactly, Bianca, because Universal Studios didn't spend years negotiating with a 20-year-old Olympic gold medalist just to have her Christmas Day premiere overshadowed by social media fights.
And if you look at what was released in those leaked text screenshots, Rachel, the panic over that exact movie was right there in black and white.
D, walk us through those messages, because the timeline of that late-night phone call is what set this whole split on fire.
According to the released messages, Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the house owned by Remy Ma. The statement claims that the second Remy's voice came on the line, the world champion boxer got startled and hung up immediately.
A world champion getting scary and slamming the phone down the second the wife speaks. You can't make this up, Dee. She fights in the ring for a living, but a voice on a speakerphone had her pressing end call, faster than a knockout punch.
Claressa did fight back online, Bianca, calling the Bronx rapper jealous and accusing her of having 2 boyfriends. But Remy fired back that she has been a one-boyfriend woman for 17 years, adding that Papoose is refusing to leave her house while trying to set up traps with side chicks to get her arrested.
And then Papoose broke his silence with his own public statement, didn't he, Dee?
He did, Rachel. He called his wife a narcissist, claiming she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He said he requested a divorce numerous times and kept quiet until now for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school.
Meanwhile, there are claims about threats to leak explicit videos and arguments over who actually wrote the lyrics to Imagine That. It is absolute chaos, and Claressa stepped right into the center of a 17-year relationship collapsing.
But what makes this entire situation so complex, Bianca, is how it connects back to Claressa's upbringing in Flint, Michigan, and the revelations her cousin Shalita just brought to light.
That interview blew everything wide open, Rachel. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she had a full basketball scholarship lined up with legendary coach Pat Summitt. But that exact same year, 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about trauma and abuse she was experiencing from someone very close to the family.
And Shalita literally picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down a full ride, and moved right into that house in Flint to protect a 6-year-old child.
That is exactly what happened, Shalita reported. She stepped in and essentially raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa because their mother was focused on survival, her own habits, and heavily favored the sons over the daughters.
And yet, Bianca, when you look at Claressa's public narrative and her origin story, Shalita's name is not mentioned once.
Not once, Rachel. That is what broke my heart listening to that interview. Shalita carried that sacrifice for years, while Claressa documented her life for millions online. And let us not gloss over the older brother, Artist.
That was another huge revelation, Bianca. Nobody in the public even knew an older brother named Artist existed. He was a teenager when Shalita was helping raise the kids. Shalita says he and Claressa are actually close, but he remains completely invisible in her public image.
Why hide the older brother when you stream every second of your existence on social media? It shows you that what celebrities show us online is only a polished coat of paint over a much deeper, more complicated family history.
D, how does that childhood dynamic in Flint explain the way Claressa acts online today?
Psychologically, when a young girl grows up feeling like an afterthought in her own home, where the boys, Artist and Peanut, got all the attention while the girls were pushed aside, she spends her adult life demanding validation from the world. Claressa spent ages 5 to 10 living with her grandmother after childhood trauma, and even though she rebuilt her bond with her mother before making the fire inside, those deep wounds leave scars.
So when someone questions her or doesn't applaud her, she snaps, which brings us right back to how her inner circle operates.
Exactly, Bianca. Shalita pointed out that Claressa only has one true best friend, a woman named Victoria. Everyone else around her, according to Shalita, is just there for opportunity.
And we saw that exact dynamic play out with her ex-friend Nigeria, didn't we, Dee?
It took one single question to destroy that entire friendship, Rachel. Nigeria asked her point blank if Papoose was still creeping back to his wife. Instead of laughing it off, Claressa reportedly torched the whole friendship on the spot.
Because you don't burn down the whole house over a harmless question unless the answer frightens you to your core.
In the leaked direct messages, Claressa allegedly called Nigeria an ope, broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, even throwing out a threat saying, "I'ma show you."
But Nigeria did not back down at all. She came right back with that iconic line, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
Viewers at home, jump into the chat right now. Do you think Nigeria was right to speak her truth after those direct messages were leaked? Or should personal conversations between friends stay private? Bianca, what do you make of that wealthy mindset clapback?
That line is going down in internet history, Rachel. It showed complete poise against someone trying to use financial clout to bully a former friend. It proves that money cannot buy emotional maturity.
And it highlights the pattern we keep seeing with Claressa's online presence. She posted a paragraph calling everyone around her fake and untrustworthy, which experts call classic projection, smelling on others what is rotting inside yourself.
Plus, look at the unhinged rules she sets for her circle. D. She basically created a rule book where nobody around her is even allowed to play or like music from the Bronx rapper.
It really is an obsession, Bianca. One day she is irritated because Cardi B praised her rival at a concert, and the next day she is leaving supportive comments under Cardi's posts. One day she is pressed about Lil Kim showing up at a promotional event, and the next day she is doing the Lil Kim dance challenge online.
It is a total circus of contradictions, D. You cannot claim someone is your enemy while spending 24 hours a day reacting to every single breath they take.
It is a full-time job with unpaid overtime. And while Claressa is busy monitoring comment sections and arguing in direct messages, Universal Studios is rolling out a major biographical film scripted by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins and directed by Rachel Morrison.
Ryan Destiny put her heart into portraying Claressa's rise from Flint poverty to her historic Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel. That movie, The Fire Inside, is supposed to inspire millions when it opens on Christmas Day.
Viewers, we want to hear from you again on this crucial point. When you head to the theaters on Christmas Day, will you be thinking about the incredible triumph over Anna Laurel of Sweden, or has this entire feud with Papoose and Remy Ma permanently altered how you view her story? D. What are studio insiders worried about right now?
They are worried that the messaging is completely lost, Rachel. Instead of headlines praising her resilience and athletic legacy, every entertainment outlet is breaking down text messages, phone calls, and family secrets exposed by her cousin.
Because you cannot sell an inspirational story about overcoming childhood trauma when you are actively creating public drama on Instagram every 12 hours. You are asking the public to respect your journey while you are tossing gasoline on somebody else's marriage split.
And let us not forget the details. Remy released about Papoose's alleged actions behind the scenes.
Remy claimed Papoose has been actively sabotaging her, plotting with side chicks to get her arrested, and threatening to claim he wrote her hit song Imagine That, all while refusing to vacate the house she owns.
17 years together, married since 2016, and it devolves into land disputes, ghostwriting claims, and late-night phone calls with an Olympic boxer. Papoose claims he is protecting their 6-year-old daughter, but putting all of this on social media guarantees that child will read about it one day.
D, what did Papoose say about why he finally spoke out?
He stated that he wanted to handle things like civilized adults for the sake of his 6-year-old baby who has to go to school every day, but he felt forced to respond after Remy went public with the screenshots.
If you want to protect your 6-year-old daughter, Papoose, you do not post statements calling her mother a narcissist on the internet. You file your paperwork in court quietly.
That is the bottom line, Bianca. When family secrets like cousin Shalita's sacrifice come to light, alongside leaked text messages and marital splits, it creates an absolute storm right when a major Hollywood release is around the corner. Look at what Shalita revealed about that family dynamic in Flint, Michigan.
Exactly, Rachel. Shalita explained that when she was 17 years old, her father introduced her to his side of the family. That was when she met 6-year-old Claressa. She found out that Claressa had suffered abuse at 5 years old by someone very close to the family, not a relative, and that Claressa had told adults who did nothing. That was the moment 17-year-old Shalita called legendary coach Pat Summitt, declined her full basketball scholarship, and moved straight into Claressa's mother's house to protect her.
Think about the weight of that sacrifice. A full scholarship to play for Pat Summitt, handed back at 17 years old because the adults in that house were completely failing a 6-year-old child. Shalita stepped in when no one else would.
She really did, Bianca. Dee here with the details on what Shalita said about the household. She stated that Claressa's mother cared more about keeping food on the table, a roof overhead, and her own personal habits than she did about Claressa or her sister Brianna. The mother favored her sons, Artist and Peanut, over the daughters. The girls were complete afterthoughts in their own home.
And that explains everything we are seeing today, Dee. When you grow up as an afterthought in your own household, you spend your entire adult life screaming for public validation. You are constantly trying to prove to the world that you matter because the people who were supposed to cherish you made you feel invisible.
And speaking of invisible, Shalita dropped another bombshell about the family tree. She revealed that Claressa has an older brother named Artist who was already a teenager back then. They are close, yet he is completely absent from the public narrative. Claressa documents her life every single day on social media, but no one ever heard of Artist until Shalita spoke up.
That is so telling, Dee. Someone who shares every detail of her daily routine kept an entire older brother hidden from her audience. And what did Shalita say about her inner circle, Dee?
Shalita was explicit about that, Rachel. She stated that Claressa only has one genuine best friend, a woman named Victoria. According to Shalita, everyone else claiming to be her best friend is simply there for opportunity, using her platform until they get what they want and move on.
Which makes complete sense when you look at how quickly these friendships explode online. If you do not have a real foundation, the moment a tiny bit of friction happens, the whole thing turns into toxic chaos.
And all of this painful family history is resurfacing right as Universal Studios prepares for the Christmas Day nationwide release of The Fire Inside. This feature film, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny, chronicles Claressa's journey from poverty in Flint and her Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel to becoming a world champion boxer. Claressa negotiated that contract at age 20 with her lawyer, and the film tackles her childhood trauma, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and her complex process of forgiving her mother.
The irony is unbelievable, Rachel. You have a multi-million-dollar movie landing on Christmas Day designed to showcase overcoming adversity. And right before the premiere, the real-life family dynamic explodes online with claims of favoritism and forgotten sacrifices.
What do you think at home? Is this public exposure going to hurt the movie's message, or will viewers tune in even more? Drop your thoughts in the chat right now. But Dee, let us connect this back to how her friendship with Nigeria disintegrated over those leaked direct messages.
It all came down to one single question, Rachel. Nigeria asked her, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That single sentence caused Claressa to completely detonate the friendship. In the leaked direct messages, Claressa branded her former friend an opposition, demanded she stop texting her phone, and then hurled insults, calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with the threat, "I must show you."
I must show you! That is not strength, that is pure panic! You only burn down a whole friendship over one question if the answer frightens you to your core. If there was nothing to hide, you laugh it off and keep moving.
Not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break.
That clapback was absolute perfection. My mindset is wealthy. You can have all the Olympic medals and gold belts in the world, but if you're But instead, she lashed out like a cornered fighter.
But Nigeria did not back down at all, Bianca. Nigeria fired right back with a response that went viral instantly, telling her,
Spirit is bitter, and you are constantly projecting your insecurities onto everyone around you. You are spiritually bankrupt. Look at how she acts on social media. 1 minute she is throwing shade at Lil Kim during a promotional event. The next minute she is doing the Lil Kim challenge online. One day, she is irritated because Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert. And the next day, she is leaving comments under Cardi B's posts like nothing ever happened.
It is textbook projection, Bianca. When you are deeply insecure, you enforce an unwritten rule book on your friends, telling them who they can like and whose music they can listen to.
And that rule book was all about Remy Ma, Rachel. But now Remy Ma has thrown the biggest spotlight on this entire situation. Statements published online show that Remy opened the floodgates by releasing text message screenshots alleging that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the house that Remy owns and that Papoose refuses to leave.
Imagine falling asleep on the phone with another woman while staying in your wife's house. And then, according to those released messages, the moment Remy spoke up on the line, Claressa hung up real quick. For a world champion boxer, that is not very brave, is it?
Remy did not stop there, Bianca. She publicly alleged that Papoose has been actively trying to sabotage her behind the scenes, setting up traps with side chicks to try and get her arrested, threatening to leak explicit videos, and claiming he ghost wrote her song Imagine That. Remy insisted she has been completely monogamous throughout their 17-year relationship and marriage since 2016, calling herself a one-boyfriend woman, while laughing at the idea of Papoose buying gifts when she is the one holding the financial bag.
Remy came out with all gloves off. She made it crystal clear that she is not the opponent anyone wants to mess with. But Papoose is telling a completely different story.
He certainly is, Bianca. Papoose released a statement calling Remy a narcissist and accusing her of repeated infidelity, specifically alleging an affair with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose claimed he has repeatedly requested a divorce and only wants to handle matters like civilized adults for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who attends school every day, accusing Remy of chasing clout on social media instead of protecting their child.
Oh, please! Papoose claiming he wants to protect his 6-year-old daughter while engaging in public back-and-forth posts, calling her mother names. If you want to protect a 6-year-old child, you let the lawyers handle the divorce filing in court behind closed doors. You do not trade insults online for millions of people to read.
How are you seeing this split between Remy Ma and Papoose? Are you side with Remy's receipts or Papoose's claims about protecting their daughter? Sound off in the comments below. D. What is the studio feeling right now regarding the Christmas Day release of The Fire Inside with all this headline swirling?
People close to the situation indicate there is immense anxiety behind the scenes, Rachel. Universal Studios invested heavily in this project, negotiating for a year when Claressa was 20 to bring her inspiring story to the big screen. Ryan Destiny's performance as Claressa, Barry Jenkins's script, and Rachel Morrison's direction were supposed to focus on her triumph over childhood poverty in Flint, overcoming sexual abuse at 5, her time living with her grandmother, and her historic Olympic win over Anna Laurel.
But instead of talking about an inspiring sports biopic, the entire public conversation is consumed by leaked text messages, late-night phone calls, ghostwriting claims, and cousin Shalita revealing that Claressa's entire origin story completely erased the woman who sacrificed a Pat Summitt scholarship to save her.
And Shalita made it clear that while Claressa was staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, Shalita was the one raising Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa when she returned. Shalita carried those heavy family secrets for years, watching the public narrative paint a picture that ignored the hidden brother artist and ignored the real dynamic in that Flint house.
You cannot erase the people who built the bridge for you to walk across. When you build a public image on being a self-made hero and you leave out the family members who sacrificed their own futures for your safety, eventual exposure is inevitable.
That psychological need for validation that Shalita brought up explains so much about the social media behavior we are seeing today. When a person is treated as an afterthought during childhood, you spend your entire adult life chasing the biggest spotlights to prove to the world that you can never be ignored again.
That is the absolute heart of it, Rachel. When you grow up in a home where your mother prioritizes the boys, Artist and Peanut, over you and your sister Brianna, that deep emotional wound does not simply vanish because you won an Olympic gold medal in Rio de Janeiro.
And Shalita laid out the entire living situation on the north side of Flint without holding back a single detail. She explained that while the oldest brother, Artist, was already a teenager, She was the one who effectively stepped in to raise Peanut, Brianna, and 6-year-old Claressa after walking away from Pat Summitt's basketball program at 17.
Think about the magnitude of that sacrifice. Declining a full scholarship to play under Pat Summitt at 17 years old to move into that household and protect a 6-year-old girl who told her about abuse that adult family acquaintances ignored. And then to watch Claressa build a public origin story that never mentions Shalita's name even once.
That is exactly why Shalita said that invisible people in public stories are usually invisible for a specific reason. Bianca.
Precisely, Rachel. And if we look back at the history Claressa shared prior to this feature film project, she lived with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after experiencing traumatic abuse by someone close to the family. She admitted that from age 9 to 16 she loved her mother, but did not like her, carrying immense anger over how her childhood was handled.
But look at how she processed that, Dee. She had that difficult conversation with her mom, encouraged by Jason, so they could heal before the documentary and the movie deal came together. Yet the cousin who surrendered her own athletic future at 17 to protect her in Flint was completely left out of the narrative.
If you are watching us right now, how do you see this family history influencing her choices today? Drop your comments below, because these childhood roots explain so much of the high-stakes drama unfolding online.
It explains why she reacts with such extreme defensiveness whenever anyone around her steps outside of her expectations. When you carry an unhealed need for absolute control into adulthood, you end up creating an environment where no one in your circle is even allowed to play music by someone you consider an enemy.
That unofficial rulebook is what completely destroyed her friendship with Nigeria, Bianca. According to the leaked direct messages, Nigeria asked one single question, whether Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma. That single sentence triggered an immediate total meltdown.
Nigeria did not insult her, did not yell. She just asked a question. And Claressa allegedly torched the entire friendship on the spot, unleashing a stream of insults, calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with a direct threat that she was going to show her.
But Nigeria did not flinch for a second, Dee. Her response is what everyone on social media is repeating today. Nigeria fired back that while she might not have Claressa's kind of money, her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit is something Claressa's type could never break.
That clapback went viral because it highlighted the massive distinction between financial wealth and emotional maturity. Dee, what else has the reporting uncovered about her online behavior toward other female artists?
The timeline is full of wild contradictions, Rachel. After showing visible annoyance when Lil' Kim appeared at that promotional event, Claressa turned around days later and posted a video doing the Lil' Kim challenge. And when Cardi B publicly praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa expressed clear irritation, only to turn up under Cardi's post shortly after acting as if nothing happened.
That is textbook projection! When you go online declaring that everyone around you is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like snakes, you are not describing your friends, you are describing your own inner turmoil. Psychologists literally call that projecting what is rotting inside onto everyone else.
Let us bring in a message from someone watching the show right now.
Hi everyone, I am Vanessa from Detroit, and I have been cheering for Claressa since her very first gold medal. I feel so torn inside because learning about the hardship she faced as a 6-year-old child in Flint makes me feel deep sympathy for her. But seeing how she treats close friends like Nigeria and gets dragged into Remy Ma's marriage split makes it really hard to defend her actions.
Thank you for writing in, Vanessa. Bianca, how do you respond to Vanessa's dilemma?
Vanessa is voicing what so many fans are feeling right now. We can have genuine empathy for the childhood trauma a person survived without giving them a free pass to act like a tyrant to their friends as an adult. Surviving trauma explains why someone acts out, but it never justifies throwing toxic threats at a friend who asked a simple question.
And that personal conflict is colliding directly with the messy public split between Remy Ma and Papoose. The leaked text screenshots published by Remy show that Papoose allegedly fell asleep on a phone call with Claressa while sitting inside the house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
Imagine owning the house, walking into a room, hearing your husband of 8 years on the phone with a world champion boxer, and the moment your voice echoes in the room, The boxer panics and hangs up the phone.
Remy explicitly stated that Claressa got scary and hung up as soon as she heard Remy's voice. Remy also alleged that Papoose has been plotting behind the scenes with side chicks to set traps to get her arrested, threatening to leak explicit videos, and claiming he wrote her lyrics for the song Imagine That.
But Papoose released his own formal statement responding to those claims. D. What did he put on the record?
Papoose strongly denied her narrative, calling Remy a narcissist and alleging that she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He claimed he has requested a divorce multiple times and has tried to keep things quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to attend school while he takes care of the child while Remy posts on social media.
They have been together for 17 years and married since 2016. And now it has devolved into mutual accusations of cheating, video threats, and property disputes. But Claressa getting tangled in this marital split is causing absolute panic for her major media deals.
That brings us right back to Universal Studios and her feature film, The Fire Inside. D. This project, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny, is scheduled to open nationwide on Christmas Day.
The studio spent a full year negotiating the contract with Claressa when she was 20 years old to adapt her life journey, focusing on her overcoming extreme poverty in Flint, her dominant Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel, and her rise as a historic female fighter.
Universal Studios bought a story about a heroic athlete triumphing over hardship. Instead, right before the Christmas Day theatrical release, the headlines are completely dominated by leaked phone calls, marriage scandals, alleged side chick traps, and cousin Shalita revealing the hidden older brother, Artist.
Shalita confirmed that Artist is the older brother who was present in that Flint home, while the girls were treated as afterthoughts. Yet he remains completely invisible in Claressa's public narrative. D. What did Shalita say regarding who Claressa can actually trust?
Shalita stated unequivocally that Claressa's only true best friend is a woman named Victoria. She warned that everyone else claiming to be her friend is simply there for opportunity and will disappear as soon as that opportunity vanishes.
Which makes Nigeria's response in those leaked DMs even more damaging. Nigeria was not looking for a handout. She asked an honest question, and Claressa immediately branded her an enemy, proving Shalita's exact point about how she treats the people around her.
Do you think Universal Studios can salvage the promotional campaign for the Christmas Day launch amidst all this messy public exposure?
The executive tension is through the roof, Rachel. Papoose insists he wants to handle the divorce privately for his 6-year-old daughter, but Remy Ma insists she holds the financial bag and refuses to stay quiet while he alleged to set traps against her.
When your public persona is built on being an untouchable champion, but your personal life is being dissected through leaked screenshots, late-night phone calls, and cousin interviews, the audience starts looking at the whole hero narrative differently.
And with Papoose claiming he repeatedly asked for a divorce, while Remy claims he is actively trying to sabotage her with side chicks, the next leak could completely capsize
not just the movie release on Christmas Day, Rachel, but the entire hero narrative that Claressa Shields has spent her entire career fighting to put together. When you go on social media calling everyone around you fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies, you are really just staring into a mirror and describing your own reflection. It is textbook projection.
And Bianca, look at how this whole explosion started with Remy Ma waking up and posting those direct text screenshots. Remy alleges that Papoose literally fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while laying right inside the house that Remy owns, and that he refuses to leave. Remy even claimed that the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, the world champion got scared and hung up immediately.
That is the part that gets me, D. You present yourself as an untouchable champion in the ring, but when the wife picks up the phone in her own living room, you drop the call? That does not sound like champion energy to me. That sounds like pure panic.
What else was detailed in those released messages, D? Because Papoose is painting a completely different picture of their 17-year relationship.
Papoose issued a public statement claiming Remy is a narcissist who chose to cheat repeatedly, specifically pointing to battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He says he has asked Remy for a divorce numerous times and just wants to handle things like civilized adults for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school. But Remy shot back, insisting she has been a one-boyfriend woman for 17 years without ever stepping out, while claiming Papoose is plotting with side chicks to set traps to get her arrested.
And let us not gloss over Remy revealing that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos and publicly claim he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That. That is not a quiet marital disagreement. That is a full-blown scorched earth campaign. But while they are tearing down 17 years together, Claressa's personal life and past are being completely pulled into the spotlight.
Exactly, Bianca. And that brings us right back to that explosive sit-down interview with Claressa's cousin Shalita. Dee, break down what Shalita revealed about what actually happened back in Flint when Claressa was just 6 years old.
Rachel, Shalita, came forward with receipts that redefine Claressa's entire origin story. Shalita was 17 years old and had just been offered a full basketball scholarship to play for Pat Summitt. But that exact same year, 17-year-old Shalita met 6-year-old Claressa, who confided in her about sexual abuse she had experienced from someone very close to the family. Claressa had told other adults, but nobody did anything. So Shalita personally called Pat Summitt, turned down the full scholarship, and moved into the house in Flint to protect 6-year-old Claressa.
Think about that sacrifice. A 17-year-old girl walking away from a life-changing opportunity with Pat Summitt because the adults in that house were failing to protect a 6-year-old child. Shalita raised those kids, Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut, while the mother was focused on her own habits and prioritizing the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girl.
And Dee, that interview brought up a family member that the public had literally never heard of before today.
Yes, Rachel. Shalita revealed the existence of Claressa's older brother, Artist. He was already a teenager back then, and while Shalita says Claressa and Artist are close, he has been completely invisible in the public story of a woman who documents every second of her life online. Shalita also set the record straight on Claressa's inner circle, stating flat out that Claressa only has one true best friend, a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just there for opportunity.
Which explains why Claressa's friendships keep blowing up in public, Dee. When you grow up as an afterthought in your own home, being passed off to stay with your grandmother from age 5 to 10 because of childhood trauma, you spend your entire adult life craving public validation. You demand absolute loyalty. You impose unwritten rule books on your friends. And the moment someone asks a simple question, you burn the whole house down.
If you are watching live right now, drop a comment and tell us, do you think Claressa's reaction to her friends stems from childhood trauma, or is it pure obsession with Remy Ma? We want to hear your thoughts on the timeline.
That need for control is exactly what destroyed her friendship with Nigeria, Rachel. Nigeria simply asked her one sentence, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" Nigeria did not curse. She did not yell. But Claressa exploded, calling Nigeria an op, declaring her an enemy, calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, before threatening, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not flinch for a single second. She fired back with that unforgettable line. I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break. Nigeria exposed those direct messages because Claressa tried to brand her as a backstabber, when in reality, Claressa was just projecting her own chaos.
And look at the social media contradictions Bianca mentioned earlier. Claressa was visibly bothered when Lil Kim appeared at that promotional event, yet suddenly she is online doing the Lil Kim challenge. When Cardi B praised Remy at a concert, Claressa got irritated, but then she turns around and leaves comments under Cardi B's posts like nothing ever happened. It is a complete circus of mixed signals.
And all of this personal drama is exploding just as Universal Studios is preparing for the Christmas Day launch of The Fire Inside, the feature film based on Claressa's life. Dee, remind us how that movie deal originally came to be.
Rachel, 2 months after Claressa defended her Olympic gold medal in Rio back in 2016, following her historic win over Sweden's Anna Laurel, Universal Studios sent her an email. Claressa was only 20 years old, but she got a lawyer and negotiated for a full year before signing. The film was written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and stars Ryan Destiny as Claressa. It covers her rise from poverty in Flint, her trauma, and even her complicated journey to forgive her mother after years of not getting along.
Claressa herself has said she was raped at 5, stayed with her grandmother until she was 10, and carried so much anger toward her mother. She did not even want to talk about it publicly at first because she did not want to blame her mom. But now, with cousin Shalita coming forward and exposing the favoritism toward Artist and Peanut, plus the sacrifice of that Pat Summitt scholarship, the raw truth of that childhood is completely overshadowing the movie's hero narrative.
To everyone tuning in, do you think Universal Studios should have Claressa address these family revelations publicly before Christmas Day, or should she stay quiet? Let us know in the chat right now.
The studio executives have to be sweating, Rachel. While Ryan Destiny is portraying Claressa's triumphant Olympic story on screen, the real Claressa is caught up in late-night phone call confrontations with Remy Ma, claims from Papoose about his 6-year-old daughter, and leaked direct messages threatening ex-friends. Remy even laughed at the idea of Papoose buying Claressa gifts, calling him a taker and pointing out that Remy is the one with the financial bag.
That is the ultimate sting! Remy flat out said Papoose does not have the money to be giving lavish gifts because she holds the finances. And when you combine that with Papoose allegedly trying to sabotage Remy behind the scenes, setting up traps with side chicks, and threatening to claim he wrote Imagine That, it shows a marriage that has completely devolved into psychological warfare.
And Claressa inserted herself right into the middle of it. When Remy walked her down online, Claressa shot back, claiming Remy was just jealous of Papoose and alleging that Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own. But according to the leaked messages, Claressa was simultaneously in total panic mode about how this entire scandal would affect the fire inside.
Because she knows that an audience going into theaters on Christmas Day to watch an inspiring story about overcoming adversity in Flint will now be thinking about cousin Shalita's revelations, the hidden older brother artist, the rejected Pat Summitt scholarship, and those toxic direct messages to Nigeria.
Dee, what did Papoose say about why he stayed silent for so long while all these accusations were flying around?
Papoose insisted that he wanted to handle the divorce privately, like civilized adults specifically, so his 6-year-old daughter could go to school without being exposed to social media foolishness. He claims Remy chose to clout chase online and play the victim only after he finally decided to move on from her alleged repeated infidelity with Easy the Block Captain.
Oh, please. Papoose claiming he wanted privacy while allegedly having late-night phone calls with Claressa Shields in the very house Remy owns is laughable, Dee. You cannot claim you are protecting your 6-year-old daughter from public mess while engaging in late-night phone calls that end up on leaked screenshots.
And as we examine how Claressa's past trauma in Flint connects to her current behavior online, the question becomes whether her inner circle, including her true friend Victoria, can help her navigate this storm before
the premiere of The Fire Inside gets totally swallowed up by this circus on Christmas Day, Rachel. Look. If cousin Shalita is right and Victoria is truly the only real friend in Claressa's corner, then Victoria needs to step in right now. Because according to Shalita, every single other person surrounding Claressa is just there for an opportunity, waiting for their moment to leverage her name.
That is exactly what Shalita emphasized, Bianca. She made it crystal clear that apart from Victoria, everyone claiming to be Claressa's best friend is just riding her clout until the opportunity dries up. And remember, Shalita is not just any relative throwing opinions around. This is the cousin who gave up a full basketball scholarship to Pat Summitt at Tennessee when she was just 17 years old. She literally called Pat Summitt on the phone and said no thank you so she could stay behind in Flint, move into Claressa's mother's house, and protect 6-year-old Claressa after Claressa revealed she was being abused by someone very close to the family. Adults in the family had done nothing, so 17-year-old Shalita stepped up and became the primary caretaker for Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut.
And that sacrifice speaks volumes about the dynamic in that house, Dee. Shalita laid it all out. The mother was so consumed with keeping a roof overhead and prioritizing the boys, Artist and Peanut, that Claressa and Brianna were treated like total afterthoughts. When you grow up as an afterthought in your own childhood home, you spend your entire adult life craving public validation at the top of your lungs. That explains why Claressa projects so loudly online today.
It really puts her entire trajectory into perspective, Bianca. When you look at her history, being abused at 5 years old, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and carrying all that bottled up anger before finally reconciling with her mother, it makes you realize how complex her story is. That exact journey, from poverty on the north side of Flint all the way to her Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel, is what screenwriter Barry Jenkins and director Rachel Morrison put into the Universal Studios film starring Ryan Destiny. But right now, that inspirational narrative is competing with pure social media noise.
And that noise reached a deafening level when her ex-best friend Nigeria dropped those leaked direct messages. Rachel, all Nigeria did was ask one simple question: is Pap still creeping back to Remy? That was it. One question. And instead of brushing it off or laughing it away, Claressa allegedly torched the entire friendship on the spot. She sent messages branding Nigeria an up, meaning opposition, telling her to stop texting her phone, calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, before throwing out a threat saying, "I must show you."
Which was pure panic, D! When someone starts a conversation, brands the other person the enemy, and then threatens them. That is not power, that is someone losing control of the narrative. But Nigeria did not flinch for 1 second. Nigeria clapped back and told her, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break." That line completely shattered the argument.
What do you at home think about that exchange? Do you think Nigeria's single question touched on something Claressa was desperate to hide, or was it just the final straw in a crumbling friendship? Send us your thoughts on our show handle, because this brings us right to Claressa's unhinged social media rules. Bianca, you were pointing out earlier how Claressa basically handed her inner circle an unofficial rule book about Remy Ma.
Oh, it is a full-time, unpaid job with overtime, Rachel. According to what has come out, anyone in Claressa's circle is forbidden from supporting Remy or even enjoying her music without it turning into a major confrontation. Yet look at Claressa's own contradiction. She was visibly pressed about Lil' Kim showing up at that promo event, but then turns around and does the Lil' Kim challenge online. When Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa got visibly irritated, and now she is sitting in Cardi's comment section, leaving praise like nothing ever happened. You cannot tell your friends that Remy is the enemy while you are constantly reacting, copying, and obsessing over every move connected to her.
And the core of that obsession lands right back on Remy Ma and Papoose's explosive split after 17 years together and 8 years of marriage. Remy posted text screenshots alleging that Papoose fell asleep on a phone call with Claressa Shields inside the very house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave. Remy claimed that as soon as Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, the world champion boxer got scared and hung up immediately.
And then Remy dropped even more receipts, D. Remy alleged that Papoose was actively plotting with his side chicks to set traps to get Remy arrested, a woman who claimed she stayed completely monogamous for 17 years. On top of that, Remy accused Papoose of threatening to leak explicit videos and publicly claiming he wrote her lyrics for the track Imagine That. Remy literally said Papoose is a taker, not a giver, and reminded everyone that she is the one holding the financial bag.
Papoose did not stay silent though, D. What did he say in his official statement regarding these accusations?
Papoose came back calling Remy a narcissist and a liar, Rachel. He claimed that Remy cheated on him repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, and that he has asked Remy for a divorce numerous times. He insisted that he wanted to handle everything privately like civilized adults for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day, accusing Remy of choosing to clout chase online instead. But Remy maintains that she is a one-boyfriend woman and that Papoose is only mad because she finally moved on.
But let us get back to the family secrets that cousin Shalita exposed, because this part blew my mind, Rachel. Shalita revealed that Claressa has an older brother named Artist. In all the years of documentary footage, social media posts, and public interviews, no one ever knew Artist existed. Shalita said Artist was already a teenager when Shalita moved in, and while Shalita says Claressa and Artist are close, he is completely invisible in her public life. Why is the oldest brother hidden from a public story when Claressa documents literally every single detail of her life online?
That is the big question Shalita raised, Bianca. In public narratives, invisible family members are usually kept invisible for very specific reasons. Shalita explained that their mother inside came out after having those tough conversations about her childhood trauma. This sudden wave of family revelations from Shalita is putting a spotlight on dynamics Universal Studios certainly did not plan for during Christmas launch week.
If you are watching at home, how do you balance feeling deep empathy for the horrific trauma Claressa endured in Flint with her aggressive behavior toward friends online? It is a complex psychological picture. And Bianca, when you look at how Shalita described those early years in Flint, the poverty on the north side, the neglect, the sacrifice Shalita made turning down Pat Summitt, it paints a picture of a family dynamic where trust was broken from the very beginning.
Exactly, Rachel! Trust was broken at 6 years old when adults ignored her cries, and Shalita was the only 17-year-old who actually listened. So when Claressa grows up and forms friendships as an adult, any slight question, like Nigeria asking about Papoose creeping back to Remy, triggers an absolute nuclear explosion. Because in Claressa's mind, asking a basic question equals immediate betrayal. She instantly labeled Nigeria an enemy, called her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable in those leaked direct messages.
Dee, walk us through Nigeria's response again, because that clapback about having a wealthy mindset really hit a nerve on the timeline.
Rachel, Nigeria did not flinch for a second. After Claressa sent those harsh messages threatening her with, "I must show you," Nigeria fired right back. She told Claressa that while she might not have Olympic champion money, her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit is something Claressa's type could never break.
That response was absolute gold, Dee, because Claressa tries to use her money and athletic status as a giant shield. But when your inner circle operates under strict unofficial rules, like forbidding your friends from listening to Remy Ma or supporting her, that shield collapses fast.
Let us bring in a message coming straight from our live audience stream right now.
Hi everyone, I am Marcus from Atlanta. I have been following Claressa ever since her Olympic win over Anna Laurel, and it breaks my heart to see all this drama right before her movie launch. Do you think Papoose and Remy Ma's split is completely overshadowing her big Hollywood moment?
Thank you for writing in, Marcus. Dee, that exact concern is quietly circulating among the executives around the Universal Studios feature, isn't it?
Absolutely, Rachel. With The Fire Inside opening on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny, directed by Rachel Morrison and written by Barry Jenkins, this should be a victory lap celebrating her rise from childhood poverty in Flint. But instead, reporting shows Claressa herself was in panic mode about how this public scandal with Papoose and Remy Ma might impact the entire release.
And who can blame the studio for sweating, Dee? Cousin Shalita came out in that interview and pulled back the curtain on the whole family dynamic. She revealed an older brother named Artist who is totally invisible in Claressa's public story, plus another brother named Peanut.
That is right, Bianca. Shalita detailed how their mother prioritized the two boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, leaving daughters Claressa and Brianna as afterthoughts. Shalita explained that she stepped in at 17, turned down Pat Summitt, and essentially raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa herself in Flint.
And Bianca, Shalita also pointed out something crucial about who Claressa actually keeps close. She stated explicitly that Claressa's only true best friend is Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just there for an opportunity.
Which brings us right back to Nigeria, Rachel. The second an opportunity-based friendship experiences a tiny bump, Claressa projects all her internal issues online, calling everyone fake while doing the Lil' Kim challenge and leaving comments under Cardi B's posts after being annoyed by her just days prior.
Let us look at where Papoose and Remy Ma stand in this entire split after 17 years together and being married since 2016. Dee, what are the details coming from both sides?
It is an all-out battle, Rachel. Papoose released a statement accusing Remy of being a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He claimed he requested a divorce numerous times and kept quiet only to protect their 6-year-old daughter who is attending school.
But Remy did not hold back at all, Dee. She alleged that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa right inside the house that Remy owns and pays for. She said when she caught them on the line, Claressa got scared and hung up immediately, while Papoose tried setting traps to get Remy arrested, threatened to leak explicit videos, and claimed he wrote her track. Imagine that.
If you are watching at home, jump into our chat and tell us, do you believe Papoose was actively setting traps, or is this a bitter marriage split spilling into social media?
Rachel, Papoose calls it clout chasing, but Remy says she has the receipts and the bag. And when a phone call between Papoose and Claressa happens late at night in Remy's own home,
that is where the story gets even wilder, Bianca, because according to the screenshots Remy posted, Papoose actually fell asleep while on the phone with Claressa inside the very house Remy owns and pays for.
And when Remy caught him on the line and spoke up, Claressa reportedly got scared and hung up immediately.
She panicked, Dee, a world champion boxer, getting scary and cutting the call the second the wife's voice comes through the speaker.
That is what Remy published online. She claimed Papoose took Claressa's advice, but not before Remy captured screenshots of their entire conversation. She even posted that Papoose was trying to set traps with his side chicks to get Remy arrested.
To get her arrested? Can you imagine? After 17 years together, Remy is alleging he is plotting behind her back while living in a house she pays for, because, in her words, she is the one with the bag.
But then Papoose came right back with his own statement. He called Remy a narcissist and claimed she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain.
Exactly, Rachel. Papoose insisted he requested a divorce numerous times and only kept quiet on social media to protect their 6-year-old daughter who is actively attending school. He accused Remy of clout chasing instead of handling their split like civilized adults.
Oh, please! Papoose says he wanted to protect their 6-year-old daughter, but Remy says he threatened to leak explicit videos of her and claim he wrote her track. Imagine that! If you are threatening to leak explicit videos, you are not trying to be civilized.
What do you think at home? Jump into our live chat right now and tell us, do you think this 17-year relationship was already over, or did this phone call trigger a point of no return?
What makes this even more tense is how this ties directly into what outlets published about Claressa's state of mind. Texts floating around suggest Claressa was in full panic mode over how this entire public scandal would affect her upcoming feature film, The Fire Inside.
And that brings us back to what Dee was touching on earlier regarding Universal Studios. This movie opens on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins and directed by Rachel Morrison.
The studio bought the rights to her life story after she defended her gold medal at the Rio Games in 2016. She was only 20 years old negotiating that deal with a lawyer.
But look at what her cousin Shalita just revealed about that exact same origin story. Shalita sat down in a recent interview and dropped absolute bombs about what was omitted from the public narrative.
Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she gave up a full basketball scholarship to play for the legendary coach Pat Summitt just to stay behind in Flint, Michigan and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
That stopped me in my tracks, Dee. Shalita said Claressa told her at 6 years old about being abused by someone very close to the family. Not a family member, but someone close. And the other adults did nothing. So Shalita called Pat Summitt, said no thank you to a full ride, and moved into Claressa's mother's house.
And Shalita pointed out that in all the official interviews, documentary coverage, and press for this movie, her name is not mentioned even once.
Not once, Rachel. Shalita basically said she raised Claressa, her sister Brianna, and their brother Peanut because their mother cared more about keeping a roof, food, her own habits, and favoring the boys over the girls.
Shalita did not hold back at all. She said the mother prioritized the sons, Artist and Peanut, while Claressa and Brianna were left as afterthoughts in their own home.
That hidden brother detail blew everyone online away. Dee, before this interview, nobody in the public sphere knew an older brother named Artist even existed.
It is true, Rachel. Viewers had never heard the name Artist. Shalita said Artist was already a teenager back then, and while he and Claressa are close, he has been entirely invisible in her public life, even though she documents everything on social media.
When someone who shares every detail of their life online leaves an entire older brother completely out of the public story, people start asking why.
And Shalita also addressed Claressa's inner circle. She claimed Claressa only has one single true best friend, and her name is Victoria.
She said anyone else claiming to be her best friend is just there for an opportunity and will disappear the moment they get what they want.
Which brings us straight back to Nigeria and those leaked direct messages. Nigeria was in her circle until one tiny question destroyed the entire friendship.
Nigeria simply asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. And according to the leaked screenshots, Claressa completely exploded.
The messages showed Claressa calling Nigeria an ope, telling her to stop texting her phone, and then calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable.
And then Claressa added that threat. "I must show you." But Nigeria did not back down for a single second.
Nigeria's clapback was legendary. Bianca, what did she write back, Dee?
Nigeria shot right back. I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break.
That is how you respond when someone tries to pull rank on you. Nigeria held her ground completely.
But look at the pattern here. Commentators online are pointing out that Claressa posted about being surrounded by fake friends and backstabbers, but it looks like textbook projection.
Exactly, Rachel. Psychologists call it projection. When you feel something rotting inside yourself, you start accusing everyone else around you of it.
And look at her social media behavior, Dee. She allegedly enforces an unofficial rule where no one in her circle is allowed to like or support Remy Ma. Yet Claressa herself was online doing the Lil Kim challenge after being pressed about Lil Kim at a promo event and commenting under Cardi B's posts after getting irritated when Cardi praised Remy.
If you are at home watching this unfold, drop a message in our comments. Do you think Claressa's intense focus on Remy Ma is just social media noise, or is it directly harming the launch of her major Hollywood biopic?
The pressure on the studio is huge right now, Rachel. Claressa has spoken before about how tough it was growing up, staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after enduring childhood abuse, and the rocky relationship she had with her mother from age 9 until 16 before they reconciled.
She overcame incredible hardship to win 2 Olympic gold medals and secure a Hollywood movie written by Barry Jenkins. But now, right before Christmas Day, all anyone is talking about is this messy split and cousin Shalita's interview.
Shalita said it plainly. When you grow up as an afterthought in your own home, you spend your entire adult life loudly searching for validation.
That insight explains so much of her public behavior, Rachel. Shalita felt she carried these family secrets for years and finally had to tell the truth about Flint, about declining Pat Summit's scholarship, and about how much sacrifice went into protecting 6-year-old Claressa.
Meanwhile, Remy Ma is on social media insisting she is a one-boyfriend woman, laughing off allegations that Papoose was buying gifts for anyone, and saying she is the one with the bag while Papoose tries to play the victim.
And Papoose maintains he was the one asking for a divorce repeatedly while taking care of their 6-year-old daughter, accusing Remy of cheating with Easy the Block captain and clout chasing.
The contrast couldn't be sharper, Bianca. On one side, you have a 17-year hip-hop marriage dissolving in public over alleged affairs, late-night phone calls, and threats of leaked videos.
And on the other side, you have a world champion boxer whose cousin just pulled back the curtain on her entire childhood while her ex-best friend leaks messages exposing her late-night phone habits.
Remy even claimed that when Claressa heard Remy's voice over the line late at night inside Remy's house, Claressa got scared and hung up immediately, while Papoose tried to claim he wrote Remy's track, Imagine That.
Imagine calling someone a clout chaser when you are allegedly threatening to claim credit for her songs and leaked video.
And let us not forget what Remy said about the financial dynamic. Remy made it crystal clear that she owns the house Papoose refuses to leave, calling him a taker rather than a giver.
That is why Remy said she isn't even mad, she is happy, and that is why he is furious.
But back on Claressa's side, how does Universal Studios maneuver this Christmas release when cousin Shalita just told the world that Claressa's official story completely erased the person who sacrificed a Pat Summitt scholarship to save her?
That is the question everyone in the industry is asking. Shalita said when she was 17, she called Pat Summitt directly to decline that basketball opportunity because 6-year-old Claressa had told adults about the abuse and nobody took action.
Shalita said she moved right into the house in Flint to make sure nothing bad happened, taking on the role of raising Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa while their older brother Artist was already a teenager.
And yet, when Hollywood comes calling to make The Fire Inside, starring Ryan Destiny, Shalita's name is nowhere in the script.
It makes you realize why the drama with Nigeria and Remy Ma exploded so quickly, Dee. One single question about Papoose creeping back to Remy was enough to trigger a total shutdown.
Nigeria asked that one question, and instead of a laugh or a simple answer, the entire friendship was torched in seconds with insults about being broke and mentally unstable.
Because when a single question makes someone detonate their inner circle, it usually means the question hit a nerve they were desperate to protect.
And with Papoose claiming Remy cheated with Easy the Block captain, while Remy accuses him of late-night calls with Claressa and setting traps.
And those late-night calls are precisely what brought Claressa Shields right into the crossfire, Rachel!
Exactly, Bianca, because Remy Ma alleges Papoose literally fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while sitting inside the very house Remy owns and says he refuses to leave.
The absolute nerve! You are sitting in her house, on her property, falling asleep on a phone call with another woman, and then getting scary and hanging up the second Remy's voice comes through the speaker.
That is what Remy claimed in those posted text screenshots, Dee. She said the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on that line, Claressa panicked and hung up immediately.
And Claressa laced up and shot right back, calling Remy jealous of Papoose, while claiming Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own, while Papoose is out here taking gifts.
But wait, Remy shut that idea down real quick. She called herself a strictly one-boyfriend woman and reminded everyone that she is the one with the actual bag in that relationship.
Meanwhile, Papoose is painting a completely different picture. What did his public statement reveal, Dee?
Papoose called Remy a narcissist, claiming she chose to cheat repeatedly, specifically bringing up battle rapper Easy the Block captain, and stated he has requested a divorce from her numerous times.
Requesting a divorce numerous times while claiming he stayed quiet through the social media foolishness for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every single day.
Papoose says he was just trying to protect their child while caring for her, but Remy insists he has been actively plotting with his side chicks to get her arrested and threatening to leak explicit videos.
Along with threatening to publicly claim that he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That. The accusations are flying in every single direction between those two.
It is complete and utter marital chaos, Rachel. You have 17 years of history together, a marriage since 2016, and now it is blowing up publicly right as Universal Studios is getting ready to drop The Fire Inside on Christmas Day.
And that brings us right back to why Claressa's team is reportedly in total panic mode, because this massive public scandal is completely swallowing up the promo for her film.
Which makes cousin Shalita's sudden interview timing feel even more explosive. Bianca.
Cousin Shalita did not hold back a single word. She came into that sit-down with her whole chest out and laid down every single piece of family history that Hollywood left out of the script.
She really did. Dee here to tell you. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she had a full basketball scholarship offer lined up with Pat Summitt, and she turned it down flat.
Just think about making that kind of choice. Turning down a full scholarship with a legendary coach like Pat Summitt just to stay behind on the north side of Flint, Michigan. Why did she do it, Dee?
Because that was the exact year 17-year-old Shalita met 6-year-old Claressa, and Claressa confided in her about being abused.
Abused by someone very close to the family. Not a family member, but someone close in their circle. And 6-year-old Claressa had already told other adults who did absolutely nothing about it.
Nothing at all. So Shalita made that phone call directly to Pat Summitt, declined the scholarship opportunity, and moved right into the house in Flint to protect 6-year-old Claressa, Peanut, and Brianna.
While their mother was struggling in poverty, caring more about keeping a roof and her own habits, and heavily favoring the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls.
The girls were complete afterthoughts in their own household. And when you spend your childhood as an afterthought, you grow up demanding the entire world look at you and validate you.
That is exactly what Shalita was breaking down. That loud, constant need for public validation comes directly from growing up as an afterthought in Flint poverty.
And what about the hidden older brother, Dee? That was a massive bombshell for anyone who follows Claressa's life.
Shalita confirmed that there is an older brother named Artist who was already a teenager back then. She said Artist and Claressa are actually close, yet his name has never been mentioned in a single blog post, live stream, or interview.
He is completely invisible in her public story. A whole older brother living in the shadows while she documents her entire life on social media.
Have you ever looked into a celebrity story and realized someone's entire family dynamic was missing a key person? Drop your thoughts in the chat right now.
Because invisible people in public stories are invisible for a reason, Rachel. Nobody thought to ask why Artist was left out until Shalita spoke up.
Exactly, Bianca. And Shalita did not stop at family dynamics. She went straight after Claressa's inner circle, stating that the only real best friend Claressa actually has is a woman named Victoria.
Victoria! Shalita said every single other person claiming to be her best friend is just there for opportunity, waiting to grab whatever clout they can get before running off.
Which brings us straight to Nigeria and those leaked direct messages that exploded across the timeline. Dee.
Nigeria was supposed to be in that circle until she asked one single question. Is Pop still creeping back to Remy?
One tiny question, no cursing, no screaming, just asking if Papoose is creeping back. And Claressa completely detonated, calling Nigeria an op, telling her to stop texting her phone, and branding her an enemy.
Then came the toxic messages calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, mentally unstable, and capping it off with a threat. I must show you.
But Nigeria did not flinch or shrink back at all, Bianca. What was that clapback Dee mentioned?
Nigeria fired right back, saying she might not have Claressa's kind of money, but her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something Claressa's type could never break.
That is how you handle a bully. Nigeria stood 10 feet tall. You do not burn down your entire friendship over a question unless the answer terrifies you.
It shows how deeply, weirdly invested Claressa is in Remy Ma. It is like an unofficial rule book where if you enjoy Remy's music, you are automatically an enemy.
It is total projection, Rachel. Claressa gets irritated when Cardi B praises Remy at a concert, then turns around and leaves comments under Cardi's posts. She gets upset at Lil Kim during an MVP promo event, then turns around and does the Lil Kim challenge online.
Pick a lane. One day you are seething, the next day you are copying. That is textbook obsession.
And all of this personal drama is swirling right as her sports film. Starring Ryan Destiny, directed by Rachel Morrison, and written by Barry Jenkins, prepares for its Christmas Day debut.
Universal Studios spent a full year negotiating that contract when Claressa was only 20 years old, right after her Olympic win over Sweden's Anna Laurel.
She fought so hard for recognition, working through childhood trauma, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and eventually rebuilding her relationship with her mother.
But now, instead of the focus being on her Olympic gold and overcoming Flint poverty, all anyone is talking about is late-night phone calls, leaked DMs, and cousin Shalita exposing family secrets.
Shalita noted that Claressa held back her story for years because she did not want to upset her mother or put the blame on her for what happened during those childhood years.
If you were about to release a major Hollywood movie about your life, would you want your family bringing up these untold stories right before the premiere? Tell us in the comments.
Look, whether it is personal beef or factual receipts, Shalita came to set the record straight. She gave up her own Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 so 6-year-old Claressa could be protected. and she wants that acknowledged.
Meanwhile, Remy Ma is standing her ground, asserting that Papoose is trying to sabotage her while she stays focused on her own money and peace.
And Papoose is insisting he is the victim of a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with Easy the Block captain while he raised their 6-year-old daughter.
The allegations on both sides are flying high, and with Claressa right in the middle of this 17-year marriage collapsing.
She is finding out the hard way that when a 17-year marriage explodes, everybody in the blast radius gets hit by the fallout. D. Papoose is claiming he has been begging for a divorce for months while looking after their 6-year-old daughter. And Remy Ma is out here posting leaked screenshots of late-night phone calls.
That late-night phone call is the exact detail that sent social media into total overdrive, Bianca. According to what was published, Papoose allegedly fell asleep on a phone call with Claressa while laying inside the house that Remy owns. And in the statement posted by Remy, the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, she hung up immediately.
Hung up immediately. Bianca, from an industry point of view, what does that quick hang-up tell you about what was going on?
It tells me somebody knew they were somewhere they had no business being. Rachel, you do not panic and hang up the phone like a guilty teenager if you are just having an innocent conversation about boxing or business. But let us be real here. Remy did not just post that screenshot to expose Papoose. She posted it to walk Claressa down publicly.
And Claressa did not take that lying down either. She shot right back, calling Remy jealous of Papoose and alleging that Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own. Meanwhile, Papoose released his own statement painting Remy as unfaithful, claiming she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block captain while he stayed home caring for their 6-year-old daughter.
The allegations are flying from every angle. On one side, Papoose says he tried to handle this quietly for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school, while Remy is alleging that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos and falsely claim he wrote her lyrics for her song Imagine That.
Imagine that! That is absolute toxicity, Rachel. 17 years together, married since 2016, and now it devolves into threats over song lyrics, explicit videos, and alleged traps with side chicks to get her arrested? That is not just a messy split, that is complete destruction.
And while all this public warfare is escalating, Claressa is also dealing with the massive fallout from her cousin Shalita, exposing family secrets that were completely left out of her official origin story. Shalita made it very clear that back in Flint, Michigan, when Claressa was only 6 years old, Shalita gave up a full basketball scholarship to Pat Summitt just to stay behind and protect her.
That detail from Shalita completely reshapes how the public sees her history, Dee. Shalita explained that when she was 17, her father took her to meet his side of the family, and 6-year-old Claressa revealed what had been happening to her after other adults did nothing. So Shalita called up Pat Summitt, turned down that dream scholarship, and moved straight into the home in Flint.
That is a massive, life-altering sacrifice. To walk away from a full college scholarship at 17 to protect a 6-year-old relative because the adults in the house failed her? That is huge. And Shalita did not hold back, Rachel. She stated flat out that the mother cared far more about the boys, Artist and Peanut, than she did about the girls, Claressa and Brianna.
Exactly, Bianca. Shalita revealed that Artist is actually Claressa's older brother, a teenager at the time who exists in the family history but has been kept completely invisible in the public story. The host interviewing Shalita even admitted they had no idea Artist existed, despite Claressa documenting so much of her life online.
Which makes you wonder, why would an older brother who is close to the family be kept completely hidden from the public narrative for all these years? Tell us what you think in the comments. Are you surprised by these family revelations coming out right now?
Look, when you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own household while the boys get all the attention, it creates a deep-seated need for public validation. That is why Claressa craves validation so loudly on social media. When you are ignored as a child in Flint, you spend your adult life making sure nobody can ever ignore you again.
And Shalita also addressed Claressa's inner circle, stating that out of everyone surrounding her, Victoria is the only true best friend she has. Shalita warned that everybody else claiming to be a best friend is just there for opportunity, waiting to take whatever they can get.
Which leads us right back to that explosive fallout between Claressa and her former friend Nigeria. Dee, break down how that entire friendship collapsed over just one single question.
It was literally one sentence, Rachel. Nigeria asked Claressa, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was all it took. And according to the leaked direct messages, Claressa completely lost her temper. The screenshots show brutal insults, calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, and mentally unstable, ending with a threat saying, "I must show you."
I must show you! Are you serious? You destroy an entire friendship and threaten someone over a question about Papoose? Like I always say, nobody sets their own house on fire over a question unless the answer terrifies them. If there was nothing to hide, you laugh it off. But when you panic, hurl insults, and threaten people, you are confirming the smoke.
But Nigeria did not back down for a single second. In those leaked direct messages, Nigeria delivered a clapback that blew up across the internet. She told Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
Hi everyone, my name is Jordan and I am calling in from Chicago. I have been watching the show all night, and I just feel so bad for Claressa because she fought so hard out of poverty in Flint, won Olympic gold, and now right before her big movie release, all these leaked messages and family secrets are coming out. Doesn't she deserve some peace to enjoy her success?
Jordan from Chicago, bringing a very passionate perspective. Bianca, what do you say to viewers who feel like Claressa is being unfairly targeted right before her big Hollywood release?
I understand where Jordan is coming from, but let us be real. Nobody forced Claressa to jump into direct messages hurling insults and threats at Nigeria. And nobody forced her to get on late-night phone calls with a married man inside his wife's house. You cannot act wildly on social media and then play the victim when people bring out the receipts.
And media psychologists are pointing out that Claressa's online behavior fits classic projection. She went on social media announcing that everyone around her was fake, backstabbing, and untrustworthy right before her own contradictions got exposed. On top of that, she reportedly enforces an unofficial rule where no one in her circle is allowed to support Remy Ma or listen to her music.
But then look at the constant contradictions. D. One day, Claressa gets visibly irritated when Cardi B praises Remy Ma at a concert. But then later, she is leaving supportive comments under Cardi B's posts like nothing ever happened. Or how she was pressed when Lil Kim appeared at an event, but then turns around and does the Lil Kim challenge online.
Pick a lane! 1 minute you are angry and blocking people, the next minute you are copying the exact same people. That is not just a mood swing, Rachel. That is total obsession. You are making Remy Ma your full-time unpaid job with overtime.
And all this public drama is causing serious anxiety behind the scenes at Universal Studios. Remember, her feature film The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny, is scheduled to hit theaters on Christmas Day.
That movie was meant to be the ultimate celebration of her triumphant journey, from living with her grandmother between 5 and 10 years old, overcoming childhood trauma, forgiving her mother, and defeating Sweden's Anna Laurel to secure Olympic gold.
Exactly! That Christmas Day launch was supposed to showcase how a young girl from Flint overcame the absolute hardest obstacles to become the most decorated female boxer in history. But instead of the public discussing Barry Jenkins' script or Ryan Destiny's starring performance, everyone online is talking about late-night phone calls, leaked DMs, and cousin Shalita exposing family history.
And let us not forget the massive fallout for Remy Ma and Papoose either. They have been one of hip-hop's most prominent couples, married since 2016. But Papoose claims Remy cheated repeatedly with Easy the Block captain, while Remy claims Papoose is plotting traps with side chicks to get her arrested.
It is a total crisis on every front, from 17-year relationships collapsing to major Hollywood film releases caught in the crossfire. If you were managing public relations for that studio right now, how would you navigate this chaos with Christmas Day right around the corner? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
If I were on that public relations team, I would take her phone away immediately. Every single time she posts a rant or sends a threatening message, she is throwing gasoline on a fire that is threatening to consume her entire movie premiere.
But Shalita's revelations prove that the tension in her life began way before Hollywood or boxing ever called. Shalita explained that the mother prioritized sons, Artist and Peanut, over daughters Claressa and Brianna, leaving the girls as an afterthought, while Shalita stepped in at 17 to raise them.
And understanding that childhood dynamic in Flint, alongside the trauma Claressa endured before staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, provides so much context for the emotional baggage she carried into her career.
Context explains the behavior, Rachel, but it does not justify treating people terribly. Nigeria stood tall with that wealthy mindset response because she saw right through the money and fame. You can have millions of dollars and Olympic medals, but if you are still letting petty rivalries and unhealed grudges govern your life.
And that is why this situation keeps spiraling, because every single time Remy Ma's name comes up, Claressa reacts with total panic instead of stepping back and focusing on her career.
Panic is an understatement, Dee. She literally torched her entire friendship with Nigeria to ashes over one single simple question about Papoose.
Exactly, Bianca. And for anyone joining our conversation right now, that is the exact spark that detonated this whole public breakdown. Dee, walk us back through what those leaked direct messages actually showed, because the escalation was instantaneous.
It really was, Rachel. Nigeria simply asked her if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma. That was it. No insults, no attack. But Claressa immediately snapped, labeled her own best friend in opposition, told her to stop texting her phone, and then launched into a tirade calling Nigeria broke, delusional, mentally unstable, and ended it with that chilling line, "I must show you."
Which is classic panic. When you are losing an argument and you have no ground left to stand on, you resort to threats and insults. But Nigeria did not flinch for one single second. She fired right back and said, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break." Talk about standing tall.
That clapback really resonated with so many people online, Bianca. But what reveals so much about this situation is the psychological pattern here. When someone runs online to declare that everyone around them is fake and untrustworthy, it looks a lot like projection. You start smelling on everyone else what is actually rotting inside your own circle.
It is textbook projection, Rachel. And let us talk about the unofficial rulebook Claressa seemingly handed to her inner circle. You are not allowed to listen to Remy Ma. You are not allowed to enjoy her music. And if another artist like Cardi B praises Remy at a concert, Claressa gets visibly irritated. Yet the very next week, Claressa is under Cardi B's comments acting like nothing happened, or doing the Lil Kim challenge after being pressed about her at an event. Make it make sense.
It is a constant cycle of contradictions, Bianca. And while all of this social media back and forth was happening, the situation between Remy Ma and Papoose completely exploded into public view. Remy posted screenshots alleging that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while laying inside the very house that Remy owns, and that he refuses to leave.
And Dee, Remy also claimed that the second she caught the phone call and Claressa heard her voice, Claressa hung up immediately.
Exactly. Remy claimed Claressa got scared and hung up, and then published messages alleging Papoose took Claressa's advice while plotting behind the scenes. Remy even accused Papoose of trying to set traps with side chicks to get her arrested, threatening to leak explicit videos, and claiming he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That. Meanwhile, Papoose came right back, calling Remy a narcissist and accusing her of cheating repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain while he stays home caring for their 6-year-old daughter.
17 years together, married since 2016, and it devolves into allegations of explicit video threats, fake arrests, and late-night phone calls with a world champion boxer. You cannot make this up.
But if we want to understand why Claressa reacts with such intensity and craves validation so loudly in these public feuds, we have to look back at where she came from. Dee, let us bring it back to those unbelievable revelations from her cousin Shalita, because that context changes how you view everything.
That interview with Shalita changed the entire narrative, Rachel. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, her father introduced her to that side of the family in Flint, Michigan. That was when she met 6-year-old Claressa. And when Claressa confided in her about childhood abuse that was happening at the hands of someone very close to the family, and how other adults had completely ignored it, Shalita picked up the phone and made a life-altering decision.
She literally called up the legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt and turned down a full college scholarship. At 17 years old, Shalita gave up her own dream, moved right into that Flint house, and stepped up to protect 6-year-old Claressa and her siblings.
That is right, Bianca. Shalita explained that the mother prioritized her own habits and gave all her attention to the sons, Artist and Peanut, leaving the daughters, Claressa and Brianna, as total afterthoughts. Shalita essentially raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa herself because those little girls were ignored in their own home.
And think about that for a second. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own family, you spend your entire adult life fighting to prove you are not one. That desire for public validation, that need to prove she is the greatest, it stems directly from those early years in Flint.
Exactly, Rachel. But what blew my mind was the revelation about the older brother, Artist. Shalita casually mentioned that Claressa has an older brother named Artist, who was already a teenager back then, and that Claressa and Artist are actually close.
Which left everyone shocked, Bianca, because in all of Claressa's online presence, all her live streams, and her entire public origin story, Artist has never been mentioned a single time. He is completely invisible in her public narrative.
Invisible people in public stories are usually invisible for a specific reason, Dee. And Shalita did not stop there. She also addressed Claressa's inner circle, stating flatly that out of everyone surrounding Claressa today, her only true best friend is a woman named Victoria. Shalita warned that everyone else is just there for an opportunity and will disappear the moment that opportunity vanishes.
Which brings us right back to Nigeria. Nigeria asked one single question about Papoose, and boom, the friendship is deleted, blocked, and dragged online. It proves Shalita's point entirely.
And remember, Claressa has already survived so much real trauma. She spent ages 5 to 10 living with her grandmother after experiencing horrific sexual abuse at 5 years old. She rebuilt a fragile relationship with her mother years later, even hesitating to speak publicly about her past because she did not want to make her mother feel blamed or upset, until a friend named Jason encouraged her to have that difficult conversation.
She overcame all of that childhood poverty and trauma in Flint, rose up to beat Sweden's Anna Laurel on her way to becoming an Olympic champion, and secured a massive deal with Universal Studios for her life story feature film, The Fire Inside.
A movie written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, starring Ryan Destiny, scheduled to open nationwide on Christmas Day. That is a monumental achievement, Rachel.
It is a dream milestone, Bianca. But now, with Christmas Day right around the corner, studio executives are watching her getting dragged into a messy hip-hop divorce, public text leaks, and family revelations.
Exactly, Rachel. Instead of headlines celebrating her triumph over childhood adversity and her big Hollywood movie debut, every headline is focused on Papoose falling asleep on the phone, Remy Ma's accusations, and Nigeria leaking direct messages.
Because Claressa cannot resist taking the bait every single time. If someone mentions Remy Ma or asks about Papoose, she drops everything to go to war online instead of protecting her movie.
It makes you wonder how much unhealed childhood hurt is driving these adult reactions. Viewer Marcus from Atlanta actually wrote in asking whether this public drama will permanently tarnish the release of The Fire Inside before it even hits theaters.
Marcus, let me tell you, Hollywood studio money does not like chaos. They invested millions to tell an inspirational story of resilience, not to have their lead subject trading insults over another woman's husband 2 weeks before the premiere.
And the irony is that Remy Ma claims she is completely monogamous and happy to finally move on, while Papoose insists he has requested a divorce multiple times to protect their 6-year-old daughter from social media foolishness.
Yet everyone involved keeps pouring gasoline on the fire online. Dee, what are you hearing about how Claressa's team is responding behind closed doors to both Shalita's interview and these leaked text messages?
Her representatives have maintained complete radio silence so far, Rachel. They have not issued an official statement regarding the leaked texts from Remy Ma, nor have they commented on Shalita's interview exposing the family dynamics in Flint. But inside industry circles, people are saying there is absolute panic over how to contain this narrative before Christmas Day.
Contain it? You cannot contain a fire when the person holding the match keeps posting online. She warned Nigeria, I must show you. But the only thing being shown right now is how deeply unhinged this situation has become.
When trauma meets fame without healing, the past always finds a way to disrupt the present. And as Papoose and Remy Ma continue to trade accusations over their 17-year relationship, Claressa finds herself right in the center of a storm she easily could have avoided.
Exactly, Rachel. She could have walked away from the entire mess, but instead, she leaned right into the chaos online.
That is what has everyone baffled. When those direct messages leaked between Claressa and her former close friend Nigeria, it was not even a massive argument initially.
It was literally one single question, Rachel. Nigeria simply asked if Papoose was still sneaking back around to his ex, and boom, the entire relationship was instantly set on fire right then and there.
Because when a simple question causes someone to completely detonate, it is never about the question itself, Dee. It is about what that question threatens to expose. Nobody burns their own house down over a rumor they can just laugh off.
And Nigeria did not back down at all when the insults started flying in those direct messages. Dee, break down what was actually said in those leaked exchanges after things turned ugly.
According to the leaked screenshots circulating across social media, the messages got incredibly personal very fast. Claressa reportedly called Nigeria financially broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, alongside a direct warning saying, "I must show you."
I must show you! Please! That is not power talking, that is absolute panic! But Nigeria came back with the ultimate response. She fired straight back saying, I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never bring.
That phrase, a wealthy mindset, struck a massive nerve with viewers everywhere. But Bianca, if you look at how Claressa reacts when challenged, it connects right back to what her cousin Shalita revealed in that explosive sit-down interview.
Absolutely, Rachel. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own home, you spend your entire adult life desperately seeking validation and trying to prove you belong at the top of the room.
And Shalita laid out that entire family history in Flint, Michigan. She explained that, back when she was 17 years old, she was offered a full basketball scholarship by the legendary coach Pat Summitt.
Imagine having a full ride from Pat Summitt sitting on the table. That is every young athlete's dream. But Dee, why did Shalita walk away from that opportunity?
Because that was the exact year 17-year-old Shalita met 6-year-old Claressa and discovered the young girl was dealing with serious abuse from someone very close to the family. Shalita stated the adults in the home were doing nothing, so she called Coach Pat Summitt on the phone, turned down the scholarship, and moved straight into the family home in Flint to protect her.
That is the sacrifice of a lifetime! To give up your own future at 17 to protect a 6-year-old relative because the grown-ups in the house turned a blind eye? That tells you everything about the environment they were raised in on the north side of Flint.
Shalita also alleged that their mother prioritized the sons, Artist and Peanut, over the daughters, Claressa and Brianna. Dee, this was the first time the public ever even heard the name Artist, right?
Yes, Rachel. In all the years of documentary footage, social media posts, and public interviews, the older brother Artist was completely invisible to the public. Shalita confirmed he exists, he is the oldest brother, and that he and Claressa are actually close, despite him never being mentioned publicly while she documents her entire life.
Isn't that something? People who document every single second of their lives on camera always keep certain pieces off the board. But when you are raised as an afterthought while the boys get all the attention, that deep-seated need for public applause never goes away.
It really puts her journey into perspective. Remember, between the ages of 5 and 10, Claressa had to live with her grandmother. She has talked openly in past statements about how much anger she carried toward her mother during her teenage years. From 9 to around 15 or 16, they barely got along at all.
Exactly, Rachel. They did eventually reconcile years later after having some very difficult conversations before her life story was optioned for the screen. And that story led all the way to Universal Studios optioning her biography for the feature film The Fire Inside,
which is supposed to premiere on Christmas Day. Written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, starring Ryan Destiny. This was supposed to be her ultimate victory lap after winning Olympic gold against Anna Laurel of Sweden back in 2016.
But now, just weeks before Christmas Day, that victory lap is completely swallowed up by this public feud involving Papoose and Remy Ma. Bianca, how did a world champion boxer end up right in the middle of a 17-year marital split?
Because nobody involved knows how to put their phone down. Remy Ma went online and dropped screenshots alleging that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa right inside the house that Remy owns and that he refuses to leave.
And according to those posts from Remy, as soon as Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, she panicked and hung up immediately. Remy also claimed Papoose has been plotting with side chicks, trying to get her arrested, and threatening to release explicit videos or claim he wrote her song Imagine That.
Papoose, on the other hand, fired back with his own statement, calling Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He maintains he has asked for a divorce numerous times and just wants to protect their 6-year-old daughter.
Meanwhile, Claressa fires back, calling Remy jealous, saying Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own. It is a complete circus, D. Everyone is pointing fingers while the real story gets dirtier by the minute.
And inside industry circles, people close to the film production are reportedly frantic. Universal Studios spent a full year negotiating that contract when Claressa was only 20 years old. And now the entire promotional run for The Fire Inside is tied up in cheating claims and leaked text messages.
To our audience watching right now, do you think Claressa's public behavior is damaging the release of her movie, or is any publicity good publicity before Christmas Day? Drop your thoughts in the live chat. Bianca, what strikes me is the contradiction in her social media rules.
Oh, the rule book is absurd, Rachel. According to Shalita and those leaked DMs, anyone in Claressa's circle is essentially forbidden from supporting Remy Ma or playing her music. Yet Claressa turns around, does the Lil' Kim challenge after looking visibly annoyed by Lil' Kim at a previous promotional event, and then leaves comments under Cardi B's posts after getting upset when Cardi praised Remy.
It really highlights what commentators are calling textbook projection. When you feel unvalidated inside, you start smelling enemies on everybody else. Shalita even mentioned that Claressa's only true, genuine friend is a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just there for an opportunity.
And as soon as those opportunity friends get what they want, or ask one uncomfortable question like Nigeria did, they get cut off and branded as an enemy.
When you trace it all back to Flint, growing up in severe poverty on the north side, the trauma at 5 years old, her cousin Shalita sacrificing a Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 to protect her, you see a woman who built a defensive wall around herself.
And that wall kept her safe in the ring when she was fighting her way to becoming an Olympic champion. But in her personal life and her career management, that same wall seems to be causing massive destruction right when her crowning achievement is about to hit theaters.
You cannot use boxing ring tactics in personal relationships. You cannot hit everyone with a verbal knockout punch just because they asked if your phone call was late at night.
Dee, what are sources saying about Papoose and Remy Ma's legal status right now regarding their 6-year-old daughter and that pending divorce?
Statements from Papoose emphasize that he tried to handle the divorce privately for the sake of their 6-year-old child who attends school, but accused Remy of bringing it to social media for clout. Meanwhile, Remy insists she has been completely loyal throughout their 17 years together and that Papoose is refusing to leave her home.
17 years together? Married since 2016? And it ends with late-night phone calls, leaked text screenshots, and accusations over who owns the house and who wrote the songs.
And right in the center of it, Claressa Shields is fighting a battle on 3 different fronts: her family history exposed by Shalita, her former friendship blown up by Nigeria, and this explosive split between hip-hop royalty.
Industry insiders are watching closely because with Christmas Day approaching so fast, the studio team behind The Fire Inside is reportedly working around the clock to refocus the narrative back onto her sports legacy and her triumph over Anna Laurel.
Good luck refocusing the narrative when cousin Shalita is dropping interviews revealing hidden brothers named artist, family favoritism, and rejected Pat Summitt scholarships. The past has officially arrived at the front door.
Which brings us to the question of family reconciliation. Claressa spent years rebuilding her relationship with her mother before allowing her childhood story to be told on the big screen. But now Shalita claims the full truth was never told.
And that is precisely why this hurts so deeply, Rachel. Because when you build a public image around overcoming childhood trauma and forgiving your mother, but completely leave out the cousin who actually stepped in to protect you at 6 years old, people are going to question the entire story.
Exactly, Bianca. In that sit-down, cousin Shalita explained that she was 17 years old when she made the heart-wrenching decision to call up legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt and decline a full scholarship. She turned down her own future because 6-year-old Claressa had just confided in her about abuse from someone close to the family after other adults in their circle had done absolutely nothing.
And what makes this revelation so heavy, Dee, is that Shalita described a household in Flint where the girls were treated as an afterthought. She claimed their mother prioritized her sons, Artist and Peanut, over Claressa and Brianna. In fact, Artist is the oldest brother, yet he has been completely left out of Claressa's public narrative.
Think about how wild that is. An entire older brother named Artist, who exists, who is close to her, but has never been mentioned once in all her live streams, posts, or media coverage. As it was pointed out in that interview, invisible people in public stories are usually invisible for a reason.
And Shalita connected that directly to Claressa's behavior today. She explained that when you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own home, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding validation from the world to prove that you matter.
That emotional dynamic is really hitting home with our audience right now. Let's look at a message that just came in on our live feed.
Hi everyone, my name is Tamika from Detroit, and I just had to write in. My heart breaks for 6-year-old Claressa. But if her cousin Shalita sacrificed her whole basketball career to raise her in Flint, how could Claressa just erase her from her movie story?
Tamika, you are asking the exact question everyone in the industry is whispering right now. You cannot promote a major Hollywood film about ultimate triumph and family healing while erasing the very person who sacrificed her future so you could have one.
And remember, Bianca, the team behind The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny, focused the entire plot on Claressa rising from poverty and her Olympic win over Sweden's Anna Laurel. But studio execs are reportedly in total panic mode because these family secrets are coming out right before the Christmas Day premiere.
But Bianca, this need for validation and control seems to bleed right into her personal relationships as well, doesn't it? Because Shalita also revealed that Claressa's only true best friend is Victoria, while everyone else is just around for opportunity.
And look how fast that proved true with Nigeria. One single question about whether Papoose was creeping back to Remy Ma, and Claressa allegedly torched the entire friendship. She went straight to direct messages, called Nigeria an enemy, threw insults about being broke, and dropped threats like, "I must show you."
But Nigeria didn't flinch, Rachel. She fired right back with that incredible clapback, saying that while she might not have that kind of money, her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit could never be broken. It showed complete panic on Claressa's side over a single question.
What do you think at home? Is Claressa's intense reaction to that question proof that there is truth to the Papoose rumors, or is it just raw paranoia? Send us your thoughts.
Oh, it is total panic, Rachel. She hands her inner circle an unofficial rule book where nobody can listen to Remy Ma or support her. But then Claressa turns around, does the Lil' Kim challenge, and leaves comments under Cardi B's posts after getting upset when Cardi praised Remy. It is a complete circus of contradiction.
And meanwhile, the split between Remy Ma and Papoose is turning into an absolute war. Remy posted screenshots alleging Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside Remy's own house, while Papoose claims he has requested a divorce multiple times due to Remy allegedly cheating with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain while he takes care of their 6-year-old daughter.
And Papoose maintains he wanted to keep this quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school. But Remy is accusing him of setting traps with side chicks, threatening to leak explicit videos, and claiming he wrote her song Imagine That.
Which is just outrageous, Rachel, because who actually believes Papoose wrote Imagine That while allegedly plotting to have her arrested?
Well, according to what was posted online from those text message screenshots, Remy says she is the one with the financial bag, while Papoose claims he stayed quiet solely to protect their 6-year-old daughter's school routine. But then he turned around and publicly called Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with that battle rapper, Easy the Block Captain.
And right in the middle of this 17-year relationship collapsing, Bianca, we have superstar boxer Claressa Shields getting pulled straight into the crossfire because of those late-night phone calls.
Pulled into it or walked right into it, Rachel? Let us be entirely real. Remy alleged that Papoose literally fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside Remy's own house. And when Remy picked up the receiver and Claressa heard her voice, she panicked and hung up immediately.
And Claressa didn't stay silent either. She shot back online, accusing Remy of being jealous of Papoose and alleging that Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own. But what is really rattling Claressa's camp right now is how this whole public spat is overshadowing her major Universal Studios feature film, The Fire Inside, starring Ryan Destiny, which hits theaters on Christmas Day.
Exactly, Dee. And that brings us right back to the explosive sit-down interview with Claressa's cousin, Shalita, who came with her full chest and completely exposed the family backstory that was left out of the movie's official narrative.
That interview was an absolute bombshell. Shalita dropped facts that change how everyone looks at Claressa's entire origin story. She revealed that when she was 17 years old, she personally called the legendary coach Pat Summitt and gave up a full basketball scholarship just to stay in Flint, Michigan and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
That is right, Bianca. Shalita explained that 6-year-old Claressa told her about the severe trauma and abuse she suffered from someone close to the family. Not a family member, but someone very close. And Shalita said the other adults in the home did absolutely nothing. So she picked up the phone, said no thank you, Miss Summitt, and moved straight into the house to raise Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut.
And what is so striking, Dee, is that throughout all the press, all the documentaries, and all the movie promo for The Fire Inside, Shalita's name is not mentioned a single time, not once.
Not a single mention, Rachel. Imagine sacrificing a full ride from Pat Summitt at 17 years old to raise 3 children in Flint under deep poverty, and then when Hollywood writes a movie scripted by Barry Jenkins and directed by Rachel Morrison, your existence is completely wiped from the record. That is why Shalita sat down and said she was not holding back any longer.
And Shalita didn't stop at the scholarship sacrifice. She blew the lid off the entire home dynamic in Flint. She stated that Claressa's mother cared far more about maintaining her own habits and prioritizing the 2 boys, Artist and Peanut, over the 2 daughters, Claressa and Brianna.
Wait, Dee, let us pause right there on that name, Artist. Because when the interview host heard that name, she was completely stunned, and honestly, so was everyone watching.
Nobody knew he existed, Rachel. Claressa documents her life every single day for millions of followers. Yet her oldest brother, Artist, has been completely invisible in her public story. Shalita confirmed Artist is her older teenage brother. They are actually close, but he has been kept totally hidden from the public eye.
And Shalita explained that being treated as an afterthought in her own home behind Artist and Peanut is precisely why Claressa constantly craves public validation as an adult. She spent her childhood trying to prove she mattered, especially after living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 before reconciling with her mother prior to her Olympic gold victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel.
If you are joining us right now, let us know in the live chat, do you think Shalita coming forward right now is speaking pure truth about family trauma? Or is this personal family business being aired out at the worst possible moment?
Oh, it is definitely raw truth, Rachel. And Shalita also addressed Claressa's social circle, which explains so much about the drama we are seeing today. Shalita stated point blank that Claressa only has one true best friend in this world, and her name is Victoria. She said every single other person claiming to be her friend is just there for opportunity.
Which leads us straight into that messy fallout with her ex-friend Nigeria. Nigeria asked one simple, direct question: is Pap still creeping back to Remy? And according to those leaked direct message screenshots, Claressa completely detonated and torched the entire friendship over that single sentence.
That is textbook panic, D. When someone sets their whole friendship on fire over a simple question, it is because the answer terrifies them. In those leaked texts, Claressa allegedly called Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, and then sent a direct threat saying, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not back down for a second. Bianca, what did Nigeria text back, D?
Nigeria fired back with a line that has the entire internet talking. She told Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break." She stood her ground completely while exposing how Claressa enforces an unofficial rulebook where nobody in her circle is even allowed to listen to Remy Ma's music.
It is complete obsession, Rachel! Claressa enforces a ban on Remy Ma, but then turns around, hops on the Lil' Kim challenge after being visibly pressed when Lil' Kim appeared at that promotion event, and leaves comments under Cardi B's posts right after getting irritated that Cardi praised Remy at a concert.
It is a total web of contradictions, Bianca, and with Universal Studios getting ready to launch The Fire Inside on Christmas Day, industry insiders are holding their breath over whether this massive social media fallout between Remy, Papoose, and Claressa is going to boost ticket sales or completely overshadow the biographical story.
Oh, it is completely sucking the air out of the room, Rachel. When your movie is supposed to be about overcoming childhood adversity in Flint and winning gold against Anna Laurel, but all anyone is searching online is whether Papoose fell asleep on your phone in Remy Ma's house.
And don't forget that Remy explicitly alleged in her posts that Papoose was plotting with his side chicks to try and get her arrested after 17 years together. Meanwhile, Papoose insists he only wants a peaceful divorce for his 6-year-old daughter, who has to attend school every morning without seeing her parents fight on the timeline.
And what makes this so complex, Bianca, is that Shalita emphasized that Claressa's deep-seated need to control her narrative and react aggressively to anyone around her stems directly from growing up as an afterthought in Flint, while her mother favored Artist and Peanut.
Understanding where the hurt comes from does not excuse running online, threatening your former friends, and getting tangled up in a 17-year marriage dispute. Rachel, Shalita gave up a full Division I opportunity with Pat Summitt at 17 years old to protect a 6-year-old child. And today, that child is a multimillionaire world champion who will not even acknowledge her cousin's sacrifice in her own Hollywood movie.
And remember, when Universal Studios first reached out to Claressa via email back in 2016, right after the Rio Olympics, she was only 20 years old and negotiated for a whole year with her lawyer to make sure her story was told accurately. But Shalita claims the most important person who saved her life at 6 years old was deliberately left off the credits.
Tell us in the comments, everyone, do you think Claressa should address Shalita's revelations directly before The Fire Inside premieres on Christmas Day? Or should she keep her focus entirely on her boxing legacy and ignore the leaked DMs with Nigeria?
She cannot ignore it, Rachel. The DMs are out. Nigeria dropped the wealthy mindset clapback. Remy Ma posted the text screenshots showing Papoose on the phone. And Shalita just told the world about the hidden brother Artist. The curtain has been pulled back completely.
And according to those leaked texts, Remy warned that Papoose claimed he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That and threatened to leak explicit videos, while Remy fired back that she is a one-boyfriend woman who holds the bag and that Papoose is a taker, not a giver.
And Papoose counters that Remy is a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with Easy the Block captain while he stayed home looking after their 6-year-old child. The accusations are flying in every direction, Dee, and the tension is reaching an absolute breaking point.
As the entire timeline erupts over these leaked text screenshots, Remy Ma didn't hold back at all, publishing texts showing Papoose on the phone with Claressa Shields late at night right inside the house Remy owns. And according to the posts, the moment Remy's voice came over the line, Claressa hung up instantly.
Because she panicked. Dee, you can be a world champion in the ring, but when the wife walks into the room while you are on the phone with her husband at night, those championship belts do not save you. Remy literally said Claressa got scared and hung up.
And Claressa shot back on social media, telling Remy that she has 2 boyfriends of her own and is just jealous of Papoose. But Bianca, Papoose insists he is the victim here, writing in his statement that he requested a divorce numerous times while staying home to care for their 6-year-old daughter, while Remy was allegedly unfaithful with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain.
Papoose is trying to play the devoted father card, Rachel, but Remy claims he has been setting traps with his side chicks to get her arrested and threatening to leak explicit videos. Plus, he is claiming he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That. The pettiness has reached legendary levels.
And what makes this so much worse for Claressa Shields is that these leaked texts specifically mention her sheer panic over her upcoming movie, The Fire Inside. She is terrified that this messy love triangle is going to overshadow her major Hollywood release.
Which brings us right back to why this entire story is so deeply layered. Because while Claressa is panicking about her movie premiere on Christmas Day, her cousin Shalita just pulled back the curtain on the actual life story that movie is based on. Dee, walk us through what Shalita revealed about her own sacrifice in Flint.
Rachel, this part of the interview broke everyone watching. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she had a full basketball scholarship lined up with legendary coach Pat Summitt. But that was the exact same year she met 6-year-old Claressa in Flint, and Claressa confided in her about being abused by someone very close to the family.
A 6-year-old child told adults what was happening to her, and no one did anything until 17-year-old Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down a full scholarship, and moved right into that house in Flint to protect her. That is unimaginable sacrifice.
And yet, as Shalita pointed out, her name is not mentioned once in Claressa's official origin story or in the publicity around The Fire Inside, which Universal Studios is releasing on Christmas Day. Tell us in the comments, everyone. Do you think Claressa owes Shalita a public acknowledgement, or should family sacrifices like this remain private?
Shalita didn't stop there, Bianca. She completely disassembled the family dynamic on the north side of Flint. She explained that Claressa's mother cared far more about keeping a roof, food, and her own habits going, and explicitly favored her sons, Artist and Peanut, over her daughters, Claressa and Brianna. The girls were treated as total afterthoughts in their own home.
That explains so much about Claressa's adult behavior. When you spend your entire childhood as an afterthought while your mother dotes on your brothers, you grow up with a desperate hunger for public validation. That is why every single thing she does on Instagram feels like a loud cry to prove she matters.
It really gives context to her history, Bianca. Remember, Claressa has talked before about being sexually abused at age 5, staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and having a deeply strained relationship with her mother until later in life. But Shalita revealed another massive family detail that nobody knew about. Dee, who is Artist.
Artist is Claressa's older brother. He was already a teenager when Shalita moved in to raise the younger kids, and Shalita says Claressa and Artist are actually close. Yet in all the years of lives, blog posts, and online rants, Claressa has never once mentioned her older brother Artist to the public.
He is completely invisible in her public narrative. A woman who documents every single breath on social media kept an entire older brother hidden from her fans. As Shalita said, invisible people in public stories are invisible for a reason, and nobody ever thought to ask why.
And that secrecy extends directly into her inner circle. Shalita made it crystal clear that Claressa only has one genuine best friend, a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just there for opportunity. Which brings us straight to the explosive fallout with her former close friend, Nigeria. Dee, what triggered that complete destruction of their friendship?
It was literally one single question, Rachel. Nigeria asked Claressa point blank, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. No insults, no yelling, just one question. And Claressa completely detonated, torching a years-long friendship on the spot and threatening Nigeria in the DMs.
You do not burn down your own house over a question you can laugh off, Rachel. You only set it on fire when the question walked straight into the one room you keep locked key under mattress. Claressa panicked because that question hit the exact nerve she has been trying to hide.
And the direct messages Nigeria leaked are wildly aggressive. Someone believed to be Claressa called Nigeria an up, told her to stop texting her phone, called her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, and then dropped the ultimate threat: "I must show you."
I must show you is the classic line of somebody who is losing an argument so badly they have zero logic left. It is pure panic masquerading as power. But Nigeria did not back down for a single second.
Nigeria came back with a response that is currently going viral across every platform. D, read us that exact reply from Nigeria.
Nigeria responded: "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break." She stood her ground completely and refused to let Claressa intimidate her.
That line about the wealthy mindset hit like a knockout punch, Rachel. Claressa tries to flex her money and her championship rings, but Nigeria reminded her that financial wealth cannot buy emotional stability or a clean spirit.
It really highlights what commentators call classic psychological projection. Claressa went online declaring that everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies. But as Bianca mentioned earlier, when you run online to hold a public press conference about snakes, you are usually smelling the rot inside yourself.
Exactly. Real people surrounded by snakes walk away quietly. They do not post frantic paragraphs on Instagram. Claressa is constantly projecting her own insecurities onto everyone else.
And look at her behavior regarding other female artists. Shalita revealed that Claressa has an unwritten rule for her inner circle: nobody is allowed to support Remy Ma or play her music without it turning into a massive issue. Yet look at Claressa's own social media contradictions.
It is a circus of contradictions, D. 1 minute Claressa is pressed when Lil Kim shows up at an event, and the next minute she is hopping on the Lil Kim challenge online. 1 minute she gets irritated because Cardi B compliments Remy Ma at a concert, and the next minute she is leaving friendly comments under Cardi's posts like nothing happened.
It really looks like a full-time job of obsession, Bianca. While Claressa should be focused on promoting her biographical film, The Fire Inside, which was written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and stars Ryan Destiny, she is consumed by every mention of Remy Ma, Papoose, and online rivalries.
And Universal Studios executives have to be sweating bullets over this. They negotiated for a year with Claressa, starting when she was 20 years old, right after her Olympic gold medal win against Sweden's Anna Laurel in Rio de Janeiro. They built this whole inspirational Christmas Day release around her story of overcoming adversity in Flint.
And instead of inspirational headlines about her boxing legacy, the entire internet is talking about late-night phone calls with Papoose, leaked texts about lyric writing on Imagine That, and her cousin exposing family secrets.
Drop your thoughts in the chat, everyone. Do you think the studio can salvage the movie's inspirational narrative before Christmas Day, or has this messy personal feud permanently damaged her public image?
Because remember, Shalita also pointed out that Claressa's desperate need for public validation stems directly from growing up as an afterthought in Flint. When your own family puts you second to your brother's artist and peanut, you spend your entire adult life demanding that the world look at you and give you the praise you never got at home.
It is a tragic cycle, D. She overcame extreme poverty, childhood abuse, and staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, only to achieve Olympic glory and still feel like she has to prove herself on Instagram every single day.
And now, with Papoose claiming he requested a divorce multiple times to protect his 6-year-old daughter, while Remy Ma accuses him of financial control and video threats, Claressa is trapped right in the epicenter of a 17-year marriage collapsing in public.
Exactly, Rachel. Remy Ma claims she has been the sole breadwinner, calling herself the one with the bag, while alleging Papoose tried to set up traps with his side chicks to have her arrested. Meanwhile, Papoose counters that Remy is a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with Easy the Block captain while he stayed home playing dutiful father.
And Claressa is caught right in the middle of these leaked text screenshots, trying to preserve her image for Universal Studios while her former best friend Nigeria drops receipts and her cousin Shalita reveals the hidden truth about her brother artist and the Pat Summit Scholarship.
The walls are closing in from every angle, Bianca, and as the countdown to Christmas Day ticks away, the reality of what happened in that late-night phone call is about to shatter every single narrative Claressa has tried so hard to build.
Because let us be real for a second, Rachel. You are telling me a world champion fighter, someone who steps into a ring with the toughest women on earth, gets so terrified by hearing Remy's voice on a phone speaker that she immediately hangs up? That is not champion energy, that is panic.
And according to the statement posted alongside those text screenshots, Papoose was actually asleep on the line inside the very house that Remy owns. Remy made it very clear that she is the one with the bag, that she has been the sole breadwinner, and that Papoose refuses to leave her property while allegedly trying to set up traps with side chicks to get her arrested.
That is an absolute mess, Dee. And Papoose did not stay silent either, because he fired right back, claiming he is the one who has been begging for a divorce for months, just to protect their 6-year-old daughter while accusing Remy of having an affair with battle rapper Easy the Block captain.
Please! He claims he wanted a quiet divorce for the sake of his 6-year-old baby who has to go to school. But then he turns around and drops all these wild allegations on social media? If you want to protect your 6-year-old daughter, you do not engage in a public wrestling match on the timeline.
Exactly, Bianca. But what makes this whole situation even more explosive is how it completely blew up Claressa's inner circle. Those leaked direct messages between Claressa and her former best friend Nigeria proved that everything came crashing down over just one sentence.
One question, Dee. Just one tiny question. Nigeria literally just asked her if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy, and Claressa allegedly torched a whole friendship to the ground right then and there.
Because when you set your own house on fire over a simple question, it is because the answer absolutely terrifies you, Rachel. You do not go nuclear on your supposed best friend unless they walked straight into the one room you were desperately trying to keep locked.
And look at what was typed in those direct messages. When Nigeria asked that question, Claressa allegedly went completely toxic, calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, mentally unstable, and throwing in that chilling line, "I must show you."
That is the response of someone who has 0 arguments left. I must show you is not power, D. That is pure, unadulterated panic. But Nigeria did not flinch for even 1 second. She fired back saying she might not have that kind of money, but her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit is something that type could never break.
That response from Nigeria was an absolute mic drop. Bianca, but let us pause right here, because we have someone coming in live on our viewer line right now.
Hi, panel. I'm Marcus from Atlanta, and I've been watching all night. I just feel like Claressa is being completely targeted by people who want her money, and Nigeria was never a real friend if she leaked those private messages online for clout.
Marcus, my friend, with all due respect, you are completely missing the point. Nigeria did not attack her out of nowhere. She asked a question that any real friend sitting on a couch together would ask. If my friend is getting linked to a married man, I am going to ask, what is going on?
And Bianca, this ties right into the psychological pattern that commentators have been pointing out online. Claressa posted this long paragraph calling everyone around her fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies. But when you run online to announce that everyone around you is snake-like, you are actually describing your own reflection.
It is classic projection, D. And speaking of what is hidden underneath all this anger, we have to look back at what cousin Shalita revealed about Claressa's childhood in Flint, Michigan, because that interview laid out a history that explains so much of this behavior today.
That interview blew the entire polished origin story wide open, Rachel. Cousin Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she had a full basketball scholarship lined up with the legendary coach Pat Summit. But when 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about the abuse she was suffering, Shalita literally called Pat Summit on the phone and said, "No thank you. declining that life-changing scholarship to move into that Flint house and protect those kids.
And D, the most heartbreaking part of Shalita's account is that Claressa's official movie and public story do not mention Shalita's name even once. Shalita sacrificed her entire future at 17 to protect a 6-year-old relative because the other adults in the house were doing nothing.
That is what leaves you completely speechless, Dee. Shalita explained that growing up on the north side of Flint in extreme poverty, the mother cared far more about her own habits and her sons, Artist and Peanut, than she did about the daughters, Claressa and Brianna.
The girls were complete afterthoughts in their own home. Rachel, the mother, favored the boys, Artist and Peanut, while Claressa and Brianna had to fend for themselves. And when you grow up as an afterthought in your own family, you spend your entire adult life desperately seeking public validation, trying to prove to the world that you matter.
Which explains why she is so obsessed with controlling her image online. And Shalita also dropped a massive bombshell that left the entire internet stunned. There is an older brother named Artist. He was a teenager when all this was happening. He is close with the family, and yet he is completely invisible in Claressa's public narrative.
An older brother who is completely erased from the public story of a woman who documents literally every second of her life on social media. What do you think at home, viewers? Drop your thoughts on our show page right now. Do you think family secrets like this coming out right before a massive career moment change how you see her story?
It changes everything, Rachel. Because while all these family secrets and text leaks are exploding online, Universal Studios is sitting there sweating bullets. Their feature film, The Fire Inside, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny as Claressa, is scheduled to premiere on Christmas Day.
The stakes could not possibly be higher, Bianca. Universal Studios signed this deal years ago to showcase her rise from Flint poverty to beating Anna Laurel in the Olympics and becoming a world champion. They wanted an inspirational sports story, and instead, right before Christmas Day, the headlines are filled with allegations of late-night phone calls with Papoose and cousin Shalita, exposing deep family trauma.
The movie studio was expecting a red carpet victory lap, Dee, and instead they are getting a full-blown family soap opera. You have cousin Shalita saying that the only true friend Claressa ever had was a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just there for an opportunity.
And Bianca, that brings us right back to the unhinged behavior on social media. Shalita mentioned how deeply invested Claressa is in Remy Ma, to the point where she allegedly created an unofficial rulebook for her circle, basically saying that if you support Remy or play her music, you are the enemy.
Yet look at the contradictions, Rachel. One day, Claressa is visibly irritated when Lil Kim shows up at a promotional event, and the next day she is doing the Lil Kim challenge online. One day she gets annoyed when Cardi B compliments Remy at a concert, and the next day she is leaving supportive comments under Cardi's posts.
It is total hypocrisy. You cannot impose strict rules on your friends about who they can like or listen to while you flip-flop every single week depending on what is trending. That is not a rivalry. That is a full-time obsession.
And while Claressa is navigating all these online contradictions, the feud between Remy Ma and Papoose is getting uglier by the minute. Remy explicitly accused Papoose of threatening to leak explicit videos of her and claiming that he was the actual writer behind her famous song Imagine That.
Hold on, Dee! Claiming he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That while threatening to release private videos? That is an unbelievable escalation in a 17-year relationship that resulted in marriage back in 2016.
Remy said it best in her statement. She is a one-boyfriend woman who has the bag, while Papoose is a taker, not a giver. She literally warned him on social media that she is not the enemy he wants to mess with, especially when he allegedly tried to use one of his side chicks to set up traps to get her arrested while living under the very same roof that she owns. That is next-level manipulation, Dee.
It really is, Bianca. Remy alleged in her public statement that Papoose was actively plotting with one of his side chicks behind her back, trying to set traps for her while refusing to vacate the house that she bought and paid for with her own bag.
But Papoose is painting an entirely different picture, Dee. He released his own statement calling Remy a narcissist, claiming she is the one who repeatedly cheated, specifically naming battle rapper Easy the Block Captain as the person she was allegedly stepping out with.
Oh, please! Papoose suddenly playing the quiet, devoted father who stayed silent for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter? Give me a break, Rachel. If he cared so much about that 6-year-old girl not reading about this when she goes to school, he would not be out here text messaging world champion boxers at 3 in the morning from inside his wife's house.
That late-night phone call is the absolute epicenter of this entire firestorm, Bianca. Remy claims Papoose actually fell asleep on the phone with Claressa Shields while sitting right inside Remy's home. And when Remy picked up the receiver and Claressa heard her voice on the line, Remy says Claressa got terrified and immediately hung up the phone.
And that is where this entire marital collapse collides directly with Claressa's career, Dee, because those leaked screenshots show Claressa was in total panic mode over how this messy publicity would impact her upcoming movie.
Of course she was panicking, Rachel. You are weeks away from Christmas Day, when your major Hollywood biographical film is set to open in theaters nationwide, starring Ryan Destiny, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison. And suddenly your name is trending globally because a legendary Bronx rapper caught you on the line with her husband of 8 years.
And remember, Bianca, this is not just playing out between Remy and Papoose. It spilled directly into Claressa's inner circle through her ex-best friend, Nigeria.
Walk us through those leaked direct messages again, Dee, because that friendship collapsed over just one sentence.
It was literally a single question, Rachel. Nigeria looked at her friend and simply asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. No cursing, no shouting. And according to the screenshots Nigeria posted online, Claressa completely torched their entire friendship to ashes right then and there.
Because the answer terrified her, Dee. You do not set your own house on fire and start hurling wild threats unless someone just walked right into the one locked room you were trying to hide from the world.
Exactly, Bianca. The leaked DMs show messages allegedly sent from Claressa branding Nigeria an opposition, telling her to stop texting her phone, and then unleashing a tirade calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable. And then she capped it off with that toxic threat, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not shrink back at all. Bianca.
Not even an inch, Rachel. Nigeria served back a clapback that should be printed on t-shirts. She fired straight back saying, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break." That is how you handle someone trying to flex financial status over you.
What strikes me about this, Bianca, is the psychological projection of it all. Claressa ran online to announce that everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies, but she is essentially describing her own actions.
It is textbook projection, Rachel. When something is rotting inside you, you start smelling it on everybody else. She hands out an unofficial rule book to her inner circle, saying they are not allowed to support Remy Ma or enjoy her music, while she turns around and does the Lil' Kim challenge right after being visibly bothered by Lil' Kim at a promotional event.
And do not forget how irritated Claressa got when Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert. Yet now Claressa is sitting under Cardi's social media posts acting like they are best friends.
Make it make sense, Dee! One day you are seething, the next day you are copying. That is not a simple mood swing. That is full-blown obsession.
It really shows a deep craving for validation, Dee. But to truly understand where that drive comes from and why Claressa reacts so defensively, we have to look at the bombshell interview given by her cousin, Shalita.
Shalita sat down for a raw interview on Tea with Stella and held absolutely nothing back, Rachel. She revealed details about their family history in Flint, Michigan that have never been shared publicly, not even in the press run for her Hollywood movie.
This part blew my mind, Dee. Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she was offered a full basketball scholarship by the legendary Pat Summitt, a life-changing opportunity.
But that was the exact same year 17-year-old Shalita was introduced to 6-year-old Claressa. Claressa confided in her about suffering severe childhood abuse by someone very close to the family, abuse that Claressa had already reported to other adults who did absolutely nothing about it.
So Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down that dream scholarship, and moved right into the house in Flint to protect 6-year-old Claressa.
Think about that sacrifice, Rachel. A 17-year-old girl walking away from her own future with a legendary coach because the adults in that Flint house were neglecting a 6-year-old child. And yet, in every official biography, every article, and every movie promo, Shalita's name is omitted completely.
Shalita broke down the entire home dynamic in Flint, Bianca. She explained that their mother cared far more about keeping food on the table and funding her own personal habits, and explicitly favored the male children, Artist and Peanut, over the daughters, Claressa and Brianna.
And that exposed the hidden older brother, D. In all the social media live streams, blog posts, and interviews Claressa has done over her career, the public had no idea she had an older brother named Artist.
Shalita confirmed Artist exists, that he was already a teenager back then, and that he and Claressa are actually close. So why is the older brother completely invisible in the public story of a woman who documents her entire life online?
Because invisible people in public narratives are usually hidden for a reason, Bianca. And when you grow up as an afterthought in your own household, where the boys are prioritized and the girls are pushed aside, you spend your entire adult life frantically trying to prove to the world that you matter.
That is where that loud demand for public validation comes from, Rachel. That trauma from being neglected in Flint, living with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after experiencing abuse at 5 years old, before eventually working through things with her mother as a teenager. It built this hyper-defensive shell where any question feels like an attack.
And Shalita dropped another massive revelation about Claressa's inner circle, Rachel. She stated flatly that Claressa only has one true best friend in this entire world, a woman named Victoria. Shalita warned that everyone else claiming to be her friend, including people like Nigeria, are just there for opportunity and will disappear as soon as they get what they want.
Where do you stand on this, Bianca? Because on one side, you have an inspiring Olympic champion who overcame unimaginable poverty in Flint, defeated Anna Laurel in Rio, and earned a Universal Studios movie contract. On the other side, she is threatening friends in direct messages and getting entangled in Remy Ma and Papoose's messy split.
You can feel deep empathy for someone's childhood trauma, Rachel, without giving them a pass to act like a tyrant as an adult. Being neglected at 6 years old explains why you carry scars, but calling your friends broke and issuing threats when they ask about Papoose is completely on you.
And studio executives at Universal Studios must be having collective headaches right now. Bianca, they backed the fire inside for a massive Christmas Day release, and instead of headlines celebrating her triumph over Anna Laurel, the timeline is dominated by leaked texts, late-night phone calls with married men, and explosive family exposes.
What do you at home think about Claressa's online reactions right now? Is she protecting her narrative, or is she making this whole situation 10 times worse? Let us know on social media.
She is digging the hole deeper every single time she hits send, Rachel. When Papoose is allegedly threatening to leak private videos of Remy Ma and claiming he wrote her hit song Imagine That, while Claressa is panicking about her movie premiere. You know this entire circle is completely unraveling.
And Papoose claiming he asked for a divorce multiple times, while Remy claims he was setting traps with side chicks to get her arrested, shows that this 17-year relationship is ending in the absolute messiest way possible.
But Bianca, when a cousin like Shalita comes forward with receipts about giving up a Pat Summitt scholarship, it changes how the public views the whole origin story.
It completely rewrites it, Rachel, because it shows that the real hero of that Flint origin story was never given her flowers on camera.
Exactly. While Claressa built a career on being undefeated in the ring, Shalita was the one standing in the gap when Claressa was 6 years old and had nobody else fighting for her.
And that brings us right back to the central question about how trauma shapes celebrity behavior when the spotlight gets bright.
Exactly, Rachel. Because when you grow up in Flint as an afterthought in your own home while your mother prioritizes your brothers, Artist and Peanut, over you and Brianna, you spend your entire adult life fighting for the spotlight.
And let us put the timeline into perspective, Bianca. At 5 years old, Claressa suffered childhood abuse by someone very close to the family. She told adults, and those adults ignored her until her 17-year-old cousin Shalita heard about it, picked up the phone, and gave up a full basketball scholarship to Pat Summitt just to move in and protect a 6-year-old child.
And D, that sacrifice meant Shalita stayed in Flint to raise those kids. Yet when Universal Studios prepares to release The Fire Inside on Christmas Day, with Barry Jenkins writing the script and Rachel Morrison directing, Shalita's name is completely omitted from the public origin story.
It is completely erased, Rachel. Imagine giving up your own future at 17, walking away from a legendary coach like Pat Summitt, and then watching a feature film about the cousin you saved where you do not even get a mention.
And Shalita dropped another massive detail in that sit-down interview, Rachel. She revealed that Claressa actually has an older teenage brother named Artist who is close to her, but he has been kept completely invisible from the millions of followers on her social media.
That is what caught my attention, Dee. You have an Olympic gold medalist who documents every argument, every workout, and every friendship online. Yet an entire older brother named Artist never gets brought up once.
Because invisible people in public narratives are kept hidden for a reason, Rachel. When someone craves total control over how the world sees them, any family member who knows the real truth before the fame becomes a threat to that narrative.
And that need for control explains why her circle of friends keeps collapsing, Bianca. Shalita pointed out that Claressa's only real friend is a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else is just there for opportunity. Look at what happened with Nigeria.
Oh, Nigeria's situation is the perfect example, Dee. One single question, asking if Papoose was creeping back to Remy Ma, and Claressa completely detonated the entire friendship.
Walk us back through those DMs that leaked online, D, because the escalation between Claressa and Nigeria happened in seconds.
The screenshots show Claressa immediately attacking Nigeria, calling her an enemy, telling her to stop texting, and hurling insults about her being broke, mentally unstable, and delusional. And then Claressa added that terrifying threat, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not back down for a single second, Rachel. She hit back with a line that should be framed on a wall. I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break. That is how you handle someone trying to bully you with a bank account.
What do you think at home when someone reacts that aggressively to a simple question about a mutual acquaintance? Is it defensive anger or pure panic? Drop your thoughts in the chat right now.
It is absolute panic, Rachel. You do not burn down your own house over a question unless the answer terrifies you. You only react like that when someone walks straight into the room you spent years trying to lock.
And psychologist commentators are calling this textbook projection, Bianca. Claressa went online posting long paragraphs claiming everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and snake-like. But when you are running online to announce everyone else is a backstabber, you are usually describing your own reflection.
And that projection extends to how she enforces rules on the people around her, D. According to what was discussed in the interview, nobody in Claressa's circle is allowed to support Remy Ma or even listen to her music without it turning into a major conflict.
It is an unofficial rule book, Rachel. If you like Remy, you are my enemy. She is running an unpaid, full-time obsession job against a woman she does not even know personally.
And look at the contradictions on her timeline, Bianca. When Lil Kim showed up at that promotional event, Claressa was visibly irritated. A few days later, she is online doing the Lil Kim dance challenge. When Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa got visibly upset online. Then suddenly, she is leaving sweet comments under Cardi's posts like nothing happened.
Pick a lane! One day you are seething, the next day you are copying. That is not a mood swing, D. That is an obsession autopsy playing out in real time on public feeds.
But while Claressa was managing social media rules, the real bomb dropped on the other side of town with Remy Ma and Papoose. D, break down what was published in the statement and those leaked text messages this morning.
It is an absolute explosion, Rachel. Remy Ma went online and shared text screenshots exposing Papoose, claiming he fell asleep on the phone with Claressa Shields while inside the house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
And the moment Remy picked up the phone and Claressa heard Remy's voice, the world champion boxer hung up instantly. Where was all that tough talk from the DMs then?
Exactly. Remy publicly called out Papoose for taking advice from Claressa, claiming Papoose was actively setting traps with side chicks to get Remy arrested after 17 years together. She also alleged that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos of her and claim he wrote her hit song Imagine That.
And Papoose responded with his own public statement. D. What did he claim on his end?
Papoose called Remy a narcissist, claimed she cheated repeatedly, specifically pointing to battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, and stated he requested a divorce multiple times while staying quiet to protect their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school.
Oh, please! Papoose claiming he stayed quiet for their 6-year-old daughter while his wife claims he is threatening to release private videos and take credit for her songs. Both of them are throwing gasoline on a fire that has been burning for a full year.
To everyone watching, who do you believe in this 17-year breakdown? Is Papoose playing the victim, or is Remy exposing a plot behind the scenes? Let us know in the comments right now.
And right in the center of the storm is Universal Studios, Rachel. They signed the deal with Claressa back when she was 20 years old, after winning her Olympic gold against Sweden's Anna Laurel. Now the fire inside is set to hit theaters on Christmas Day, and studio executives are watching their star get dragged into a messy hip-hop divorce and a public family exposure.
They wanted an inspirational sports story about overcoming poverty in Flint and surviving childhood trauma with her grandmother between ages 5 and 10, Rachel. Instead, they are getting leaked text messages, cousin Shalita revealing hidden brothers, and an ex-best friend exposing her social media DMs.
Because Shalita laid out the root cause. Bianca, Claressa's mother, favored the sons, Artist and Peanut, leaving Claressa and Brianna to feel like afterthoughts. That childhood wound of never feeling chosen inside your own family turns into an overwhelming need for validation once you hit the global stage.
And that validation quest is destroying her real-world relationships, Dee. When you treat every friend as disposable unless they blindly follow your rules, you end up surrounded by people who are only there for opportunity, just like Shalita said.
That balance between childhood trauma and adult accountability is where the entire audience is torn right now. Bianca, you can have immense empathy for what a 5-year-old girl endured in Flint, but when you are a grown millionaire champion threatening people in DMs, the public expects better.
Trauma explains the behavior, Rachel, but it never excuses turning into a bully on Instagram. You cannot use your past as a shield while using your platform as a sword against everyone who asks a simple question.
And Nigeria proved that bank accounts do not buy respect. When Claressa called her broke and threatened to show her, Nigeria stood her ground and reminded everyone that a wealthy mindset and an unbroken spirit cannot be bought or bullied.
That response from Nigeria resonated across the internet because it exposed the gap between material success and emotional maturity. D.
It completely exposed it, Rachel. Claressa thought showing her money would silence Nigeria, but Nigeria walked away with her dignity intact, while Claressa was left looking panicked over a rumor about Papoose.
And remember, Papoose and Remy Ma have been married since 2016, but they have been together for 17 years. For Claressa to get caught on a late-night phone call in Remy's house while Papoose falls asleep on the line, that puts her right in the crosshairs of one of the messiest splits in rap history.
And Remy Ma is not the one to play with, Rachel. She explicitly said, "I am not the enemy you want." Remy claims she has the bag, she has the house, and she is happy, while Papoose is desperately trying to stay relevant.
But Bianca, when you look at how all these threads connect, from Flint to Hollywood, from Papoose's phone calls to Nigeria's leaked DMs, it all traces back to Claressa's inability to let anything go.
Because if you cannot let anything go, Rachel, a simple question like the one Nigeria asked becomes a full-blown existential threat.
Exactly, Bianca. And for anyone just joining our broadcast, let us catch you up on why social media is completely on fire right now. We are looking at a massive multi-layered scandal involving 2-time Olympic gold medalist boxer Claressa Shields, rap royalty Remy Ma and Papoose, and Claressa's cousin Shalita, who just broke years of family silence in a shocking sit-down interview.
That is right, Dee. The whole drama erupted when Remy Ma publicly accused Papoose of having an affair, posting alleged text screenshots showing Papoose on a late-night phone call with Claressa Shields inside Remy's own house. Papoose fired back, calling Remy a narcissist who cheated with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, insisting he has asked for a divorce multiple times while caring for their 6-year-old daughter.
But instead of keeping a low profile while her Hollywood feature film, The Fire Inside, gets ready for its big Christmas Day premiere, Claressa lashed out at her ex-best friend, Nigeria. Nigeria asked one simple question about Papoose and Remy, and Claressa allegedly torched their entire friendship on the spot, calling Nigeria broke and delusional.
And Nigeria did not flinch for a second, Bianca. She leaked the direct messages where Claressa sent threats and hit back with that unforgettable line saying her mindset is wealthy even if she does not have Claressa's money.
Meanwhile, as if that public fallout was not enough, Claressa's cousin Shalita went on a tell-all interview and dropped massive revelations about their upbringing in Flint, Michigan. Shalita disclosed that at 17 years old, she gave up a full basketball scholarship from legendary coach Pat Summitt just to stay behind in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa after Claressa suffered childhood abuse.
Think about that massive sacrifice. Shalita moved into the house to protect her. Yet when you look at the official Hollywood movie story, Shalita's name is not mentioned even once. Shalita also revealed that their mother favored the sons, Artist and Peanut, leaving Claressa and her sister Brianna as afterthoughts in their own home.
And Bianca, what blew my mind was the hidden older brother. Shalita confirmed there is an older brother named Artist who is completely invisible in Claressa's public story, even though they are close. Plus, Shalita stated that Claressa's only true best friend is a woman named Victoria, while everyone else is just around for opportunity.
We actually have a viewer joining the conversation right now on our live stream line.
Hi, I am Maya from Brooklyn. I have been watching the show all morning, and I am so torn because my heart breaks for 6-year-old Claressa living through that Flint trauma. But as a grown woman, why is she getting caught on late-night phone calls with Papoose and threatening her friends online?
Maya from Brooklyn is asking the exact question millions of people are asking at home.
You hit the nail right on the head, Maya. It is that painful clash between past trauma and present personal accountability.
And Dee can tell you, back at Universal Studios, studio executives are hyperventilating over this entire situation. They invested heavily in The Fire Inside, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny. The film centers on her ultimate triumph over adversity, from living with her grandmother between 5 and 10 years old to her historic Olympic gold medal victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel.
Universal wanted a clean, inspirational movie release for Christmas Day, Rachel. They wanted tears of inspiration, not leaked screenshots of late-night phone calls with Papoose and cousin Shalita exposing family secrets.
Look at her online behavior, Bianca. One day she is visibly pressed about Lil' Kim at a promotional event. The next day she is hopping on the Lil' Kim trend online. She gets irritated when Cardi B praises Remy Ma at a concert, but then turns around and leaves comments under Cardi's posts like nothing ever happened.
It is textbook psychological projection. When you grow up as the afterthought in your own childhood home while your mother prioritizes Artist and Peanut, you spend your adult life desperately seeking validation. You enforce unwritten rules on your friends about who they can support because any mention of Remy Ma feels like a threat to your fragile ego.
What do you think, Dee, when you see how Papoose and Remy Ma's 17-year relationship dissolved into accusations about leaked explicit videos, financial control, and ghost-written lyrics for Imagine That? It shows how incredibly messy this whole situation is, Rachel. Remy claims Papoose is trying to set traps to get her arrested while she holds all the financial power, while Papoose claims he remained quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter while Remy cheated. And right in the center of this rap split sits Claressa Shields, who tried to silence Nigeria by flexing her bank account.
But Nigeria proved that having money does not mean you have peace of mind, Bianca. Nigeria stood her ground, leaving Claressa looking panicked right when her public image needs to be spotless.
If you are watching us live right now, jump into our chat and tell us, do you think Claressa's childhood trauma excuses her current social media outbursts, or is she risking her entire Hollywood moment?
Because behind closed doors, industry insiders are wondering how Universal Studios will navigate the press junket. When reporters gather on Christmas Day, will they ask about Barry Jenkins' script and her Olympic gold, or will they ask about Papoose falling asleep on the line and cousin Shalita's interview?
They are going to ask about Papoose and Shalita. Rachel, you cannot run away from reality when your personal life is exploding across every timeline.
And remember what Shalita said about true friends versus opportunistic people, Dee. When Nigeria asked that single question about Papoose and Remy, why did Claressa react with such extreme hostility?
Because if Papoose was on the line while laying in Remy's house, Claressa was not in control. She was caught right in the middle of Remy and Papoose's bitter 17-year war.
Exactly, Dee. Imagine being a world champion in the ring. But the second you hear Remy Ma's voice on that phone line, you hang up like a scared teenager. Remy said it herself in those leaked screenshots. Papoose fell asleep right there in her house. A house she owns, and he refuses to leave while talking to Claressa.
And that is why Nigeria's question hit such a nerve, Bianca. When Nigeria asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" Claressa did not just answer or laugh it off. She torched a whole friendship. She called her ex-best friend broke, unattractive, delusional, and literally texted her, "I must show you."
That line, "I must show you," tells you everything about where Claressa's mindset is right now. But look at how Nigeria handled that threat. She did not back down for one single second.
Oh, Nigeria delivered one of the cold-blooded clapbacks of the year. She told Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break." That is how you respond when someone tries to pull rank on you just because they have a bigger bank account.
But Dee, if you look deeper into why Claressa reacts with that kind of extreme hostility the moment she feels challenged, you have to go back to what cousin Shalita revealed in that bombshell interview about Flint.
That interview changed the entire narrative. Shalita explained that when she was 17 years old, she had a full basketball scholarship lined up with the legendary Pat Summitt. But that was the exact same year 17-year-old Shalita met 6-year-old Claressa and found out what was happening to her behind closed doors in Flint.
And do not gloss over what Shalita did. A 17-year-old girl picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt directly, declined a life-changing scholarship, and moved into Claressa's mother's house because the adults in that household were doing absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all. Shalita said Claressa had already told other adults in the family what was happening to her at 6 years old, and nobody stepped up until Shalita walked away from her own future to protect those kids.
And what makes it even more painful is that Shalita's name is not mentioned once in the official origin story or anywhere in the press for this movie. But Shalita revealed something else about that house in Flint. The family dynamics and the brother that nobody in the public ever knew existed.
Yes, Shalita laid out how their mother cared far more about keeping a roof over her head and her own personal habits, favoring the boys, Peanut and the older brother, Artist, while Claressa and her sister Brianna were treated like complete afterthoughts. Artist was already a teenager back then, and despite Claressa documenting her life publicly, Artist has been kept completely invisible.
And psychological experts call that textbook. When you grow up as an afterthought in your own home, while the boys get all the attention, you spend your entire adult life chasing validation on the internet. You demand complete loyalty from everyone around you because you never got it as a child.
Which brings us back to the rule book. Claressa enforces on her circle, Bianca. What did Shalita say about Claressa's friendships, and how does that connect to this obsession with Remy Ma?
Shalita flat out said that Claressa only has one true best friend in this world, and her name is Victoria. She said everyone else surrounding Claressa is just there for opportunity. And because Claressa is so deeply consumed by Remy Ma, she basically created an unofficial rule that nobody in her camp is allowed to listen to Remy's music or support her in any way.
It is completely unhinged. You have a woman who will throw a fit if Cardi B praises Remy at a concert, or get pressed when Lil Kim shows up at an event. But then the very next week, she is doing the Lil Kim challenge on video and leaving comments under Cardi's posts. Pick a lane. You cannot claim someone is your arch enemy while you are secretly studying every single move they make.
If you are watching this live with us right now, jump into our chat and tell us, do you think Claressa's social media behavior is projection from childhood trauma, or is she simply letting the drama ruin her biggest career moment?
Because while all of this is exploding across the timelines, executives over at Universal Studios are sweating bullets. Remember, the fire inside drops on Christmas Day. Ryan Destiny is starring as Claressa. Barry Jenkins wrote the screenplay. Rachel Morrison directed it. This was supposed to be a triumphant victory lap after her Olympic win over Sweden's Anna Laurel.
Victory lap? Right now, the press junket looks like a total disaster zone. Imagine sitting down for movie promo on Christmas Day, and instead of talking about how Claressa overcame poverty in Flint or her historic boxing career, reporters are holding up screenshots of Papoose falling asleep on the line while laying in Remy's house.
And Papoose is not keeping quiet either. Papoose put out a statement claiming Remy is a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He says he has asked Remy for a divorce numerous times, but she prefers to chase clout on social media while he stays home taking care of their 6-year-old daughter.
But Remy's side of the story is equally explosive. Remy claims Papoose has been setting traps with his side chicks to try and get her arrested, while threatening to leak explicit videos and claiming he wrote her lyrics for the song Imagine That.
Look at the sheer toxicity of this 17-year marriage falling apart in real time. Remy says she is a one-boyfriend woman who holds the bag, while Papoose is out here texting Claressa while sitting in the very house Remy owned. Claressa wanted to play in grown folks' business, and now she is stuck right in the crosshairs of a messy divorce.
But let us bring it back to what cousin Shalita said about true intentions. When Shalita broke her silence, she did not just talk about the Pat Summitt Scholarship or the hidden brother artist. She talked about the long-term emotional toll on Claressa.
Exactly. Claressa was sent to live with her grandmother from the time she was 5 until she was 10 years old because of the trauma in that house. She admitted years later that she held deep anger toward her mother for over a decade before they finally reconciled. But Shalita's interview proves that the scars from Flint run so deep, Claressa is still fighting those childhood battles on social media every single day.
And that is why she reacts to every single question like it is a physical threat. When her ex-friend Nigeria asked about Papoose, Claressa did not see a friend checking in. She saw an op. She immediately felt cornered and started slinging insults about money and appearance because she cannot handle anyone seeing past the armor.
But Nigeria exposed the whole thing by releasing those direct messages. Nigeria proved that the moment you poke behind the curtain of Claressa's lifestyle, the entire persona crumbles into toxic threats and panic over how this scandal will affect her Universal Studios movie release.
And if you look at the timeline of events, Papoose and Remy Ma have been married since 2016, but this rocky road has been brewing for well over a year. Now, with Papoose allegedly taking Claressa's advice before Remy grabbed the phone and took those screenshots, Claressa's team is scrambling to do damage control before Christmas Day.
Damage control? You cannot do damage control when cousin Shalita is dropping interviews about hidden brothers named artists, while Remy Ma is walking you down on your own social media page. Claressa thought she was untouchable because of her gold medals, but real life is not a boxing ring with a referee to step in when things get out of hand.
Dee, what are insiders saying about how Universal Studios plans to handle Claressa during the red carpet premiere when these questions about Remy, Papoose, and cousin Shalita inevitably come up?
Insiders are saying the studio is in absolute panic mode. They tried to package the fire inside as an inspirational story of a young girl from Flint overcoming abuse, living with her grandmother, and rising to Olympic glory against Anna Laurel. But now, every single headline connected to Claressa's name is about late-night phone calls with a married man, leaked threats to ex-friends, and family secrets being exposed.
And let us be honest, the audience does not want to hear a scripted public relations answer about Barry Jenkins' script when there are screenshots floating around of Papoose sleeping on the phone in Remy's house.
Jump into our chat right now and tell us, do you think Universal Studios should restrict press questions on Christmas Day, Or should Claressa face the music and address Remy Ma, Papoose, and cousin Shalita head-on?
Because every time Claressa tries to claim that everyone around her is fake or moving like an enemy, another piece of evidence drops showing that she is the one creating the hostility. Look at how she treated Nigeria. Nigeria did not leak those DMs until Claressa publicly attacked her character and threatened her.
Exactly! You cannot set fire to someone's reputation on social media and then act surprised when they bring the actual receipts to show who started the fire. Nigeria came with screenshots, Shalita came with family history, and Remy Ma came with the phone logs.
And when Shalita brought up the hidden brother artist, it opened up a whole new set of questions about why Claressa chose to leave certain family members completely out of her public life while highlighting others. Did Shalita elaborate on where Artist is today, or why he was never mentioned?
Shalita said Artist was the oldest brother, a teenager when Claressa was 6, and that despite being close with Claressa behind the scenes, he was completely erased from her public story. Shalita made it clear that in public narratives, invisible people are usually invisible for a very specific reason, and nobody in the media ever thought to ask Claressa why her older brother was left out while Peanut was talked about.
Because Claressa controls the narrative. She wants the world to see her as the sole survivor who built herself from nothing without any help. Which is why cousin Shalita stepping forward and revealing that she gave up her Pat Summitt basketball scholarship at 17 to raise those kids completely shatters Claressa's movie storyline.
And that sacrifice by Shalita, calling up Pat Summitt to say no thank you so she could protect a 6-year-old child, is something that should have been celebrated. But instead, Shalita's name is nowhere in the press kit, nowhere in the movie, and Claressa never even acknowledged it publicly.
Which brings us back to what Papoose said in his statement about Remy Ma. Papoose claims he stayed quiet through all the social media foolishness, specifically for the sake of his 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day.
But Remy Ma countered that by saying Papoose is a taker, not a giver, and that she is the one with the bag. Remy even mocked the idea of Papoose buying gifts for Claressa, claiming Papoose was trying to get her arrested while plotting with side chicks behind her back.
The level of bitterness between Remy and Papoose after 17 years together is unmatched. And Claressa got caught right in the middle because Papoose decided to use her as an escape hatch while laying in Remy's house.
So where does that leave Claressa Shields as we approach Christmas Day? Is there any way her team can pull the focus back to Ryan Destiny's performance and the fire inside?
It is going to be an uphill battle when you have leaked direct messages, family members speaking out about childhood trauma in Flint, and a high-profile hip-hop divorce dragging your name through the mud. The movie release is completely overshadowed.
Overshadowed is an understatement. People are paying more attention to Nigeria's wealthy mindset clapback and cousin Shalita's revelations about Pat Summitt than they are to any film trailer.
And remember, as Shalita said, when you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own home, you spend your life trying to prove yourself to the world. But at what cost when your personal life becomes a public circus?
That cost is exactly what we are watching play out in real time. That relentless drive to prove she was not an afterthought is what made her a 2-time Olympic champion. But when that same defensive energy spills into your personal life, it burns down every bridge around you.
And that is the exact dynamic cousin Shalita broke down in that interview. She explained that back in Flint, the mother was focused on survival, keeping food on the table and her own personal habits, but she openly favored the 2 boys, Artist and Peanut, over Claressa and her sister Brianna.
Dee, what did Shalita say about the older brother, Artist? Because that was a name almost no one in the public had ever heard before.
Rachel, that was one of the biggest revelations. Artist is the oldest brother. He was already a teenager when Shalita moved into the home. And Shalita confirmed that while Claressa and Artist are close today, his existence has been completely left out of her public narrative. He is essentially invisible in the story she presents to her millions of followers online.
Isn't that wild? A woman who broadcasts her entire life, every thought, every workout, every dispute on social media, yet a whole older brother exists in the background without a single mention. As Shalita pointed out, people who are kept invisible in public stories are usually invisible for a reason.
For everyone watching at home, jump into the chat and tell us, do you think family members should keep private childhood struggles offline? Or was Shalita right to speak out after being left out of the official story?
Look, whether Shalita spoke out from a place of truth or deep-seated resentment, it connects directly to how Claressa interacts with her friends today. That constant need for validation and defense is why a simple question from her ex-best friend, Nigeria, caused a total nuclear meltdown.
The details behind that fallout are staggering. According to the leaked direct messages, Nigeria did not insult her or pick a fight. She literally asked one question, whether Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma. And instead of brushing it off, Claressa allegedly torched a years-long friendship on the spot.
Because you do not burn your house down over a question you can laugh at. You only detonate when the question hits the exact truth you are trying to hide from the world.
Exactly. The leaked messages show Claressa calling Nigeria an op, telling her to stop texting her phone, calling her broke, unattractive, and mentally unstable, before dropping the line, "I must show you." But Nigeria did not back down for a single second.
That clapback from Nigeria needs to be framed. She looked right back at her and said, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break." That is how you handle someone trying to pull rank on you just because they have a bigger bank account.
D, walk us through how Remy Ma and Papoose got dragged into this specific leg of the public back and forth. What did the leaked text post reveal?
Rachel, Remy Ma dropped text screenshots alleging that Papoose fell asleep on a late-night phone call with Claressa while laying inside Remy's house, a house that Remy explicitly stated she owns and that Papoose refuses to leave. Remy claimed that as soon as Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, she panicked and hung up immediately.
A world-class fighter getting scary and hanging up the phone the second the wife speaks. You cannot make this stuff up.
And it escalated from there. Remy alleged that Papoose has been plotting with side chicks to set traps to get her arrested, while threatening to leak explicit videos and publicly claim that he wrote her lyrics for the song Imagine That. Remy maintained that she has been completely faithful throughout their entire 17-year relationship and expressed relief that the truth is finally coming out.
But Papoose presented a completely different narrative when he broke his silence, didn't he, Dee?
He did, Rachel. Papoose issued a statement calling Remy a narcissist and accusing her of repeated infidelity with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He claimed he has asked Remy for a divorce multiple times, but she preferred to chase clout online rather than handling it civilly for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school every day while this unfolds in the press.
Papoose talking about protecting his 6-year-old daughter while holding late-night phone calls in the house his ex-wife owns. Both sides are flinging dirt, but Claressa getting caught right in the crosshairs of a 17-year hip-hop marriage breakdown is the absolute worst timing possible.
Especially when you consider what Universal Studios has on the line with The Fire Inside. This movie was written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and stars Ryan Destiny as Claressa. It details her incredible journey from Flint, her Olympic gold medal win over Sweden's Anna Laurel, and her harrowing survival of childhood sexual abuse at age 5.
And let's not forget cousin Shalita's sacrifice in all of this. Shalita gave up a full basketball scholarship to play under Pat Summitt at 17 years old, a life-changing opportunity, just to stay behind in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa after learning about that abuse.
D, what did Shalita say about how she feels seeing the movie promo move forward without her name ever being mentioned?
Shalita stated very clearly that her name does not appear once in Claressa's origin narrative. She mentioned that when she was 17, she called Pat Summitt directly to decline the scholarship, moved straight into Claressa's mother's house, and essentially raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa herself because the adults in the situation were failing them.
That is heavy! You sacrifice your entire future at 17 to protect a child, and then years later, Hollywood buys the life story. Ryan Destiny plays the lead, and your existence is completely scrubbed from the script. No wonder Shalita sat down for that interview with her whole chest and let everything out.
If you are just tuning into our live broadcast, drop your thoughts below. Do you think the studio should address these family claims, or should the focus remain strictly on the film's release on Christmas Day?
The real panic behind the scenes, according to those leaked texts, is that Claressa herself was terrified about how this publicity would affect the movie. The screenshots allegedly show her in absolute panic mode, worrying that the feud involving Remy Ma and Papoose would completely derail her mainstream moment.
Well, newsflash! You cannot behave like a villain online, issue threats to your former friends, get caught up in late-night phone calls with a married man, and then expect the studio to hand you a clean, polished halo for Christmas Day.
But Bianca, when someone experiences that level of childhood trauma, being an afterthought, living in poverty in Flint, having to lean on a cousin because the household was focused elsewhere, doesn't that explain why her defenses are set so impossibly high as an adult?
Explanation is not an excuse, Rachel. Understanding where the wound came from does not mean everyone around you has to bleed for it. Look at how she treats her inner circle. Shalita openly stated that the only real friend Claressa has ever had is a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just there for opportunity.
And Nigeria's leaked messages prove how fragile those secondary relationships were. When you establish strict, unwritten rules where your friends aren't even allowed to play Remy Ma's music, or like posts from Cardi B without facing an interrogation, you aren't building a circle of trust, you are enforcing a regime.
Exactly! One day she is pressed about Lil' Kim showing up at an event. The next day she is doing the Lil' Kim social media challenge. One day she is irritated that Cardi B gave Remy a shout out at a concert. The next day she is leaving nice comments under Cardi's profile. It is a non-stop circus of contradictions because her whole world is orbiting around one single name, Remy Ma.
And that obsession is precisely what brought everything to a head when Papoose fell asleep on that call. Did Papoose or Claressa ever clarify what that specific conversation was actually about before Remy intercepted it?
Claressa claimed that Papoose was merely seeking advice and that Remy was acting out of pure jealousy because Remy allegedly has 2 boyfriends of her own. But Remy shot right back, calling Papoose a taker who has been relying on her platform and financial bag for years while plotting behind her back.
Remy literally said, "I am a one-boyfriend woman," and called out Papoose for pretending he was buying gifts when she is the one with the bag. The level of disrespect in claiming your husband is using your house to chat with a boxer while plotting your downfall is off the charts.
And while this hip-hop divorce explodes across every timeline, the countdown to Christmas Day keeps ticking for Universal Studios. They signed this deal when Claressa was just 20 years old, negotiated for a whole year with lawyers, thinking they were rolling out an inspiring story of triumph over trauma.
Now executives are left navigating a press tour where reporters won't be asking Ryan Destiny about her training regimen. They will be asking about leaked direct messages, cousin Shalita's revelations about hidden brothers, and late-night phone calls with Papoose.
Good luck wrapping that up in a pretty bow for the holiday box office. When your personal life is louder than the movie trailer, the movie becomes the sideshow.
But let's look at the human element here. Shalita made it clear that despite all the harsh words, she carried this weight for years. She stepped in when nobody else in Flint would, picked up the phone and said no thank you to Pat Summitt.
And that sacrifice is real, Rachel. Shalita gave up her athletic dream at 17 so a 6-year-old child wouldn't be left alone in a toxic environment. Whether Claressa acknowledges that publicly or not, that decision fundamentally altered the course of both of their lives.
Which makes it even sadder that today, instead of standing together at a red carpet premiere celebrating survival, one cousin is doing explosive tell-all interviews online, while the other is trading insults in direct messages over Papoose.
It really makes you wonder if public validation can ever truly heal a wound that was created in your own living room as a child.
According to psychologists, when you spend your formative years feeling secondary to others in your home, no amount of Olympic gold medals, Hollywood deals, or follower counts will ever feel like enough until you deal with the root cause.
And right now, the root cause is spilling all over the floor. You have Papoose claiming he stayed quiet for a 6-year-old. Remy claiming 17 years of fidelity were shattered by traps, and Claressa trying to enforce an ironclad rule against anyone mentioning Remy Ma's name.
D, has there been any official word from Claressa's representatives or the movie's promotional team regarding these latest statements from Papoose and Shalita?
Silence from the official reps. Rachel. Their team has not issued a formal press statement regarding Shalita's interview or the leaked DM exchange with Nigeria. The strategy appears to be complete silence in hopes that the social media cycle burns itself out before the Christmas Day opening.
Oh, please! Silence does not work when the other side is posting actual screenshots of your phone conversations. The internet does not forget, and the audience definitely does not stop scrolling just because your team refuses to comment.
And as we see every single day in this business, when you try to ignore a fire that is fueled by leaked texts and family history, it doesn't die out. It just finds more oxygen.
Oxygen is an absolute understatement, Rachel. It is a localized inferno fueled by massive egos and unread receipts.
And look at what ignited this specific flare-up. The detail that Papoose allegedly fell asleep on the phone with Claressa inside the very house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
That is the part that gets me! Remy claimed that as soon as she picked up or spoke into the line, and Claressa heard her voice, the world champion boxer got scared and hung up immediately.
D, from a public relations perspective, hanging up the moment the spouse enters the line is certainly not the move of someone who has nothing to hide.
Exactly, Rachel. And according to those leaked exchanges, Remy then walked right over to social media, claiming that Papoose was taking advice from Claressa while simultaneously trying to set traps with side chicks to get Remy arrested.
Meanwhile, Papoose came back swinging, calling Remy a narcissist, claiming she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, and insisting that he was the one asking for a divorce numerous times while taking care of their 6-year-old daughter.
And Bianca, let us not forget the other layer of threats Remy brought out. Claims that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos and publicly claim he wrote her lyrics for the track Imagine That.
Oh, the lyric claim is the ultimate petty card in hip-hop culture. You do not touch a rapper's penalty unless you want total war. But notice how Claressa gets dragged right into this crossfire every single time.
Because the moment her name popped up in those texts, the spotlight shifted back to her upcoming film, The Fire Inside. Remember, Universal Studios finalized that deal after a full year of negotiations when Claressa was only 20 years old, bringing in an Oscar-winning screenwriter like Barry Jenkins and director Rachel Morrison to tell her life story.
But the story the studio wants to sell is the inspirational journey. From Flint, Michigan, overcoming childhood hardship, going all the way to her Olympic victory over Anna Laurel. They do not want the story of a woman losing her composure in direct messages over a married man.
D, what did cousin Shalita say about why Claressa gets so deeply reactive whenever these public conflicts start spinning out of control?
Shalita broke down the entire home dynamic in Flint, Rachel. She explained that their mother cared far more about keeping a roof over their heads and her own personal habits, prioritizing the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls, Claressa and Brianna.
The girls were complete afterthoughts in their own living room. So when you spend your entire childhood feeling invisible, you grow up into an adult who demands to be seen at all costs, even if it means picking loud fights on the timeline.
Let us pause for a second because our audience live board is lighting up over these family revelations. Let us take this message.
Hi, I'm Chris from Atlanta, and I've been watching all morning. I just cannot get over the fact that cousin Shalita gave up a full basketball scholarship with Pat Summitt at 17 years old just to stay behind in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa. Why is her sacrifice completely left out of the official Hollywood movie?
Chris, you asked the million-dollar question. Hollywood loves the story of the lone hero rising from the ashes, all by herself. They do not want to show the cousin who sacrificed her entire future with Pat Summitt at 17 years old because 6-year-old Claressa told her about the abuse happening at home.
And remember, Shalita explicitly said that the person who harmed 6-year-old Claressa was not a family member, but someone very close to the family. When Shalita found out that adults in the home had done nothing despite Claressa speaking up, Shalita declined that scholarship, moved into Claressa's mother's house, and stepped up as the caretaker for Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa.
And yet, as Shalita pointed out, her name is not mentioned once in the origin narrative, not one single time.
Which proves why Shalita finally sat down for that interview. She carried that silence for years, watching Claressa document every second of her life on social media while completely erasing the person who gave up a college career to protect her.
And speaking of erased family members, Shalita dropped another bombshell that blew everyone away: the existence of the hidden older brother, Artist.
That was the moment that shocked everyone on set during that interview. Artist is the oldest brother. He was a teenager when Shalita moved in, and yet throughout all the live streams, blog posts, and interviews, Claressa has never uttered his name publicly.
He is completely invisible in her public narrative. And in celebrity culture, when an immediate family member is kept entirely invisible, there is always a very specific reason behind it.
Shalita insists that Claressa and Artist are actually close, which makes his complete absence from her public brand even more baffling to the public eye.
Bianca, how does that family history tie into how Claressa treats her inner circle today? Because Shalita had a very firm opinion on who Claressa actually has in her corner.
Shalita said it flat out. Claressa has only one true best friend, and her name is Victoria. According to Shalita, everyone else hanging around her is just there for an opportunity, waiting to use her platform until they can get what they want and walk away.
Which brings us right back to Nigeria. Nigeria was considered her close friend until that single question was asked: is Pap still creeping back to Remy?
That one line destroyed a friendship in seconds.
Because you do not burn down a whole friendship over a harmless question unless the answer terrifies you. If someone asks you a rumor that is completely absurd, you laugh it off or roll your eye. You do not send a barrage of insulting direct messages calling someone broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable.
And those leaked direct messages showed Claressa allegedly dropping the ultimate threat, telling Nigeria, "I must show you."
But Nigeria did not back down at all, did she, Dee?
Not at all, Rachel. Nigeria fired right back with that iconic line, saying she might not have Claressa's kind of money, but her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit is something that type of person could never break.
That response broke the internet because it completely flipped the power dynamic. Claressa tried to use financial status as a weapon, and Nigeria reminded her that money cannot buy emotional stability or real peace of mind.
And this pattern of behavior goes far beyond Nigeria. Look at how Claressa handles other women in the industry.
It is an unofficial rule book. Shalita pointed out how deeply and weirdly invested Claressa is in Remy Ma. Anyone connected to Claressa is reportedly not even allowed to support Remy or listen to her music without it turning into a major conflict.
Yet at the same time, we see these wild public contradictions. One day, Claressa is visibly bothered when Lil Kim appears at an event, and the next day, she is jumping on the Lil Kim online challenge.
Or when Cardi B complimented Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa got irritated, but then turned around and started commenting under Cardi's posts like nothing ever happened. It is textbook projection and obsession, spinning in circles.
Meanwhile, Remy Ma is on her own platform, laying out text screenshots, insisting she has been completely faithful for 17 years, while Papoose is claiming he has been begging for a divorce while raising their 6-year-old daughter.
And Remy claimed that Papoose was actually trying to sabotage her behind the scenes, using side chicks to set traps to get her arrested.
Think about the sheer chaos of that accusation. You have two legendary rap figures who have been together since 2016, tearing each other apart in public, while a gold medal Olympic boxer gets caught right in the middle of their marital wreckage.
And with Christmas Day approaching, Universal Studios is facing an absolute promotional nightmare. They built an entire campaign around Ryan Destiny, portraying Claressa's triumphant journey from childhood adversity to global glory.
And now every single interview on the press tour is going to be derailed by questions about leaked texts, marital affairs, hidden brothers, and sacrificed scholarships.
Because you cannot separate the movie from the reality. when the real-life subject of a major motion picture is actively engaging in social media wars, threatening former friends, and getting named in a high-profile celebrity divorce, the film studio cannot just sweep it under the rug.
Dee, has there been any indication from the studio about whether they will restrict live press questions during the Christmas premiere?
Sources close to the production suggest the team is currently in high-alert discussions, trying to decide whether to push forward with traditional media junkets or keep Claressa strictly focused on sports-oriented outlets.
Good luck with that! The moment a microphone is put in front of her, someone is going to ask about cousin Shalita, or about Nigeria, or about why artist was left out of her life story.
And let us look at the psychological weight of what Shalita revealed regarding Claressa's early years. Between the age of 5 and 10, Claressa lived with her grandmother due to the trauma she experienced at home.
Right, and Claressa has spoken previously about how much anger that put in her heart toward her mother. It took years and encouragement from people in her corner to even begin having those difficult conversations with her mother to rebuild their relationship before the documentary came out.
But while Claressa was working on forgiving her mother, cousin Shalita was sitting back watching her own massive sacrifice get erased from history. Imagine giving up a Division I basketball scholarship under Pat Summitt at 17 years old to raise 3 children in Flint.
And then seeing the story told as if nobody was there to protect her.
That is why this interview with Shalita has struck such a massive nerve with the public. It is not just gossip, it is a profound look at how childhood trauma, family favoritism, and missing credit shape the adults we see on our screens today.
Exactly! And while Papoose and Remy Ma are battling over house ownership, lyric credits, and 6-year-old custody arrangements, Claressa is standing right in the center of the storm, trying to project total control while everything around
is crumbling under the weight of her own secrets.
And that is where those leaked direct messages with Nigeria become so damning, Rachel. Because when Nigeria asked that single, simple question, asking if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy, Claressa did not just deny it. She exploded and torched the entire relationship on the spot.
She went full nuclear option. You do not call your supposed best friend broke, delusional, unattractive, and an op over a simple rumor if there is zero truth to it. Normal people laugh it off. But when you threaten someone with, "I must show you," that is pure panic dressed up as power.
Dee, what did the reporting actually reveal about those messages between them? Because the shift in tone was instantaneous.
The screenshots show Claressa completely cutting ties, accusing Nigeria of being fake and untrustworthy, moving like an enemy. But Nigeria did not shrink or back down for a single second. She dropped that now famous clapback, telling Claressa that while she might not have Olympic champion money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit can never be broken.
That line hit harder than any left hook Claressa ever threw in the boxing ring. Nigeria basically held up a mirror, and Claressa could not handle what was staring right back at her.
And Bianca, this brings us right back to psychological projection. When someone runs to social media, writing long paragraphs about how everyone around them is a snake, are they describing their circle or are they describing themselves?
She is describing her own reflection. Real boss moves happen in silence, Rachel. When you are holding press conferences on your phone about snakes, you are usually the one rattling. And look at how she treats anyone who even breathes near Remy Ma.
That informal rule book is what gets me. Dee here tracking the timeline. Claressa was visibly pressed when Lil Kim showed up at her promotional event, but then suddenly she is doing the Lil Kim challenge online. Then when Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa was irritated, but now she is commenting under Cardi's posts like they are best friends.
Pick a lane. One day you are seething, the next day you are copying. It is textbook obsession. You cannot impose a rule on your friends that Remy Ma is the ultimate enemy while you are secretly tracking every move she makes.
But let us bring this right back to Flint, Michigan, because
a full Division I basketball scholarship to play under the legendary Pat Summitt. She picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, and declined that life-changing offer.
Imagine walking away from Pat Summitt at 17 years old.
Cousin Shalita laid out the root of where this desperate need for validation comes from.
That sit-down interview with Shalita changed the entire narrative around Claressa's childhood story. Shalita revealed that when she was just 17 years old, she had
Why? Because 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about being abused by someone close to the family. And none of the other adults in that house were doing anything to protect her.
Dee, did Shalita mention who else was living in that home on the north side of Flint at the time?
According to Shalita, the mother was focused on keeping a roof over their heads and prioritizing her own habits, but more importantly, favoring her sons, Artist and Peanut, over her daughters, Claressa and Brianna. The girls were complete afterthoughts in their own living room.
And that is why Claressa craves validation so loudly on our screens today. When you spend your childhood being an afterthought in your own family, your whole adult life becomes a noisy attempt to prove you matter.
Shalita even brought up the hidden older brother, Artist. He was already a teenager back then, and while Claressa documents every single detail of her life for millions of followers, Artist is completely invisible in her public narrative.
It really makes you wonder, if you are watching at home, do you think Claressa's family secrets are spilling out now because of actual truth? Or is this personal grievances being aired out right before her movie launch? Drop your thoughts in the chat right now.
Oh, it is absolute truth coming home to roost. You cannot omit the cousin who moved into your house to protect you from your own origin story. Sell that story to Hollywood and expect people to stay quiet forever.
And speaking of Hollywood, the studio executives at Universal Studios are reportedly in total panic behind the scenes. They have this massive feature film, The Fire Inside, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, starring Ryan Destiny, scheduled for a wide release on Christmas Day.
They bought the rights to an inspirational sports story about an Olympic gold medalist who defeated Sweden's Anna Laurel and conquered the world. Instead, the headlines right now are a messy divorce battle involving Papoose, Remy Ma, and leaked text messages.
Talk about chaotic promotion. Remy Ma woke up and chose total violence, posting screenshots alleging Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa right inside the house Remy owns and that he refuses to leave.
Papoose shot back immediately, calling Remy a narcissist and claiming she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose claims he has been begging for a divorce for a long time, trying to keep things quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school.
But Remy is not letting him play the victim. She claims Papoose was setting traps with side chicks to get her arrested, threatening to leak explicit videos, and claiming he wrote her hit lyrics for the song Imagine That.
Dee, what did Remy say about Claressa's reaction when Remy caught them on that late-night phone call?
According to Remy's posted screenshots, as soon as Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, the world champion boxer got scared and hung up immediately, and Remy alleges Claressa was in complete panic mode about how this scandal would affect The Fire Inside.
Because Claressa knows, she knows that Universal Studios put up real money for a Christmas Day premiere. And now the entire press tour is going to be reporters asking her if she was playing phone tag with Papoose in another woman's house.
And let us not forget what Shalita said about Claressa's inner circle. Dee, who did Shalita say was the only real friend Claressa actually has?
Shalita stated very clearly that Claressa's only true best friend is a woman named Victoria. She warned that everyone else claiming to be her friend is just there for opportunity, waiting to grab what they can before moving on.
And look at how fast that prediction came true with Nigeria. One question about Papoose and Remy, and the entire friendship disintegrated into threats and public DM leaks.
When you look at Claressa's past, being abused at 5 years old, staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10, and having to do the hard work of forgiving her mother before her documentary came out, it is clear there is deep trauma there. But as an adult, how much of this behavior can we excuse?
That is the central question online right now, Rachel. People have immense empathy for what she survived as a child in Flint, but when you are a world champion using your platform to threaten former friends and getting tangled in 17-year marriages,
empathy does not give you a free pass to behave like a tyrant online. You can honor the 6-year-old girl who survived Flint while still calling out the adult woman who is acting completely unhinged on social media.
If you are joining us right now, let us know on the live feed. Do you think Claressa can salvage her public image before Christmas Day, or has this feud with Remy Ma completely overshadowed her movie?
The studio is certainly hoping she can pivot, but with Remy claiming she is a one-boyfriend woman with the bag, and Papoose insisting he was just trying to protect his 6-year-old daughter, the headlines are not slowing down.
Papoose says he is a giver. Remy says he is a taker living in her house. And Claressa is caught in the crossfire, hanging up phones. You could not script a messier drama if you tried.
And through all of this, cousin Shalita remains the untold hero who gave up her Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 to step into that Flint home when no one else would.
Exactly. Shalita made sure people knew that while Claressa's movie highlights her boxing victories, the real fight started in that house on the north side of Flint long before any gold medals were won.
And yet Shalita's name is not on a single script page. That is what hurts the most. You sacrifice your entire athletic future at 17 to protect a 6-year-old child, and when that child becomes a Hollywood subject, you get completely erased from the credits.
Which brings us right back to why Claressa's reaction to Nigeria was so aggressive. When your life is built on a carefully curated public image, any question that threatens to unravel the narrative feels like a direct attack.
Nigeria asked one question about Papoose, and Claressa treated it like a betrayal of the highest order. But as Nigeria pointed out, a wealthy mindset is not about the money in your bank account or the movie deals on your table. It is about peace of mind.
And peace of mind is the one thing Claressa Shields clearly does not have right now. She is fighting Remy Ma on social media, fighting her ex-best friend in the DMs, and trying to keep Universal Studios from pulling the plug on her Christmas promo.
Dee, do we have any official statement from Claressa's team or Universal Studios regarding the movie release?
Neither Claressa's representatives nor the studio have issued a formal statement answering these specific allegations. They are keeping their heads down, but industry sources tell us the anxiety in those studio offices is at an all-time high as December 25th approaches.
Keeping their heads down will not stop the storm, Dee. When Remy Ma is posting text screenshots at 5 in the morning and Papoose is dropping paragraphs about multi-year divorce requests, nobody is looking at boxing posters.
It is a tragic irony that a movie designed to celebrate overcoming childhood hardship is being drowned out by the unresolved trauma of that very same childhood.
Absolutely, Rachel. Shalita's interview brought to light that the hidden brother artist, the favored brother Peanut, and the sister Brianna all experienced that environment, but Claressa was the one thrust into the spotlight.
And when you thrust someone into the spotlight without fixing the foundation, the house is going to shake the moment a strong wind blows.
And right now, that wind is blowing directly from the Bronx, with Remy Ma dropping receipts and Papoose trying to navigate a public divorce while managing a 6-year-old daughter.
Remy even made it clear that she feels Papoose used his platform to try and ruin her, while she stood by him for 17 years without ever straying.
17 years! And now they are fighting over house deeds, lyric credits for Imagine That, and late-night phone calls with an Olympic boxer.
And let us not forget Bianca, that Remy claims Papoose fell asleep on that very phone call while lying inside the house she owns, a house she says he refuses to leave.
The audacity is sky high. You are on the phone until late at night with a world champion boxer, you fall asleep, and then the wife picks up the phone. And what happens next, Dee?
Well, according to the messages Remy published, the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, she panicked and hung up immediately. Remy said she got scary real fast.
Scary! A 2-time Olympic gold medalist who fights people for a living suddenly turns into a ghost the second a Bronx rapper answers the phone. You cannot make this up.
But Claressa did not stay quiet for long, did she, Dee?
No, Rachel. Claressa shot right back online, claiming Remy was just jealous of Papoose, and alleging that Remy actually has 2 boyfriends of her own. Meanwhile, Papoose released a statement calling Remy a narcissist, claiming she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain.
Oh, so now everybody is pointing fingers. Papoose says he has been begging for a divorce for months, trying to keep things quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every morning, while Remy says she is the one with the bag and has been completely faithful for 17 long years.
And amidst all this back and forth about who holds the bag and who wrote the lyrics for Imagine That, there is an entire feature film hanging in the balance.
That is the huge elephant in the room, Rachel. Universal Studios has The Fire Inside scheduled to hit theaters on Christmas Day. We are talking about a major feature film written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny as Claressa.
The studio executives must be clutching their pearls right now. You prepare a whole holiday campaign about an inspirational Olympic triumph over Swedish boxer Anna Laurel. And suddenly, the headline news is about late-night phone calls, leaked text messages, and family secrets coming out of Flint.
Because while the movie tells a very specific story of overcoming hardship, cousin Shalita just went on a public sit-down and completely flipped the narrative on its head. What did she reveal about that scholarship, Dee?
This was the most shocking detail, Rachel. The public narrative always focused on Claressa's rise, but Shalita revealed that when she was 17, she was offered a full basketball scholarship by the legendary Pat Summitt. But that was the exact same time 6-year-old Claressa confided in her about suffering severe abuse.
Abuse by someone very close to the family. And when 6-year-old Claressa told other adults in her life, nobody did a single thing.
Exactly, Bianca. So Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down a life-changing scholarship, and moved right into the house in Flint to protect those kids herself.
Think about the magnitude of that sacrifice. Giving up a Division I athletic future at 17 to become a full-time guardian for your younger cousins because the home environment was that unstable.
And yet, when you look at the official story, when you look at the promos, Shalita's name is not mentioned a single time, not once. If someone gave up their dream to make sure I was safe at 6 years old, their name would be stamped on the opening credits in bold letters.
To our viewers watching right now, if a relative gave up a full scholarship to save your childhood, would you keep them out of your story? Drop your thoughts in the live chat right now.
Shalita also painted a very heavy picture of the family dynamic back in Flint, Rachel. She explained that the mother prioritized her own habits and openly favored the boys, Artist and Peanut, while Claressa and her sister Brianna were treated like afterthoughts.
And that explains everything we are seeing online today. When you are treated like an afterthought in your own living room as a child, you grow up with an insatiable hunger to prove to the entire world that you matter. That is why she needs every spotlight, every headline, every validation.
And Shalita dropped another huge piece of information. There is an older brother named Artist. He is the eldest. They are reportedly close, yet he has been kept completely invisible from the public eye.
Invisible! She posts her entire life on social media, her workouts, her arguments, her daily thoughts, but an entire older brother is kept in the shadows? People are only invisible in a public story when someone wants them there for a reason.
Speaking of keeping things hidden, let us talk about how quickly things detonate when someone asks a simple question. Dee, walk us through what happened between Claressa and her former close friend Nigeria.
This friendship did not just end, Rachel. It was incinerated over one single text message. Nigeria simply asked her, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. No insults, no attack.
Just one question. And instead of laughing it off or saying no, Claressa reportedly went completely scorched earth. She called Nigeria an enemy, told her to stop texting her phone, and then sent messages calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable.
And ended the rant with that heavy phrase, "I must show you." That sounds less like a response and more like someone reacting out of sheer panic.
But Nigeria did not back down at all, Rachel. She leaked the entire screenshot exchange and delivered a response that has everyone talking. She told Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
Mic drop! Absolute mic drop! Because money can buy you gold medals, custom championship belts, and Hollywood movie deals, but it cannot buy you peace of mind or self-control.
Which brings us back to the psychological side of this. Bianca, why is there such a hyperfixation on Remy Ma and Claressa's world?
Look at the pattern, Rachel. Shalita revealed that Claressa has an unwritten rule for her entire circle. Nobody is allowed to support Remy or listen to her music. Then you see Claressa doing the Lil' Kim challenge right after being pressed about Lil' Kim at a promotional event. Then she gets irritated when Cardi B compliments Remy at a show, but later pops up commenting under Cardi's posts.
It is a constant cycle of contradictions, Rachel. One day she is throwing shade, the next day she is participating in the trends.
It is textbook projection. When you have unresolved issues inside yourself, you project that tension onto the person who represents what you feel threatened by. Remy Ma is an icon who stands firm, and Claressa is constantly trying to establish her dominance outside the boxing ring.
Dee, how are things looking on the studio side with Universal Pictures? Is there any official response regarding the fire inside?
Officially, their team is keeping their heads down and pushing forward with the Christmas Day release schedule, Rachel. The film covers Claressa's journey from living with her grandmother between ages 5 and 10 after experiencing childhood sexual violence, to her eventual reconciliation with her mother and her historic Olympic victory over Anna Laurel.
The material in that film is deeply emotional and heavy, but when the star of the story is actively engaged in messy internet battles, leaking DMs, and being called out by her own family members weeks before the premiere, it shifts the focus away from the artillero and onto the chaos.
And the chaos is not slowing down. On one side, you have Papoose accusing Remy of cheating with Easy the Block captain and playing the victim while he takes care of their 6-year-old daughter. On the other side, you have Remy accusing Papoose of setting up traps with side chicks, threatening to leak explicit videos and trying to get her arrested.
17 years of hip-hop royalty ending in a war over house deeds and phone screenshots. And right in the middle of it, an Olympic champion hanging up the phone the moment the wife speaks.
If you are watching us live right now, who do you think is handling this situation with more transparency? Let us know in the chat below.
What makes this even more tense is that Remy explicitly stated she has the bag, she owns the house, and she was the one being plotted against, while Papoose allegedly tried to ruin her reputation after she stood by him for nearly 2 decades.
And let us be real. When a woman says, "I am the one with the bag," and shows text messages of another woman hanging up in a panic, the whole room goes silent.
But the real question is how Claressa's inner circle operates. Shalita explicitly mentioned that Claressa only has one true friend, a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else surrounding her is just there for opportunity.
That statement from Shalita really put a spotlight on the people around Claressa, Rachel. Shalita said directly that the moment those opportunity seekers get what they want, they will walk away, leaving Victoria as the only genuine person in her corner.
Which makes complete sense when you look at how fast the friendship with Nigeria exploded. One question about Papoose creeping back to Remy, and the entire relationship dissolved into insults about money and threats of "I must show you."
It shows you how fragile the piece is when the foundation is built on unspoken rules and defensiveness.
And when you are living behind a wall of defensiveness, Bianca sees it clear as day. Any simple question sounds like a full-blown attack.
Exactly, Bianca. And that is how a simple query about whether Papoose was returning to Remy Ma triggered a complete nuclear meltdown between Claressa and Nigeria.
The reporting shows that the moment Nigeria asked that single question, the communication shifted into direct threats of, "I must show you," and insults targeting financial status, which Nigeria countered with that now famous line about having a wealthy mindset.
For anyone who is just tuning into our live broadcast, let us lay out the entire board so you understand why the internet is shaking right now. On one side, you have world champion boxer Claressa Shields, who was 2 months out of her Olympic win over Sweden's Anna Laurel when a major Hollywood studio reached out to make a film about her life. The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, starring Ryan Destiny, scheduled for release on Christmas Day. On the other side, Claressa finds herself entangled in the messy split of rap couple Remy Ma and Papoose after screenshots expose late-night phone calls in Remy's own house, while Papoose counters with accusations involving battle rapper Easy the Block captain and the care of their 6-year-old daughter.
But the real plot twist that has everyone gasping isn't even the rap feud, Rachel. It is the cousin, Shalita, stepping forward to spill family secrets that rewrite the entire official narrative.
That is right, Bianca. Shalita publicly stated that when she was 17 years old, she personally called legendary coach Pat Summitt to turn down a full basketball scholarship just to stay in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa after learning about childhood trauma.
Imagine giving up a full college career at 17, moving into that house in Flint, and then watching a major studio movie get made where your name is not mentioned even once.
What did you think when you heard Shalita talk about the family dynamic in Flint, D?
Well, Rachel, Shalita detailed how their mother prioritized the male children, Artist and Peanut, over the daughters, Claressa and Brianna, leaving the girls as an afterthought, which explains why Claressa lived with her grandmother between the ages of 5 and 10.
And let us talk about Artist, the hidden older brother that nobody in the public ever heard of until Shalita brought him up. Claressa posts her whole life online, but this brother was kept completely invisible.
Hi, everyone. I'm Chloe from Houston, and I've been glued to the show. I just cannot understand how someone can totally erase a cousin who sacrificed her own future at 17 to protect a 6-year-old child. Is Claressa just ignoring her cousin's sacrifice, or is there more to why Shalita was left out of the movie story?
Chloe brings up the exact question that millions of people are typing into their keyboards right now. Panel.
Look, Chloe, when you grow up feeling like an afterthought at home because the mother favors the boys, you spend your adulthood looking for validation everywhere else.
And representatives from the movie studio must be sweating bullets right now, Rachel, because The Fire Inside was built as an inspirational story of triumph over Flint poverty, and now all these unaddressed family claims are coming out right before the Christmas Day premiere.
And while the movie team tries to manage the press surrounding Flint, the drama surrounding Papoose and Remy Ma keeps escalating by the hour.
Papoose is out here calling Remy a narcissist, claiming he asked for a divorce multiple times while taking care of their 6-year-old daughter, while Remy claims he is trying to set traps with side chicks to get her arrested.
Published accounts also highlight that Remy accused Papoose of threatening to leak explicit videos and falsely claiming he wrote her lyrics for the track Imagine That, all while claiming she is the one holding the financial bag in that house.
The arrogance of calling your former best friend broke in a text message only for Nigeria to hit back saying her mindset is wealthy and her spirit cannot be broken. You cannot buy that kind of composure.
How do you see this impacting Claressa's public standing right now, Dee?
Sources close to the situation say the contrast between her online projection, doing the Lil' Kim challenge after being bothered by her presence, or leaving comments for Cardi B after being upset over concert praises, is making industry insiders question her circle.
Because according to Shalita, Victoria is the only real friend in that entire room. Everyone else is just waiting for an opportunity, and the second things get tough, they turn into ops.
Where do you stand on how a single question about Papoose destroyed a lifelong friendship? Drop your thoughts in our live chat right now.
What makes it even more volatile is that Remy Ma explicitly stated she walked Claressa down online, claiming the boxer panicked and hung up the moment Remy's voice came over the phone line.
A world champion fighter getting scary over a phone call because the wife walked into the room. You cannot write a script more theatrical than this reality.
But when you look back at the childhood history, living with her grandmother, rebuilding the relationship with her mother before the documentary, you see someone who is carrying heavy burdens long before she ever stepped into an Olympic ring against Anna Laurel.
That is true, Rachel, but turning down a Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 is a life-altering sacrifice, and Shalita made it clear she carried that truth for years until she finally decided to speak out.
And that is why the studio executives at Universal are probably locked in meetings right now, wondering how Ryan Destiny is going to do press tours when every reporter is going to ask about cousin Shalita and brother Artist.
Not to mention the allegations from Papoose about battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, which Remy completely denies while maintaining she has always been monogamous.
The statements being thrown back and forth show a 17-year marriage completely unraveling in front of millions, with threats of video leaks and property disputes over who actually owns the house.
Papoose says he just wants to handle things like civilized adults for the sake of his 6-year-old daughter going to school. But then screenshots of text messages are getting posted every 30 minutes.
It really makes you wonder what happens when the unspoken rules of an inner circle get tested by a single leaked DM.
Exactly, Rachel. Because when Nigeria asked that one simple question about whether Papoose was creeping back to Remy, she didn't just ask about a relationship, she tapped directly into the entire unwritten rule book.
And that rule book is rigid, Bianca. In those leaked direct messages, as soon as Nigeria brought up Papoose and Remy, the reaction was immediate and scorched earth. The messages show insult after insult, calling Nigeria broke, delusional, and mentally unstable, before dropping that chilling threat, "I must show you."
I must show you! That is not the response of someone who has nothing to hide, D. That is the response of someone in full panic mode. If the rumor was completely baseless, you laugh, you block, and you go prepare for your movie premiere on Christmas Day. But when you threaten someone and call them an opposition over a single question, you are telling the whole world that the question hit a nerve.
And Nigeria did not back down for a single second, Bianca. Her reply was instant. "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break."
That line right there. My mindset is wealthy. That is how you handle someone trying to flex their bank account during a personal argument. You can have millions from Olympic gold medals and a Universal Studios deal. But if your immediate reaction to a friend's question is to threaten them, who is really broke in that situation?
But what makes Nigeria's leaked messages even more fascinating, Rachel, is how it aligns perfectly with what cousin Shalita said in that explosive interview. Shalita specifically addressed Claressa's circle of friends, stating flat out that Claressa only has one true best friend in this world, a woman named Victoria.
Victoria? Right! Shalita made a point to say that anyone else claiming to be her best friend is simply there for opportunity, and the second they get what they want, or the second the opportunity disappears, the friendship evaporates.
Which explains why Nigeria was deleted so fast. The moment Nigeria stopped playing the agreeable sidekick and asked an uncomfortable question about Papoose, she went from inner circle to an enemy in 30 seconds flat.
And Shalita went even deeper into why this pattern keeps repeating, Rachel. She explained that it all roots back to the family dynamic on the north side of Flint, Michigan. Shalita revealed that when she came into the picture at 17 years old, Claressa was 6, and the girls in that house were treated like complete afterthoughts.
That part of the interview broke my heart listening to it, Rachel. Shalita said the mother cared more about keeping a roof and her own habits, and heavily favored the two boys, Artist and Peanut, over Claressa and her sister Brianna.
Exactly, Bianca. Shalita pointed out that Artist was already a teenager at the time. And here is the huge revelation that had everyone on social media completely stunned. Artist is Claressa's older brother, yet his name has never been mentioned once in any of her public posts, her live streams, or her official narrative.
It really makes you pause, Dee. Here is a world champion boxer who shares almost every detail of her life on social media, yet an entire older brother named Artist exists in the background, close to the family according to Shalita, but completely invisible to the public. What do you make of that, Bianca?
I'll tell you what I make of it. When someone is that vocal online and builds a whole brand around transparency, but leaves key family members like Artist completely out of the frame, while Shalita sacrificed a full basketball scholarship under Pat Summitt at Tennessee just to protect her at 6 years old, it proves the public story was carefully curated.
And remember, Rachel, this is a story that Universal Studios bought. They hired Oscar-winning writer Barry Jenkins to write the screenplay for The Fire Inside, brought on Rachel Morrison to direct, and cast Ryan Destiny to play Claressa on screen. The film covers her journey from Flint, her Olympic victory over Anna Laurel, and her childhood staying with her grandmother from age 5 to 10.
But notice what is missing from the movie press releases, Dee. Cousin Shalita's name isn't in that origin story once. Not one single time. Shalita literally gave up her entire athletic career at 17, called Coach Pat Summitt to decline a full college scholarship, and moved into that house in Flint because a 6-year-old child told her what was happening to her when other adults did nothing.
It raises such a profound psychological question for our viewers. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own home, favored less than your brothers Artist and Peanut, do you spend your entire adult life chasing public validation to prove you matter? What do you think at home? Drop your thoughts in the chat right now. Do you think Claressa's need for control online comes from that childhood neglect?
Of course it does, Rachel. When your own household treats the boys like royalty and leaves you to figure it out, you develop a defense mechanism where you have to control every narrative, every friendship, and every headline. That is why she gets so unhinged when anyone mentions Remy Ma and why she imposes rules on her friends about who they can support.
And that brings us right back to the center of this storm, Bianca, because Remy Ma did not hold back when those screenshots leaked. Remy explicitly alleged that Papoose fell asleep on a late-night phone call with Claressa Shields while sitting right inside the house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
Imagine waking up in your own home, walking into the room, and hearing your husband asleep on the phone with a world champion boxer. Remy said the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice over the line, Claressa got scared and hung up immediately.
And Claressa shot right back, calling Remy jealous and claiming that Papoose was just giving her advice, while alleging that Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own. But Dee, what is the official stance coming from Papoose's side in all of this?
Papoose released a statement denying Remy's narrative completely, calling her a narcissist and claiming he has repeatedly requested a divorce from her. He alleges that Remy cheated on him with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain while he was left at home taking care of their 6-year-old daughter. He said he wanted to keep things off social media for the sake of their daughter going to school, but Remy chose to post the text messages first.
Oh, please! Papoose talking about keeping it civil for their 6-year-old daughter after screenshots of text messages are flying every 30 minutes. Remy is claiming he threatened to leak explicit videos of her and publicly claimed he wrote her lyrics for her song, Imagine That. If you are threatening to take credit for her hit songs and leak private videos, do not act like you were taking the high road.
And Remy insists she has been completely monogamous throughout their entire 17-year relationship, while accusing Papoose of setting traps with his side chicks to try and get her arrested.
That detail about the traps is what has industry insiders whispering, Rachel. Remy claims Papoose was actively plotting with women to orchestrate a situation that could land her in legal trouble, all while living under the roof of the home she bought with her own money.
And meanwhile, Universal Studios executives are looking at their Christmas Day release schedule for The Fire Inside with absolute heartburn. You have Ryan Destiny playing an inspirational Olympic hero who beat Anna Laurel, but every interview on the red carpet is going to be about late-night phone calls with Papoose, leaked DMs with Nigeria, and cousin Shalita exposing family secrets about brother artists.
It is a total collision between a multi-million-dollar Hollywood promo campaign and real-life family trauma, coming back to haunt the spotlight. Dee, do we know if Claressa's team or Universal Studios has issued any official response to cousin Shalita's interview yet?
Neither Claressa's personal team nor Universal Studios has released a formal comment regarding Shalita's statements, Rachel. But sources close to the production say there is huge internal concern over how this public feud is shifting the narrative away from the film's message of overcoming adversity.
Because you can't control the narrative anymore, Dee. When Shalita reveals that she gave up her life at 17 to protect a 6-year-old child in Flint, while the mother prioritized son's artist and Peanut, that isn't something a movie trailer can smooth over.
If you're just tuning in, let us know where you stand on this explosive breakdown. Do you think Papoose and Remy Ma's split was bound to explode publicly, or was Claressa Shields the unexpected catalyst that brought the whole 17-year marriage down?
Claressa was definitely the match that lit the fuse, Rachel. When Papoose is on the phone with her late at night in Remy's house, and text screenshots start circulating where Remy claims Papoose was buying her gifts with Remy's money, it was never going to end quietly.
And Remy specifically pointed that out in her post, laughing at the idea of Papoose buying gifts for anyone, saying, "He's a taker, not a giver, plus I'm the one with the bag." She made it very clear that she holds the financial power in that marriage.
I'm the one with the bag! Remy basically told the whole world that Papoose was playing big spender on her dime. And when you combine financial disputes, custody of a 6-year-old child, claims over who wrote the lyrics to Imagine That, and leaked text messages, this isn't just a breakup, it is a full-blown war.
A war that is pulling in everyone around them, from Nigeria's wealthy mindset clapback to cousin Shalita blowing the whistle on family favoritism in Flint.
Exactly, Rachel. And cousin Shalita didn't just drop a small rumor. She completely tore off the roof of that house in Flint, giving up a full basketball scholarship with legendary coach Pat Summitt when she was just 17 years old to move into her cousin's house because a 6-year-old child needed protection. That is a life-altering sacrifice. And to see that Shalita's name isn't mentioned even once in the official origin story or in the promotions for her upcoming movie, that has to sting.
It stings deeply, Bianca. According to what was reported in that interview, Shalita was 17 when her father introduced her to that side of the family. That was when 6-year-old Claressa told her about the horrific abuse she was enduring, abuse that other adults in her life allegedly ignored. Shalita called Pat Summitt, turned down the opportunity of a lifetime, and moved right in to take care of those kids.
And D, what really caught my attention was the family dynamic Shalita described inside that home on the north side of Flint. She stated that their mother favored the two boys, Artist and Peanut, over the daughters, Claressa and Brianna. She said the girls were basically an afterthought in their own household while growing up in extreme poverty.
Which explains so much about how Claressa operates today. When you are treated like an afterthought by your own mother during childhood, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding the world's validation. You need every room to look at you. And let us talk about the older brother, Artist. How is it that Claressa documents every second of her life on social media, yet her eldest brother, Artist, has been completely invisible to the public eye?
That was a massive reveal, Bianca. Shalita confirmed that Artist exists, that he was already a teenager when she moved in, and that he and Claressa are actually close. Yet in all the press tours, the live videos, and the feature film background, his name has never been brought up once.
That psychological layer is so complex. We know from Claressa's own past statements that she spent years from age 5 to 10 living with her grandmother after the abuse, and that rebuilding her relationship with her mother before making this film was a painful journey. She admitted she held so much anger toward her mother for years, but Shalita's perspective adds a whole new dimension, raising Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa herself because the mother was focused elsewhere.
And Shalita didn't stop at family, Rachel. She took aim right at Claressa's social circle. She explicitly said that Claressa only has one true best friend in this world, a woman named Victoria. According to Shalita, every single other person claiming to be her friend is just there for an opportunity, waiting to use her name until they get what they want.
Which brings us directly to the absolute destruction of her friendship with Nigeria. That entire multi-year friendship was burned to the ground over literally one question. Nigeria looked at her and asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. No insults, no yelling, just 8 words.
8 words that acted like a match on gasoline. Look, nobody destroys a friendship over a simple question unless the truth behind that question terrifies them. If it was false, you laugh it off and keep scrolling. But Claressa allegedly panicked, torched the friendship, and started posting online about how everyone around her is fake, snake-like, and untrustworthy.
That online behavior is what experts call total projection, Bianca. When you are feeling chaotic inside, you start accusing everyone else of the very traits you are displaying. And let us look at the direct messages that Nigeria leaked after that fallout. The tone in those messages was completely wild.
The leaked text screenshots show messages attributed to Claressa calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with the ominous threat, "I must show you." But Nigeria did not back down for a single second. She fired back with a response that is currently going viral, saying that while she might not have Claressa's money, her mindset is wealthy, and her spirit cannot be broken by anyone.
My mindset is wealthy. That is how you handle a bully. But let us get to the root of why Remy Ma's name triggers such a massive reaction from Claressa in the first place. D, you reported earlier on this strict rule book Claressa apparently enforces on her whole team?
Exactly, Bianca. It has been reported that anyone close to Claressa is effectively forbidden from playing Remy Ma's music, supporting her, or enjoying anything she does. It is an unwritten rule that Remy is the enemy. Yet, at the exact same time, Claressa's social media behavior is full of bizarre contradictions.
Total contradictions! One day, she is visibly pressed when Lil Kim shows up at a promo event. And the next day, she is doing the Lil Kim dance challenge online. Then, when Cardi B gave Remy a shout-out at a concert, Claressa got irritated publicly. But now, she is leaving friendly comments under Cardi's posts like nothing ever happened. Pick a lane. You cannot be seething at someone 1 minute and copying them the next. That is not a rivalry. That is a full-time obsession.
And this obsession has collided head-on with Remy Ma and Papoose's explosive marriage split after 17 years together. Remy woke up and dropped screenshots of Papoose on the phone with Claressa late at night while laying in the very house that Remy owns.
And Remy claimed that the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, she panicked and hung up immediately. Remy went further, alleging that Papoose has been plotting with side chicks to set traps to get Remy arrested, while threatening to leak explicit videos and claim he wrote her famous song, Imagine That.
Meanwhile, Papoose drops his own statement calling Remy a narcissist and claiming she cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He says he has been begging for a divorce for a long time and is just trying to stay quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day.
What do you think at home? Is Papoose really the devoted father protecting his 6-year-old child? Or is Remy right about the financial control and secret phone calls? Drop your thoughts in the live chat right now.
The timing of all this public warfare couldn't possibly be worse for Universal Studios. Their major feature film, The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny as Claressa, is scheduled to hit theaters everywhere on Christmas Day. The movie is supposed to showcase her triumphant rise from poverty in Flint and her Olympic victory over Anna Laurel of Sweden.
But instead of headlines about her Olympic glory and her inspiring life story, the entire world is reading about late-night phone calls in Remy's house, leaked DMs about wealthy mindsets, and a cousin revealing hidden family secrets. Studio executives must be pulling their hair out right now, Dee.
Do you believe this movie can still focus on her inspirational journey, or has the real-life drama completely overshadowed the Christmas premiere? Let us know in the chat. Because when you look at how Papoose and Remy are trading accusations over custody of their 6-year-old, house ownership, and text messages, Claressa is right in the center of the storm.
And remember what Remy pointed out about the financial power dynamic. She laughed at the idea of Papoose buying gifts for anyone, stating clearly that she is the one with the bag in that marriage and that Papoose is a taker, not a giver.
I'm the one with the bag. That statement was pure gold. But while Remy is claiming total financial independence, Papoose insists he is the victim who has been asking for a divorce while taking care of their 6-year-old daughter. But let us not forget the leaked texts where Remy claims Papoose took Claressa's advice on how to handle the situation.
Which brings us back to cousin Shalita's warning. Shalita warned that people surround Claressa for opportunity, but Claressa's deep-seated need for public validation stems directly from being neglected as a young girl in Flint, while her mother focused on artist and Peanut.
And that neglect is why Shalita stepping in at 17 was so pivotal. Shalita gave up her Pat Summitt scholarship, gave up her own athletic future to raise those children. Yet when Hollywood called to turn Claressa's life into a motion picture, Shalita's sacrifice was left on the cutting room floor.
That is the ultimate tragedy here, Rachel. You have a woman in Shalita who literally sacrificed her future to save a child, only to be written out of history so the story looks cleaner for a movie release.
And now that clean movie story is being smashed to pieces by real-world headlines. Between the leaked DMs with Nigeria, the feud over Remy Ma, and Papoose's midnight calls.
And that midnight phone call with Papoose, sitting right in Remy's house, is the absolute hammer that cracked the entire foundation. Rachel, you cannot claim you are focused on a Christmas Day movie premiere when you are allegedly hanging up the phone in a panic the second another woman's voice comes on the line.
Exactly, Bianca, because according to the leaked screenshots released by the Bronx rapper herself, Papoose allegedly fell asleep on a late-night phone call with Claressa while sitting inside the very home he shares with his wife. And when the rapper picked up the phone and spoke, Claressa reportedly hung up immediately in a total fright.
And that single phone call ignited an absolute social media explosion between all three of them. Dee, what else was revealed in those leaked text messages between the married couple?
The statements released show an incredible war of words, Rachel. The Bronx rapper claims she has been completely monogamous throughout their 17 years together and accused her husband of plotting with side chicks, setting traps to try to get her arrested, and threatening to leak explicit videos or publicly claim he wrote her hit song Imagine That.
Look at the sheer level of mess, Dee. Threatening to claim you wrote someone's rap lyrics after 17 years of marriage, And then Papoose turns around and claims he is the one who repeatedly asked for a divorce while accusing her of being unfaithful with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Meanwhile, they have a 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school amid all these wild public headlines.
That 6-year-old daughter is the real victim caught in the crossfire of two adults waging war online, Bianca. But let's look at how Claressa got pulled into this storm in the first place, because this isn't happening in isolation. What do you make of the timing here, Dee?
The timing could not possibly be worse for the studio behind the fire inside, Rachel. We are talking about a major feature film scripted by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny, set to open in theaters nationwide on Christmas Day. The movie was meant to highlight her inspirational rise from an impoverished childhood in Flint, Michigan, all the way to her historic Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel.
But instead of talking about Barry Jenkins' script or Ryan Destiny's boxing training, the entire internet is talking about cousin Shalita spilling family secrets on a podcast. You cannot run a clean press tour for an inspirational movie when your own blood relative sits down for an interview and reveals you have an older brother named Artist that nobody in the public ever knew existed.
That revelation about Artist completely shocked everyone following this story, Bianca. Dee, break down what Shalita actually said about the family dynamics back in Flint.
Shalita was completely unfiltered during her interview, Rachel. She explained that growing up on the north side of Flint in extreme poverty, Claressa's mother prioritized her sons, Artist and Peanut, over her daughters, Claressa and Brianna. Shalita stated that the girls were essentially an afterthought in their own home, which explains why Artist remained completely invisible in Claressa's public narrative while she documented every other detail of her life on social media.
An invisible older brother. Think about that, Rachel. Claressa posts long paragraphs online about every single workout and every feud, yet her eldest brother Artist is never mentioned once. Cousin Shalita confirmed that Claressa and Artist are actually close, but he was completely erased from the public rags to riches story sold to Hollywood.
And it goes even deeper than that, Bianca, because Shalita also revealed the exact reason why she sacrificed her own athletic career at 17 years old to move into that house in Flint.
That is the most painful part of the entire interview, Rachel. Shalita stated that at 17, right after meeting 6-year-old Claressa for the first time through her father, Claressa confided in her about suffering non-family abuse at 5 years old, abuse that other adults in the family had reportedly ignored. That was the exact moment Shalita called legendary coach Pat Summitt on the phone to decline her full basketball scholarship so she could stay in Flint and protect those children.
She gave up playing basketball for Pat Summitt! Do you understand the magnitude of that sacrifice, Dee? Pat Summitt was an absolute titan in sports. Shalita threw away her own guaranteed future to raise a 6-year-old child, and when Universal Studios buys the movie rights, Shalita's name isn't mentioned a single time. Not once.
Which explains why Shalita came to that interview with receipts and zero filter. Bianca.
Hey panel, I'm Jordan from Atlanta, and I've been a huge fan of Claressa since her first Olympic gold medal. I just don't understand why she would let a single question from her ex-friend Nigeria destroy a whole friendship right before her movie launch. Couldn't she just ignore the rumors?
Jordan, bless your heart for being so naive. But you don't ignore a question when that question walks straight into the locked room you've been hiding from the entire world.
Bianca is spot on, Jordan. When her ex-best friend Nigeria simply asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" that wasn't just a casual text, it was a lit match dropped on a powder keg. Dee, what happened immediately after that message was sent?
According to the leaked direct messages published online, Rachel, Claressa, allegedly completely detonated. She branded Nigeria an OP, meaning opposition or enemy, told her to stop texting her phone, and unleashed a barrage of insults, calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, before ending with the threat, "I must show you."
I must show you! That is not the language of a world champion who is calm and unbothered, Dee. That is the reaction of someone in absolute panic because her secret rule book got exposed. But Nigeria didn't flinch or shrink back. She delivered one of the most savage clapbacks of the year when she responded that while she might not have Claressa's money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit can never be broken.
That response from Nigeria went completely viral. If you're watching live right now, scan the code on your screen and tell us, do you think Nigeria was right to leak those direct messages, or should private friendships stay private? We want to hear your take.
And that brings us right back to what cousin Shalita said about Claressa's inner circle, Rachel. Shalita specifically stated in her interview that Claressa's only true best friend in this world is a woman named Victoria. She claimed everyone else surrounding Claressa is only there for opportunity, waiting for the exact moment they can get what they need before moving on.
And that statement cuts right to the heart of Claressa's public behavior, Rachel. When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in Flint, while your mother favors artist and Peanut, you spend your entire adulthood craving public validation. You surround yourself with people who tell you what you want to hear. And the second someone like Nigeria asks an uncomfortable question about Papoose, you burn the entire house down.
Look at how that deep-seated need for validation manifests in her online behavior regarding other female artists, D. One day, Claressa is visibly pressed when Lil Kim shows up at a promotional event, and the next day she is hopping on the Lil Kim challenge on video.
It is textbook projection and obsession, Rachel. She gets irritated when Cardi B praises Remy Ma at a concert, but then turns around and leaves friendly comments under Cardi's social media posts like nothing ever happened. She tries to enforce an unofficial rule book on her friends that nobody is allowed to listen to Remy's music or support her. Yet Claressa is the one reportedly taking late-night calls from Remy's husband inside Remy's house.
The contradiction is mind-boggling, Bianca, because on one hand, Claressa fought through incredible childhood trauma, living with her grandmother from 5 to 10 years old, rebuilding her relationship with her mother before making history in the ring. And on the other hand, she is engaging in messy feuds that threaten a major studio release.
Exactly, Rachel, and executives connected to the film are reportedly extremely anxious over how this public drama will affect the Christmas Day launch of The Fire Inside. The movie was designed to showcase her resilience and triumph, but these leaked texts and family revelations are completely hijacking the narrative.
Because you cannot sell an inspirational Hollywood story about overcoming the past when your present is filled with late-night phone calls, leaked DMs, and cousin Shalita telling the world that your true history was erased for a movie script.
And let's not overlook Papoose' role in this whole fallout, Bianca. Papoose released a public statement claiming he stayed quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to attend school, accusing his wife of being a narcissist who chose to clout chase online rather than handle a divorce like civilized adults.
But the Bronx rapper insists that Papoose was actively trying to sabotage her, D, alleging he attempted to set up traps with his side chicks to have her arrested while she maintained total monogamy throughout their 17 years together.
17 years together, and it devolves into allegations of hidden traps, lyric theft claims, and midnight phone calls to a world champion boxer. You couldn't write a movie script this wild if you tried, Rachel.
Which raises the crucial question, how does Claressa recover her public image when her own ex-best friend Nigeria is dropping receipts and her cousin Shalita is exposing the family's deepest secrets?
Shalita made it very clear that Claressa's constant need to prove herself stems directly from never feeling prioritized at home in Flint, where Artist and Peanut got all the maternal care while Claressa and Brianna were left to navigate the struggle on their own until Shalita stepped in at 17.
And when Shalita stepped in at 17, she gave up her own dream with Pat Summitt. So when Shalita sees Claressa online claiming everyone around her is fake and backstabbing, Shalita is sitting there thinking, I gave up my entire future to raise you at 6 years old, and you didn't even put my name in your movie.
That resentment has clearly been brewing for years, Bianca, and now it's boiling over right as the Christmas spotlight is brightest. What does this mean for her inner circle moving forward, Dee?
Well, according to Shalita, if your name isn't Victoria, you are just an opportunity seeker in Claressa's orbit. And with Nigeria now completely out of the picture after asking that single question about Papoose, the circle is shrinking down to almost nothing.
Shrinking fast because Claressa simply cannot handle anyone poking around the Remy Ma topic. The moment Nigeria asked if Pap was creeping back to Remy, Claressa saw absolute red.
Because any mention of that situation threatens to blow open the whole narrative she has been trying to protect right before her movie hits theaters on Christmas Day. Bianca.
Exactly, Rachel. She isn't just defending her personal life here. She is trying to guard a massive Hollywood launch with Universal Studios. When Nigeria asked that one tiny question, is Pap still creeping back to Remy? She didn't just touch a nerve. She pressed the panic button on an entire press tour.
What really stands out in those leaked direct messages is how fast things escalated from 0 to 100, Bianca. The messages show Claressa allegedly calling her longtime friend broke, delusional, mentally unstable, and then dropping that line, "I must show you."
Which is pure panic disguised as power. You only throw around threats and insults like that when you've run completely out of arguments. But Nigeria didn't back down for a single second. She shot right back, saying that while she might not have that kind of money, her mindset is wealthy and her spirit is something that type could never break.
That response from Nigeria resonated with so many people watching this unfold, Bianca. And it really highlights what Shalita was talking about in her tell-all interview when she brought up the inner circle. What did Shalita uncover about who is actually in Claressa's corner, Dee?
Well, according to Shalita, if you look at everyone surrounding Claressa today, almost all of them are there purely for opportunity. Shalita explicitly stated that the only real best friend Claressa has ever had is named Victoria. Everyone else claiming to be a best friend is just riding the wave until they get what they want out of her.
And isn't that fascinating, Dee? Because while Claressa is online posting long paragraphs about how everyone around her is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies, her own cousin is sitting there pointing out that the real circle was always tiny. Psychologists call that level of posting classic projection, when you start smelling on everyone else whatever is rotting inside your own environment.
And when you look at her family history in Flint, Michigan, it puts that deep need for public validation into perspective. Dee, walk us through what Shalita revealed about the family dynamics growing up on the north side of Flint.
Shalita laid it all out, Rachel. She explained that growing up in severe poverty on the north side of Flint, their mother prioritized keeping a roof over their heads and her own habits, but when it came to the kids, there was a clear divide. The mother cared far more about the boys, Artist and Peanut, than she did about the girls, Claressa and Brianna. The daughters were essentially an afterthought in their own home.
That right there explains the loud craving for validation, Rachel. When you are treated like an afterthought by your own family as a child, you spend your entire adult life shouting your achievements from the rooftops to prove you matter. You become obsessed with controlling every single piece of your public story.
And that public story has completely left out key people who actually sacrificed everything for her. If you are just joining us on the broadcast, drop a comment online and tell us, do you think a family history like this excuses how she treats people today, or is accountability necessary regardless of past trauma?
People need to understand the magnitude of what Shalita did. Shalita was 17 years old, standing on the verge of a life-changing basketball career with a full scholarship offer from the legendary Pat Summitt. But the very year Shalita graduated, she met 6-year-old Claressa, and Claressa confided in her about terrible things happening to her at home. Things she had already told other adults about, who did absolutely nothing.
That is the most painful part of the reporting, Bianca. Shalita didn't hesitate. She picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt directly, declined that full scholarship, and moved right into the house to protect 6-year-old Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut. Yet, when Universal Studios put together the feature film The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny, Shalita's name was not mentioned even once in the origin story.
To give up your entire future at 17 to protect a 6-year-old child, only to be completely erased from the Hollywood movie about her life, is a heavy burden to carry, Dee. And then on top of that, Shalita revealed the existence of an older brother that the public knew nothing about.
That was a massive bombshell in the interview, Rachel. Shalita mentioned that there is an older brother named Artist who was already a teenager when all of this was happening. They are close, yet throughout all the social media lives, all the interviews, and all the press coverage surrounding her Olympic win over Sweden's Anna Laurel and her boxing career, Artist has remained entirely invisible to the public.
Invisible people in public stories are always invisible for a reason, Rachel. You have a woman who documents practically every breath of her life online. Yet an entire older brother and the cousin who saved her childhood are completely missing from the official narrative. It shows you just how tightly controlled this image was supposed to be before everything started cracking.
And those cracks are spreading directly into the hip-hop world with this messy split between Remy Ma and Papoose. Dee, catch us up on the latest details regarding those leaked text messages that started this whole public war between the married couple of 8 years.
It all blew up when Remy Ma published screenshots showing late-night text conversations between Papoose and Claressa. Remy claimed that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while inside the house that Remy owns and that he allegedly refuses to leave. Remy said the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, Claressa got scared and hung up immediately.
And then Claressa tried to clap back by claiming Remy was jealous and accusing Remy of having 2 boyfriends of her own. But Remy wasn't having it. She fired right back, calling Papoose out for allegedly trying to set traps with side chicks to get her arrested and threatening to leak explicit videos and claim he wrote her lyrics for the track Imagine That.
Meanwhile, Papoose came forward with his own statement, calling Remy a narcissist and alleging that she cheated repeatedly throughout their 17-year relationship, specifically pointing to battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, while Papoose stayed home taking care of their 6-year-old daughter.
Papoose insists he has asked Remy for a divorce multiple times and wanted to keep things private for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school. But Remy insists she has been completely faithful for 17 years and that she holds the financial power in the relationship.
The drama is endless, Rachel, but look at how Claressa handles it online. One day, she is enforcing an unofficial rule book, telling her friends that anyone supporting Remy is an enemy. The next day, she is hopping on the Lil' Kim challenge after being visibly annoyed by Lil' Kim at a promo event. And then she is leaving friendly comments under Cardi B's posts after getting irritated when Cardi praised Remy.
It is a maze of contradictions, Bianca. For someone preparing to launch a major Hollywood biographical film on Christmas Day, having your name tied to late-night phone calls, marital spats, and leaked direct messages with former friends is the ultimate PR nightmare.
And according to sources close to the production, executives at the studio are extremely anxious about how this public scandal might overshadow the film's message of overcoming adversity and childhood trauma.
How could it not overshadow it, Dee? When the cousin who actually rescued you from that childhood trauma steps forward to say you erased her while you are busy threatening ex-friends over questions about another woman's husband, the audience sees a completely different picture than the one painted on the movie poster.
Which brings us right back to the core issue of how past trauma impacts adult behavior. If you are watching us live right now, jump into the chat and let us know, do you think Claressa can recover her public standing before Christmas Day, or has the curtain been pulled back too far?
The curtain hasn't just been pulled back, Rachel. It has been completely ripped off the rod. You cannot spend years calling everyone else untrustworthy and fake, claiming you are a self-proclaimed giant in your field, when the receipts show you detonating a whole friendship over 7 simple words about Papoose creeping back to Remy.
That single question from Nigeria, is Pap still creeping back to Remy, was the match that lit the powder keg. Nigeria didn't throw insults first. She simply asked a question about a situation that was already whispering through the industry. And Claressa's explosive reaction was what proved to everyone that the topic was completely off limits.
Exactly, Dee. When a simple question causes someone to threaten to block you, call you names, and say, "I must show you," it shows that the truth behind that question was far too dangerous to address calmly.
Exactly! Because if there was nothing to it, you laugh it off, you clear it up in 2 seconds, and you move on with your day. You don't burn down a whole friendship with someone who knew you inside out, unless that question walked right into the locked room of your secret.
And that brings us right back to Shalita's interview, where she warned that people around Claressa are only there until their opportunity runs out. Shalita saw this coming years ago because she saw how the family dynamics in Flint shaped Claressa's defensive shell.
Shalita raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa when their mother was focused elsewhere, while the older brother artist was already a teenager. So when Shalita sees these online feuds happening today, she sees the direct result of a childhood where the girls were made to feel invisible until
they learned that the only way to get noticed was to build a defensive wall so high nobody could ever reach them. And Rachel, that explains why every single relationship in her adult life feels like a complete battlefield.
Exactly, Bianca. Because when you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own home, where your mother is prioritizing the boys, Artist and Peanut, over you and your sister Brianna, you learn very quickly that you have to fight for every scrap of attention. What did Shalita say about that specific dynamic back in Flint, Dee?
Shalita said it straight out, Rachel. She explained that her father brought her to meet that side of the family when she was 17 years old, and that is when she met 6-year-old Claressa. She realized nobody was protecting this little girl. Her mother was focused on keeping a roof over their heads, her own habits, and favoring the boys, while Artist was already a teenager. So Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, turned down a full college basketball scholarship, and moved right into that house to take care of Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa herself.
Think about the weight of that! A 17-year-old girl giving up her entire future, turning down a dream opportunity from a legendary coach because the adults in that house were failing. And then years later, when Hollywood makes a feature film about your life, that cousin's name isn't even mentioned once in the official narrative.
That is what makes Shalita's interview so heavy, Bianca. You have a movie coming out on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny, directed by Rachel Morrison, written by Barry Jenkins, covering her childhood in Flint, staying with her grandmother from 5 to 10 years old, the Olympic victory over Anna Laurel, and reconciling with her mother. But the person who gave up her entire career at 17 to protect her isn't in the script.
And Shalita dropped another detail that shocked everyone, Rachel. She brought up the older brother, Artist. Almost nobody in the public even knew Artist existed because he is completely invisible in her story, even though Shalita says they are close.
Because in a public story, everything has to be tightly controlled. If you admit that someone else saved you at 6 years old, or that there's an older brother kept completely out of the spotlight, it breaks the image of being entirely self-made. And Dee, that brings us right to what Shalita said about her inner circle.
Right, Bianca. Shalita said Claressa only has one true best friend, and her name is Victoria. She said every single other person who claims to be her friend is just there for an opportunity, and the second that opportunity runs out, they will walk away.
And look how fast that exact prediction came true with Nigeria. Nigeria was in that inner circle, right there beside her, until she dared to ask one single question.
Remind everyone who missed the earlier updates, Dee, what was that exact question Nigeria asked that caused this massive blow-up?
Nigeria asked her point blank if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma. That was it. One question about Papoose and Remy Ma, and according to the leaked messages, Claressa completely lost it. She called Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, told her to stop texting her phone, called her an enemy, and ended it with, "I must show you."
I must show you! That is not the response of somebody who has nothing to hide, Rachel. If somebody asks you about a rumor that isn't true, you laugh, you clear it up, and you pass the popcorn. You don't throw every insult in the dictionary and threaten to destroy a friendship unless that question walked right into a room you wanted locked.
And Nigeria didn't back down for a second. Bianca, what was Nigeria's clapback, Dee?
Nigeria shot back with a line that went viral within minutes. She told her, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
Boom! That line wiped the floor with her. Because when someone tries to flex their bank account and call you broke just to win an argument, replying that your mindset is wealthy shows you cannot be bought or intimidated.
If you're watching at home right now, drop a comment and tell us. Do you think asking a friend about a public scandal is grounds to end a friendship? Or was that reaction proof that the question hit too close to home?
Oh, it hit the bullseye, Rachel. Because look at the broader pattern. This isn't just about Nigeria. Look at how she reacts to anything involving Remy Ma. She has an unwritten rule for her entire circle that nobody is allowed to support Remy or listen to her music. Yet she turns around, does the Lil Kim challenge after being pressed about Lil Kim at a promotional event, and leaves comments under Cardi B's posts after getting annoyed when Cardi praised Remy at a concert.
It is total contradiction, Bianca. Psychologists call it projection. When you feel insecure or conflicted inside, you start seeing enemies everywhere around you. And while all of this DM drama was leaking, the actual situation between Remy Ma and Papoose was exploding in real time.
Lay out those details for us, Dee, because this went from subtle rumors to a full-blown public war between a couple that's been together for 17 years and married since 2016.
It started early in the morning when Remy Ma released alleged message screenshots showing Papoose texting with Claressa. Remy claimed that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while sitting inside the house that Remy owns and that he refuses to leave. And Remy said the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, she panicked and hung up immediately.
A world champion boxer, known for being fearless in the ring, getting scared and hanging up the phone the second the wife speaks. You cannot make this up.
Claressa shot back online, telling Remy she was jealous and claiming Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own. But then Papoose released his own statement. Papoose claimed that Remy is a narcissist who cheated repeatedly, specifically alleging an affair with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. He said he has asked Remy for a divorce numerous times and just wants to protect their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day.
But Remy didn't stop there, did she, Dee?
Not at all, Rachel. Remy countered by claiming Papoose is trying to sabotage her, setting up traps with side chicks to try to get her arrested, threatening to leak explicit videos of her, and claiming he wrote her lyrics for her song Imagine That. Remy insists she has been completely loyal for 17 years and that she's the one holding the bag financially.
Look at the chaos surrounding this whole situation. On one side, you have a 17-year marriage completely disintegrating over allegations of affairs, phone calls, and lyrics. On the other side, you have Shalita exposing childhood traumas in Flint, the sacrifice of her Pat Summitt scholarship, and the hidden brother artist.
And right in the middle of all this is Universal Studios. They have a major feature film, The Fire Inside, scheduled for a nationwide release on Christmas Day. They negotiated for a year when she was only 20 years old, brought in an Oscar-winning screenwriter, Barry Jenkins, to frame her story of triumph over trauma. And now the entire press tour is at risk of being completely hijacked by leaked DMs, phone call allegations, and family secrets.
Behind the scenes, executives have to be in absolute panic mode, Rachel. Because how do you send an athlete on a morning talk show tour to promote an inspiring story about winning Olympic gold against Anna Laurel when every interviewer wants to ask about Papoose, Nigeria's DMs, and why her cousin Shalita was left out of the movie?
You can't control the narrative anymore when you try to build a sanitized Hollywood version of your life, but the real life is spilling out across social media with receipts, text screenshots, and family members speaking up. The audience sees right through it.
Tell us on our live chat, if you were going to see The Fire Inside on Christmas Day, do these public revelations make you more interested in her story, or does the drama distract from her athletic achievements?
It completely shifts the focus, Rachel, because people aren't looking at her as just an undefeated champion anymore. They are looking at an adult woman who is still fighting the ghosts of her childhood in Flint. When you grow up feeling invisible, compared to your brothers, when your cousin has to sacrifice her college dream at 17 to shield you from harm. Those unaddressed scars don't vanish just because you win a gold medal or get a movie deal.
And that defensive shell is why she reacts so intensely to any perceived threat. When Nigeria asked that question about Papoose, it wasn't just a gossip question to Claressa, it felt like an attack on her control. So she lashed out, threatened her, and tried to shut it down, only for Nigeria to stand her ground and expose the entire exchange to the world.
Exactly! When you live by the sword of social media validation, you die by the sword of leaked screenshots. She tried to make Nigeria look small, and instead, Nigeria showed the world that a real friend won't let you bully them into silence.
And what about Papoose's claim that he was just trying to keep things quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter? Remy Ma claims he was actively plotting behind her back while living in her house. Dee, what are people close to the couple saying about where this goes legally?
People in their circle say the divorce is inevitable now. With 17 years of history, shared properties, financial disputes, and a 6-year-old child caught in the middle, this is shaping up to be one of the messiest breakups in hip-hop history. And the fact that Claressa's name got dragged directly into the center of the phone call accusations means
the entire Hollywood campaign for her life story is spinning out of control before the film even hits theaters.
Exactly, Bianca. If you are just turning your screen on right now, let me get you up to speed on why the internet is completely on fire. We are tracking a massive three-way fallout between hip-hop royalty Remy Ma, her husband of 17 years Papoose, and two-time Olympic gold medalist boxer Claressa Shields. Remy woke up and dropped alleged screenshots showing Papoose fell asleep on a late-night phone call with Claressa while laying inside Remy's own house.
And it escalated instantly, Rachel. Remy claimed Claressa got scared and hung up as soon as she heard Remy's voice on the line. Then Papoose shot back, calling Remy a narcissist, claiming she repeatedly cheated on him with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, and insisting he has been asking for a divorce for a long time while staying home to care for their 6-year-old daughter.
But Papoose is also out here allegedly threatening to leak explicit videos and claiming he wrote her lyrics for her hit track Imagine That. Meanwhile, Claressa completely lost her cool online, claiming everyone around her is a backstabber, which led her former best friend Nigeria to leak direct messages that started over one harmless question about Papoose.
Dee, what did those leaked messages actually expose about Claressa's inner circle?
The messages showed Claressa calling Nigeria broke, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with a threat saying, "I must show you." But Nigeria fired back with a line that has everyone talking, saying her mindset is wealthy and her spirit can never be broken. On top of that, studio executives at Universal Studios are reportedly in total panic because Claressa's feature film, The Fire Inside, which was written by Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and stars Ryan Destiny, opens nationwide on Christmas Day, chronicling her journey from Flint poverty and her Olympic win over Anna Laurel.
But all that inspirational movie marketing is getting crushed under the weight of her cousin Shalita's interview. Shalita sat down and completely dismantled the official narrative.
That is right, Bianca. Cousin Shalita dropped bombshells about their childhood on the north side of Flint, Michigan. She revealed that when she was 17 years old, she met a 6-year-old Claressa who confided in her about suffering severe childhood trauma that other adults in the family had completely ignored.
Shalita said she personally picked up the phone, called legendary basketball coach Pat Summitt, and turned down a full-ride college scholarship just so she could move into the house and protect 6-year-old Claressa. Yet in every interview, docuseries, and press tour, Shalita's sacrifice is never mentioned once.
Not a single time. And Shalita did not stop there. She exposed that their mother cared far more about keeping food on the table and prioritizing her own habits, while favoring her sons, Artist and Peanut, over her daughters, Claressa and Brianna. The girls were literally treated like an afterthought in their own home.
It really explains the deep psychological need for public validation we are seeing now. We actually have a viewer line coming in right on this topic.
Hi, my name is Tasha from Chicago. I have been watching this mess unfold all morning, and I just feel so bad for that 6-year-old little girl stuck in the middle of Remy and Papoose's breakup. Remy built that home and brought in the bag for 17 years. So why is Papoose plotting with side chicks and setting traps instead of handling a divorce quietly like an adult?
Tasha, you are hitting the nail right on the head. Remy claims Papoose was actively trying to set traps with his side chicks to get her arrested while living under her roof. But Papoose claims he stayed silent for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter going to school, while Remy played the victim on social media.
The financial and legal fighting is getting nastier by the hour, Bianca. Remy insists she is a one-boyfriend woman who holds the bag, laughing off claims that Papoose bought gifts for anyone else because he is a taker, not a giver.
And bringing it back to Claressa's family dynamic, Shalita also dropped a major revelation about an invisible family member, right?
Yes, Rachel. Shalita revealed that Claressa has an older teenage brother named Artist, whom the public has never heard about despite Claressa documenting her entire life online. Shalita also stated that the only true friend Claressa has ever had is a woman named Victoria, and that everyone else around her is just using her for an opportunity.
Which brings us right back to why Claressa is enforcing this unhinged rulebook on her circle, forbidding anyone from supporting Remy Ma or playing her music. She goes on social media projecting, doing the Lil Kim challenge after being pressed near her at an event, and leaving comments under Cardi B's posts after getting irritated when Cardi praised Remy at a concert.
It is a total circus of contradictions, and with Christmas Day approaching, the studio executives behind the fire inside must be sweating bullet after bullet.
Sweating? Rachel, they are probably in full-blown crisis management mode right now, behind closed doors.
The movie is scheduled to open on Christmas Day nationwide, starring Ryan Destiny, scripted by Barry Jenkins, and directed by Rachel Morrison, focusing on Claressa's rise from Flint poverty to her Olympic victory over Sweden's Anna Laurel.
But instead of everyone talking about her golden moment in the ring, all anybody can talk about is cousin Shalita, sitting down in that bombshell interview and burning the whole family narrative right to the ground.
Walk us back through what Shalita actually revealed about that Pat Summitt scholarship, because that detail alone completely changes how the public views Claressa's childhood.
It really does, Rachel. Shalita explained that when she was 17 years old, she had earned a
And while other adults in that house in Flint did absolutely nothing after 6-year-old Claressa spoke up, 17-year-old Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt directly, declined a life-changing scholarship, and moved right into that mother's house on the north side of Flint.
full-ride basketball scholarship to play for the legendary coach Pat Summitt. But that was the exact same year she met 6-year-old Claressa, who confided in her about being harmed by someone very close to the family. Not a family member, but someone very close to them.
To protect and raise those kids.
Exactly, Bianca. Shalita stated that she practically raised Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut, while the older brother, Artist, was already a teenager. And Shalita specifically pointed out that the mother cared far more about keeping food on the table, her own habits, and the boys, Artist and Peanut, than she ever did about the girls, Claressa and Brianna.
Which completely reframes Claressa's psychological need for public validation today, doesn't it? When you grow up feeling like an afterthought in your own home while the boys get prioritized, you spend your entire adult life demanding the spotlight and demanding that everyone prove their loyalty to you.
Absolutely! But here is the gag. In all the promo for this massive Universal Studios feature film, in every single interview Claressa has given about forgiving her mother and overcoming her childhood trauma, Shalita's name is not mentioned once. Not a
breath of her life on social media. Nobody in the public even knew she had an older brother named Artist.
That is what blew my mind when I heard it. How do you have a full feature film coming out on Christmas Day?
Single time.
And Shalita did not hold back in the interview, saying that Claressa's public origin story completely erased her sacrifice. She also revealed that despite Claressa documenting every single
about your life, hours of social media live streams, and an older brother who is completely invisible to the public.
Shalita said they are actually close, but he has been kept totally hidden from her public story. And when asked about Claressa's inner circle, Shalita was blunt. She said the only true best friend Claressa has ever had is a woman named Victoria, and that anyone else claiming to be her best friend is just there for an opportunity.
Which brings us right back to Nigeria. Because the moment Nigeria asked one simple, reasonable question in those direct messages, asking if Papoose was still creeping back to Remy Ma, Claressa did not just answer or laugh it off. She torched the whole friendship to ash right on the spot.
The messages that got leaked were brutally toxic, Bianca. The line where Claressa reportedly insulted Nigeria, calling her broke, unattractive, delusional, mentally unstable, and ended it with, "I must show you," that is pure panic.
That is the response of someone who knows the truth is backing them into a corner. You do not throw a is running absolute laps around social media right now. Nigeria stood her ground while Claressa was online trying to project, calling everyone around her fake, untrustworthy, and moving like enemies.
If you are
Full tantrum and threatened to show your best friend unless that question walked straight into the one room you keep locked before your movie release.
And Nigeria did not flinch or shrink for a single second, Rachel. Her clapback was completely icy. She fired straight back at Claressa, saying, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break."
That phrase, "my mindset is wealthy."
watching us live right now, drop a comment on our stream and tell us, would you ever cut off a longtime friend just for asking a simple question about a public rumor?
Of course not, unless the rumor is true, and you are terrified of the fallout. Look at how unhinged Claressa's rules are for her circle. She basically hands her friends an unofficial rule book, forbidding anyone from playing Remy Ma's music or supporting her.
Yet, at the same time, we saw Claressa doing the Lil Kim challenge on social media right after looking visibly bothered near Lil Kim at an event, and then turning around to comment under Cardi B's posts after getting irritated when Cardi praised Remy on stage.
D, let us bring this straight to the hip-hop side of this explosion, because the split between Remy Ma and Papoose after 17 years together and being married since 2016 has completely taken over the timeline today. What are the latest details from those leaked text screenshots?
It is absolute chaos, Rachel. Remy Ma kicked off the entire public blowout by sharing screenshots of text messages between Papoose
And made her voice heard, Claressa got scared and hung up immediately. A world champion boxer getting scary on the phone the second the wife speaks up.
Remy did not stop there, Bianca, and Claressa Shields. Remy alleged that Papoose actually fell asleep on the phone with Claressa late at night while sitting right inside the house that Remy owns, a house she claims he refuses to leave.
And Remy said the moment she heard the phone call,
She walked right over to Claressa's social media page to confront her publicly, alleging that Papoose was trying to sabotage her behind the scenes, setting up traps with side chicks to try and get Remy arrested, and even threatening to leak explicit videos of Remy or publicly claim he wrote her rap lyrics for Imagine That.
And how did Papoose respond to those heavy claims, D?
Papoose broke his silence, calling Remy a narcissist and claiming that she cheated repeatedly throughout their marriage, specifically naming battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose stated that he has requested a divorce numerous times and that he only kept quiet until now for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter who has to go to school every day.
Papoose is trying to play the peaceful family man now, but Remy brought the receipts with those text screenshots. She pointed out that she has been a one-boyfriend woman for 17 years and laughed off the idea of Papoose buying gifts for anyone, saying she is the one with the bag.
Let us pause on that for a second, because the contrast here is staggering. You have a 17-year marriage crumbling with accusations of explicit video threats, lyric disputes, and a 6-year-old child caught in the middle, while a superstar athlete preparing for a Christmas Day Hollywood release is dragged right into the center of the crossfire.
And remember, this all ties right back to Flint and that childhood dynamic Shalita exposed. When you grow up as the afterthought, surrounded by poverty on the north side of Flint, watching your mother favor brothers Artist and Peanut over you and Brianna, you carry that trauma straight into your adult relationships.
Shalita's interview really shed light on why Claressa reacts so aggressively to any perceived threat or criticism. When you were abused at age 5, forced to live with your grandmother from age 5 to age 10, and had to reconcile with your mother years later before opening up about it for a Universal Studios project, every single conflict feels like an existential battle.
But Bianca, does past trauma excuse enforcement of strict rules on your friends, threatening people in direct messages, and getting entangled in a married couple's split?
Absolutely not, Rachel. Trauma explains the behavior, but it does not excuse the choices of a grown woman who is an Olympic gold medalist and a millionaire. You cannot brand everyone around you as fake when you are the one running online starting arguments, threatening to show your ex-best friend, and hanging up scary on another woman's husband.
The reporting from those direct messages shows that Claressa immediately branded Nigeria as an OP, meaning opposition or enemy, and told her to stop texting her phone right after initiating the conversation herself.
That is textbook defensive behavior. For everyone tuning in live, let us know in the comments, do you think Claressa's team can salvage her public image before The Fire Inside hits theaters on Christmas Day? Or has this scandal permanently shadowed the premiere?
Girl, the studio executives are probably begging everybody to put their phones away. But nobody is putting their phones away because Remy Ma is posting screenshot after screenshot. Papoose is making statements about custody and divorce. And Shalita is dropping interview gems about the hidden brother artist.
And let us not forget what Shalita said about Victoria being the only genuine friend in Claressa's life. Shalita warned that everyone else hanging around Claressa is just waiting for their moment of opportunity, and the second they get what they want, they will walk away.
Dee, did Shalita address why she decided to come forward with all of this right now, just weeks before the movie premiere?
Shalita said she came with her whole chest to tell the absolute truth because she spent years carrying these burdens. She felt that the public narrative completely ignored her sacrifice, giving up that Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 to protect 6-year-old Claressa while portraying a sanitized version of the family history.
And that is the gag. The movie is marketed as an inspirational story of beating the odds in Flint, but the real story involves a cousin who gave up her own athletic future, an invisible older brother named Artist, and a mother who favored the sons over the daughter.
And when you mix that raw family tension with a high-stakes hip-hop divorce involving Papoose, Remy Ma, Easy the Block Captain, and leaked text messages,
you get the most explosive entertainment storm of the entire year, Rachel. Claressa wanted the spotlight for her boxing and her Christmas movie, but now the spotlight is shining on every single secret she tried to keep under lock and key.
Even the texts revealed that Claressa was in full panic mode over how this entire situation would affect The Fire Inside. Remy explicitly posted that Claressa was terrified of the public fallout.
It shows you that no matter how many Olympic gold medals you win, or how big your Hollywood movie deal with Universal Studios is, the past and the truth always have a way of catching up.
And it catches up right in front of the entire world, Rachel.
Absolutely, because behind closed doors at Universal Studios, executives are watching this entire narrative shift in real time. Remember, this feature film, The Fire Inside, written by Barry Jenkins and directed by Rachel Morrison, was pitched as this heroic, inspirational story of a young woman overcoming extreme poverty in Flint, Michigan, and going all the way to defeat Sweden's Anna Laurel in the Olympics.
Exactly, Dee. But right now, the public is not talking about the boxing ring or Ryan Destiny playing her on screen. Everyone is talking about cousin Shalita sitting down on that interview and revealing that the person who made her entire survival possible was left completely out of the script.
That is what blows my mind, Rachel. Shalita was 17 years old, holding a full athletic scholarship to play for the legendary Pat Summitt, and she picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt directly, and gave up her entire future to move into that Flint house. Why? Because a 6-year-old child told her what was happening to her, and none of the other adults had done a single thing about it.
And what makes it even heavier, Bianca, is what Shalita revealed about the family dynamics in that house on the north side of Flint. She explained that the mother cared far more about keeping a roof over their heads and her own habits, and heavily favored the two sons, Artist and Peanut, while Claressa and her sister Brianna were treated like total afterthoughts in their own home.
It explains so much about the psychological pattern we see playing out on social media right now, Dee. When you grow up being an afterthought in your own family, you spend your entire adult life loudly demanding validation from everyone around you. And that brings us right back to these leaked messages with her ex-best friend Nigeria.
Oh, Nigeria served her the clapback of the decade. Claressa hops into those DMs throwing wild insults, calling Nigeria broke, calling her delusional, telling her I must show you. And Nigeria did not flinch an inch. She just stood her ground and said, I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break.
The breakdown of that friendship was so sudden, Bianca. Nigeria literally asked one simple question: is Pap still creeping back to Remy? That was it. One question about Papoose and Remy Ma, and Claressa immediately torched the entire friendship, branded Nigeria an opposition, and threatened to block her.
That is textbook projection, Bianca. When a single question causes you to detonate a real friendship, it is not because the friend did something wrong. It is because the question walked straight into the one room you were trying so hard to keep locked.
Exactly, Rachel. And look at the unofficial rulebook Claressa apparently created for her inner circle. Nobody connected to her is allowed to support Remy Ma, listen to her music, or enjoy anything she does. But then watch the circus of contradictions. Claressa is online doing the Lil Kim challenge after being visibly pressed about Lil Kim at a promotional event, and she is dropping comments under Cardi B's page right after getting irritated when Cardi praised Remy at a concert. Make it make sense.
It is total contradiction, Bianca. And while all of that projection is playing out on social media, Remy Ma and Papoose are locked in an explosive public split after being married since 2016 and together for 17 years.
Lay out the exact details for us, Dee, because these screenshots dropped in the early hours and flipped the entire internet upside down.
Remy Ma opened the floodgates by posting alleged text messages showing that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa while laying inside the house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave. Remy claimed that as soon as Claressa heard Remy's voice on the phone, the world champion boxer got scared and hung up immediately.
A world champion boxer getting scary and hanging up the phone the second the wife speaks. You cannot make this up, Rachel. And Remy did not stop there. She posted that Papoose was trying to plot with one of his side chicks to set her up and get her arrested, while Remy maintained that she has been completely faithful for 17 years.
But Papoose came back with his own statement. Dee, what did he claim about the divorce and the cheating allegations?
Papoose called Remy a narcissist and claimed that she was the one who cheated repeatedly, specifically pointing to battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose stated that he has requested a divorce numerous times and stayed quiet until now for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school every day.
Papoose claims he is taking care of their 6-year-old daughter while Remy clout chases, but Remy fired right back. She accused Papoose of threatening to leak explicit videos and publicly claimed that he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That. Plus, Remy pointed out that she is the one with the bag, calling Papoose a taker, not a giver.
Which brings us right back to what cousin Shalita said about Claressa's inner circle. Bianca, Shalita explicitly stated that Claressa only has one real best friend named Victoria, and that everyone else claiming to be her friend is just there using her for an opportunity.
That statement from Shalita was so telling, Rachel. When you look at Claressa's history, being sent to live with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after suffering abuse from someone close to the family, then slowly rebuilding her relationship with her mother during her teenage years, you see a childhood defined by trauma and isolation.
But Dee, having trauma in your past does not give you a pass to erase the people who saved you. Look at how Shalita was treated. Shalita gave up a Pat Summitt scholarship at 17 to raise those kids in Flint. And when Hollywood makes a movie about Claressa's life with Universal Studios, Shalita's name is not mentioned a single time.
Let us ask our audience about this right now. Do you think Claressa owes cousin Shalita a public acknowledgement for that sacrifice? Or do you think family trauma should stay private when a major studio movie is opening on Christmas Day? Let us know what you think, because we are reading your comments live.
And remember, Rachel, Claressa herself admitted in past interviews that before her documentary came out, she never spoke about her childhood trauma because she did not want to upset her mother. She carried all that anger toward her mother for years, but kept quiet because she did not want her mother to feel blamed.
So she protected her mother's feelings, but completely omitted the cousin who actually stepped up to protect her. That is why Shalita came to that interview with her whole chest, Rachel. She said, "You want the truth or you want a lie?" She was tired of watching a sanitized story that ignored the real sacrifice made in Flint.
What about the older brother, Dee? Shalita mentioned an older brother named Artist, who was already a teenager back then, yet he has been completely invisible on social media, where Claressa posts her entire life.
That surprised even the interviewer, Rachel. Artist is the oldest sibling, and Shalita says he and Claressa are actually close. Yet in all the Instagram lives, blog posts, and public statements, Artist has never been mentioned once until Shalita brought his name to light.
Because invisible people in public stories are invisible for a reason, Dee? Claressa built this public image of being the sole survivor who did it all by herself. But when you pull back the curtain, you have a cousin who gave up a basketball career, a hidden older brother named Artist, a mother who favored the sons, and an obsession with Papoose and Remy Ma that is blowing up her real-life friendship.
And Nigeria's leaked DMs proved that the drama is spilling over onto everyone around her. Nigeria was her friend, but the moment she asked about Papoose creeping back to Remy, Claressa snapped, called her broke, and tried to flex her money.
But Nigeria's response about having a wealthy mindset hit so hard because it proved that money cannot buy peace or emotional maturity. Bianca.
Exactly, Rachel. You can have Olympic gold medals, you can have a Universal Studios movie premiere on Christmas Day, but if you are spiraling over a late-night phone call with Papoose in Remy Ma's house, all the money in the world is not going to hide the mess.
And let us not forget the studio's panic. Bianca. Universal Studios negotiated for a full year when Claressa was 20 years old to secure her life rights. They brought in Barry Jenkins to write the script and Rachel Morrison to direct it. They spent millions building this inspirational holiday release, and now on release week, the headlines are all about a messy hip-hop divorce triangle and family secrets.
Which leads us to wonder how Papoose and Remy Ma's split will handle the legal side. D. Papoose says he requested a divorce multiple times. Remy says he refuses to leave her house, and there is a 6-year-old child caught right in the middle of it.
Not to mention the allegations about lyrics. Remy Ma says Papoose is threatening to claim he wrote her lyrics for Imagine That, while Papoose claims Remy cheated repeatedly with Easy the Block Captain. It is total war.
And right in the middle of that war is Claressa Shields, who was caught on camera hanging up as soon as Remy's voice came on the line.
What do you think at home? Is Claressa being unfairly dragged into Papoose and Remy's Marshall drama, or did her own late-night phone calls bring this public storm right to her doorstep?
She brought it right to her own doorstep. Rachel, you do not end up on a late-night phone call with a married man while he is lying inside the home his wife owns if you are trying to stay out of the drama.
And let us look at how that phone call went down, Bianca. According to the leaked conversation screenshots published by the Bronx rapper herself, Papoose actually fell asleep on the phone with Claressa Shields while lying in the house that Remy owns and that he reportedly refuses to leave.
In the moment Remy picked up the phone and Claressa heard her voice, Claressa got scared and hung up immediately. A world champion boxer running for the hills the second the wife speaks up.
But Claressa did not stay quiet for long. D. She shot back online, telling Remy that she was just jealous of Papoose and claiming that Remy has 2 boyfriends of her own.
Which Remy completely denied. Rachel. Remy posted that she is a one-boyfriend woman, that she has been completely faithful for 17 years, and reminded everyone that she is the one with the bag. She literally called Papoose a taker, not a giver, and laughed off the idea of him buying gifts for anyone else.
Oh, the bag comment was lethal. But Papoose is not taking this lying down either. He fired back, calling Remy a narcissist who cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain.
That is right, Bianca. Papoose claims he is the one who requested a divorce multiple times and that he only kept quiet for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school every day, while Remy allegedly tried to set traps with side chicks to get him arrested.
And what about those extreme allegations about threats, D? Remy claims Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos and threatened to go public, claiming he wrote her lyrics for her hit song Imagine That.
It is an absolute mess. You have financial disputes, lyric disputes, video threats, and a 6-year-old child caught in the middle of a 17-year relationship collapsing on social media. What do you think about all this at home? Are you Team Remy or Team Papoose in this split?
And right on the edge of that collapsing marriage is Claressa Shields, who seems completely obsessed with Remy Ma. Look at her social media behavior, Bianca. One day she is visibly pressed when Lil Kim shows up at a promo event. The next day she is hopping on the Lil Kim online challenge.
It makes 0 sense, D. She gets irritated when Cardi B praises Remy Ma at a concert, but then turns around and leaves comments under Cardi B's posts like nothing happened. That is not a mood swing. That is full-time unpaid obsession.
And if anyone in Claressa's circle dares to mention Remy Ma or play her music, it becomes an instant crisis. Shalita even pointed out that Claressa has an unofficial rulebook where enjoying Remy's work makes you an enemy.
Which brings us directly to what happened with her ex-best friend Nigeria, Bianca. A multi-year friendship completely erased over one single question.
Just one question, Rachel. Nigeria looked at Claressa and simply asked, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" That was it. No cursing, no fighting, just a question. And Claressa completely torched the entire friendship on the spot.
Because you only set the house on fire when the question terrifies you, Dee. If the answer was nothing, you laugh it off. You do not go online declaring that everyone around you is fake, untrustworthy, and moving like backstabbers.
That is classic projection, Bianca. Psychologists talk about it all the time. When you are rotting on the inside, you start smelling it on everyone else. People who actually cut off snakes do it quietly. They do not post entire paragraphs online, acting like victimized world champions.
And the leaked DMs between them got unbelievably nasty. Messages allegedly sent from Claressa called Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable, ending with a direct threat saying, "I must show you."
I must show you. That is what someone says when they are losing an argument so badly they have nothing left but panic. But Nigeria did not flinch for a single second, Rachel.
Not at all. Nigeria fired right back with a line that has the whole internet talking. She told Claressa, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break."
That phrase, "my mindset is wealthy," has completely taken over the discussion. But let us pause for a moment because we have a viewer joining us live right now.
Hi, I am Marcus from Atlanta. I have been following Claressa Shields ever since her historic Olympic win over Sweden's Anna Laurel. And I feel like everyone is being way too hard on her right now. She went through so much trauma as a child in Flint, living with her grandmother from 5 to 10 years old. So why are we judging her social media reactions so harshly when she is clearly just trying to protect herself?
Thank you for calling in, Marcus. That is such an important perspective because Claressa's childhood trauma in Flint is precisely what her cousin Shalita broke down in that bombshell interview.
But Marcus has to realize that having trauma does not give you a free pass to treat people terribly or threaten your friends. Rachel, Shalita made it crystal clear that Claressa's behavior comes from a deep, unhealed need for public validation.
And look at what Shalita revealed about that childhood, Bianca. When Shalita was 17 years old, she had a full basketball scholarship lined up with legendary coach Pat Summitt. But that was the exact year 17-year-old Shalita met 6-year-old Claressa and found out Claressa had been abused by someone very close to the family.
6 years old, and Claressa had already told other adults in the family, and those adults did absolutely nothing about it.
Exactly. So 17-year-old Shalita picked up the phone, called Pat Summitt, declined her full scholarship, and moved right into Claressa's mother's house on the north side of Flint to raise those kids.
Shalita literally gave up her entire future to protect a 6-year-old child, Dee. She raised Peanut, Brianna, and Claressa because their mother cared far more about keeping food on the table and favoring the boys, Artist and Peanut, over the girls.
The girls were complete afterthoughts in their own home. And then people wonder why adult Claressa craves attention so loudly on the internet. When you grow up as an afterthought, you spend your whole adult life trying to prove you exist.
But here is the gag, Rachel. In Claressa's official origin story, Shalita's name is not mentioned once. Not a single time. Shalita sacrificed her career with Pat Summitt, and she was completely erased from the public narrative.
And what about the older brother, Dee? That was another massive revelation from Shalita's interview that took everyone by surprise.
Artist. His name is Artist, Rachel. He is the oldest brother. He was already a teenager when Shalita moved in. And Shalita says he and Claressa are actually close. Yet in all the social media posts, all the interviews, and all the documentary clips, Artist has been completely invisible.
Invisible people in public stories are always invisible for a reason, Dee. Someone who documents every single breath of her life on social media, completely omits her older brother and the cousin who saved her life? That tells you everything about how controlled her narrative is.
And Shalita did not stop there. She addressed Claressa's entire circle, stating that the only real best friend Claressa has ever had is a woman named Victoria. According to Shalita, everyone else claiming to be her best friend is just there for opportunity and will walk away the second they get what they want.
Which brings us back to Universal Studios and her upcoming feature film, The Fire Inside. Bianca, the studio negotiated for a full year, starting when Claressa was just 20 years old. They brought in Oscar-winning screenwriter Barry Jenkins to write the script, Rachel Morrison to direct, and Ryan Destiny to play Claressa.
They built this entire inspirational holiday movie around her rise from Flint poverty to gold medalist, set to open in theaters nationwide on Christmas Day.
And now, with release week right here, executives at Universal Studios are reportedly in total panic because instead of headlines celebrating her triumph over Anna Laurel, the entire press tour is overshadowed by a messy hip-hop divorce triangle, leaked DMs about a wealthy mindset, and hidden family secrets.
Can you blame the studio for panicking, Dee? When you invest millions into a Christmas release about overcoming trauma, you do not want your lead figure feuds online with Remy Ma over late-night phone calls with Papoose.
But that is the tragedy of it, Rachel. Claressa spent years forgiving her mother, rebuilding her relationship after staying with her grandmother from 5 to 10 years old, and finally getting her life story on the big screen.
Only for her cousin Shalita to come out right before Christmas and reveal that the real hero who sacrificed everything to save 6-year-old Claressa was left out of the script entirely.
What do you think at home? Should Claressa have included Shalita's sacrifice in her movie story, or is Shalita airing out family secrets at the worst possible moment? Let us know on social media.
She is airing it out because she was erased, Rachel. You cannot erase the person who gave up a Pat Summitt scholarship for you and expect them to stay quiet when you are acting out online.
And let us not forget how Papoose and Remy's legal battle adds even more fuel to this fire, Bianca. Papoose is claiming Remy cheated repeatedly, while Remy is claiming Papoose tried to set her up with side chicks to get her arrested.
While their 6-year-old daughter is sitting in the middle of a social media war, and Claressa Shields is trying to salvage her Christmas Day movie premiere.
Salvage it? The damage is already done, Rachel. When a former best friend leaks DMs telling you that her spirit cannot be broken by your money, you have lost the narrative completely.
And according to people close to the production, Universal Studios is watching every single Instagram post in horror as the scandal continues to escalate hour by hour.
Universal Studios spent years negotiating that contract, Dee. Claressa was only 20 when she signed it. And now her life story, The Fire Inside, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins and directed by Rachel Morrison, is set to hit theaters on Christmas Day, starring Ryan Destiny. But instead of talking about her gold medal win over Anna Laurel, the entire internet is dissecting her family trauma.
Because the real story happening off screen is 10 times more intense than what is on the script, Rachel. You have cousin Shalita coming forward and dropping bombshells about Flint, Michigan that completely rewrite the public narrative. She laid it out plain as day. When she was 17, she gave up a full basketball scholarship to play for Pat Summitt just to stay in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa.
And what really shocked people who watched that interview was what Shalita said about the mother-daughter dynamic in that household, Bianca. Shalita claimed Claressa's mother cared far more about keeping a roof over her own head and prioritizing her sons, Artist and Peanut, over her daughters, Claressa and Brianna. The girls were treated like total afterthoughts in their own home.
That explains the entire online persona. When you grow up being the afterthought in your own house, you spend your whole adult life desperate for public validation, screaming on social media to prove you exist. But hold on, can we talk about Artist? There is an entire older brother named Artist, who was already a teenager back then, whom Claressa has never mentioned once on her lives or posts.
That is what left the interviewer utterly speechless. Bianca, in all the blogs, all the streams, all the social media posts, Artist has been completely invisible. And as Shalita pointed out, when someone is kept totally invisible in a public figure's story, there is always a very specific reason behind it.
Exactly, Rachel! And Shalita did not stop at family secrets. She went straight for Claressa's inner circle. She stated flat out that Claressa only has one true best friend in this entire world, and her name is Victoria. According to Shalita, everyone else claiming to be her friend is simply there for an opportunity, waiting to use her until they get what they want.
Which brings us right back to Nigeria! Look at how that friendship imploded into total ash, D! Nigeria asked one single, simple question. Is Pap still creeping back to Remy? She did not yell, she did not insult her. She just asked. And Claressa allegedly torched the whole relationship on the spot. You do not burn down your own house over a question unless the answer inside that room terrifies you.
And Nigeria brought the receipts to back it up. The leaked direct messages showed a total breakdown. Claressa reportedly called Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable before dropping that threat, "I must show you." What do you make of that reaction, Bianca?
It is sheer panic, Rachel. When a person is losing an argument so badly that they have nothing left to stand on, they resort to threats and name-calling. But Nigeria did not flinch for 1 second. She clapped back with a line that should be written in gold. "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy and my spirit is something your type could never break."
And that response hit right where it hurts. Because while Claressa is running online, calling everyone around her fake, untrustworthy, and backstabbers, psychologists call that classic projection. Whatever is rotting on the inside, you start smelling on everyone else. If you are truly surrounded by snakes, you walk away quietly. You do not hold a social media press conference unless you are describing your own reflection.
What do you think at home? Drop a message and tell us if you think Claressa is projecting her own insecurities or if her circle really is full of people using her for clout.
Oh, it is pure projection, Rachel. Look at her social media rules. Shalita basically revealed that Claressa has an unwritten rule book for her friends. If you like Remy Ma or listen to her music, you are the enemy. Rivals ignore each other and move on. But Claressa has turned hating Remy Ma into a full-time job with paid overtime.
And the contradictions are wild. One day, Claressa is visibly irritated when Lil Kim shows up at a promotion event, and the next day she is doing the Lil Kim challenge online. When Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa got pressed, but then she turns around and leaves comments under Cardi B's posts like nothing happened. Pick a lane.
But while Claressa is spiraling on her timeline, the real nuclear blast happened between Remy Ma and Papoose. Remy woke up and chose complete violence by leaking text messages showing Papoose falling asleep on the phone with Claressa Shields while lying in Remy's own house, a house that Remy owns and says Papoose refuses to leave.
Remy walked her straight down on social media, D. She called out the world champion boxer for getting scared and hanging up the second she heard Remy's voice on the line. And Remy did not hold back, pointing out that Papoose was trying to set traps with his side chicks to get Remy arrested. After 17 years, where Remy says she never stepped out on him once.
And Papoose came back swinging with his own statement, calling Remy Ma a complete narcissist. Papoose claimed that Remy cheated repeatedly with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain, while Papoose stayed home taking care of their 6-year-old daughter. He insists he requested a divorce numerous times, but Remy preferred clout chasing on social media rather than handling it like civilized adults for the sake of their daughter.
But Remy exposed the rest of his playbook, Rachel. She revealed that Papoose has been threatening to leak explicit videos of her and publicly claimed that he wrote her lyrics for her hit song, Imagine That. He is trying to take credit for her penalty and tear down her brand because she has the bag and he is a taker, not a giver.
Let us pause on that for a second. 17 years together, married since 2016, and now they are airing out video threats, financial control, and side chick setups, while a 6-year-old child is caught right in the center. D, what is the word from the industry insiders on how far this legal battle is going to go?
Insiders are saying there is zero chance of a quiet settlement now, Rachel. Remy made it clear she is extremely happy to be moving on and that Papoose is only mad because he lost his cash cow. Meanwhile, Claressa Shields was forced onto the defensive, shooting back that Remy is just jealous of Papoose and claiming Remy has two boyfriends of her own.
But notice what Claressa is really panicked about in those leaked texts. She was in a full-blown panic over her movie, The Fire Inside. She knows Universal Studios did not sign up for a press tour dominated by late-night phone calls with married men and family feuds over childhood trauma in Flint.
And that brings us back to Shalita's revelations, Bianca. Shalita remembered how Claressa stayed with her grandmother from age 5 to 10 after enduring horrific abuse, and how Claressa held so much anger toward her mother before finally reconciling. But Shalita's name was wiped clean from the official movie biography. Shalita gave up her dream with Pat Summitt to protect a 6-year-old girl, and now she is watching that same girl erase her from history while chasing validation.
If you were in Shalita's shoes, would you have spoken out in that interview or kept the family secrets buried for the sake of the movie release? Tell us what you think.
You speak out every single time, Rachel. When someone erases the person who raised them, who stepped up when their own mother prioritized the boys, Artist and Peanut, you do not owe them silence. Claressa thought she could build a Hollywood empire on a sanitized version of her past. But Flint remembers everything.
And while Flint remembers, Papoose and Remy Ma are turning their 17-year relationship into a public crime scene. Remy posted screenshots proving Papoose took Claressa's advice behind the scenes, all while plotting to destroy Remy's platform. Remy even joked about Papoose buying gifts for Claressa, reminding everyone that she is the one with the money and Papoose is just playing bitter games.
It is pure comedy, Dee. Papoose claiming he kept quiet for the 6-year-old daughter while sending late-night text messages to an Olympic boxer in Remy's house. You cannot claim you are protecting your child while actively plotting with side chicks in the bedroom your wife paid for.
And where does this leave Universal Studios, Dee? They have Ryan Destiny headlining a major Christmas Day release directed by Rachel Morrison, and every single interviewer on the red carpet is going to ask about Papoose, Remy Ma, and cousin Shalita.
The studio executives are reportedly scrambling, Rachel. They wanted an inspirational story about a young girl from Flint overcoming poverty and winning gold against Anna Laurel in 2012. Instead, they are getting a daily soap opera filled with hidden brothers, leaked DMs, threat messages, and
an absolute nightmare for a studio marketing team. D. You have Ryan Destiny starring as Claressa Shields, directed by Rachel Morrison, based on a script by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins. And instead of discussing boxing glory, the whole world is talking about family secret.
That is the core issue, Bianca. Universal Studios signed this deal back when Claressa was 20 years old, right after defending her gold medal in 2016. They bargained for an uplifting story of a young girl from Flint, Michigan, who overcame being raised by her grandmother between 5 and 10, reconciled with her mother, and defeated Anna Laurel in 2012.
And now Rachel. Those exact childhood years are being re-examined in public. In that bombshell interview, cousin Shalita revealed that when she was 17 years old, she actually declined a full basketball scholarship from Coach Pat Summitt just to stay in Flint and protect 6-year-old Claressa after learning about the abuse Claressa suffered.
Do you realize how massive that sacrifice is, Dee? A 17-year-old girl turned down a life-changing opportunity with Pat Summitt because the adults in that house were doing nothing. Shalita literally moved into the mother's house because the mother cared more about keeping a roof and her own personal habits than protecting her daughters.
And Shalita specifically mentioned the mother favored the sons, Artist and Peanut, over Claressa and her sister Brianna. Bianca, when you hear that Claressa was treated as an afterthought in her own home, does that explain her online behavior today?
It explains everything, Rachel. When you grow up feeling invisible in your own living room, while your mother favors Artist and Peanut, you spend your entire adult life screaming for validation on social media. That is why she projects so loudly on Instagram, trying to prove to the world that she is somebody.
And what surprised everyone in that interview, Rachel, was the existence of that older brother, Artist. The interviewer was completely stunned because in all the years Claressa has documented her life online, Artist was never mentioned once.
Artist is completely invisible in her public story. Shalita confirmed they are close and that Artist was already a teenager when Shalita moved in. But why hide an older brother from your fans when you share every single detail of your life?
It really makes you wonder about the family dynamic, Bianca. If you are watching at home right now, drop a comment. Do you think childhood neglect excuses adult public behavior, or should a world champion know better by now?
And Shalita did not stop at family, Rachel. She also dropped a major bomb about Claressa's inner circle. She stated that Claressa only has one true best friend, a woman named Victoria, and that anyone else claiming to be her best friend is just there for opportunity and will leave the second they get what they want.
Which brings us straight to Nigeria, D. Because Nigeria was right there in her circle until one single question blew the entire friendship to pieces.
That leaked direct message exchange is unbelievable, Bianca. Nigeria simply asked her, "Is Pap still creeping back to Remy?" She did not insult her. She did not raise her voice. She just asked a question about Papoose and Remy Ma.
And Claressa completely detonated, D. You do not set your whole house on fire over a question unless the answer terrifies you. You only burn down the friendship when someone walks straight into the one room you tried to keep locked.
D, walk us through what happened in those leaked screenshots after Nigeria asked that question.
It got extremely toxic, Rachel. The messages show Claressa allegedly calling Nigeria broke, unattractive, delusional, and mentally unstable. She then told Nigeria to stop texting her phone, branded her an enemy, and ended it with the threat, "I must show you."
I must show you! That is pure panic, D. When you are losing an argument so badly that you have nothing left but idle threats, you are not showing power, you are showing pure terror. You text someone first, call them an enemy, and then pretend to be the victim.
But Nigeria did not back down at all, did she, D?
Not even an inch, Rachel. Nigeria fired right back with a line that has gone viral across social media. She told her, "I might not have your kind of money, but my mindset is wealthy, and my spirit is something your type could never break."
That response was absolute perfection. Nigeria stood her ground and completely exposed the insecurity. Because let us be real, Claressa hopping online to announce that everyone around her is fake and untrustworthy is textbook psychological projection.
Explain what you mean by projection in this context, Bianca.
When you have rot inside you, Rachel, you start smelling it on everyone else. People who are actually surrounded by fake friends quietly cut them off. They do not write long paragraphs on Instagram or hold virtual press conferences unless they are describing their own reflection.
And Bianca, that projection goes even deeper when it comes to Remy Ma. In the interview, it was pointed out how unnaturally obsessed Claressa is with Remy. Claressa has basically created an unofficial rulebook for her friends, where supporting Remy or listening to her music makes you an enemy.
It is an unpaid full-time job with overtime, D! Look at the contradictions! When Lil Kim showed up at that promotional event, Claressa was visibly pressed. Then a few days later, she is on social media doing the Lil Kim challenge. When Cardi B praised Remy Ma at a concert, Claressa got irritated. Then suddenly she is in Cardi B's comment section acting like best friends. Pick a lane.
It really shows how every single online tantrum loops back to Remy Ma. And while all this friend drama was exploding, the 17-year relationship between Remy Ma and Papoose completely imploded on social media.
It turned into a total war, Rachel. Remy woke up and posted screenshots of alleged text conversations revealing that Papoose fell asleep on the phone with Claressa Shields while lying in the very house that Remy owns, and that Papoose refuses to leave.
And Remy said the moment Claressa heard Remy's voice on the line, the gold medal boxer got scared and hung up immediately. You claim you are a tough world champion in the ring, but you freeze up and hang up the phone when the wife catches you late at night.
Remy also claimed that Papoose took Claressa's advice behind the scenes and was plotting with side chicks to set traps to get Remy arrested, all while Remy claims she has been completely faithful throughout their entire 17-year relationship.
What did Papoose have to say in response to those heavy accusations, D?
Papoose released a statement calling Remy a narcissist and claiming she cheated repeatedly, specifically alleging an affair with battle rapper Easy the Block Captain. Papoose claimed he has requested a divorce numerous times and stayed quiet only for the sake of their 6-year-old daughter, who has to go to school every day.
Oh, please, Papoose! You cannot claim you kept quiet for your 6-year-old daughter while you are threatening your wife behind the scenes. Remy exposed that Papoose threatened to leak explicit videos of her and publicly claim that he wrote her lyrics for the song Imagine That.
That songwriting claim is massive, Bianca. In hip-hop, accusing a respected artist of not writing her own lyrics is a direct attack on her credibility and career.
Exactly, Rachel. He is trying to hit her where it hurts, because Remy made it clear that she is the one with the financial power. She joked about Papoose buying gifts for Claressa, reminding everyone that Papoose is a taker, not a giver, and that Remy holds the bag.
And Remy ended her post by saying she is not even angry, she is actually very happy, which is why Papoose is so mad. Meanwhile, executives at Universal Studios are watching their Christmas Day release of The Fire Inside get completely overshadowed by hidden brothers, leaked DMs, and a high-profile marriage meltdown.
For everyone watching our live chat right now, jump in. Do you think Universal Studios should delay the movie premiere, or is all this public drama actually going to bring more eyes to the Christmas release?
It is definitely bringing eyes, Rachel, but for all the wrong reasons. When Ryan Destiny walks onto red carpets, reporters are not going to ask about Barry Jenkins' script or working with director Rachel Morrison. They are going to ask if she has spoken to Papoose, Remy Ma, or cousin Shalita.
And remember, Rachel, the entire movie centers on Claressa overcoming trauma in Flint, her time living with her grandmother, and rebuilding her relationship with her mother. But now cousin Shalita has publicly revealed that Shalita was completely left out of the official narrative despite sacrificing her own Pat Summitt scholarship at 17.
That is what makes this so dirty, Dee. Shalita stepped up when Claressa was 6 years old because adults in Flint failed her. Shalita moved in, helped raise Claressa, Brianna, and Peanut, and when Hollywood comes calling to make $1 million movie, Shalita's name is not mentioned a single time.
Dee, is there any response from Claressa's team regarding Shalita's claims about the family dynamic or the hidden brother artist?
Her team has remained completely silent on artist and Shalita, Rachel. Their primary focus has been trying to manage the fallout from the leaked DMs with Nigeria and the relentless back and forth between Remy Ma and Papoose.
Because they cannot control the narrative anymore, Dee. Claressa thought she could run around imposing rules on her friends, telling everyone who they can like on social media, while secretly taking late-night phone calls from Papoose in Remy's house.
And when Nigeria called her out by simply asking if Pap was creeping back to Remy, Claressa's entire defensive wall crumbled. Nigeria's wealthy mindset comment hit such a nerve because it exposed that despite all the money and Olympic medals, Claressa is still operating from a place of deep insecurity.
That psychological connection Bianca brought up earlier is so glaring. When you spend your childhood feeling like an afterthought behind your brothers, Artist and Peanut, any threat to your image causes an immediate, explosive overreaction.
Exactly, Rachel. That is why she calls people ops and threatens them with, "I must show you." It is a child's reaction in a world champion's body. She cannot handle being questioned because in her mind, admitting any truth feels like becoming an afterthought all over again.
Meanwhile, Papoose is insisting that he is the victim of Remy's alleged ongoing affair with Easy the Block Captain, while Remy insists she has been a one-boyfriend woman for 17 years and that Papoose is just bitter because his traps failed.
It is a total circus, Dee. Papoose claiming he is protecting a 6-year-old child while fighting over house ownership and lyrics to Imagine That on Instagram. You do not handle divorce on social media when you care about a 6-year-old school life.
And where does Claressa Shields go from here, Bianca? She has a Christmas Day movie premiere, leaked DMs, circulating everywhere, an angry cousin laying out family history, and a legendary rapper calling her out online.
She needs to log off social media, Rachel. Stop doing the Lil' Kim challenge. Stop lurking under Cardi B's post. Stop texting people's husbands late at night. And address her family truth.
But Bianca, can she really log off when the movie The Fire Inside is literally about her life story? Every single interview she does between now and Christmas Day is going to be a minefield.
That is the ultimate irony, Dee. Universal Studios bought a story about fighting in the ring, but the real fight is happening right now in the court of public opinion.
Exactly, Rachel, because Universal Studios paid for a clean Hollywood story about fighting in the ring, but the reality back in Flint was far from clean.
And for anyone who just joined our live stream, let us lay out where this story stands right now.
Absolutely, Dee. We are talking about gold medal Olympian Claressa Shields, who famously defeated Anna Laurel in the Olympics and built a legendary boxing career. Her life story is coming to theaters on Christmas Day in the feature film The Fire Inside, written by Oscar winner Barry Jenkins, directed by Rachel Morrison, and starring Ryan Destiny.
But right on the verge of this major release, Claressa's cousin Shalita went on a public interview and blew the lid off the family history. She revealed that at 17 years old, she gave up a full basketball scholarship from Pat Summitt to stay in Flint, Michigan, to protect 6-year-old Claressa after learning about childhood trauma that happened to Claressa when she was 5.
And Shalita did not stop there, Dee. She explicitly said the mother cared far more about the sons, Artist and Peanut, than she did about daughters Claressa and Brianna. That is why the public never even knew an older brother named Artist existed until this interview came out.
That deep childhood trauma and feeling like an afterthought in Flint is spilling directly into her adult relationships today, Bianca. That is the missing link that explains why a simple question from her ex-best friend Nigeria caused this entire friendship to explode online.
According to the leaked screenshots, Nigeria asked if Papoose was creeping back to Remy Ma. That single question led to Claressa sending aggressive insults, calling Nigeria broke and threatening her, which triggered Nigeria's now viral response that her mindset is wealthy even if her